In order to continue the love you lost, you sang a song called Manhwa directly on stage. It unexpectedly caused the entire online audience to break down emotionally, shocking the entire Chinese music scene, leading countless people to loop the song until they couldn't sleep. The work not only swept all music awards but was also included in the National Music Library as teaching material. However, before this, you unexpectedly soul-transferred to this parallel world. The original owner was a college student who had dreamed of music since childhood. After graduating from college, he and his girlfriend lived frugally to pursue their musical dreams. But misfortune always finds the unfortunate. Just when the original owner's career was starting to take off, his girlfriend was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. The original owner ran around to various hospitals, but in the end, he still couldn't save his girlfriend's life. After merging with the original owner's memories, you were already in tears, thinking that since I have been brought into your body, I will fulfill your dream for you. Through the original owner's memories, you learned that the entertainment industry in this world is quite lacking, and the classic songs from your past life are nowhere to be found here. Thinking of this, you directly signed up for The Voice of China. At this moment, you were faced with a choice dilemma. There were too many classic songs from your past life. Which one should you choose? Just when you didn't know how to decide, you saw a blue flower hairpin on the table, which was a birthday gift the original owner had given to his girlfriend, and it was her favorite piece of jewelry. Looking at the hairpin, you found your choice and opened your phone to send the lyrics information. The song Manhwa is the most suitable, and after finishing the lyrics, all that's left is an accompaniment. Open the map and head straight to the nearest recording studio. With the memories from your past life and a solid foundation in music theory, you quickly restored the lyrics and score completely. Soon, at the recording site of The Voice of China, the auditions began. There wasn't a single song that piqued the judges' interest. It wasn't just the 3 judges who found it boring. Even the viewers in front of their TVs couldn't help but complain that the quality of this audition was far below that of previous years. At this moment, the host on stage said, "Next, Jiang Fan." You took a deep breath and walked onto the stage, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Fan, and I will perform a song called Manhwa for you, and for someone special." Just after the introduction, netizens began to mock, "Please welcome the next victim." Hearing the title of this song, I think it's already doomed. However, a few rhythmic drum beats opened the performance, followed by the sound of the guitar and percussion, and an indescribable sadness spread, instantly immersing the audience in the emotion. What song is this? It's a bit nice. Hearing the prelude, the judges instantly perked up, sitting up straight and listening attentively. The prelude lasted about 20 seconds, and you began to sing, "March has passed, willow catkins scatter, lovers hurry by, my love remains unmoved." As your deep, hoarse yet very clear voice came through, everyone listening felt a pang in their hearts, as if some memory had been awakened, instantly becoming heavy. Judge Lao Shui stroked his chin and commented inwardly, "These few lines are sung very cleanly, without a hint of breathiness." Netizens were also amazed by your lyrics. "Oh my god, I'm kneeling. Is this original? It's quite nice." Not only the judges, but even the audience in the live broadcast room were deeply attracted by Jiang Fan's story-filled voice. You paused slightly and continued singing, with a tight heart, holding the blue and white porcelain token, keeping the promise. Parting is always spent in disappointment. Just a few lines of lyrics gave all the audience goosebumps instantly. "It makes me feel so uncomfortable." Lao Shui closed his eyes, seriously feeling your singing, but inside he was tumultuous. This young person's foundation is very solid. The details are handled very well. The lyrics hit the soul directly, and the song is also very advanced. Given time, his achievements will surely surpass mine. The other 2 judges had also closed their eyes, fully immersed in the singing. The singing began, like a needle deeply piercing the hearts of the audience, making them feel a sharp pain in their hearts, so painful that they couldn't breathe. A few brief verses brought the audience back into the song. "I seem to see a story. Why is it that lovers can only part?" Lao Shui quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. This song reminded him of someone, a person he could only keep hidden in his heart. At this moment, you were completely immersed in the performance, your emotions reaching their peak, without any pause, immediately following with a chorus, "Because of yesterday's kindness and stubbornness, we hurt each other, shattering the token and canceling the next life. Regrets cannot be spoken. Suddenly realizing my heart tightens." In the second verse, you deeply expressed the original owner's longing for his girlfriend, fully releasing the emotions. It can be said that it was all feeling without technique. "It hurts. It hurts too much. My tears are uncontrollable, flowing out on their own. It must be the onion that is too spicy. Why do I keep thinking of her?" After the singing ended, you closed your eyes, tightly holding the blue and white porcelain token, and after singing the last word, it felt as if all the strength in your body had been drained. Collapsing back into the chair, your face already covered in tears, the audience in the live broadcast room fell into silence. A figure from the past surfaced in their minds, staring blankly at the screen, as if unable to escape. Old Shui wiped his tears and turned to look at both sides, finding everyone in a daze. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. So embarrassing. Even the judges can be brought to tears. Luckily no one saw this. This young man really has something. Such a talented person must not let others get ahead. The live broadcast room was silent, lasting for 3 minutes. Now please the 3 judges and the audience in the live broadcast room give their scores. The audience, awakened by the host, finally came back to their senses. And the netizens who reacted quickly started sending bullet comments. I thought of my first love. The girl who loved me the most. It hurts too much. I feel like my heart skipped a beat. I don't want to have regrets. I want to try again. Come back in 3 minutes. Maybe compromise is a choice after effort. Old Shui, who had come back to his senses, wrote down a score without any hesitation and raised the 100-point sign. I think this contestant deserves this score. Immediately after, the second judge also raised the 100-point score sign. I have no right to comment on this song. No way. The judge said he has no right to comment. That's a bit ridiculous. The audience nervously stared at the score sign in the hands of the third judge, eagerly anticipating what score would be given. When they saw the score sign in the hands of the third judge, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Wow! 100 points. 100 points is the limit of the score, not the limit of the judges. Since the launch of The Voice of China, no judge has given a perfect score during the audition phase. Now, please ask the audience to score according to the prompts, with a time limit of 1 minute. About 3 minutes later, after back-end statistics, the final score for contestant Zhang Fan is announced. At this moment, several lines of text appeared on all the audience's screens. Contestant Zhang Fan, singing the song Qinghua, judges score, 100 points. Audience score, 97.2 points. Overall score, 98.6 points. Congratulations to contestant Zhang Fan for achieving the highest score in history. After the auditions ended, you left the recording site. Looking at the text message on your phone announcing your selection, you felt no joy, only a sense of inevitability. At this moment, in the recording studio of Blueberry TV, a group of people sat around the conference room, staring at the large screen in front of them. The popularity of this audition competition is very high, and it has trended on major platforms. The audition competition is so popular, it must be related to that song called Qinghua, right? What magic does this song have? The bespectacled man skillfully pulled up the live streaming platform, and a video with over 500,000 likes suddenly appeared before everyone. The Voice of China sees a perfect score from the judge. The heart-wrenching divine song Qinghua. In just one day, it has gained such popularity. It's quite interesting. Director Lu stroked his chin and sighed, then gestured for the glasses-wearing man to start playing. The moment the video started, a wave of dense bullet comments flooded in. Director Lu leaned back in his chair, squinting, his fingers tapping the table in time with the beat. In a daze, it feels like a different world. Regrettably unable to speak, suddenly feeling a tightening in my heart. When he heard this line, Director Lu suddenly opened his eyes wide, goosebumps covering his entire body, and his heartbeat slowed for a moment. Is it regret? Just then, an overwhelming wave of bullet comments surged in, obscuring the screen. Never has a lyric so vividly expressed my feelings, without hoarse cries or grand gestures, just calmly narrating regret. Looking at the dense bullet comments, Director Lu felt a mix of emotions. The video continued to play, and the eyes of everyone in the conference room were red. Shatter the token and cancel the next life. Upon hearing these 8 words, Director Lu could no longer hold on. Slumping in his chair as 2 lines of silent tears slid down his cheeks. They say men don't easily shed tears, but only when they reach the point of sorrow. Watching the end of the video, with the words regret flooding the bullet comments, Director Lu secretly wiped away his tears. Director Lu looked around and saw that everyone was still immersed in their emotions, so he reminded them aloud. Everyone woke up and was surprised to find their faces covered in tears. They immediately instructed the public relations department to buy trending topics for Qinghua on all online platforms, aiming to push it into the top 3, and contacted contestant Zhang Fan to understand his thoughts, but they needed to keep it within reasonable limits. With the operation of the program team, Qinghua quickly climbed to the hot list on various platforms. At the same time, the preliminary rounds of China's Good Voice also trended. The first to gain popularity was Fast Sound, which had an unparalleled advantage in dissemination speed through short videos. In no time, various related videos surged forth, and the addition of various cover videos pushed the heat to another level. Under the exposure of trending topics on major platforms, more and more people heard Qinghua. As the popularity continued to rise, many people expressed their determination to attend the preliminary rounds of China's Good Voice in person to see what kind of person could write such a regretful song. Instantly, a large number of netizens sought to purchase tickets for the preliminary rounds. In the past, tickets for the preliminary rounds were usually sold by hiring extras. Who would have thought they could actually sell tickets? However, the matter of the preliminary round tickets is now being widely discussed online. After discussions, the program team released an announcement. Tickets for the preliminary rounds will be randomly drawn from the registered participants and will not be sold, with the winning list to be announced. After seeing the announcement, although some people doubted insider manipulation, most calmed down and hurriedly called to register. At this moment, you have no idea how popular Manhwa is online, and you are still struggling with which song to sing for the preliminary round. After staying at home for a day, you drive out for a spin, aimlessly contemplating the future, completely unaware that you have already driven out of the city. After finding a place to park, you are stunned the moment you look up. In the distance, the sun is setting, and the clouds at the horizon look like a spilled paint palette, with the area closest to the sun a deep crimson, gradually fading into orange and light yellow, contrasting with the distant light blue sky. Your shadow on the ground is stretched long, telling of endless sorrow. Seeing this scene, you know what song you want to sing, and you immediately start the car, speeding towards the recording studio. Boss, don't close the door yet. Old Wang, who was about to close the door, was startled by your voice and turned around. When he saw it was you, he immediately greeted you with a smile. Young man, why are you only just arriving? Zhang Fan panted. Come on in then. Thanks, boss. Looking at Zhang Fan's back, Old Wang thoughtfully dialed Wang Ruo's number. In the recording studio, Zhang Fan hummed as he wrote the sheet music. This song, which Zhang Fan especially liked to listen to in his previous life, accompanied him from high school until he walked into society. I used to share headphones with a girl I liked in high school and listen to it together, but then the girl got separated. Within a short time, Zhang Fan had recorded the accompaniment and began to attempt to sing. Outside the recording studio, Old Wang and Wang Tianho waited quietly. After listening for a while, Queen Wang Tian could be sure that the man inside did have strength. This time the voice of China, no surprise, should be the champion. Have to find a way to dig him into the company, close to the water. You can't let such a good seedling go. Just as Wang Ruo was silently planning in his mind, Zhang Fan also finished. It's finally done. Mr. Gang's song is just awesome. Looking at the bright moon hanging high outside the window, Zhang Fan moved his body, let out a long breath, and packed up his things to prepare to leave. Boy, wait a minute. Hearing the boss's voice, Zhang Fan looked up and the boss was currently looking at himself with a woman. The owner looked at himself with a pleasing face, as if he had something to say to himself. The woman beside the boss, dressed in a long dress, had a pretty face and looked extraordinary. Noticing that the woman had been looking at herself, Kong Fan politely smiled back. Just now, I was so focused on thinking about the tune that I didn't even notice the two people standing in the doorway. Boss, what's wrong? Boy, let me introduce you first. This is Wang Ruo, the Queen of Heaven. Zhang Fan pondered the name in his mind. In the original owner's memories, Wang Ruo was the music diva of this world and enjoyed high honor. Representative work Red Bean, perennial domination of the top of the Chinese love songs. The line "I'd rather stay than let go" is a household name. Thinking about this couldn't help but make Zhang Fan frown. Why are you here so late at night with such a big wrist? Is it waiting for me? Zhang Fan couldn't help but be amused by himself. What was he? Settling his mind, Zhang Fan calmly said, "Hello, my name is Zhang Fan." Looking at the man in front of him, who replied without being condescending, Wang Ruo became even more interested. She believed that in China, but there was no one who was involved in the field of music who did not recognize herself. In the past, those people were so excited to see themselves that they went into a frenzy and could not wait to get down on their knees to shine their shoes. And this man in front of him was so calm after knowing his identity. This made Wang Ruo a bit skeptical about his charm. "Hello, my name is Wang Ruo." After Wang Ruo greeted Zhang Fan, he turned his head to Old Wang and said, "Old Wang, go get me some snacks. I'm hungry." Old Wang looked meaningfully at Zhang Fan and turned around to go out. This boss, is he hinting at something? Wang Ruo found a sofa and sat down elegantly, greeting Zhang Fan to sit down as well. "It's late, so I'll get right to the point. I saw your performance in the Voice of China audition. You're very talented and I admire you." When Zhang Fan heard this, his heart lurched. There is something in these words. Thank you, diva, for the compliment. If the diva has something to say it. Wang Ruo's eyes lit up. This kid is really smart. A bit interesting. Interested in coming to Starfire? Starfire, an agency founded by Queen Wang herself, could rank in the top 3 in China. The other 2 are Hemi and Sky Entertainment. There's no denying that you can't get away from an agency if you want to be a good singer yourself. But which one was better to sign up for? This Zhang Fan hadn't really thought about it. Each of these 3 has its own strengths. The biggest agency of them all is Sky Entertainment, which has many artists and is the strongest, but it squeezes its artists too badly and has the most rules. Next is the Starfire of Wang Tianho, established for a shorter period of time, but with the popularity of the diva, the strength is not to be underestimated, and the development prospects are also the best. Lastly, there's Jaime, a veteran agency whose current hottest artist is Shui Yen, with the best company atmosphere. After thinking for a while, Jiang Fan said indifferently, I don't want to sign for a while. Wang Ruo's face sank as he leaned back on the sofa and looked at Jiang Fan with his arms wrapped around him. This is the one who put himself down and invited him personally. He was so good, he just refused and didn't know what to do. Why? Looking at the heavenly empress who was staring straight at him, Jiang Fan said without haste, I want to wait until I get the title and sign as a champion. These words really startled Wang Ruo. She didn't have the slightest doubt about Jiang Fan's talent, but was the champion really that good? A contestant with no background whatsoever trying to get a title shot based on talent can only be described as a fool's errand. Do you realize that the championship is not that easy to win? I know, I want to try. Hearing Jiang Fan's categorical answer, Wang Ruo couldn't help but seriously survey the man in front of her once more. If something happens that is beyond your ability, contact me promptly. After saying that, Wang Ruo handed Jiang Fan a business card, picked up her bag and left. Jiang Fan looked at the business card in his hand and was momentarily lost in thought. Where's the diva? Ah, she just left. The boss carried the bottle of wine and gave Jiang Fan a gesture. If you're gone, you're gone. Let's have a drink. Boss, I'm leaving too. I'll drink another day. Old Wang poured himself a full glass of wine and downed it in one drink, murmuring, I hope you're the one the diva is looking for. Chapter 6, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li. Just a day before the finalists, an article called Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li was circulating on the internet. This article is one of the TB God posts. For those who are interested, you can search for it. The first time I met Zhang is a blind date. My mother told me how good she is. So and so famous school graduates. How many boys ran off their legs? With me this vocational college student's more than enough. And later realized that it is only 3 branch schools only. Stop. The line about breaking tokens? I thought you were going to screw me by singing the whole thing. It's meant to be, so you can go on. I didn't sing. Ray probed, asking, what's wrong? Suddenly the words seemed quite sadly written. It was. It's all pain when you're with each other. Who knew this statement would later become a reality? If you miss your sister, stand on the roof of the building and yell her name towards the south. Xiao Zhang's heart must be clear. That t-shirt is almost washed and torn. The fibers and fabrics are nearly transparent, and still hidden, not thrown away. If it is not a token, what is it? She easily shattered my afterlife with Ray. The text, written in the first person with 2 intertwined timelines, is so emotional and tearful that it has made countless netizens cry. The novel quotes the lyrics of Cyanide, and with the song's popularity, the article exploded on the internet. On Site 13, a flood of comments poured in under the video about Cyanide. Cyanide plus Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li works better together. Upstairs, are you a human being? Causing me to cry under the covers in the middle of the night. My wife asked me if my mistress died. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't kill me with a memory knife. Is this article the autobiography of singer Jiang Fan? Most likely. The novel quickly festered on the internet, which kept the buzz for Cyanide high. Just as the netizens were discussing the novel, an announcement from the Voice of China program group caught the eye of the crowd. The judges for the finalists of the Voice of China have been announced and will be Shui Yen, Meng Mei, and Li Demao. Welcome to Watch on Time. This announcement was posted and quickly caused a lot of buzz among netizens. No, why did you let a singer from the stick country be a judge for the Chinese voice contest? MS. Beautiful is Chinese. You're farting. She said it herself. She's a singer from a stick country. Watch the video if you don't believe me. Video? Don't care what country MS. Beautiful is a singer from. She's still got it. Strength? Oh, look at the video talking. Immediately after that, several videos of Meng Mei's concert accident were issued one after another. This is strength, isn't it? It's terrifying. I'm laughing my ass off. In the 21st century, no one can afford to go to the doctor, can they? I'll lend you $10. Go to the hospital and have your ear looked at. No, 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 no. Faced with the video in front of them, Meng Mei's fans treated it as invisible and continued to output. But the more you defend yourself, the more jokes come out, and a few times, Meng Mei's fans fell silent. Inside a room on the 3rd floor of Sky Entertainment Economy, a young woman huffed and flipped through her cell phone. It's just because I said I'm a singer from the country of the stick. Why are these people so fixated on it? Alright, Meng, don't be angry. These people online, they're all heel dogs, and soon they'll forget. A woman in black sat in a chair, savoring her cup of coffee. Sister Ing, these people are so hateful. I blame the ponies. They're so pervasive. The young woman huffed and sat down, picking up her coffee and taking a sip. Not a big deal. just leave it to the PR department. And you, consider this a lesson learned, and watch what you say from now on. The young woman spat out her tongue. Got it, Ing. What am I going to do next? This show is far hotter than the previous installments, so you must take advantage of the opportunity to gain some roadkill for the concert later. You have to make good use of Mr. Lee, and since you're on this path, you have to sacrifice some. Luing put down the cup and said with a serious face, that Jiangfan has been hot lately, so you can go with the flow and build up some roadkill. Meng Mei agreed with her mouth, but in her heart she was silently saying, isn't it just a newcomer? The wind is quite strong. But, Mr. Lee can solve it with a flick of his finger, and he still asks me to stick it to him? When the competition comes around, I have to show him what this lady is made of. Shui Yan sat on the sofa in his office, crying bitterly. It hurts too much. What's with all the sad writing? God damn, the whole thing makes me unable to eat my lunch. With nothing to do in the morning, Lao Shui wanted to check out the heat of the Voice of China. It doesn't matter if you don't search, you'll be surprised. What's with the heat? I'm afraid it's not being manipulated. Looking at the heat thief cyanide, Lao Shui did not have any surprises. After all, he cried at this song. Hey, what the hell is this little Zhangyanli? Soon old Shui clicked in, and the browser didn't even react. After reading it, Lao Shui regretted why he had to click in. Why does this text hurt so much? It feels like there's a rock in my chest. After a few moments reprieve, Lao Shui continued to swipe the video. I've been busy writing a new song for the past 2 days, so why does it feel like I haven't been online for half a year? The list of judges for the finalists of The Voice of China is announced. Is Meng Mei qualified enough? Seeing the title, Lao Shui paused for a moment. The list of judges for the finalists. He was aware of it, and the show had contacted himself in advance. But, everyone seems to have a big problem with Meng Mei. As he was thinking about it, the phone rang and it was his boss calling. Old Shui, Tian Entertainment has arranged for Meng Mei to be a judge. Well, this I know. I don't know why Sky Entertainment is doing this, but my gut tells me it's definitely not in good hands. Yes, I think so. All I ask is that the people Sky Entertainment wants to keep, find a way to screw it up. On Li Demao's side, I've already contacted his company. He's at your command. Yeah, this kind of thing is my favorite. Watch and learn. Old Shui almost jumped up in excitement. This kind of work, he was too willing. Don't overplay your hand. The show has spoken on its side. Also, keep an eye on that Jiang Fan, and when the time is right, pull him into our company. Lao Shui looked at the hung-up phone, but inwardly he was thinking, gotta pull Jiang Fan over when the finalists are done. This kid is right up my alley. Chapter 7 Participation in the Finalist Competition. Early in the morning, Jiang Fan was woken up by his cell phone ringing. After putting to see the caller number, Jiang Fan instantly sobered up. The caller's name was Lin Yi, a college classmate of Jiang Fan's. When he went to college, Jiang Fan was not in good condition. Lin Yi received help from time to time, and when He Yao was sick, Lin Yi helped him raise 110,000 overnight. Jiang Fan knew that most of this money was borrowed by Lin Yi. Lin Yi had a girlfriend, who was now a daughter-in-law, called Belle, and He Yao was very close, and when He Yao was sick, she stayed by her bedside day and night. After He Yao left, Jiang Fan gave up on himself and shut himself up at home all day, and Lin Yi and his family didn't worry much. Jiang Fan picked up the phone after a quick recollection. After chatting with Lin Yi for a while, they made a date to have dinner together in the evening. Jiang Fan hung up the phone and thought in his heart, this favor, it's time to repay. After graduating from college, the two Lin Yis formed a duo, which has been uneventful. Then send them a song that's bound to blow up. Songs suitable for male-female combinations. Jiang Fan immediately thought of a combination from his previous life. Upon arriving at the recording studio, Jiang Fan immediately threw himself into it and didn't call it quits until 7 p.m. Almost the appointed time. Gathering up his manuscript, he opened the door and prepared to go find Lin Yi. Little Fan, the song you just sang was very rhythmic. I couldn't help but move when I heard it. What's the name of the song? It's great for square dancing at night. When old Wang saw Jiang Fan come out, he excitedly came over. The most dazzling national style. The most dazzling national wind? How come I can't find it? It's not supposed to be original again, is it? Are you still human? A new song a day. Old Wang exploded in shock by Jiang Fan. It's SOSO. I'll go first. When he arrived at the appointed place, Jiang Fan saw two familiar figures. Elder brother Jiang Fan. Lin Yi came up and gave Jiang Fan a bear hug, and Belle, who was standing on the side, covered her mouth and snickered. Jiang Fan only felt hot tears. Here, take a walk and celebrate the fact that you walked out. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan raised the bottle and began to dazzle. Trying it for the first time, Jiang Fan choked and coughed on his beer. He hasn't been drinking like that, and you don't know how to stop it. Listening to Suzaku's reproach, Linny touched his head and giggled hee hee hee. After a moment's reprieve, Jung Fan took out the folder he was carrying. Brother E, sister-in-law, I brought you a gift. What kind of gift? It can't be money. I'm telling you, I don't want money. Seeing that Linny didn't dare to take it, Jung Fan laughed. No, it's a lyric sheet. A lyric sheet? Well, the lyric sheet. Linny received the folder with a puzzled expression, and Suzu came over. Looking at the lyric sheet, Suzu couldn't help humming. Aha! That's right, that's the flavor. Jung Fan sighed in his heart as he listened to the bell humming. After a while, Linny put the folder away and handed it to Jung Fan. Brother, this gift is too heavy for us to take. This song, your sister-in-law and I read it. It's going to be a hit. You're just starting out now. You need it more than we do. Hearing this, Jung Fan's expression firmed up. Brother E, as you can see, this song needs a male and female chorus, and I wrote it especially for you guys. If you don't take it, He Yao won't forgive me. Linny glanced at Suzaku and put the folder away solemnly. Brother E, I'll write songs for you guys in the future. I've been thinking a lot about this time, and I feel like my head is clearer. Well then, I'll keep my words to myself. It's all in the wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jung Fan was a little drunk. Jung Fan, old brother, can you sing Green Flower again? Your sister-in-law especially loves to hear it. Good. Sing it to your sister-in-law, and also to He Yao. Linny and Suzu beat the beat as Jung Fan sang. The song ended with tears hanging from the corners of Suzako's eyes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day, Jung Fan arrived at the Blueberry Moss recording hall on time. According to the staff's arrangement, Jung Fan first drew numbers together with other contestants. Jung Fan drew number 29 for the taping tomorrow morning. As there were 100 finalists and it took 2 days to record, the program prepared accommodation. After the numbers were drawn, everyone gathered at the venue and the requirements and precautions for the recording were read out by the moderator. Returning to the prepared hotel, Jung Fan opened the door of his room and there was already a person inside. To save on the budget, the program was prepared in a double room. Hey, are you Jung Fan? Looking at the excited expressions of the people in the room, Jung Fan nodded. Wow, I can't believe I got a room with you. My daughter-in-law and I are super in love with your song Cyanide. Wait a minute. I'll open the video for my daughter-in-law. She'll be especially happy to know that. Jung Fan really did not expect to meet his fans here. After a few awkward conversations, Jung Fan excused himself to take a break and finally calmed his roommate down. The following day, in the recording studio, the audience has entered early. Hey, do you know what number Jung Fan is? I don't know. I'm in a hurry. Me too. I just want to see Jung Fan. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, an abrupt voice rang out. Who is Jung Fan? Is he as handsome as my favorite bean? My Aiden is a trainee who's been practicing for 2.5 years. What's Jung Fan? The people around her looked away in disgust and didn't pick up on her words. Good morning, everyone. The finalists of The Voice of China are about to begin. Serving as judges for this finalist competition are Shui Yan, Meng Mei, and Li Demao. This program is broadcast under the title of Dodo Herbal Tea. The host spoke very quickly and introduced the Golden Father. The finalists have officially begun. Please welcome contestant number 1. The show taped uneventfully until contestant number 27 came on. Hello everyone, I'm contestant number 27, Su Cohen. As soon as the words left his mouth, violent cheers rang out from the stage. I love you, husband go. So handsome. Su Cohen's mouth curled into a smile as he listened to the shouts. Thank you all. Love you, love you. Some of the fans on stage were like an orgasm, shouting at the top of their lungs. This can't help but turn off other passers-by. As the music started, Su Cohen began his song. After the song, the audience didn't hear anything but the shouts of the fans. I'd like to ask the 3 judges to score. With the sound of the host's voice, the scene fell silent. Meng Mei glanced at Lao Shui and Demao, and seeing that the two did not move, she picked up the microphone with confidence. Contestant Siogan, I remember you're a trainee from Stick Country, right? Yes, MS. Beautiful. Your singing was impeccable. Just perfect. I'll give you a 100. After saying that, Meng Mei held up the scoreboard with 100 points written on it. Thank you MS. Beautiful. Su Cohen stood on the stage and smiled as he thanked Meng Mei. Seeing Meng Mei put down her microphone, Lao Shui didn't even take the microphone and directly raised the scoreboard. 59 points. Chapter 8, How to Describe Dusk. Looking at the image on the big screen, Su Cohen's fans were instantly displeased. Unable to help the fact that this was the taping of a program, one held his breath ready to explode. No sooner had Lao Shui's scorecard been put down than Demao raised it. 59 points. Now, the fans on stage were completely unable to sit still. Against our brother, right? There must be an inside story. Waiting for the recording to finish, I'm going to burst the program's bib. Listening to the boiling chants from the stage, The host turned around and asked Su Koen, who was on the sidelines. Contestant Su Koen, do you have any objections to the judges' scoring? I have no objections. Thank you, 3 teachers. Okay, now the audience scores. Su Koen's fans looked at their idol on the stage in dismay. How come? The idol must have been forced. Since the judges scored it low, let's score it full and bring it back up. Time. There were a total of 500 spectators in the audience, 16 abstentions, 484 valid votes, and an average score of 64.7 points. A string of characters showed up on the big screen. Player, Su Koen, singing of the song, In Beauty, jury score, 72.6, audience score, 64.7, overall score, 68.6 points. The score immediately drew the ire of the fans on stage. There's definitely an inside story here. I'm going to report the program. This score is over. If I don't make it to the elimination rounds, I'll send out small essays. What Su Koen fans don't realize is that the whole reason the audience scores are so low is because they keep wailing. It's really annoying when it's hard to come and record a show. We're here to listen to the contestants sing, not to hear you bicker. Jung Fan, get ready. You're up next. Hearing the voice in the headset, Jung Fan stood up and moved his body, preparing to go on stage. Jung Fan walked faithfully to the center of the stage, and before he could open his mouth, a burst of cheers came from the full house. It was many times higher than the shouts of Su Koen's fans. Jung Fan, Jung Fan. Jung Fan bowed deeply to the audience and then spoke. I'm No. 29, Jung Fan, with an original song today. Dusk. A piano solo sounded. Before hearing the human voice, a hint of sadness has come ghostly. A few short notes made the hearts of the audience on stage tremble. How does it sound sadder than cyanide? It's good, but it's a little sad. There is an atmosphere of desolation and loneliness. The sadness doesn't get any better after a whole summer. Driving down the highway without a limit, there's the feeling of leaving yourself. I can't finish a song, and I'm tired and still have dark circles under my eyes. In the world of relationships, hurt is inevitable. As beautiful as dusk is, it must be dark. Jung Fan sang softly in his low with a hint of huskiness, yet very unique voice. In just a few short lines, the lyrics once again hit the audience like a bullet through the heart. The sad, lonely melody, as in cyanide, once again flooded the audience's hearts. As the lyrics go, the audience empathized, as if, the biting pain of being forced apart from the one you love the most. The beauty will eventually pass. Just like dusk, as beautiful as it will still turn into night. If cyanide sings of regret straight from the heart, dusk tears at the heart and liver after separation. At this very moment, Old Shui on the judges' table was once again shocked by Jung Fan. A few days ago a song called Cyanide exploded all over the internet, bringing up the heat of the voice of China. It's only been a few days and you've written such a deep song. It's a sin. When the match is over, how can we persuade the boss to sign Jung Fan? On the side, Meng Mei's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. When she saw Cyanide popping up online a few days ago, she listened to it a few times and felt it was just that, not as good as she was. Who knew coming to the site would have such a stunning effect? In just a few short lines, it shows a deep strength, and a good grasp of rhythm. Ask yourself if you couldn't write a song of the same caliber even if your hair fell out. No, we can't let this kid advance. Never. The audience at the bottom didn't think so much about it. They just came to listen to the song. Jung Fan opened his mouth with these few sentences, making them instantly feel that they hadn't come for nothing today. The crowd followed the beat, raising their glow sticks and shaking their bodies in response to Jung Fan. There was nothing harder on the field than Su Koen's fans. They had come here today for Su Koen, and in their hearts, no one could compare to their idol. But this thought was being crushed a little bit by Jung Fan's song. It's not that the idol isn't handsome enough. It's just that Jung Fan's singing is just too good. What can Su Koen compare with him? But when Su Koen came on just now, he wailed himself and made everyone around him know that he was Su Koen's fan. If they expressed their fondness for Jung Fan now, where would they put their faces? How are you going to face your family and the fanbase in the future? There was no way around it. They had to sit upright to show their loyalty. Ginger Van's song continues. Still remember from your mouth. Saying goodbye is as strong as iron. The dimness has the illusion of a scorching sun. Dusk horizon. Cross out a parting sentence. Love enters eternal night. Listen to the chorus. Everyone in the room felt something burst open in their minds and suddenly went into a trance. Dusk is so beautiful. Just a moment away from darkness. Like a moment of heart like ashes. From joy to sadness of the fall. From the clouds into the valley of the heavy. Jung Fan's vicissitude of voice was like rubbing salt in a wound. Painful to the point of speechlessness. How should I describe Dusk? Childish, passionate, ambiguous, stupid. It is like a cup of wine that has drunk the colorful wine of the earth. People in the twilight were meant to love each other forever and be obsessed with each other for the rest of their lives. Yet, I have people I can't wait for even in the twilight. Just when everyone thought that the gut-wrenching, heart-stopping lyrics were enough to get the emotions across and push the tempo to a crescendo. Next, Zhang Fan's voice resounded once more, carrying an even sadder and more poignant atmosphere than just now as he continued to tell the story about the dusk. Still remember from your eyes, sliding tears of sadness. In the midst of the chaos there was the illusion of hot tears burning. Dusk horizon, cutting off happiness and joy. Love is disillusioned. Everyone on the scene was introduced to the endless story by Zhang Fan's voice. Even those fans of Sukuan's were red-eyed at the moment, with 2 lines of hot tears sliding down their cheeks. Looking back, the memory of such a person is surely an indelible mark on life. With him, everyone else in the world can be ignored. Even if I can't grasp any clues about love, I am deeply grateful for the long life he has accompanied me through. Even when people look back in the twilight, they are glad that there were once tears shed for him. Chapter 9, Toughing It Out with Meng Mei. After Zhang Fan finished singing, he stood on the stage for a long time, and the entire audience, immersed in their own world, didn't make a sound. The word hurt is used throughout the entire song to bring out the emotion of hurt and pain, making your heart sob. As the shore engulfs the sunset, the twilight in your eyes is dark and sullen. Lonely beaches, blood-red sunsets, and the sadness of parting make dusk seem heavy and haggard. The sad place, the high city looks off, the lights are already dusk. The love that can't be broken down is the attachment of parting and embracing between lovers, and the reluctance of imagining the return of a person to the watchtower alone. As far as the eye can see, all are memories. As far as the heart can think, all are the past. As far as the eye can see, all are regrets. A suppressed sob broke the silence. The host, who had slowed down, hurriedly adjusted his state and walked to the center of the stage. One has to admire the business skills of the hosts. Many thanks to No. 29, Zhang Fan, for his original song Dusk. I'd like to ask the 3 judges to comment and score. Without looking at Meng Mei, Lao Shui picked up the microphone and choked his voice. Contestant Zhang Fan, you brought me another surprise. I have to wipe my eyes. It hurts too much. Lao Shui's words drew laughter from the audience, and the atmosphere of the scene eased considerably. You're a god with this composition. It's as if I feel the whole city crying after hearing this song. The opening piano begins in silence, searching for beginnings. The cello in the middle is tense, telling of the past. The closing guitar strings accompany dusk, bidding farewell to yesterday. The chorus piano instrumentation comes and goes, cross-echoing and lilting, following the drum's lead. Paired with your deep and emotional singing, it substitutes me deeply into the emotions. It's no exaggeration to say that it can beat 99% of the love songs in the world. So I'll give you. Old Shui's pause instantly made the audience hold their breath and wait for the next sentence. I don't know who shouted first. 100 points. The audience on stage raised their glow sticks and shouted, 100 points, 100 points, 100 points, 100 points. Old Shui held up the scoreboard firmly. Li Demao glanced at Meng Mei and realized that the other party did not want to speak before he picked up the microphone. After all, fairies are not to be messed with. The song, with a piano intro as an introduction, instantly substitutes the listener into the mood, with an interlude filled with a light melancholy. Then the mood gradually intensifies, with a beautiful and natural transition. The final coda is complex and varied, pushing the tension of the entire song to its peak before ending in diminution. I can't help but be reminded of an old poem. The sunset is infinite, but it's only near dusk. Thank you for creating such a great song. I give you 100 points. 2 judges in a row scored 100 points, which made the audience remember that in the audition, Zhang Fan was a perfect score for all 3 judges. Are the finalists also 3 full points? At this time even Su Kuan's fans, were also praying in their hearts for Zhang Fan to get full marks. Meng Mei first stuffed a snack sponsored by her golden father into her mouth at this point, then crossed his legs, picked up the microphone, and slurred, "This song, I choose to give." The sudden pause instantly grabbed everyone's heart. The guide was very witty and aimed the camera at Meng Mei, pulling it in a little closer. Looking at the gradually enlarging image in the big screen, the audience on stage held their breath. Even the host on stage clenched his hands and stared at the big screen. Let's start by critiquing your song. Listening to the whole song, I don't know what you're trying to say. In other words, you're singing with no emotion at all. It gives me the feeling of a geriatric disco. So for this song, I can only give you a 59. Meng Mei's review was undoubtedly like a deep water bomb dropped in the audience. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Can't you listen to a song? The show's team is being paid, right? How can this kind of person be a judge? Are you deaf? Or you alone are the whole family? I cried to hear it. And you say the singing has no emotion. Backstage director Lu heard Meng Mei's scoring, and the whole thing was going to be furious. This Meng Mei is not a big idiot. Is she deaf? How can you say that about Zhang Fan? If it wasn't for the fact that his boss had purposely arranged it for himself before the start of the match, Director Liu himself would have wanted to curse. But how can there be absolute fairness in this world? Being just a hitman himself, he couldn't care less. Knowing what I know about capitalization, this review will definitely be edited. After all, Boss Lee is trying to promote Meng Mei. What is a mere Jiang fan? It's still going to be snowed in. Jiang fan on the stage froze. You call that a lack of emotion? Sister, are you deaf? Immediately, he disliked it unceremoniously. Then please ask Ms. Meng Mei to demonstrate how to sing with feeling. Why should I give you a demonstration? Who do you think you are? My songs will only be displayed at concerts, and only my fans deserve to hear them. Looking at the arrogant and domineering woman on the stage, the corner of Jiang Fan's mouth quirked, and a plan came to his mind. Ms. Meng Mei must have a lot of fans, right? That's for sure. The concerts are all seatless, Meng Mei said with a proud face. I want to make a bet with Ms. Meng Mei. What's the bet? Bet on who has a bigger audience at a concert between the two of us 6 months from now. Meng Mei blinked. This person is not stupid. I'm afraid. Do you really think anyone can do a concert? Coming from a girl group herself, she made a lot of sacrifices for resources when she first started out to get where she is today. He's a newcomer who's just been on a talent show and is delusional enough to bet himself on the number of people who will be at the concert in a year's time. Do you really think you can defy everything just because you have some talent? It really doesn't know what the power of capital is. Ha ha, that's hilarious. And 6 months later, I'm afraid we won't even make the final. It also just so happens that he is preparing to open a concert in half a year, and I'm afraid that by then, this kid won't even have the face to go see it. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Meng Mei forced a smile. Okay, I promise. Jiang Fan's sudden bet confused everyone present. Old Shui looked disbelieving. Jiang Fan on the stage couldn't see a single ripple. The wind and waves were calm. This kid is so new to the game. I recognize that you're very talented, but the wind will destroy the wood for the trees. Traffic is dominant in the market right now. As long as capital is interested in holding, pigs can fly. Although Meng Mei is not a power star, but under the operation of capital, there are really many fans. This Jiang Fan kid is still too reckless. Gotta get a grip on signing this kid. Otherwise it's going to be snowed in. Old Shui secretly thought in his heart. There were also whispers everywhere in the audience. Jiang Fan is too impulsive, right? He should have held back his development. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. The young man is very energetic and sings well. If he ever sings, I'll be there. Director Liu, backstage, silently watched it all. No one realized that Director Liu had already made a quiet copy of today's match. Liu does not know why he did. Perhaps because he feels that today's society, the lack of a monkey king it. Maybe. This video will come in handy. Chapter 10. Jiang Fan is in deep trouble with public opinion. Ahem. All 3 judges have scored. Here begins the audience scoring. Please pick up the scorers you have at hand and score the contestant Jiang Fan. Time limit 30 seconds. The host, seeing the situation, rushed out to interrupt and get the match back on track. The viewers who were eating melon were reminded by the host to slow down and start scoring. Su Koen's fans are unusually torn at the moment. Give Jiang Fan a high score. Their brother might be eliminated. But if they don't score high, they will be tortured inside all the time for the rest of their lives. Jiang Fan's singing is just too good. Just 3 seconds into the countdown, Su Koen's fans made up their minds. Whatever, I'm one less anyway. Then hit the score button hard. The 30-second scoring time is up. Please look at the big screen. Player, Jiang Fan. Song, Twilight. Jury score, 86. 3. Audience score, 97. 8. Overall score, 92. 1. Co Koen's fans froze when they saw the score on the big screen. Isn't that not too bad for you? How did the score get so high? How will I face my family when this program airs? No, no, no. Anyone who asks what the score is, I say 59. Thinking about it, Su Koen's fans sat up straight with peace of mind. Let's congratulate player Jiang Fan on his 92. 1 points. Wow. 92. 1 points. Surely you've advanced. With a score of 59 from one judge, and still managed to get this score. Awesome. Why do I think Jiang Fan can win that bet in half a year? Jiang Fan bowed to the audience and the judges before retreating from the stage. Phew, it's been a tiring couple of days. Gotta get back and get some rest going. Jiang Fan carried his luggage and was about to go back when he saw Lin Yi and Suzaku standing by the car. Elder brother Jiang Fan, is it over? Well, it's over. How's the singing? Will it advance? Signed a non-disclosure agreement and not allowed to talk. Jiang Fan scratched his head and said with a smile, look at me for getting this. Looking at Lin Yi and Suzaku with heavy faces, They seem to have something to say to themselves. Big brother Lin E, do you have something to tell me? Nothing much, just came to see you. Get in the car first, we'll talk in the car. Only after the three of them were seated did Lin E reveal the purpose. We're practicing pretty much the lyric sheet you gave us the other day, and we'd like you to give us some more instruction. Lin E smiled shyly at Jiang Fan. Big brother Lin E, you're out of line. Come on, to your studio. Don't you want to take a break? Just finished recording the program. It's okay, let's go. Let's go see how the song recording is going. Jiang Fan started the car and drove towards Lin Yi's two-man studio. Arriving at the studio, Jiang Fan listened to the song very carefully a few times, pointing out the problems one by one. Elder brother Jiang Fan, thank you so much. Jiang Fan waved his hand and asked rhetorically, has the music video for the song been recorded yet? Not yet, not a clue. Jiang Fan thought briefly and told the two about the music video he had seen in his previous life. Incorporate more elements unique to China in the video, such as shadow puppets, Chinese paintings and woodblock prints. Suzu wears a red cheongsam and Linny wears a black suit, interspersed with some shots of children dancing in ethnic costumes. After listening to Jiang Fan's description, the two of them lit up. The style and the song fit perfectly. By the way, brother Lin E, you remember to shave your head so that there's a sense of contrast. Looking at Lin E and Belle's shocked expressions, Jiang Fan ignored it and continued. The name of the group you have now is not very good. It affects the group's image positioning too much. Let's call it the Phoenix Combo. After the recording of the finalists of The Voice of China, Director Lu leaned on the sofa and made a mistake. Although this issue has a lot of explosive points, but if you do not cut it well, you can get into big trouble. Just as Director Lu was in trouble, his cell phone rang. It's Li Gang, the boss of Sky Entertainment. Director Lu cursed a dog before answering the phone. Hello, Mr. Li, what are your instructions? I can't talk about instructions. Have the finalists finished recording? Mr. Li, you're in charge of a lot of things day in and day out. You know about this little thing. That judge, Meng Mei, is my company's artist, and I appreciate it. Also, that kid named Jiang Fan is too sharp for my liking. Okay Mr. Li, I know what to do. Ha, then I'll trouble you. We'll eat together at the usual place someday. Mr. Li is polite. Hanging up the phone, Li Gang wrapped his arms around Meng Mei and kissed her fiercely. Leprechaun, are you satisfied now? Satisfied. Of course I am. Now that you're satisfied, let me be satisfied. Meng Mei, once again disguised as an engineer, began the work of software hardening and then softening. Director Lu hung up the phone, sat on the sofa for a long time, and after thinking about it again, he personally went to the post department to open a short meeting. Director Lu, would cutting it like this, won't what? Cut it like I told you. It has to be cut today. I'll treat everyone to hot pot when we're done. Hearing Director Lu's words, all the bulls and horses in the post department began to work overtime. On the evening of the finalists, a hot search went to the top of the list on all major platforms. Popular contestant, Jiang Fan, bumps off judge, Meng Mei, and makes a bet. Video, MP3, the Voice of China program has released a video of a mashup of footage from the finalists. The video was cleverly edited, not accounting for the cause and effect, only cutting in the images that were favorable to Meng Mei. The editing techniques are quite clever. Ordinary netizens cannot find out. Coupled with the capital operation, instantly the whole network is filled with questions and abuse of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan drifted. Didn't he just get a perfect score in the elimination round? Really drifted off, taking the judges too seriously. Young people still can't get a grip. Just a little bit of success, and their tails go up in the air. Who do you think you are? You don't even respect the judges. A contestant like that should be banned. Why do I feel a little weird about this video? There are many fans of Jiang Fan who feel that Jiang Fan is not this kind of person and argue with others online. However, one's two fists are hard to beat four hands, and one's speech was quickly brushed aside. What was even more infuriating was that many of the people who had worked to support Jiang Fan had found their social accounts banned for violating the community code. Many fans are furious, looking for customer service to ask for an understanding. But the customer service answer is ambiguous. Just do not give the account unblocked? There was a complete lack of opposition on the internet, and public opinion was all directed toward Jiang Fan. In an instant, Jiang Fan became a target. Chapter 11, Jiang Fan targeted again. Just after Director Lu uploaded the video to various platforms and was about to get off work to have dinner with his colleagues, Li Gang's phone called again. Mr. Li, this is not too good. Just released a video but, okay, we'll cut the video as you wish right away. Thank you, Mr. Li, thank you, Mr. Li, it will be released on time tomorrow morning. A group of colleagues, looking at the face of the iron green Lu director, hung up the phone, gritted his teeth and cursed. What a ing. That offends even more people. Hey, That night, the lights in the late department stayed on all night, and the scheduled evening potluck was changed to a morning potluck. Looking at the cut video, Director Liu and all his colleagues are daring to be angry. Director Liu, is it really going to be released? Director Liu didn't say a word. The paper cup in his hand was crushed into a ball. After a long time, Director Liu clicked the upload button. Latest breaking news. Kong Fan and Seo Kwon scores are polarized, and Seo Kwon is eliminated in a heartbreaking fashion. This time, the video, which was a clip of the three judges scoring the two contestants, Soo Kwon and Jung Fan, was edited together. However, the video packages Soo Kwon as a victim and Meng Mei as a fair and impartial judge. Jung Fan and Shui Yan and Lee Damao were edited to show that for the sake of profit, the three conspired to take care of Jung Fan and suppress their opponents. Watching the video release successfully, Director Liu couldn't hold back his curses any longer. Meng Mei is a. I don't know what kind of ecstasy was used, and this Mr. Lee is also a SB. This must be having an affair with Soo Kwon. Damn. Not only did she whitewash herself, but she also brought along the white boy with her. This has offended Shui Yan again. The most unfortunate person is Jung Fan. Ah, it's a pity. These guys, they really take advantage of people's illnesses. That's just it. Heaven and earth are not kind to take all things as ruminants. After cursing, Director Liu sat paralyzed on the sofa for a long time. Once the new video was released, it completely chilled a large number of netizens who firmly believed in Jung Fan. When the last video was released, they felt that Jung Fan had extenuating circumstances. But now, they felt that they had been deceived, and that Jung Fan was nothing more than that, and it was all just hype. Indignant, they also joined the crusade against Jung Fan. How much they loved before, how much they hated now. It directly knocked Jung Fan into a place of no return. The video quickly festered online, and the first thing that jumped out at me was Soo Kwon's fans, appearing in scale-like concentrations, as if under some kind of command. Soo Kwon's previous trainee in the Land of Stick has a good popularity in South Korea and also has a large number of fans in China. Fans had thought that Soo Kwon plus the voice of China, with Soo Kwon's strength, is not a handful of pinches. I didn't expect to be eliminated at the finalist stage. What's even more annoying is that Shui Yan and Lee Damao only gave their brother a score of 59. Instead, he gave Jung Fan a perfect score. This made Soo Kwon's fans furious. It just so happens that at this moment in time, someone in the fan base is organizing people to find face for their brother. Fans are organized, with small sweet potatoes as the core. The major platforms bloomed posture, frantically writing small essays, telling the show that the crew has an inside track. He questioned why Lao Shui and Damao scored the show the way they did. The program team eats no fritters. Let this kind of person be a judge. Why does Shui Yan treat my brother differently? My brother worked very hard. Why eliminate my brother? Lao Shui is a popular singer after all, and his fan base far exceeds that of Soo Kwon. When they saw Lao Shui being sprayed and smeared, of course they couldn't sit still. Started to line up with Soo Kwon fans on all major platforms. What are you yelling about? Do you have anything to show for your idol? Old Shui is very much in love with talent. He scored 59 points, so I can only say that Soo Kwon really can't do it. If you want to scold, go scold the program team. What's the point of scolding Old Shui? I admit that your brother is a strong dancer, but he really can't sing. He still needs to practice. Those Soo Kwon fans who attended the recording of the finalist program were very angry at this point. Others don't know what's going on, but they know what's going on. The showrunners are afraid that they are not sick for intentionally using such a title and taking the video out of context to cause misunderstanding. Looking at the online quarrel, they really want to say, don't argue, Soo Kwon's singing is really bad, worse than Jung Fan 108,000 miles, deserve to be eliminated, but they are fans of Soo Kwon. In the group said only because of the bad, will be immediately kicked out of the group. Even they themselves didn't know that they had been convinced by Jung Fan's talent and powdered Jung Fan. Seeing that they couldn't take advantage from Lao Shui, Soo Kwon's fans pointed their fingers at the program. My brother is so great. What the next judge will not judge go down. My brother practiced for 2.5 whole years in the stick country. Do you know how hard it was? Are the judges deaf? Can't you see how hard my brother is working? Sisters, I'll report the program directly. You also move your hands to return my brother's innocence. We have to teach these men a lesson. My brother is working hard because of the training, and I feel sorry for him. Director Liu looked at the major platforms where Soo Kwon's fans turned the conflict against himself, and his heart could not help but feel a little annoyed. Ding! Lee Gang called. After hanging up the phone, Director Liu's brow knitted into a pimple. This Lee Gang an old fox. He also said that Soo Kwon's fans accused the program group of things he did not know. Afraid that he is not a hand in the mess. Immediately after that, he said that having the company's artist, Soo Kwon, release a statement would not have an impact on the program. That's a good move. A slap in the face and a candy in the face. Director Liu felt like a puppet. at the mercy of others, and this made him very unhappy. Not long after hanging up the phone, Soo Kwon's agent released a statement. The general idea is that this finalist was eliminated because Soo Kwon's skills are not as good as others, and to be able to run into an opponent like Jung Fan, Soo Kwon's loss was convincing. Please stop dissing the program and Soo Kwon will surprise his fans in the future. Brother is really great. He's so sad to be eliminated, but he still wants to comfort us. That's right, you're great, do your best. What is that Jung Fan, that he even compared his brother to him? With intentional guidance, the heat of Soo Kwon's elimination from the finalists was quickly squashed. Just as the internet had calmed down, Manhwa made a statement that made everyone focus their eyes on Jung Fan again. Fans, in response to what happened in the past 2 days, I would like to personally apologize to contestant Jung Fan. As a judge, I didn't take into account the contestant's mindset and agreed to the bet. I am willing to take responsibility for this matter, and I hope that the fans will be rational. Such a green tea statement, fueled by capital, quickly dominated the hot search. Manhwa's fans, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, were frantically outputting. What kind of hot chick player bets with my sister? That's it, don't buy a mirror to look at yourself. I'm a key maker. Jung Fan, do you match? Just a song, that's all you need. Didn't your parents teach you to respect others? You're treating the judges like this before you even debut. With such an output from Manhwa's fans, the general public of gourmets also followed the comments. Is this guy that tough? Toughening up the judges. Isn't this the one who sang Cyanide? He's a bit of a drag, isn't he? Maybe it's a deliberate move by the program to attract heat. Now that the Voice of China is far more popular than its contemporaries. No survey, no right to speak. I choose to eat melon. Let the bullets fly. Chapter 12, Writing a Song for Healing. At this time, Jung Fan, unaware of the comments on the internet, was preparing things at home. Today marks 3 years since He Yao's death. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Jung Fan froze for a moment. Since He Yao's death, he himself has moved away and has had little contact with anyone. With questions, Jung Fan opened the door. In the doorway stood a woman in a sweatshirt and a high ponytail. It was just that the woman's face was very similar to He Yao's. Jung Fan looked at the woman in front of him, and a memory was evoked. He Yao has a younger sister named He Ling. When He Yao was 5 years old, there was a sudden change in the family and the two sisters were sent to an orphanage. At that time, He Ling was still very young. She must have been less than 3 years old. Jung Fan entered the orphanage around the same time as the two sisters, and grew up in the orphanage with the two sisters, with deep feelings, and later became lovers with his sister He Yao. In contrast to He Yao's gentle introversion, her younger sister He Ling is very outgoing and lively. A past event surfaced in Jung Fan's mind. Brother! He Ling looked at the frozen Jung Fan and reached out her small hand, waving it in front of Jung Fan's eyes. Scared me to death. Thought something was wrong with you. He Ling patted her chest. Oh, come on in. Jung Fan withdrew his mind and stepped aside to let He Ling in. The two of them finished packing up their things and then set off for the cemetery. In front of He Yao's tombstone was a bunch of dying lilies, which was He Yao's favorite flower. Looking at her sister's spotless tombstone, He Ling knew that Jung Fan must come often. After paying his respects, Jung Fan placed a new bouquet of lilies in front of the tombstone. Yao Yao, I'll definitely become the most famous singer in China. I'll sing for you when the time comes. He Ling, who was standing by the side, silently shed tears. Jung Fan really loves his sister too much. I'd die if I had a man like that to love me. Let's go. He Ling, who had slowed down, had a small red face and hurriedly followed Jung Fan's footsteps. After returning home, Jung Fan asked about He Ling's recent situation. He Ling is He Yao's only relative left in this world, so Jung Fan will help a little if he can. He Ling followed in her sister's footsteps in college, studying the same music. Ever since He Yao's death, Jung Fan rarely contacted He Ling and only knew that she had signed up with a company. I was recently in a singing variety show, just like my brother. Oh, what kind of variety show? Happy sailing. Now it's time for the semi-finals, and the show requires an original song. It's only 3 days. I'm worried sick. Happy Start was also hot, with the show requiring original songs for the semi-finals and finals, and only 5 days between the semi-finals and finals. That means to create 2 songs in a week, which is stressful even with advanced preparation and challenging for the contestants. Many famous singers also come to Happy Start and use it to promote their new songs. The competition system is strict and relatively fair, with both newcomers and established singers, and a variety of elements stacked up to keep the heat on Happy Start high as well. It seems a bit difficult for He Ling. You stand up. Ha! He Ling froze for a moment and stood up, looking at Jung Fan with a pair of big, puzzled eyes. Take a turn. Ha! He Ling was very puzzled, but did as she was told. Looking at He Ling, Jung Fan had an inner count. Sit down. What's wrong, brother? Looking at He Ling's puzzled expression, Jung Fan didn't hang back. ready to write you a song. Ha, good lord. Make yourself stand up and spin around and come up with lyrics? I'll admit you're talented enough to write cyanide, but that's a stretch. Without saying much, Zhang Fan turned around and went inside. He Ling looked at Zhang Fan's back and suddenly felt that Zhang Fan could definitely write it. She didn't know why she trusted Zhang Fan so much. She just felt that Zhang Fan wasn't quite the same as before. Like, more confident, idle and bored. He Ling slips around the house and sees a tin box on the cabinet. Looking at Zhang Fan who was busy in the room, He Ling quietly retreated. I'll just open it and read it and put it back. He Ling comforted herself in her mind before slowly opening the iron box. Inside the tin box were many letters, and judging by the dates they were dated. They were written from the time of my sister's death. The letters were not very regularly spaced, sometimes 2 a day, sometimes once a week. He Ling opened the letters and read them one by one. The content of the letter records Zhang Fan's journey over the past 3 years. Through the words, He Ling seemed to see Zhang Fan thinking about his sister day and night, from pining in the beginning, to regretting why I couldn't have realized it sooner. Then he gave up on himself and drank every day, trying to end it. The style of writing began to take a turn for the worse half a month ago. The intervals between letters became steady, basically twice a week, and the content changed from its previous decadence. Started documenting my efforts to become a singer. A detailed record of the compositional history and lyrics of Cyanide and Dusk. Suddenly He Ling found a very special letter at the bottom of the box. The envelope was pink with an angel drawn on the front. Curious, He Ling picked up the envelope and realized it wasn't sealed. When I opened the letter, it turned out to be a lyric sheet for a song. This couldn't help but make He Ling even more curious. The name of the song is Angel Wings. What a beautiful name. He Ling read the letter carefully. Looking at it, He Ling covered her mouth to keep from crying out. Zhang Fan loved his sister to such an extent. Believe that you're still here and never left. My love is like an angel guarding you. These 2 lines of lyrics visualized Zhang Fan's inner feelings for his sister. I wonder how happy my sister would be to hear this song. Kind of looking forward to brother Zhang Fan singing this song. Just then, a voice came from the room. He Ling scrambled to straighten the letter and put it back in the iron box, wiping her tears and calming her mood. Zhang Fan came out of the room with the lyric sheet and saw that He Ling's expression was a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. Go! Where to? He Ling felt that Zhang Fan had become a bit strange. Go to the studio. The lyric sheet is written. Read it first. Receiving the lyric sheet, He Ling read it. The lyrics, the beat, it's just tailor-made for you. It just seems a little too monotonous just to read the lyrics. Zhang Fan seemed to have read He Ling's mind and opened his mouth. There's a dance to go with this song. I'll teach you later. Ah, yes. Today's Zhang Fan must have taken the wrong medication, bringing numerous shocks to He Ling. A few hours of work and not only did the lyrics come out, the quality was not bad. He even choreographed the dance. Is this the same Zhang Fan he knew? Brother, are you irritated by something? Looking at the worried He Ling, Zhang Fan comforted him. Why do you ask? It's okay, I'm just afraid you're too tired. He Ling looked out the window. Arriving at the recording studio, Zhang Fan greeted the boss and led He Ling lightly into the studio. The song Zhang Fan wrote for He Ling was Love You by the former sweetheart Godfather. It's a song that endures, and even after decades, it still resists. Zhang Fan didn't forget that the sweetheart Godfather was originally a supporting character, and with this song, he hardened the program to change the list of winners. Sure enough, it's still capital against capital that works. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan secretly resolved to establish an entertainment company of his own. Chapter 13 Zhang Fan's Choice. In the recording studio, Zhang Fan instructed He Ling to master the essence of the song. The more He Ling sang, the more shocked she was. The song really suited her style too well, and it wasn't hard to sing. Old Wang, outside the recording studio, couldn't help but dance to the beat as he listened to the song coming out. Oops, forgot to report back to the diva. He and Wang Ruo Wang Tianho, although both surnamed Wang, did not have any blood relationship. He met the diva when she was not famous, just like Zhang Fan, but at that time, the diva was even more miserable than Zhang Fan. Lao Wang saw Wang Tianqiu pitiful, often give Tianqiu reduced fees. Over time, Tianqiu and Lao Wang also became familiar with each other, until the diva became famous. Lao Wang and the diva kept in touch from time to time, and whenever the diva encountered bottlenecks in her creative work, she would come here. It's kind of a haven for divas. Lao Wang usually paid attention to the customers who came here, and for those with potential, he contacted the diva to discover talents for her. Diva, how many times have I told you? Just call me Wakey. That won't work. You're a diva now. Fine, go ahead. What is it? The boy is here again, with a girl, and is teaching the girl, singing a song I've never heard before. I think it's an original. Hearing this, Wang Ruo's heart tightened as if he had been stabbed by a needle. It's none of my business if he takes girls. Diva, Wang Ruo realized that he was a bit out of sorts and adjusted his state. I'm on my way. Zhang Fan in the recording studio breathed a sigh of relief. He Ling comprehended the song quite well and had mastered it skillfully. Okay, great. Next I'll teach you to dance. After a few hours of hard work, He Ling had fully mastered the song. Zhang Fan looked at He Ling with satisfaction. The sweetheart godmother's singing and dancing of this song was a unique one at that time. Very good. Come on, let's get something to eat. Yeah, I'm starving. He Ling excitedly pulled on Zhang Fan's arm. Zhang Fan had wanted to struggle a bit, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't move. Walking to the door, Zhang Fan was scared by the two people outside and took 2 steps back. Grip grass. Old Wang, why do you scare people like this every day? Queen Wang. He Ling hid behind Zhang Fan and stuck out her tongue. He Ling, why are you here? You and Zhang Fan. Oh, I see. He's the brother-in-law you were talking about? Looking at He Ling's firm nod, Wang Ruo was deeply shocked inwardly while at the same time, there was a little bit of happiness. Thankfully, the woman he took was his sister-in-law. Shockingly, it turns out that Zhang Fan is the man that He Ling often mentions. No wonder he could write cyanide in Dusk. You two know each other? More than recognizing, this is my boss. Let me introduce you. This is my boss, the founder and CEO of Starfire. This is my brother-in-law, Zhang Fan. He wrote The Green Flower. Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo looked at each other and shook hands. Boss, what are you doing here? Looking at the curious He Ling, Zhang Fan told He Ling what happened. He Ling, who had heard what happened, tugged on Zhang Fan's arm and begged, brother, you must come to Starfire. Boss Wang is so nice. You have to come. Zhang Fan gently pushed He Ling away, then said with a smile, when I win the title, I'm going. He Ling looked at Zhang Fan, a little helpless inside. This brother of his, who hasn't been in the entertainment industry for a few years, doesn't quite understand the current rules. He Ling, who was about to open her mouth, was glared back by Wang Ruo, so she could only smile sarcastically. Xiao Ling, what song were you practicing? It's a sing and dance type of song that brother Zhang Fan gave me. Oh, Zhang Fan is so powerful. He's written 3 original songs in a week's time. Zhang Fan, who was spoken to, scratched his head in embarrassment. You can't stop inspiration when it strikes. Ha, ha. Wang Ruo ignored the giggling Zhang Fan and asked, can you sing it, so I can hear it? Okay. As the accompaniment played, He Ling sang and danced to the beat. Wang Ruo looked at He Ling on the stage and said inwardly, this kid Zhang Fan wrote this song simply for He Ling specially, and with the dance, I don't know how many men will be mesmerized. Boss, how did I do? The semi-finals are solid. Yay, I told you, you're awesome. He Ling rushed next to Wang Ruo and hugged him. Hey, did you just say that Zhang Fan taught you this dance? Yes, Kong Fan really understands men. Zhang Fan felt that whatever he answered at this time would be flirted with, so he simply hemmed and hawed and giggled. Wang Ruo didn't bother with Zhang Fan and took He Ling's hand. Sister Ling, what do you want to eat? My treat. Go to that barbecue. When Wang Ruo heard this, he frowned in confusion. Come on, I know where it is. Zhang Fan jumped into the car and said to the 3, arriving at the last big stall, the 4 of them chose a seat and sat down. The owner came to the table with the menu and saw Zhang Fan. Hey Gu, it's you kid yo. Sing a song later and I'll give you 50% off. Okay boss. He Yao looked at Zhang Fan and blinked. Zhang Fan understood and explained. Last time I came here for dinner, I drank too much and sang, and the owner remembered me. Ha ha ha, it must be your singing. Wang Ruo sat on the sidelines with a frown on his face, seemingly thinking about something. Zhang Fan, the public opinion on the internet is very unfavorable to you right now. Need a hand? Hearing Wang Ruo's words, He Ling also quieted down and looked at Zhang Fan. Brother, I know those people on the internet are smearing you. Sister Wang Ruo can help you. I also know some friends who can help you. Old Wang, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke out. Feeling the ardent gazes of the 3, Zhang Fan downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. No need. The clear ones are clear and the turbid ones are turbid. When the 3 heard this, they all shook their heads slightly. Too naive. Here comes the prize singing. $100 for anyone who sings. Come on if you dare. A man with a megaphone shouted from a clearing in the distance, surrounded by a makeshift stage with a camera set up next to it, in the middle of a live broadcast. Hearing that there was money to be had, the diners around them gathered around. Zhang Fan's dishes for a few people were also served at this time, and a few people chatted as they ate. Just as it was almost finished, there was another sound in the distance. Is there anyone who can sing Cymbeline? Mr. Blade swiped a sports car looking for a live one that could sing Cyanide. $200 cash for anyone who comes up and sings. No one moved at the scene. The man thought he was giving too little money and raised it to $500, and still no one moved. The man returned helplessly to the camera. Mr. Blade, that song competition singing, The single has not even been released yet. No one will sing it. Do you want you to change the song? No, Mr. Blade, don't go. I'm looking for it. The man was so anxious to stay in place that he saw his boss not far away, only to see the man walk up to the boss and stuff 2 red bills. The owner looked around and whispered down to the man. The man's eyes lit up when he heard the boss's words, picking up a bottle of beer and rushing towards Zhang Fan. Chapter 14, Singing Fading Sorrows at the Stalls. Dude, do me a favor. I know you can sing Cyanide. Tell me how much you want. That Mr. Blade is a big boss. I won't be able to hang around if he's not happy. Zhang Fan glanced at the man and ignored him, continuing to eat his meal. Wang Ruo glanced at Zhang Fan and didn't say anything. The man, seeing that no one was talking, raised the bottle and took a dazzling swig. Brother, please. As He Ling looked at the man's pitiful appearance, her nose turned sour and she thought of what she and her sister had gone through. Brother, just sing a song. I want to hear it too. When the man saw He Ling pleading for him, he immediately cast a thankful glance. Okay. Zhang Fan stood up and followed the man to the live broadcast, picking up the microphone, simply trying the sound and adjusting the state. Zhang Fan began to sing, listening to the familiar lyrics and voice. Chief Knife's eyes suddenly reddened. It's the flavor. That's the flavor. When the surrounding diners heard the song, they all put down their chopsticks and listened attentively. Wang Ruo and He Ling were also enthralled. After all, there was still a big difference between listening on a cell phone and listening inside reality. As Zhang Fan started singing, the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. Grasping the grass. It's so good, isn't it? It's the best feeling I've ever heard. It feels exactly like the original song. Not true. Why does this man look so familiar? Brothers, he is the original singer Zhang Fan. I just compared it with the footage from The Voice of China. It's exactly the same. Please watch the VCR. Grasping the grass. It's really yay. It's really Zhang Fan. It's too good to be true. The man looked at the live broadcast that was about to break the 100,000 mark, and the corners of his mouth smiled in such a way that Gatling couldn't even suppress it. No way. I'm just looking for someone to sing. How did I even find the original singer? No, we have to get him to sing more later. It's too good an opportunity to pass up. Just as the man was secretly counting, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 100,000. As the last notes of Cyanide rang out, the crowd, steeped in emotion, slowly woke up. The surrounding diners burst into applause. This is not more powerful than the concert. Ah, good to hear. Don't go. One more song. Not enough to listen to. At this time, the live broadcast room was even more lively, with a screen full of pop-ups floating by. Although Zhang Fan is a bit crazy, he's very powerful. That's good. That's good. One more song. Even though I've heard it a million times, it's still different when I hear it live. One more song, please. I'm not feeling well. I feel like ants are crawling. The man nervously walked to Zhang Fan and carefully handed him $1,000. Can you sing another song, old boy? Zhang Fan was just about to voice his refusal when the live broadcast room was swept by General Blade's gift at this time. Thanks to Mr. Knife for the 99 rockets. Thank you, Mr. Blade. May Mr. Blade be a groom night after night. The man looked at the special effects on the screen and his whole body jumped up, shouting at the top of his lungs in excitement. Let him sing another song. Looking at the pop-up from Chief Knife, the man agreed with a fawning face. Chief Knife shook the audience of the live broadcast with this shot. When they saw that Mr. Blade named Zhang Fan to sing another song again, they sent pop-ups to thank Mr. Blade. The man pulled out a bunch of red bills from his pocket and slapped them in Zhang Fan's hand. Man, sing another song and all this money is yours. Originally, Zhang Fan was reluctant to open his mouth, and it was entirely for the face of the two women that he came up to sing. Zhang Fan stood up with a displeased look on his face and shoved the banknote back into the man's hand. I'm sorry, but I'm not short of your money. Zhang Fan's move was seen clearly by the audience in the live broadcast room, who immediately panicked. The live broadcast was filled with pop-ups begging Zhang Fan not to go. Chief Knife also got anxious at the situation, and the rocket swiped again. Cold sweat broke out on the man's head as he watched the rockets coming from Chief Knife Bam's brush. The diners present, seeing that Zhang Fan was about to get up and leave, also stirred up, and they didn't know who shouted first, and everyone followed. Don't go away. One more song. One more song. Have a song. Have a song. The man heard the diners around him shouting loudly, thinking that Zhang Fan would stay and sing another song. Quietly glancing at Zhang Fan, he actually realized that Zhang Fan was actually unmoved. Oh, my god. This guy's got no sense of humor. The man touched the sweat on his head. Why is this day so hot? Seeing that Zhang Fan was about to walk back to his seat, the man's eyes turned and aimed at both He Ling and Wang Ruo. The man panicked and ran to the side of the two women, whispered a few words, and then looked nervously at Zhang Fan. When Zhang Fan was seated, the two women stared at him all the time. Is there something on my face? No, you're very handsome today yo. Hearing He Ling's compliments, Jiang Fan was covered in goosebumps. What do you want, brother? Sing another song, I want to hear it too. Looking at He Ling's pampered appearance, Jiang Fan's heart ached. He Ling's actions reminded him of He Yao, who used to pamper Jiang Fan in the same way. Just as Jiang Fan froze, the shopkeeper also came to the table at some point. Young man, sing another song, and it's free when you come to eat later. Hearing this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. Eating for free, that's awesome. Okay, I'll sing another one. Just one. Yay, Nianai is the best. He Ling looked at Jiang Fan with a face of adoration. Hearing that Jiang Fan had agreed, a burst of applause erupted from the surrounding diners as well. Are you going to sing Twilight? Wang Ruo looked at Jiang Fan expectantly. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, raised his head to look into the distance, picked up the wine on the table, and finished it in one gulp. Sing a new song today, The Fade. Hearing Jiang Fan's reply, the people around him froze. What kind of monster is this? Is writing a song as easy as drinking water when you can't move without pulling out a new song? Wang Ruo and He Ling looked at Jiang Fan dumbfounded. The man in front of them was too strong, right? Before he came out, he had just written a song for He Ling, and less than an hour before and after, he was singing a new song. Brother Wang, do you have a guitar in your car? Ah, yes, I'll get it for you. Old King slowed down from his shock and got up to get his guitar. Kong Fan sat in front of his cell phone, picked up his guitar, tuned it, and opened his mouth, singing a new song today called Fade Away. As soon as these words came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast once again flew up into the sky, grasping the grass. There's no mistaking it. 3 new songs a week. This is too strong. Cyanide and Dusk are already rare songs. The name of the song sounds sad. I've already started recording. As Jiang Fan played his guitar, the diners at the scene quieted down. He Ling got glow sticks from somewhere and handed them out to the crowd. The owner of the restaurant also turned on the lights at the right time, and the atmosphere was instantly drawn out. Chapter 15, 8 Cups of Wine for Sorrow. With the guitar slowly playing, a simple but story-filled intro hovers around the crowd, accompanied only by the guitar. The melody is quite catchy. Just for a moment, one is then drawn to this lonely prelude. The crowd was there with glow sticks, swaying to the beat. The netizens in the live room were also shocked, and the pop-ups never stopped. Listening to the intro, I think it's another good song. It's so strange. It sounds a little sad, but it's mixed with power. There are a billion things. After the prelude ended, Jiang Fan looked towards the swaying glow sticks, slightly closed his eyes, and slowly sang in that raspy voice. When you walk into this pleasure ground, carry all your dreams and thoughts on your back. All colors of face, all colors of makeup. No one remembers what you look like. 3 rounds of drinks later you're in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song. Listening to it get drowned out in the din. You pick up your glass and say to yourself. The lyrics, which were already full of stories, were slowly sung by Jiang Fan's unique and incomparable voice, and everyone felt goosebumps rise. The lyrics hit the crowd right in the gut. Everyone has their own dreams from childhood, and no little kid's dream is to buy a car or a house. As time passes and society evolves, the initial dreams are hidden in the deepest recesses of the heart. In order to live, one has to wear all kinds of masks, while the real self has long been forgotten. Slowly, everyone forgets what they looked like in the beginning, and the crowd that was listening to the song corresponded to the description in the lyrics. Some were all smiles, raising glasses and drinks with friends and family. Some people are so lighted up that they don't have any friends around that they can talk to. Some people hide in corners, trying to hide that they are alone. Some people, that's when the guitars started. The chorus is like a bullet to the true face of the crowd under the mask. 1 cup for the sunrise, 1 cup for the moonlight. Awaken my yearning, tenderize the cold window. And so one can fly against the wind without looking back. Fear not the rain in your heart and the frost under your eyes. 1 for the homeland, 1 for the faraway land. Guard my goodness and urge me to grow, so the road north and south will never be long again. The soul is nowhere. Boom! The moment they heard the chorus, everyone felt the sky tingle. A few short lines of lyrics, accompanied by Jiang Fan's lonesome voice, were like bullets that shot straight into the hearts of the crowd, punching through the sturdy protection in an instant. He could vaguely see his lonely self in the depths. The sunrise awakens yearning, and the moonlight softens the cold windows. The hometown guards the goodness, and the faraway place urges growth. When I was a child, under the care of my mom and dad, I explored the world little by little and was curious about everything. Just as a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, we have also made all kinds of vows at a young age, agonizing over which one to go to Qingbei and fantasizing about flying into the sky. In the cycle of sunrise and moonlight, we also grow up, while despising those who bumble about. He spread his wings and rushed off into the distance. We firmly believed at the time that getting ahead was easy. We are new to the world. bumping our heads, and have wanted to give up time and time again. When I think of my loved ones far away from home, I can only break my teeth and swallow my stomach, choosing to report the good news and not the bad. In front of me is a faraway place, and behind me is my hometown. There is no room for the body in my hometown, and there is no room for the soul in another. That being the case, here's to the sunrise, the moonlight, the hometown, and the faraway land. As long as you're still alive, you'll get out one day. At this time, the audience at the scene were all sitting frozen in place, the glow sticks in their hands raised in midair and forgot to put them down. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single pop-up in the live broadcast room of over 100,000 people. Those who were far away from their hometowns and had been wandering and drifting outside for a long time. After listening to Jung Fan's low singing voice, the silence deep inside their hearts instantly surged up, and their eyes became slightly red. Bang! The sound of wine glasses clashing against the tabletop broke the silence for a moment. Boss, another bottle. The owner, who had slowed down, began to get busy. A pop-up sentence floated in the live feed at this point. Brothers, have a drink with me, followed by an instant explosion of pop-ups. No alcohol, one for company. Drink with me. I'll have one too. Chief Knife's dazzling pop-ups floated to the forefront at this point. The crowd of netizens originally wanted to tease Mr. Blade, but they didn't expect another 99 rounds of rockets to hit them. Grasping the grass. This is the knife always accompany a stick. Ah, my mom, the knife is accompanied by a rocket. Mr. Blade, I'm crying my eyes out. He Ling and Wang Ruo's eyes were slightly red at this point, tears welling up in their eyes. They really didn't expect Jung Fan's new song, which he sang off the top of his head, to have so much energy. Every word and every line of the song is a bullet containing emotion shot into a body that has long been numb. Just when everyone had decided that the song was shocking enough to penetrate the soul, the heart-wrenching guitar sounded again, sadder and lonelier than before. Jung Fan sang softly as if he was telling a story. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past, supporting my body and thickening my shoulders. Though never believed in the so-called mountain high, life's too short to remember. A glass to freedom and a glass to death. Forgive my ordinariness and dispel the confusion, while always scribbling away after dawn. Sober people are the most ridiculous. Sober people are the most ridiculous. When he sang this section, Jung Fan's voice changed from the lonely and lonesome before and was replaced by stubbornness. It's the courage to recognize the truth of life and still love it. That kind of persistence, that kind of stubbornness, as if it were a warm torch in the darkness of the night, illuminating the return of the nightwalkers. Guide us through the darkness to find our own light and become the one who flies against the wind without looking back. Tomorrow supports the body and passes over thick shoulders. Freedom forgives the mundane. Death dispels confusion. And at this moment, both the crowd at the scene and the netizens in the live broadcast room were frozen like clay, the movements in their hands as if they were frozen. The song is so relevant to life and sings to the deepest feelings of the crowd. Each lyric sings of those who live ordinary lives. When you enter the society, one blow after another frustration makes you have to wake up and face this cruel world. The underdog teaches you once and for all how you can stand in this worldly society. Sunrise, moonlight, hometown, far away, tomorrow, passing, freedom, death. These 8 glasses of wine speak of the dreams of the heart, the distant homeland, the expectations of parents. One glass is stronger and more bitter than the other, and one hits the heart more directly than the other. And with these 8 glasses of wine, we toast our ordinary lives. Chapter 16, The Ninth Cup. To myself, looking at Jung Fan whose eyes were slightly closed on the stage, He Ling covered her chest, her own heart aching again. The lone figure under the spotlight was so forlorn. Sister, you've met a good man. He Ling could clearly feel the deep longing for her sister in Jung Fan's body. What had Jung Fan gone through in the years that his sister had been gone? Wang Ruo, who was on the side, looked at Jung Fan with empty eyes, and 2 lines of hot tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Jung Fan, who was on the stage, took a deep breath to ease his emotions. I'm done singing, and at this point, the crowd around them lowered their heads and sat motionless in a daze, completely immersed in Jung Fan's song, slow to come to their senses. Hearing Jung Fan's voice, the surrounding crowd gradually came to their senses. An older brother picked up a bottle of wine from the table and dazzled it down in one gulp. I was already in a bad mood today, but now I'm even worse. The owner of the restaurant also slowed down at this point and led the applause. The boss's applause rang out as if it had triggered a chain reaction, and everyone around him came to their senses and applauded. Yes, what a bold beer to sing. Dude sings so well. Boss, another case of beer. Come on, big guy, let's go. Dude, one more song. Yeah, one more. Just as the crowd looked at the table where Jung Fan was, they realized that the seat was empty. At some point, the group of 4 had quietly left. Hey, where is everybody? I don't know. Just now, listening too hard to pay attention. What's this brother's name? Jung Fan, the owner of the restaurant on the side, looking at the distant background, spoke faintly. The live broadcast room exploded at this point. A horse with 5 flowers and 1,000 furs of gold. I'm going to exchange my son for a fine wine, and I'm going to share the sorrows of the ages with you. I'm dropping my mom. Is this a song I can hear without paying for it? How to feel not as bad as the internet says. Dude is so talented, right? It's time to go wild. Indeed. I'm looking forward to Kangfan's concert. Luckily, I videotaped it. Ha ha ha. Brother, send me a copy. The chief blade in front of the screen was crying uncontrollably at this point. Jungfan's singing couldn't have been better. It sang to his heart. It's been a long time since I've heard a song so true to life. Blade, what's the name of this song? The Fade. The little sister sitting on Blade's left leg and wearing black silk asked. And sitting on the right side, is also a little girl in black silk. The 4 of them exited the restaurant and got in the car and made their way back. The car was traveling in the dark, and the only sound was the engine working. Heling and Wang Ruo had wanted to open their mouths several times, but the words reached their mouths but they both held back, not knowing where to start. After returning home, Jungfan first painfully took a hot shower, poured himself a glass of wine, and sat somewhat tiredly on the small sofa on the balcony, his eyes looking out the window listlessly. After these few days of running around, Jungfan gradually thought clearly. The song Fading Away just now was not only sung to others, but also to myself. Raising his glass, he clinked it with his reflection on the glass and then drank it down. The 8 cups of wine and the sorrows are a toast to all but yourself. An adult's safe haven is always himself. No one will ask you if you worked hard or if you were tired, but someone will ask you how much money you made. That's the way life is. People only look at the results. No one cares about the process you go through alone. No one can go back in time, but anyone can start over. Only you can bite the bullet and carry on, and all will be well. If you bloom, butterflies will come. Thinking about this, Jungfan felt a lot more relaxed, and that's when the cell phone ding-donged and rang. Tap it. It's a text message from Wang Ruo. Jungfan, I know you have many stories hidden inside you. If you want to tell them someday, feel free to find me. At the same time, I sincerely invite you to come to Starfire, and we'll work hand in hand in the future. Looking at the text message from Wang Tianho, Jungfan rubbed his eyes. Is this from Queen Wang? Last time, they just said they'd let me sign Starfire, but they didn't say they'd work together. Working with a diva. That was really something that Jungfan couldn't even think about. This has to be thought about. Just as Jungfan was contemplating, his cell phone rang again. It was a text message from Heling. Brother Jungfan, you sing so beautifully today. I haven't heard you sing for a long time. Go for it. Looking at the text message from Heling, Jungfan smiled slightly. Since her sister Heyao left, her sister Heling could help herself quite a bit. Aha. You too. Looking at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. Jungfan turned off his cell phone and lay down on the bed to sleep. Jungfan, who was sleeping, was completely unaware of how much discussion his song Fading Sorrows had sparked. With the release of the live video, the song became an instant hit. Even a good portion of Su Koan and Meng Mei's fans were enamored by the song. The online public opinion of Jungfan had also changed dramatically. Jungfan is quite talented. I'm going to the concert. With this kind of strength, Meng Cho can also touch the porcelain? I heard this song in the middle of the night and it kept me up all night. It's so good. I'm looking forward to the finalists of The Voice of China. Crazy has its own capital. I'm with Jungfan. The next day, Jungfan was woken up by a phone call. Heling called. Brother, your song Fading Sorrows is on the Hot 100. Jungfan, who had been woken up, was so sleepy at the moment that he didn't care to listen to Heling. After a couple of responses, he went back to sleep. It didn't take long for the phone to ring again. This time it's Wang Ruo. What did you think about what I told you yesterday? Queen Wang Tian's usual icy cold voice came out, causing Jungfan to wake up. It just sounds like the Queen of Heaven is looking forward to it. Clearing his throat, he tried to act sober, then said, I'm gonna wait till I get the title. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. You go to sleep and wake up. Hanging up the phone, Jungfan continued to sleep. Something doesn't seem right. He had clearly pretended to be sober when he spoke, so how could the diva still hear him? Being woken up one after another, Jungfan also lost his sleepiness. I don't believe it. There are still people calling me. Just as Jungfan had finished speaking, the phone rang again. The one who called this time was Lin Yi. Elder brother Jiang, you're on fire again. I'm a bit envious of you. 3 new songs in a week. Only you could do that. Jungfan was a little embarrassed by the compliment. It's all just luck. The song you wrote for me and my sister-in-law. We're getting ready to release it in the next few days. The most dazzling of all? When I think of the past life, this song can be said to be on fire all over the country. From 70 to 80 years old women, down to a few years old children, all can hum a few lines. Zhang Fan was kind of looking forward to the effect of the song after it was released. Chapter 17, The Finalists Tournament begins. With the rise in popularity of Fading Sorrows, the discussion of Zhang Fan on the internet has increased a lot. Whenever there was a video or topic about Zhang Fan, the traffic was dozens of times more than before. A bunch of small bloggers seized the opportunity to frantically second-guess Zhang Fan's songs, keeping his heat level high. One of the most discussed things was the bet between Zhang Fan and Meng Mei. As of now, what can Meng Mei compare to Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan may be the hype. Quickly into the band goods it. Sit back and wait for tonight's The Voice of China, where Dusk is said to seal the deal. Due to the rising heat of Zhang Fan, it has also brought the attention of the program, The Voice of China, to an all-time high. It's already surpassing the attention it got in previous years at the finals. The music talent shows that started around the same time on the sister stations are all getting mediocre responses at this point. Director Liu, this installment was well run, at a good level. Congratulations to Director Liu, the program is really good. Have you been invited to the Spring Festival Gala? Director Liu, when to come to give us guidance? Looking forward to you, Comet. Brother TV station directors have called Director Liu, ostensibly praising him, but actually sneering. In contrast, Director Liu didn't care at all. Watching the heat of The Voice of China crush the programs of its peers, Director Liu was overjoyed. This competition is all thanks to Zhang Fan. This kid is really going to surprise people. As the saying goes, some are happy and some are sad. At this moment, Meng Mei's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. Originally, I thought that after the trailer was released, the netizens would be brought up to speed and blacken Zhang Fan all over the net. I really didn't expect to come up with another original song, and with it, turn the tide of online popularity. Sister Meng, don't be angry, he must have copied the lyrics. I've checked him out, he's just a small, unimpressive singer. When the finalists are released, Zhang Fan will definitely lose his reputation. Looking at the pleasing Su Cohen, Meng Mei nodded slightly. I'm sure I'm going to stomp him hard. What's to compare me to? Out of your depth. Su Cohen had the good sense to stand up, come behind Meng Mei, and squeeze Meng Mei's shoulders. Zhang Fan slept until noon, feeling refreshed, and got up for a nice lunch. Dum 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 dum. Open the door. It's He Ling coming. Brother, give me instructions for the song. It's the same Love You song you wrote for me earlier. And the diva said something about it didn't quite fit. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't immediately agree, He Ling stepped forward, hugged Zhang Fan's arm, and pouted. Good brother. You're the best brother. You're sure to say yes, aren't you? Zhang Fan felt the warmth coming from his arm and was in a trance for a moment. Once upon a time, He Yao had hugged her arm like this and pampered herself. Okay, I promise. Yay! I knew my brother would say yes. As a token of appreciation, I'll buy you a big dinner tonight. After simply packing up his things, Zhang Fan went to old Wang's recording studio with He Ling. Wang Tianho was sitting on the sofa, wearing a professional outfit and looking very competent. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, wondering what he had seen that was so funny. Old Wang saw the two and greeted them, pointing to the recording studio next to Queen Wang Tian. Zhang Fan was about to call out to Wang Tianho when He Ling stopped him and signaled him to quietly walk over. Zhang Fan was also playful at this time, and the two of them quietly came behind the Queen of Heaven. I didn't realize that the diva was watching a short video about Kong Fan. The diva, who was watching intently, was shaken by He Ling. When he was about to turn around and lash out, he saw Zhang Fan next to him and panicked and hit his cell phone. You dead ninny, how dare you scare me? Deduct your paycheck for the month. Originally was laughing happily, He Ling instantly put away her smile and turned into a no hee hee. Brother, look at her. He Ling pouted and complained towards Zhang Fan. Alright, let's get down to business. Hearing this, Zhang Fan spoke out to make peace. He Ling spat out her tongue at Zhang Fan, and then spoke about the comments made by the diva. The three discussed the details of the song all afternoon. Ouch! Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo looked at He Ling, who had suddenly spoken out, with puzzled faces, not knowing what had happened. The finalists of The Voice of China are going to start. Hearing He Ling's words, Wang Ruo also became interested and pulled He Ling to the hall outside, turning on the TV and preparing to watch the program. Before the two are very curious to ask Zhang Fan competition. Contrast, Zhang Fan keep his mouth shut, to sign a confidentiality agreement as a reason for refusing to disclose. For this finalist tournament, Wang Ruo was probably aware of what was happening. It seemed to be a bit different from the trailer. At 8 p.m., The Voice of China finalists kicked off. As the host finished introducing the Golden Father, the program officially began. He Ling and Wang Ruo started a discussion about the contestants, and Wang Ruo was very serious about giving He Ling all kinds of tips. Chest should be used here. Listen, there's something wrong with the transcription in this place. The man handles it nice and clean. You can learn from that. He Ling listened to the diva's explanation and nodded from time to time. Inwardly, he was admiring the diva's expertise, and many questions in his mind were answered. Soon, it was time for Su Kuan to take the stage. Seeing Lao Shui give Su Kuan a score of 59, both of them couldn't help it and laughed out loud. At this level, who will be eliminated if not you? This old Shui is quite honest. Ha ha. Indeed, old Shui is very much in love with talent. The two women were talking and laughing. It wasn't long before it was time for Zhang Fan to make his appearance. The two women immediately put down their snacks and sat upright, and old Wang moved his chair to sit next to him. When the prelude to Dusk played, both women coincidentally closed their eyes as an unspeakable sadness filled their hearts. As Zhang Fan sang, the two women gradually got caught up in their emotions, not even realizing the end of the finale. Brother, it's so good. Zhang Fan, you're really great. This song gave me a big surprise. I'll go get you guys some water to drink. Old Wang, who was on the sidelines, stood up and quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes without moving. Just as the two women were gabbing about Dusk, Senior Shui began her critique. Well, let me wipe my eyes. The phrase wipe your tears first made the two women laugh. Old Shui has quite a sense of humor. The critique was also very professional and fundamentally sound. After Lao Shui and Demao finished their reviews, Meng Mei took the microphone and started her review. It was only Meng Mei's next statement that Zhang Fan had never heard before. For a moment, Zhang Fan felt that he had misremembered. Chapter 18, Refusal to Sign with Sky Entertainment. Meng Mei in the video. A serious review. Not the slightest bit of the scene when the color of mockery. Even the previous mockery of Zhang Fan's footage is gone. Right after Meng Mei said a few words about the shortcomings of Dusk, the scene suddenly shifted to Zhang Fan disliking Meng Mei back. Zhang Fan rubbed his eyes, thinking he had blurred his vision. That's not what Meng Mei said at the time. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan in the video was aggressive, and without giving Meng Mei the slightest chance to open her mouth, he began to make a bet with Meng Mei. How come this one doesn't feel quite the same? Zhang Fan scratched his head and spoke out in confusion. It's true that it's not the same as what I've heard either. This should have been edited. Wang Ruo said with a frown. Ha, is the show so disgusting? All treating everyone like they're cuties. The video can be edited, but what about the audience? They can all see it. He Ling looked at Wang Ruo with a surprised expression. Most of the audience that was there should have been bought off. Even the ones that weren't bribed were muted. Wang Ruo took out his cell phone and explained as he dialed the number. He Ling froze in place. This was just beyond her imagination. Is the power of capital so terrifying? Not only do they arbitrarily modify the program's images, even public opinion is firmly controlled by them, and ordinary people don't even have a chance to raise their voices. What's the difference between that and being buried alive? Zhang Fan leaned back in his chair. The surface was calm, but inside he was already in shock. In his previous life, he had only heard about the means of capital, and he did not expect that he had just come to this world, and was hit in the head by capital. It seems that if one doesn't want to become a puppet in the future, then one must strive to become capitalized. Only if you are strong enough to sit down and talk. Just as Zhang Fan and He Ling froze, the call from Wang Ruo's side connected. Hey, old Shui, diva, I know what you're going to ask, and I can't tell you. Someone called me before the show aired. Wang Ruo's face clouded over as he listened to old Shui's bitter voice. The other party was not small. After a moment's pause, old Shui said as if he had made up his mind. All I can say is that the program that aired was not the same as when it was live, and someone messed with Zhang Fan. Okay, old Shui, the day you can't stay in Hemi anymore, you're always welcome to come to Starfire. Wang Ruo, who hung up the phone, thought carefully and seemed to have an answer in his mind. There aren't many people who can make old Shui jealous. Ding, ding, ding. It was Zhang Fan's cell phone ringing. Zhang Fan, did you offend someone? I just asked a friend to inquire. The other party's background is too deep. Don't participate in that program for now. Hearing Ling Yi's fiery tone, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Brother Lin, thank you. Don't worry too much. I'll take care of myself in this matter. Zhang Fan, who hung up the phone, secretly said in his heart. In the future, he should do his best to help Brother Lin more. There are really not many brothers like this. Looking at Wang Ruo who was on the phone in front of him, Zhang Fan's heart warmed. This Wang Tianho, people are still quite good, which has been rumored by outsiders so evil. Ding, ding, ding. Zhang Fan's cell phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Fan pressed the connect button. A man's voice came from the phone, very somber and uncomfortable to listen to. Is it Zhang Fan? I'm the old president of Sky Entertainment, Li Gang. Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Fan realized that the person coming should be the boss behind the curtain. I'm Zhang Fan, go ahead. Listening to Zhang Fan's unassuming reply, Li Gang also became interested. Sure is a prick, but but one likes to be prickly and have a sense of accomplishment. To be able to become the boss of Sky Entertainment, Li Gang was not a simple-minded person. Businessmen are concerned about profit, and they are not interested in profit. Back in the auditions, he had taken a liking to Zhang Fan and felt that there was a lot of money to be made on him. Later, when Meng Mei found herself and said she wanted to fix Zhang Fan, Li Gang agreed without much hesitation. After all, only after seeing their own means will they willingly fall into their own money-making tools. For Zhang Fan, Li Gang is full of confidence. An unknown singer, after seeing the power of capital, either obey capital, become a puppet of capital. It's either that or snowball to death. For this move, Li Gang was really too familiar with it, and also had absolute certainty of pinning down Zhang Fan. Meng Mei is a person from Sky Entertainment and my subordinate, so if I say so, you understand. Li Gang skillfully flicked the ashes off his cigarette, his tone extremely arrogant. So what? Zhang Fan's sentence really thundered Li Gang, and he was choked up at once. After a while, Li Gang finally slowed down and his face became very ugly. Do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending to understand? I really don't quite understand. Please explain. Mr. Li, oh boy, I see you're talented and want to sign you. You've seen the finalists, haven't you? Is it different from when you were live? There's no need to be surprised. It's just one of my little tricks. Sign with amusement, and your path will be straight and smooth. And what if I don't sign? Li Gang wanted to laugh at Zhang Fan's anger. Another unbelieving prick. Not signing? Oh, you can inquire about the previous Guosu. You'll make a wise choice. Guosu! He Ling, who was on the side, shouted out in excitement when she heard the man's words and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Guosu participated in The Voice of China 2 years ago and also won the championship that year. Then I don't know what happened, but I haven't heard anything, and I'm told that I've offended some people. I was particularly appreciative of Guosu, especially talented. Lyrics and music are great. Give him some time. Certainly can become a first-class singer. I really didn't expect it, but I actually offended the boss of Sky Entertainment. No wonder I haven't heard anything since then. He Ling stood aside and murmured in a small voice. Li Gang saw that Zhang Fan didn't reply for a long time and thought that he was scared by himself. But it doesn't matter. You're more talented than Guosu. As long as you're willing to sign, you're guaranteed to become the hottest singer in China. Just as Zhang Fan was about to open his mouth, Wang Ruo snatched the cell phone over. Zhang Fan has already signed with Starfire, so just die. You're Wang Ruo? So what? Hey well, you Wang Ruo, you really think you can do it? Do you really think that just because you started a company, you're my equal? Wait for me, all of you. Li Gang was furious and slammed his cell phone on the ground. Watching the cooked duck fly. Play with me? With you Wang Ruo? Oh, things are getting interesting. Then let me show you how many eyes the Horse King has. Chapter 19 Zhang Fan's Dilemma. I'll wait. Wang Ruo hung up the phone viciously before smiling and handing the phone to Zhang Fan. You don't mind if I turn down amusement for you, do you? Don't mind. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth twitched a few times and he forced himself to say. He Ling, who was standing aside, suddenly thought of something and jumped up from her chair in one go. Brother Zhang Fan, when did you sign up for Starfire? I asked you the other day and you haven't yet? Zhang Fan leaned on the sofa, his eyes looking helplessly at the ceiling. Just forced to sign. Just as He Ling was about to continue to ask questions, old Wang, who hadn't said anything, stood up and looked at Zhang Fan with a worried face. This Li Gang is notorious for his flawed canthus. It's troublesome to offend him. Let's just discuss what to do. Yeah, what are we going to do? He Ling also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time and looked anxiously at the crowd. Whatever, it's already offended. So don't think about it. Don't let tomorrow's bad things get in the way of today's good things. Zhang Fan picked up the coffee on the table and leisurely sipped it, unable to see a trace of panic. Hearing old Wang's concern, Wang Ruo's expression also became tense, inwardly complaining that she shouldn't have made the decision for Zhang Fan. The current Li Gang can be said to be the existence of the entertainment industry offend him. Zhang Fan in the future the road is very difficult to go. He himself had witnessed the fall of too many geniuses along the way. He himself didn't know what to think at that time, and ghostly snatched Zhang Fan's phone over. Although it was ostensibly for Zhang Fan's good, and he couldn't bear to see Zhang Fan go into the tiger's mouth. There was also selfishness. Fearing that Zhang Fan would not come to Starfire, there was no room for further contact. Li Gang's energy is beyond our imagination, but don't be afraid. I'm not a vegetarian, and I'll do my best to try and help you. Wang Ruo clenched his fists and said firmly, if there's anything I can do to help, just ask. He Ling also said with a firm face. Me too. Old Wang, who was on the side, also spoke out. Geez, you guys, there's really no need to go to all that trouble. I'll do it myself. Looking at the gazes of the three, Zhang Fan hadn't experienced the feeling of being cared for in a long time. and for a moment he choked up. Alright, don't be touched, it's just a show of hands. That's right, there's nothing that can't be solved with the diva around. Say thank you to Queen Wang Tian. On the sidelines, He Ling snickered. Thank you, Queen Wang Tian. Looking at Jiang Fan's sincere expression, Wang Ruo couldn't help but laugh. It's late, everyone go back to rest. Jiang Fan, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't worry, it's a small thing, it's not a problem. Although Jiang Fan said that he didn't care on his lips, he couldn't calm down inside for a long time. He was genuinely surprised that Capital had such an ugly mouth and would do anything to achieve its goals. Too many talented people with dreams and aspirations are suppressed by Capital and are not allowed to show their talents. Brother Jiang Fan, don't worry too much. Without turning back, Jiang Fan waved his hand and left. When he returned home, after a simple wash, Jiang Fan collapsed on his bed and entered dreamland. It's happened and it's out of your hands. So instead of being anxious and upset, you should get some sleep. There was no talk all night. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Fan woke up on time. Picking up a cell phone on the side showed multiple software push messages. When I unlocked my phone, I found that it was a message pushed by Station 13, a certain voice, and a scarf. Jiang Fan quickly scanned through them, and surprisingly, they were all related to himself. He's on fire himself, only this time he's being called out for being on fire. Sky Entertainment's energy is really very powerful, even in one night, so that the major platforms, coincidentally, a large number of similar content of the video, the spearhead of which are pointing at their own. It's really scary as hell. He had just crossed over to this world, and he hadn't even begun to show his strength before he was targeted like this. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan gave a helpless bitter smile, and then he wanted to see how the major platforms were smearing their own people. When I opened Station 13, the first thing that caught my eye was a publicity page that took up most of the homepage, on which large bright red letters read, "Dark Horse contestant Jiang Fan is morally corrupt. He openly insulted his mentor on the way to the competition." The bottom of the homepage shows two videos that are very hot. Video 1 is titled, "A Video That Takes You Through the Events Leading Up to the Kong Fan Incident." Video 2 is titled, "An In-Depth Analysis of the Motivation Behind Contestant Jiang Fan." Looking at the video title alone, it seemed to be analyzing things from an objective and fair perspective, but Jiang Fan didn't think so. After clicking on the video and watching for a while, it was fortunate that Jiang Fan was mentally strong, otherwise he would have broken his defense. The video tells the story of Jiang Fan, a man who has been neglected by his family since childhood, bullied by his classmates at school, and entered society with a dark heart. The blogger's speech can be said to be very clear, from time to time to show the Jiang Fan childhood objects, can be said to be justified. That tone, as if he is watching Jiang Fan grew up in general, the video authenticity directly pull full. At the end of the video, the blogger called on all netizens to look at what Jiang Fan did rationally, and that Jiang Fan is also a poor man. Jiang Fan was directly exasperated and laughed. He himself didn't know that he had such a rich experience. This blogger can be a moralist, but lies and is full of. Those videos that were uploaded overnight on Station 13 were full of nonsense and not a word of truth. It seems to be analyzing objectively and rationally, but it is actually stealing concepts and leading netizens to denounce Jiang Fan. And most of the comments below the video were trolling and even abusing Jiang Fan. Although Jiang Fan's life is very pitiful, it's not a reason for you to contradict your mentor. Meng Mei, I think it's the lack of family education. This kind of unqualified and unethical singer should be banned. I think I'm too talented, but nowadays people are too impatient and not down to earth at all. What about the program? This kind of contestant can still advance? How much money did they receive? Support MS. Meng Mei. Blocked Jiang Fan. Plus 99. Jiang Fan took another look at a certain sound and scarf, and the situation was also very bad. Under deliberate guidance, the entire internet was vocalizing Jiang Fan. In the comments, Jiang Fan could occasionally see a few questioning voices, but they were quickly drowned out. Jiang Fan leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, his face very ugly. He was just about to make a name for himself with the help of the Voice of China, but he didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. Sometimes too much talent is not good. Would show in the forest wind will destroy. With the strength of Sky Entertainment, Starfire is simply not enough, and Wang Ruo is afraid that there is nothing he can do. This kind of thing, amusement has done a lot of things before, and has long been familiar with it. The power of capital is really scary. What should I do with myself? Do you just give in, or retire to the background to write lyrics? Jiang Fan silently calculated in his mind. It's not nice to have your fate in the hands of others. No, he had promised He Yao. He couldn't give up so easily. Even if there's still a chance, you have to try. Chapter 20 Adaptation of Under the Sea. While Jiang Fan was in a daze, he received a call from He Ling, telling him to come to Old Wang's recording studio as soon as possible, and that Wang Tianho was waiting for him. Arriving at the recording studio, Jiang Fan saw the three sitting silently in their chairs, the atmosphere a bit depressing. Seeing Jiang Fan arrive, He Ling squeezed out a smile at him. Brother Jiang Fan, do you know everything? I know, and I've watched a couple videos. You guys don't know. Those bloggers are so vocal and reasonable. If I hadn't grown up in an orphanage, I'd almost believe them. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, He Ling and Wang Ruo were amused and the atmosphere became pleasant. Jiang Fan, you have a good heart. It's all like this and you still have the heart to joke around. Jiang Fan patted his clothes and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. If I don't laugh, do I have to cry? It's because things are the way they are that it's all the more important to be optimistic. If I don't become a singer, I can't starve at any job. You're pretty optimistic then, huh? That's not true. Saying that, Jiang Fan looked up at He Ling, who was skimming her small mouth with a disappointed expression. Nope. Taking another closer look, he suddenly realized that He Ling's dark circles under her eyes were very obvious. Obviously she had stayed up late yesterday. Then he looked at Wang Ruo, who also had the same dark circles under his eyes. Strange? Can't it be that they both stayed up late last night because of themselves? You two stay up late last night? Humph. You can still see that. Ha, last night Queen Wang Tian didn't sleep all night for your sake. Of course, I haven't slept either. Hearing this, a warm current surged through Jiang Fan's heart. Jiang Fan, I was too capricious to help you reject Sky Entertainment and bring you so much trouble. Looking at Wang Ruo who was blaming herself, Jiang Fan's heart trembled. It's okay, I'll turn it down if you don't do it for me. I don't care to be in their company. Hearing this, Wang Ruo looked up at Jiang Fan, only to find Jiang Fan looking at himself with a smiling face. I already had the company's PR department working overtime last night to minimize the impact, but the effect is very bad. The other party's energy is too big. Those platforms don't dare to cooperate with Starfire at all. Wang Ruo explained in a hoarse voice. Just then, Wang Ruo's cell phone rang. Wang Ruo looked at the cell phone screen. His face turned very ugly, his brows furrowed, and he got up and went outside. He Ling, thank you. What are you thanking me for? It's all family. Hearing this, Jiang Fan stopped talking and took out his cell phone in preparation to find out the latest situation. Suddenly interest was drawn to a help-wanted video. Provide your own lyrics and ask professional singers to help you compose and sing. Don't come if you cheat on the lyrics. These days, there are still people who come up with lyrics and get singers to compose and sing them. Jiang Fan sighed after reading the title. It's normal. Some people listen to a few songs and think they can write gold and fantasize about being an overnight success. But with no music theory at all, I had to just take my chances online. Ooh, so that's kinda funny. Jiang Fan stroked his chin and thought, brother, don't compose music for just anyone on the internet. Beware of being scammed. There are a lot of these things. Fearing that Jiang Fan would be deceived, He Ling hurriedly voiced a reminder. Okay, thanks for the reminder sister. Jiang Fan, although his mouth promised quite well, but has clicked on the video. He wanted to see what kind of lyrics, so that the video blogger main demand must be a professional singer. There is only one picture in the video with a few lyrics written on it. Scattered moonlight through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, laying into the scales of the sea. The waves wet your white dress and try to push you back. Seeing the lyrics, Jiang Fan froze. Aren't those the lyrics from a durian version of Under the Sea? A durian version of the Bottom of the Sea song style melancholy, sad mood, lyrics sad heartbreaking, full of powerlessness. Want to do something but cannot do anything, only deep despair. In his previous life, when Jiang Fan suffered from depression, he especially liked the song Under the Sea sung by a durian. When it's late at night, a person puts on headphones and listens quietly, for the powerlessness and despair expressed in the lyrics. Jiang Fan empathizes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan opened the chat box on the opposite side of the room and sent a message over to the other party. Hello, I'm Jiang Fan, I can compose a song for you. The other side replied quickly. You're the Jiang Fan who's been making a lot of noise on the internet. It is I, who do not change my name when I walk, and I do not change my name when I sit. How do you prove you're Jiang Fan? Hey, it's fun, proving myself to be me. Jiang Fan was amused. How do you want me to prove it? This time the other party was silent for several minutes before replying to the message. Let's link up. You sing Twilight. Looking at the voice invitation from the other party, Jiang Fan chose to connect without hesitation. As the call was answered, Jiang Fan greeted him. Hello, can you hear me? It took half a minute before a weak female voice came from across the room. I can hear you. You sing. Jiang Fan didn't think much of it and began to sing. He Ling, who was on the side, then heard Jiang Fan talking to the other girls on the phone, then came behind Jiang Fan with a suspicious whisper. As Jiang Fan finished singing a song called Dusk, the other party said excitedly, wow, you're really Jiang Fan, yeah, you sing so well. I'll send you the lyrics right away. Please make sure you compose the music well. The other party hung up and quickly sent a document over. Zhang Fan opened the file and scanned it, and found that it was exactly the same as the lyrics of a durian version of Under the Sea in his previous life. Hi, can I change the lyrics a little bit? Yes, you're free to play. I trust you. Happy. After seeing the other party's affirmative reply, Zhang Fan was relieved to change the lyrics. The lyrics, so sad. He Ling, who was standing behind Zhang Fan, suddenly spoke. This startled the concentrated Zhang Fan, who almost jumped up, realizing that she had disturbed Zhang Fan. He Ling hurriedly apologized and came outside the room. The lyrics of that song are really sad. It's hard just to look at them. What are you talking about? What sadness? Where's Zhang Fan run? Wang Ruo came back from the phone call and asked when he saw He Ling. He Ling told Wang Ruo exactly what had just happened. This Zhang Fan, at this time of the day, he still has the heart to help netizens compose music. I was up all night begging my grandpa and grandma about him, and he's fine. What a waste of my good intentions. Wang Ruo cursed with a puff of air. Looking at the furious Queen Wang Tian, He Ling carefully stood aside, not daring to utter a single breath. Just then, the sound of Zhang Fan's song came from inside the room. Chapter 21, Sinking into the Sea, Embracing the Bottom. Wang Ruo, who was furious, was about to rush in to find Zhang Fan to theorize when Zhang Fan's singing voice came from inside. Scattered moonlight, through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, laid into the scales of the sea. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's ethereal and endlessly sorrowful singing voice, Wang Ruofei felt a sudden tremor in her body and froze in place. With just 2 lines of clear singing, Wang Ruo felt as if his heart, as if he had been struck by something, his raised hand hanging in mid-air, and even his breathing became heavy. Zhang Fan quickly changed the lyrics in music, tried to sing 2 lines, and felt good, so he wanted He Ling to help record it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Ruo holding up his right hand and froze in the doorway. Diva, what are you doing? Cos fortune teller? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Wang Ruo, who had slowed down, didn't pick up on Zhang Fan's words and instead asked Zhang Fan, what song did you just sing? The lyrics were provided by a friend of mine, and I've just finished the music and changed the lyrics a little bit, so check it out. With that, Zhang Fan handed the old and new lyrics in his hand to Wang Ruo. He Ling, who had slowed down, also walked next to Wang Ruo and looked at the lyric sheet. Just now, Zhang Fan's 2 lines of clear singing had really shocked her. She had read the lyrics, but she didn't expect Zhang Fan to sing them so well that they immediately grabbed her attention. After reading the lyrics, Wang Ruo looked at Zhang Fan like he was a monster. The original lyrics as a whole present a feeling that it doesn't matter even if you fall into the abyss, a feeling of unspeakable sadness and despair. After Zhang Fan's skillful adaptation, the lyrics seemed to be transformed, less decadent and sad, replaced by an attitude of not admitting defeat, even if there is still a glimmer of hope. You have to try. Did you really change this in 10 minutes? Wang Ruo was filled with incredulity. Zhang Fan shrugged and said, yeah, ask He Ling if you don't believe me. Wang Ruo took a deep breath. This was too outrageous. A genius is indeed a genius, and he cannot be viewed by the standards of a normal person's mind. It's just a shame that genius can't stop the ravages of capital. Sighing, Wang Ruo lamented, I believe in you, and with your ability, in time, you can make a run at that tournament. Just now, looking at the worried Wang Ruo, Zhang Fan did not answer and quietly listened. I just learned that Sky Entertainment has gone to great lengths to block you this time, and is currently increasing their efforts to block you in every way possible. Ha ha, I'm kinda important then. Worth all this fuss from Sky Entertainment. Looking at the worried Wang Ru, Zhang Fan comforted him. Even if I get shut down, I'll just write lyrics. Come on, listen to the song I just changed. After arriving at the recording studio, Zhang Fan picked up a guitar and started playing. A few simple notes create a sad, silent atmosphere, as if in endless despair. All of a sudden, Wang Ruo and He Ling were brought into the mood. Scattered moonlight, through the clouds, hide from the crowd, laying into the scales of the sea. In just 2 short lines, the lyrics bring a scene to life. A cool moon in the darkness of the night, hanging over a deep, dark sea of miserable moonlight spilled onto the sea through the gaps between the dark clouds. At this time, Zhang Fan leaned lightly on the chair, his eyes slightly closed, and the sound of the guitar was even sadder than just now. Then, Zhang Fan's ethereal and seemingly lonely, sad and incomparable voice sounded once again. The waves wet your white dress and try to rush you back. The waves sing lullabies, delusions of grandeur warm you. Listen to the depths of the sea, whose wail is guiding. The soul is lost in the silence. No one will wake you up. Hearing this song filled with endless sorrow, Wang Ruo felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a needle. Once again feeling breathless, and his entire body froze in place as if petrified. An image unconsciously surfaced in Wang Ruo's mind. On a large seashore, not a single light or sound around, just endless darkness. A woman in a white dress with black hair draped over her head. Her eyes were empty, and there was no color in them. Bare feet, stepping on top of the gravel. Sharp stones cut through the girl's paws, leaving a splash of blood, but the girl was unresponsive as she took one step towards the deep sea. The sea rolled up in a wave that kept lapping at the girl, trying to push her back to shore. The incoming seawater washed the blood from the rubble as if nothing had happened. A loud wail came from the sea in the distance, trying to wake the girl up, but no matter what, nothing could stop the girl from moving forward. And ahead of her was the desperate, sunless bottom of the ocean. Wang Ruo tried to pull the girl, but his hand passed through the girl's body, and he watched as the seawater swallowed the girl a little bit. Don't! Wang Ruo let out a heartbreaking cry inside, but the girl's figure still disappeared into the seawater. 2 lines of hot tears slowly fell down Wang Ruo's cheeks and gradually cooled. Just then, the guitar tones suddenly picked up the tempo, and Zhang Fan's voice became low and hoarse, as if pouring out in his ears, singing softly, you like the salty scent of the sea breeze, treading on wet gravel. You said people's place should be back in the ocean. You asked me where thoughts would go. There is no love for you. Can the world cease? Zhang Fan's singing voice was like Sanskrit, like a Buddha ferrying all beings, turning into a bit of starlight and landing in the girl's world. In an instant, the sky became bright, and in his ears came the sound of waves lapping at the reef, but the girl was still missing, always pulling a smile on a cool person. People on the shore have nothing to do with it. A fleeting moment on earth. Everything disperses into smoke. On the shore stood a group of people of all shapes and sizes, who watched the girl walk into the sea as if it were a rare event, and no one came forward to discourage her. They were talking and laughing and recording the whole thing on their cell phones, not caring in the least why the girl did it. This, then, is the indifference of the world? Perhaps that's why the girl was determined to go to the sea. The sea will embrace the girl, will wash away all the filth, and is the only place for her to stay. Take a leap of faith and embrace the ocean floor. There's nothing on this earth that's worth keeping. What is the meaning of human life? Living. It's exhausting. Death, that's the final destination. Wang Ruo was in tears at this moment, and her mouth murmured, "Don't. There's still hope. Is it the end of that girl? To sink to the bottom of the sea and say goodbye to this ridiculous world?" Chapter 22, Fishing at the Bottom of the Sea. After a short silence, Zhang Fan sang again. This time the emotion was no longer repressed and the voice became very powerful. "It's too late. It's too late. You used to laugh and cry. It's too late. It's too late to sing to you too." Zhang Fan's song carries the power to break through the haze. Obviously too late, but Wang Ruo seems to hear in time. As long as I live, everything may be in time. Spring rains, summer cicadas. Tomorrow is a good day. Autumn winds rise, snowflakes are light. Seasons invisible at the bottom of the sea. After the song, Wang Ruo saw the girl, standing on the shore. Her white dress was blown up by the sea breeze, and the little white shoes on her feet were bright and dazzling. The girl waved at Wang Ruo and shouted, "It's not too late, all in time." After a long time, Wang Ruo finally slowed down and touched his face, only to realize that his cheeks had long been wet with tears. On the side, He Ling hadn't slowed down yet, her face similarly covered in teardrops, her expression seemingly smiling. Zhang Fan took advantage of the fact that the two were in a daze and went to the computer, sending the recorded audio to the previous netizen. "The song has been recorded, listen to it." Under the Sea, MP3-inch. Tang Shanshan sat by the window, her eyes confused as she looked out the window, which was made with thickened security windows. Don Shannon suffered from severe depression and had tried to make sense of her life, and her father made a point of reinforcing the windows in her room, and any sharp objects in the room were replaced. Under the Sea was written in desperation, with the idea of finding someone to compose the tune and end her last attachment before she died. Looking at the audio sent by Zhang Fan, Tang Shanshan kind of couldn't believe her eyes. It was only an hour after he had sent him the lyrics himself, and he had recorded them? That fast? That's a must. Professional. Tang Shanshan looked at the audio and was a bit hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Zhang Fan's strength. Zhang Fan's songs, which she had also heard, were excellent. She's just afraid to face the self she hides inside the song. After hesitating for a long time, Tang Shanshan finally gathered enough courage to click on the audio. Zhang Fan's ethereal and lonesome voice rang in his ears. The scattered moonlight through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, laying into the scales of the sea. The first line of the lyrics drew Tang Shanshan in, and her eyes that were originally filled with dead silence suddenly had a ripple in them. "The waves wet your white dress and try to rush you back. Waves sing lullabies, delusions warm you." Hearing this, Tang Shanshan froze. The original shocking lyrics were changed by Zhang Fan to be so gentle. "Listen to the depths of the sea, whose wail is guiding. The soul didn't go into the silence. No one woke you up." The lyrics changed the word call to noise, a difference that brings a very different feeling. It was as if the man was just sleeping comfortably, not never to wake up again. "You like the salty scent of the sea breeze, treading on wet gravel. You say people's place should be back in the sea. Zhang Fan suddenly changed his singing style, and his low voice lit a starry fire inside Tang Shanshan. The originally ancient eyes were now filled with amazement, never having thought that this part could be sung like this. Moreover, Zhang Fan had changed the word ashes, which was a figurative word for death, to place of return, which immediately filled him with hope. Just as Tang Shanshan was shocked at Zhang Fan's adaptation, Zhang Fan switched from singing to speaking, scattered moonlight through the clouds, gazing at the crowd. Our lonely hearts, sometimes like the bottom of the sea. Grief is not something you can empathize with in a few words. Tears have no voice, but I want to hold you tight. Tang Shanshan was stunned beyond words, her small mouth opening into an O shape. She never thought she could add rap to the words she wrote. Tang Shanshan heard a thud, as if it was her own heartbeat. It's been a long time since I've felt a heartbeat. It's too late. It's too late. You used to laugh and cry. It's too late. It's too late. And sing to you too. Hearing this, Tang Shanshan suddenly remembered a lot of things. Every time she couldn't think straight. Her doctor, her dad, her best friend. There was always someone there for her, caring for her. I thought of my dad crying his heart out in remorse, and of my best friend enlightening herself until dawn, yawning and still not leaving. One has not always been alone. One has the most loving relatives and caring best friends who have always been there in silence. Zhang Fan's voice continued, only that it became gentle, as if he was speaking in his ear. Spring rains, summer cicadas. Tomorrow is a good day. Autumn winds rise, snowflakes are light, seasons invisible at the bottom of the sea. Afternoon sunshine sprinkled on Tang Shanshan. A breeze blew through the window, gently caressing Tang Shanshan's face. The ear came downstairs vendors yelling. The world in front of them also became colorful. Yeah, you can't see the seasons at the bottom of the ocean. It's a nice day too. Time to get out and about. Dad, as Tang Shanshan shouted, a crash came from outside the room and a man with a vicissitude of face appeared at the door. Wah, what did you just call me? The man asked with trembling lips. Since Tang Shanshan suffered from depression, she has never seen a single word of his father. Daddy, I love you. After saying that, Tang Shanshan rushed to the man and hugged him tightly. The man couldn't hold back his tears any longer and gently patted his daughter on the back. Watch on. Are you hungry? Daddy will cook for you. Okay, I'll have the cooked chicken wings. Okay, just wait. Daddy's going to make it for you. Tang Shanshan took out her cell phone, opened Little Sweet Potato, and searched for Zhang Fan. The results that came out were unbelievable to Tang Shanshan. She had thought that with Zhang Fan's strength, even if she didn't say that she didn't have any fans, that she would have a good roadie. But the small sweet potatoes were full of abuse against Zhang Fan, which made Tang Shanshan very puzzled. After looking at it for a while, Tang Shanshan found something fishy. Those who cursed the fiercest and led the rhythm were all fans of Su Kuan and Meng Mei. There is no lower limit to what these people can say. How dare this kind of person provoke the judges? How dare he? He's not fully developed, is he? What's the point of singing so well if you're a bad judge of character? You're worse than my brother. This kind of player should be permanently banned. Disgraceful. With Su Kuan and Meng Mei's fans leading the rhythm in such a way, many passers-by were unaware of what was going on and followed along to scold Zhang Fan. But wherever there is a dare to speak in favor of Zhang Fan, it is bound to be a swarm of people who are scared and immediately delete their comments. What the hell is going on? With questions in mind, Tang Shanshan opened the video of the finalists of The Voice of China. She wanted to see what Zhang Fan had done. Chapter 23, The Guide's Choice. Tang Shanshan fast-forwarded until Zhang Fan finished singing and saw Zhang Fan and Meng Mei making a bet. Why does it feel like something is wrong? What's with all the sudden bickering? At that moment, Tang Shanshan's father came over with the dishes. Wah, what's wrong? Dad, do you know Zhang Fan? I know. Very talented lad. I admire him. I always feel like there's something wrong with the video where Meng Mei reviews Zhang Fan here. The man didn't answer, and with a somewhat unnatural expression, he chucked a piece of chicken wing to Tang Shanshan. Eva, eat quickly. It will get cold later. Tang Shanshan thoughtfully ate her meal, and suddenly, she had a flash of insight and thought of something. Dad, I remember you're the conductor of The Voice of China Live, right? Were you there when Zhang Fan competed? The man silently chucked a piece of the dish and didn't say anything. When Tang Shanshan saw this scene, she also understood. Dad, do you know why I suddenly want to open up? Looking at the man's puzzled eyes, Tang Shanshan slowly said, because of a song by Zhang Fan. Tang Shanshan turned on her cell phone and started playing Under the Sea. Tears welled up in the man's eyes as he listened. It's as if the song is an older man of many years, not laughing at the sickly moans of a small child, patiently listening to the child's cries, and then gently pulling the child back with an all-encompassing smile. Daddy, do you know something? There's a lot of online abuse against him right now, and I'm so pissed off watching it. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan, I'm afraid I'd never be able to walk out. I beg you to help him. He's really talented and he can help more people. More people like me. The man leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette, frowning in thought. In the past, Tang Shanshan hated her father's smoking, and this time she surprisingly didn't stop him. Finishing a cigarette, the man looked into Tang Shanshan's expectant eyes and sighed. The video did get edited. The original video I saved there. I admire Jiang Fan very much. He's very talented. Wah! Have you thought about the fact that if the original video gets out, I won't be able to keep my job? Hearing this, Tang Shanshan froze. She hadn't expected this. Yeah, if the video gets out, Dad's job is definitely off the table. But if, so hard, these capitals are just too bad. Since Jiang Fan sang Under the Sea for you, I have to give him a gift too, as a courtesy. Just as Tang Shanshan was spitting capital in her heart, the man handed Tang Shanshan a black USB drive. Dad, this. The man waved his hand, interrupting Tang Shanshan's words. Go on, Dad's too old to do it, and as long as you're well, I'm content. Feeling the strong fatherly love, Tang Shanshan's tears fell unheeded. When she returned to her room, Tang Shanshan initiated a voice call to Jiang Fan. After communication, Tang Shanshan knew the location of the recording studio and rushed over with the USB flash drive. At this time, Jiang Fan did not know how heavy this gift from Tang Shanshan was. Inside the studio, He Ling couldn't help but explode. The nationalist, the program group of the Voice of China, really don't have any face at all, and have the face to post a scarf saying that the program will re-examine Jiang Fan's eligibility to compete because of the bad influence he caused online. Anla, don't be mad at me. Here are the lyrics I wrote for you, enough to get you to the finals. Wow, brother, are you a human being? Are you a lyrics assembly line? One lyric in 10 minutes. Jiang Fan looked at the haggard Wang Ruo on the side and felt very overjoyed inwardly. Diva Wang, here are the lyrics for you. They quite match your temperament. Before Wang Ruo could scrutinize the content of the lyrics, there was a knock on the door from outside. It's Tang Shanshan who's here. After greeting the crowd, Tang Shanshan handed the USB drive to Jiang Fan. This USB flash drive is quite exquisite. What's on it? Jiang Fan took the USB flash drive and asked curiously. Just open it and see. It's kinda mysterious, Jiang Fan's mouth said, but his hand movements were not slow. Seeing what was in the video, Jiang Fan was as motionless as if he had been struck by lightning. He genuinely didn't expect Tang Shanshan to have the original video of the finalists. How did you get this video? Wang Ruo, who was the first to respond, asked. My father's name is Lu Yin. Wang Ruo searched in his mind. Lu Yin is not the live guide of the Voice of China. Wang Ruo, who understood, was very clear about the importance of this USB flash drive, and his tone became excited. Give your father a message for me. He's always welcome at Starfire. Well, I'll pass it on to Dad. Diva, can this video clear brother Jiang Fan's name? Could be. Hearing the firm reply from the diva, Tang Shanshan let out a long breath of relief. Jiang Fan, who had slowed down, looked very excited. Why wouldn't he want to prove his innocence? But his opponent's power was too strong, and even the Queen of Heaven could do nothing about it. In this situation, Jiang Fan could only force himself to not care and comfort everyone. But when the video appeared in front of him, Jiang Fan couldn't hold back any longer. Diva, I'll trouble you back there. Tang Shanshan knew that things were even more sinister back there, so she wouldn't add to the trouble. He Ling looked at the original video and offered, let's hurry up and upload the video online. No, if I send it out now, it will definitely be blocked by Sky Entertainment. It's useless. What about that? Wang Ruo didn't talk and came outside, looking at a number on his cell phone and hesitating to dial it. It's been a while since I've been in touch with the missus, hasn't it? Old Wang came next to Wang Ruo at some point. Yeah, it's been a long time. I think the lyrics that Jiang Fan wrote for you are good. Very suitable for the National Day program. Wang Ruo pondered for a while and finally dialed the number. 10 minutes later, the old boss of the scarf received a phone call. See the caller number. The old boss of the scarf could not help but sit up straight. At the same time, the bosses of major platforms such as Station 13, A Certain Sound, and Little Sweet Potato coincidentally received a mysterious phone call. The call was simple, asking them to meet in a room in the first ring in half an hour. For a moment, the bosses were a bit alarmed. The call was the first they had ever received, and with such an urgent time requirement, I'm afraid something's gone terribly wrong. The meeting was short and clear, but the meaning conveyed behind it made the veterans think deeply. The word of this meeting is one request. Take down all the previous videos and put the ones they provided on the front page and promote them to the best of your ability. To put it bluntly, it was to help Jiang Fan prove his innocence. After the meeting, the bosses returned to the company and held a meeting of the inner circle. They were unified in their message, their timing, their approach, and they spared no resources or expense to get that video out there in a big way. Li Gang, who was napping, was awakened by a nightmare in which he dreamed that Jiang Fan was actually pointing at him. Not only that, but one is deprived of all rights and wealth. Li Gang, who was awakened by the nightmare, smiled to himself. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he pulled out his cell phone out of habit and turned on a certain tone. Upon reading what was on the screen, Li Gang's sleepiness was gone and his teeth clenched. TMD, this Jiang Fan is really a ghost. Chapter 24, Signing with Starfire. Li Gang held back his anger and called a certain sound veteran to ask him about what to do. After spending so much money and wasting so many resources myself, how dare he betray me? Called twice on the phone has been unreachable. Li Gang's anger reached its peak, and his hair stood up one by one. On the third call, the phone connected. Without waiting for Li Gang to open his mouth, the person on the other side took the lead and said, Mr. Li, don't contact me for a while. The person on the other end of the phone hung up after saying that, not giving Li Gang a chance to speak at all. This made Li Gang even more confused. And successive calls to other company bosses. They seem to have discussed as if, either do not answer, or the same as a certain sound boss to say. Li Gang sat dumbfounded on the sofa, his eyes lifeless. It seems that this time it really kicked the bucket. Jiang Fan was taking a beautiful nap at the moment when he was suddenly awakened by a sharp ringing of his cell phone. It's He Ling calling. Rubbing his dazed eyes, Jiang Fan picked up the phone. Brother, look at your cell phone. You're on fire again. The whole internet is talking about you, and all the major platforms are actually helping to set the record straight at the same time. Listening to He Ling's urgent voice coming from the microphone, Jiang Fan was also sleepy. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan hurriedly clicked on the 13 stations that he often watched. What comes to mind at this point is, instead, the original, unedited video. The difference is that this time it takes up the entire cover of the phone. Genius singer Jiang Fan, who was framed right after his debut. Where did the black hand come from? Jiang Fan ignored the huge cover and clicked into the homepage. I didn't realize the homepage was full of rapture at this point. This huge difference between the back and forth of the 13th station drew the bigwigs in the ghost zone to follow up and tease. Station 13, the video platform with the most backbone. I've watched in vain before. Station 13 is the real master of disguise. Did you really read the 13 stations? This year's Spring Festival Gala. I have to see 13 perform a face-changing act. I have to say, the old man in the ghost zone is quite capable of a whole lot of work. Jiang Fan exited Station 13 and clicked on the scarf. The reaction on the bib was even more violent compared to the whole job at Station 13. Netizens who watched the video have forwarded messages, charging the Huaxia Good Voice program group to engage in black box operation. The netizens who are not satisfied with the program have rushed to leave messages under the program's bib, which at one time led to the loading of the bib lagging. In addition to the program's scarf, Meng Mei and Su Kuan's scarf is the worst hit. Countless tirades piled up under Meng Mei's and Su Kuan's necklaces, the contents of which even Jiang Fan found intolerable. Jiang Fan inwardly felt too damn good at this time, but before you can enjoy it for a while, there is a serious lag in content loading. Jiang Fan had to give up the scarf for now and clicked on a certain sound. Just then, Old Shui called. Old Shui spoke in a flat tone and didn't say much. See you at the game the day after tomorrow. Good. Jiang Fan responded sharply, hanging up Lao Shui's phone. Lin Yi's phone called. Elder brother Jiang, it's really scary. In the past 2 days since your accident, your sister-in-law and I have asked everyone we could, and not one of them is willing to help. They're all afraid of getting into trouble. Your sister-in-law knows that you have offended someone and is planning to go to you tomorrow and take you over to live with her, fearing that you. Hearing Big Brother Lin's words of concern, Jiang Fan was very touched, and the two of them appeared before his eyes. After chattering with the two, Linda told Jiang Fan that the new song he had written for him could be officially released after going through the formalities in the next 2 days. Jiang Fan also inwardly blessed Brother Lin. That divine song can be said to be heard on the streets and alleys in the previous world. I think in this world can also be a song to seal the gods. Hanging up with Big Brother Lin, Jiang Fan stared at Wang Ruo's contact information on the screen and hesitated to dial it. After thinking for a few moments, Jiang Fan still clicked on dialing. He knew that this was all due to Wang Ruo. Besides her, no one else had such an ability. Just as Jiang Fan was thanking Wang Ruo, the Voice of China program released an urgent statement. In response to the recent events on the internet, my program team has begun an internal investigation. For the relevant personnel will certainly make the punishment. The circumstances are serious, will be held criminally responsible. In order to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the subsequent competitions, the panel of judges has been adjusted, and the subsequent competitions will be changed to live broadcasting, using a combination of online scoring and judges' scores for ranking, so please look forward to it. In the face of the program's statement, netizens have mixed feelings about it. After such a big incident, it's obviously the program's problem. It's so insincere. This statement is nothing but official jargon. This is obviously to fool us. Do you really think we're easy to bully? The program group has no bearing at all. Not a word of apology for causing such a big impact on contestant Zhang Fan. I think it's a good thing that the program has changed and knows it's wrong. Li Gang looked at the cell phone. The more he looked at his face, the more green. The sight of Meng beautiful sea. The atmosphere did not dare to come out of it. It's you stupid woman. Why did I listen to you in the first place? Getting no face at all now. Losing a wife and a soldier. Looking at the bloodless, shivering Meng Mei on the side. Li Gang couldn't help but feel heartbroken again. Beautiful you shouldn't worry too much. Don't mess with that Zhang Fan during this period of time. Let this kid run wild for a few days, and then mess with him after the wind has passed. You're not going to be a judge for a while. Don't do anything for a while. Here, come over here a little. Meng Mei reluctantly came to Li Gang's side, sat on the lap, and began her work. Zhang Fan looked at the contract that Wang Ruo handed to him, and without looking at it, he signed his name and pressed his handprint. Don't you even look? What's there to see? It's not like you're going to do me any harm, and if you do, you won't help me. Wang Ruo took the signed contract and carefully put it away for fear of breaking it. Zhang Fan, congratulations on becoming a member of the Starfire family. Yay! Congratulations brother. He Ling danced around happily. The company side will arrange an agent for you as soon as possible. Zhang Fan nodded. Those songs you sang before, the company will also register them for you as soon as possible. When you have time, re-record all those songs. The netizens can hardly wait. After listening to Wang Ruo's words, Zhang Fan felt very reasonable. I've been thinking so much about singing every day that I've forgotten to register the copyright and record a single. Okay, that's a lot of trouble. Just as Zhang Fan finished, his cell phone rang. Hey, Mr. Zhang Fan, the elimination round will start the day after tomorrow. May I ask what your entry song is? Do you need to prepare an accompaniment? The name of the song is Someone Like Me and there is no need to prepare an accompaniment. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan realized that the two women were looking at themselves as if they were looking at monsters, making themselves look gross. What's wrong with you two? Another new song? Yeah, asterisk. You still let people live. Wang Ruo and He Ling accused in unison. Chapter 25, Working with Game Makers. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan came to the recording studio alone, preparing to record the accompaniment for tomorrow's competition. When I arrived at the place, I opened the door with the key left by old Wang, and the recording studio, which was usually bustling with activity, was empty today. Wang Ruo had something going on at the company and went to take care of business. He Ling went to the competition today, and old Wang had something going on at home and didn't come today. Looking at the cold recording studio, Zhang Fan was a little less accustomed to it, and after quickly adjusting his state, he began practicing his songs. It wasn't until noon that Zhang Fan was satisfied and packed up his things and prepared to leave. The songs for tomorrow's competition were recorded in less than an hour, and looking at the early hour, Zhang Fan took advantage of the fact that he was in shape to revisit some of the golden songs from his previous life. Pushing the door open, Zhang Fan was surprised to find a lady standing in the doorway, a sharp short black hair, dressed in a slim professional suit, holding a black notebook and writing something. Seeing that Zhang Fan had come out, the woman put the notebook away and graciously walked to Zhang Fan, extended her right hand, and introduced herself. My name is Zhang Hong. You can call me Sister Hong. From now on I'll be your agent. Happy cooperation. Zhang Fan froze for a moment and then reacted. It seemed like Wang Ruo had told himself yesterday that there would be an arrangement for an agent to meet with him. Zhang Fan reached out his right hand and gently held Sister Hong's fingertips before letting go. Hello, I'm Zhang Fan. Happy cooperation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Fan's stomach rumbled in an untimely manner. Aren't you going to buy your agent lunch for our first meeting? Sister Hong pursed her lips and opened her mouth to diffuse the embarrassment. After the two of them ate, they came to Zhang Fan's home to pack up their things and prepare for the move. During the meal, Sister Hong told Zhang Fan that the company had prepared a residence for him. At first Zhang Fan refused somewhat, but on second thought, he had to move. The rent on the house you currently live in is due soon, so that's another big chunk of money. Zhang Fan carefully put away the gift He Yao had given him and moved it to his new home along with his own clothes. After moving, Sister Hong simply gave Zhang Fan a few words of explanation and left. It was already after 8 p.m. when Zhang Fan tidied up the house. I was about to take a sip of water when the doorbell rang. Wang Ruo, Sister Hong and He Ling stood at the door carrying several bags full of hot pot ingredients. It says it's a celebration of Zhang Fan moving to a new home. A few people ate fondue and chatted. Zhang Fan asked He Ling how the game was today. Hearing Zhang Fan ask about today's match, He Ling mischievously stood up as a whole and said excitedly, Brother, you don't know, that song of yours was fantastic. The whole arena was brought up to speed by me. Almost I thought it was me in a concert. The score is way ahead of the pack and solidly in first place going into the finals. brother is just awesome. Jiang Fan looked at the excited He Ling and cheerfully said, I've written all the songs for you to sing in the finals. Wow, really? Seeing Jiang Fan nodding, He Ling directly shouted, brother is fantastic, so good. Brother, I love you. When He Ling said this, the atmosphere instantly turned a bit awkward. Wang Ruo's face instantly turned very ugly, then returned to normal. Jiang Fan froze in place awkwardly. It was neither a good idea to take this comment nor a bad idea not to. Sister Hong, who was on the side, stared at the change in the three people's expressions and already had a number in her heart. It's worth celebrating that Ray made it to the finals, but don't be proud. Sister Hong spoke up to break the awkwardness. He Ling lowered her head, her small face red, and nodded, indicating that she knew. Wang Ruo raised his glass and told everyone to clink one. There was good news for everyone. This had aroused the curiosity of the crowd. Being able to make the Queen of Heaven say that it was good news was feared to be a great joy. Wang Ruo said nonchalantly, actually, this good news should be Jiang Fan's. Guess who I talked business with today? Looking at the crowd's inquisitive eyes, Wang Ruo didn't sell himself short. It's Tung Chi. Tungji? Is it the biggest game runner in China? What are they looking for you to work with? Sister Han listened with a puzzled look on her face. They want to find Jiang Fan to write promotional songs for a new game. A game promotional song? I'm afraid not. Jiang Fan has not officially debuted yet. Not enough fame. How to promote? What's more, Jiang Fan hasn't even touched this game. How can he write it? Just as Sister Han issued a question, Jiang Fan spoke up. What's the game? What's it called? It's a gunfighting game called Counter-Strike. I'll take it. Give me 3 days. That's it. He Ling and Sister Han let out a sigh of relief at the same time. I've never even heard of this game, let alone touched it, so I just casually picked it up. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? Wang Ruo couldn't help but feel emotional after hearing Jiang Fan's answer. At first, I refused, but they wouldn't listen. They just kept adding money. In the end, I agreed. I said I'd ask Ginger Van, and they continued to raise the money and said they were willing to wait. They said that they are all fans of Jiang Fan, and that the game will be released whenever Jiang Fan writes it. I didn't expect that Jiang Fan would agree so easily. Can you write it in 3 days? Why don't you wait a little longer? Jiang Fan waved his hand and said, if I didn't have a competition tomorrow, I would have created it tomorrow. The three women stared at Jiang Fan dead in the face, trying to see something on his face. This is too demonic. I admit that you are talented, but not so overflowing. Let us people how to live. Jiang Fan sensed the gaze of the three and explained. I played this game during the internal test and had an understanding of it. The game Counter-Strike, which Jiang Fan did play in his previous life, is a domestic game that was called Fire Assault at first. It was made by Tingchi to compare it to another well-known gun game of the time. It was later endorsed by the famous singer Jia and played the song of the same name, which was a hit all over the country. Later on, it was a pity that the game became Immortal Wars. Regardless of how well the game ran, the song stayed on fire. Since we are now in this world, let this song, in this world, continue to be on fire. The three women took advantage of Jiang Fan's days and feasted on the meat in the hot pot with a single output. By the time Jiang Fan returned to his senses, the pot was empty. Before Jiang Fan could wail, the three women immediately packed up and slipped away, leaving Jiang Fan in a mess. Looking at the dishes and garbage on the table, Jiang Fan was in tears. Chapter 26, Another Perfect Score. Jiang Fan, it's your turn. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan walked onto the stage. Before Jiang Fan could speak, the audience on stage was yelling Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, Wang Ruo and He Ling, who were watching the live broadcast, instantly saw a screen full of pop-ups, all of which read Jiang Fan. Oh my god, brother, this is too hot. Wang Ruo nodded and inwardly marveled that when he was at his hottest, it seemed like he was no match for Jiang Fan's popularity. As the lights dimmed and the music started, the scene quieted down, and even the pop-ups in the live stream became less frequent. An information bar pops up on the live feed screen. Title, Someone Like Me. Lyrics, Jiang Fan. Composed by Jiang Fan. Sung by Jiang Fan. Hiss, another original. Dude is still human? For new songs in 2 weeks. For songs, why does the title of this song seem a bit sad? Don't say anything, just listen to the song. The simple melody, accompanied by Jiang Fan's mellow and slightly vicissitudes voice, instantly brought the audience into the state. Someone as good as me. It should have been a life of splendor. How did 20 years come to an end? Still floating in a sea of people. In just 4 short lines, the lyrics sang to the hearts of everyone in the room. A good man like me had his own dreams as a child. How to work hard for over 20 years and still be mediocre. I used to think it was easy to get ahead, but then I realized that it's hard to stay alive. What's going on? 4 lines of lyrics and I'm in tears. People like me. Listening to it, my heart is a little clogged and my eyes are a little red. It's okay. It's okay. Old Shui, who was sitting on the judge's bench, also had red eyes. How come all of this Jung fan songs are so tear-jerking? I used to cry after one song, then I cried after half a song, and now I want to cry at the beginning of the first 4 lyrics. What the hell has this kid been through? How come he writes such tear-jerking songs? Someone as smart as me. A simplicity long since bid adieu. How is it still using a love story? Go change a bruise. Just focusing on liking it, but forgetting that we're not right for each other. I know the end, but I'm still fighting for it. It's not me. It's definitely not me. Wang Ruo and He Ling, who were guarding the screen at this time, both had red eyes. It's as if a long sealed box inside has been opened. Jung Fan on stage didn't pause for a second and sang the chorus right after. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was filled with long suppressed feelings that increment the emotions to the extreme. People like me who are lost. People who look like me. People like me who are doing nothing. How many other people have you seen? Again, for short lines of lyrics that put the audience in a state of contemplation, trying to look for something and finding nothing. Maybe it's someone buried deep in your heart. Maybe it's a once upon a time you can't get back. Are these lyrics made of knives? A man with a cow and a horse like me. Why does it feel like it's me who's singing? Jung Fan sat on a chair with his guitar in his arms, his head lowered and his eyes red. After a short period of emotional adjustment, the song remained quiet. A lonely man like me. Someone as stupid as me. Someone like me who is not willing to be ordinary. How many people in the world? Unwilling to fall, yet unthinking, eventually living as the person you once hated the most. The lyrics are simple. We just can't do it. Just when everyone thought the song would end here, Jung Fan suddenly sang softly, people like me who are inexplicable. Will anyone be heartbroken? These last 2 lines of the song instantly set everyone's emotions on fire. We're all inexplicable people. Sometimes inexplicably happy. Sometimes inexplicably sad. People ask you why. You cannot answer a reason. But you know in your heart that what you crave most is just a word of concern from someone else. After the song, the scene fell into silence. The pop-up screen is also silent. It wasn't until Jung Fan got up and thanked him that he woke the host up. Hurriedly, he picked up the microphone and broke the momentary peace. Contestant Jung Fan has finished singing. Please ask the 3 judges to score. Wang Ruo and He Ling also slowed down and glanced at each other, both seeing shock and tears in each other's eyes. What exactly did Jung Fan go through? So heartbroken for him. Wang Ruo wiped her tears as she read in her mind. At this point, pop-ups sprang up like rain. This song has too much energy. It's more powerful than the previous songs. It's not great. Jung Fan hasn't cried at any of his other songs, and this one has directly turned me into a tearful mess. One moment of good fortune, not knowing the next moment of life. Just as everyone was discussing, Lao Shui began his review. Jung Fan, I'm curious what you've been through and how much you've been slapped by life. As much as I'd like to hear your stories, I feel better as I am now, listening to and savoring the stories in your songs. But none of this, you show through your expression. That's probably what I like about you, not garnering sympathy and letting your songs find people who resonate with them. So, I still give you a 100. Woohoo! Another 100%. Jung Fan, you deserve 100 points. No prize competition. The jury won't. All of them give Jung Fan 100 points. I guess 100 points. It must all be 100%. Jung Fan, your lyrics are like a mirror, a true and sharp reflection of countless ordinary people, including everyone here, and including me. It speaks to the hearts of those who harbor dreams and think they are different, but are repeatedly frustrated and confused and wandering in reality. More than anything else, it brings to life the hopelessness, resignation and perseverance of life. So I'll give you a 102. Big Hair opens the mic and speaks his review of the song. Yay, 2 100s. I don't know if the third judge will also score 100 points. The bags it's not like it's the first time it's full of points. I'll give Jung Fan a score of 100 first. After listening to this song, every one of us thinks we shouldn't be. I'm afraid that I'm going to die out. But in the end, I realize that I've long since made my days a rule. 3 or 2, and my dreams have long since drifted further and further away. Thank you Jung Fan, that's a great song. Yay! Another perfect score. These 3 judges say it so well. Mouth for this is the second time Van has gotten a perfect score. The following is an invitation for online voting, which will take 1 minute. Chapter 27, letting fans vote on what song to sing. Hearing the host's words, Wang Ruo and He Ling followed the prompts and gave Jung Fan a score of 100. Watching the numbers jumping on the countdown, Wang Ruo's heart couldn't help but tense up. He Ling stared at the screen with a deadpan stare, her fists bloodless from clenching so tightly. Time. According to the Backstage statistics, contestant Jung Fan's final score is, add time, be right back, NMD. I just starve to death and die of thirst, but I won't buy anything from your house. What's wrong with you? You're having a heart attack. This commercial is disgusting. Wang Ruo and He Ling cursed out in unison. This advertisement was really absolute. It's a good thing the commercials were short and the hosts announced the answers right away. Score from the judges, 100. Audience score 98. 67. Final score 99. 34. Yeah, we're in. It still has to be Zhang Fan. Back to breaking records. First again. Looking forward to the next race. After seeing the scores, Wang Ruo and He Ling both breathed a long sigh of relief. Knowing for sure that they would be able to advance, they were still nervous. Let's go. Go pick up Zhang Fan and celebrate. Just as the trio were feasting, the new song, Someone Like Me, quickly topped the Hot 100. At this point the top 5 of the song charts were all taken by Zhang Fan alone. Why only the top 5? It's because Zhang Fan has only sung 5 songs so far. The whole internet was talking about the new song for a while. Here are the hot reviews from each platform. A certain tone. The saddest thing is the kind of family that doesn't study well but isn't at the bottom of the pile. Not rich but not poor by any stretch of the imagination. No sudden woes. No amazing stories. No particularly avid hobbies or specialties. Teachers can understand lectures, do not skip classes, obediently do their homework, suddenly realize their mediocrity at the age of middle school too, helpless to the status quo, determined to change, but 3-minute. Before graduation classmates asked, what do you want to do in the future? Often confused you can only half-jokingly said, I want to make a fortune in the future. Bib. The worst thing is not to be somehow led astray. Rather, it's when you take the sword with solitude on your back and decide to hoof it and get bent out of shape. Someone comes out of nowhere, holds you close and says, Junior, I want to share this long life with you. In your excitement, you threw away your sword and roasted your horse. Turn around and the person is gone. 13 stations. You've always been a very ordinary person who doesn't know how to get ahead, unable to realize grandiose dreams, forever consoling yourself with the idea that the swallowed bird knows the will of the swan, imagining infinite splendor, and believing that there will always be an opportunity, but it just hasn't been your turn yet. But it's not until you're 30 that you realize, you are nothing to the end. Numerous netizens have taken to the platform, telling their experiences, lamenting the passing of time and looking forward to the sunshine of tomorrow. He Ling, who was eating, suddenly became agitated. Brother, the Huaxia Daily News reprinted the video of your match just now, and it was accompanied by a paragraph. Unasked for or unskilled, you have to try to be quiet and do what you need to do, instead of letting your inner agitation and anxiety destroy your already little enthusiasm and determination. This is a well-written passage. The pace is so fast these days, too many people are so wrapped up in moving forward that they don't know what they want. Wang Ruo put down his chopsticks and commented seriously, well, I think it's especially well said too, and I hope that my songs reach as many people as possible, and that everyone is happy and joyful. Zhang Fan said with a firm gaze. At this time, he also had a slight sense of responsibility in his heart. Wow, that's crazy. Oh my gosh, every time I refresh, the numbers are growing like crazy. Zhang Fan seemed to have thought of something, took out his cell phone, opened the scarf, and registered an account for himself. The name of the bib is just Ginger Fan. Ginger Fan reprinted the video of his match with a caption. In the midst of a harsh winter, I still have a summer in my heart that never decays. Once the video was posted, it quickly drew a large number of likes and comments from netizens. For a moment, it was impossible to enter Zhang Fan's homepage. Looking at Zhang Fan's insanely growing number of fans, Wang Ruo and He Ling could only look away and shed tears of envy. After returning home, Zhang Fan opened his scarf and replied to his fans' questions one by one. For those very bereaved comments, Zhang Fan will be consoled. I don't know who commented. Van, have you written the song for the semi-finals yet? The comment, which instantly piqued the curiosity of netizens. Each of Zhang Fan's songs are very good, and they are on the hot search every time, which makes the fans very interested in the songs that Zhang Fan is going to sing. Looking at everyone's inquiries, Zhang Fan had a playful smile on his face. Might as well, just play it big. It's up to you to decide what song to sing in the semi-finals. Feel free to vote for your favorite song. Looking at the scarf, Zhang Fan also had some expectations and wondered what kind of songs would be pitched. Zhang Fan's scarf was really like a bomb that blew up the entire entertainment circle and shook on it. There's never been a singer that dared to let fans vote online and then create something based on the results of that vote. It's only a week away from the semi-finals, but there are 3 days of voting. This meant that Zhang Fan would have to improvise in 4 days, based on the results of the cast out, and would also have to use the song to go to the semi-finals. Many people felt that Zhang Fan was crazy, while some felt that Zhang Fan was too crazy. WC. Seriously, let's vote on what to sing. Brother Van is Brother Van. He's really good at this. I like it. In that case, let's make it harder for Van. Ha 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 ha. I'm kind of looking forward to the results in 3 days. Zhang Fan also thinks too highly of himself, playing so big. I'll see how to end it when the time comes. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Just as everyone was discussing the scarf that Jiang Fan had posted, there were two people who had their own thoughts. One was Jiang Fan's agent, Sister Hong. Sister Hong looked at Jiang Fan's online heat and was happy. With this much heat, how much money would this be to cash in on? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Fan, no one expects you to succeed more than me. He he he. These are cash cows. The other one is also Meng Mei. Since the last time, Meng Mei had been in a constant state of anger towards Jiang Fan. I was worried about how to vent my anger when I saw the scarf that Jiang Fan had posted. Oh, how crazy. Since you're so wild, let you learn a long lesson. Meng Mei then dialed a phone number. Yes, all brush up on Cantonese. Yes yes yes. No love songs. Hanging up the phone, Meng Mei involuntarily smiled, and the repressed mood of these days was swept away. Jiang Fan has never sung a Cantonese song before. 4 days, I'll see how you sing. What's more, the Chinese music scene is all about love songs now. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Fan, you're dead this time. Chapter 28 Singing the Game Like a Concert. After Jiang Fan posted the scarf, he left it behind and got busy composing songs. He had previously promised Wang Ruo that he would write the game's promotion song within 3 days. Finally, Jiang Fan, who had been in the recording studio for a day, gave Wang Ruo the recorded demo. What's the name of the song? Against All Odds. Ah, the name of the song is the same as the name of the game. Ha, well what about it? You send it to Tingqi. They're definitely happy with it. So confident. Ha, if Jiang Fan produces it, it's a masterpiece. No more poverty for you. Wait for my news. Wang Ruo took Sister Hong and went to Tangji with the recorded samples. When they came back in the evening, Wang Ruo and Sister Hong were full of light. Sister Hong had been looking at Jiang Fan from the moment she entered, her eyes full of little stars. Sister Hong, how did your talk go? Jiang Fan was made uncomfortable by Sister Hong's look and opened his mouth to ask. Let the diva tell you about it. I need to slow down. What's happening? Red has to slow down. He Ling's curiosity was piqued, and her ears perked up to find out what was being said. What? It's not much. It's just that Jiang Fan's song Against All Odds sold for $10 million. What? $10 million? You mean, a song sold for $10 million? He Ling's eyes were wide open, and her mouth turned into an O. Her face unbelievable. Yes. On top of that, Tangji bought out the exclusive rights to the 5 songs sung by Jiang Fan for $1 million apiece in order to push their own music player. Not only that, but there will be subsequent dividends based on the amount of airplay the song receives. Jiang Fan is willing to cooperate with Tangji whenever he has a new song in the future, and the price can be renegotiated. After hearing Wang Ruo's words, He Ling's jaw completely dropped to the ground. He Ling pinched her face. Hiss, it hurt. She wasn't dreaming. My god, that's too big a difference. I get $50,000 for one song. No, 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 I need to slow down too. Jiang Fan was also shocked. He really didn't expect to be able to sell it for so much money. In his previous life, he couldn't even think about it. According to his contract with the company, he gets half of the proceeds, which comes out to $7 million. Happiness comes so suddenly. That's $7 million. Jiang Fan can be considered to understand why Sister Hong has been looking at herself. According to the contract, Sister Hong will receive 5% of the company's revenue. That means she gets $350,000. How could this not excite Sister Red? Now Jiang Fan was a huge money tree in Sister Hong's eyes. With the way Jiang Fan has been acting so far, he's still the kind of money tree that will grow. After a little thought, Jiang Fan pressed back his inner ecstasy and opened his mouth to say, "This is a really good opening. I'll fix some dishes. Let's celebrate." The 4 of them were eating with laughter when He Ling suddenly shouted, "It's 8 o'clock. Happy Start is on." Jiang Fan turned the TV on and tuned it to Mango Channel, and the 4 of them watched the TV while eating. When it was almost time for He Ling, everyone unanimously put down their dishes and concentrated on the program. He Ling slowly rose from below the stage, standing in the center of the stage with her back to everyone. As the music started, a beam of light hit He Ling, who made a dry turn back, posed, and smiled sweetly at the audience. It instantly attracted the attention of the crowd, leading to a collective wow from the audience. With a refreshing high ponytail, a short JK skirt, and little white shoes with black mid-calf socks, He Ling felt full of energy just standing on the stage. The moment he opened his mouth, he gave off an overwhelming youthful aura that instantly brought the crowd back to the school days they once had. Wow 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 wow. So sweet. This is my wife. My wife is so pretty. Get out of the way. Let me do it. I pee a lot. You're diabetic. Let me do it. Don't let this kid get a taste of it. Stop talking and listen to my wife sing. Looking at the pop-ups floating on the screen, He Ling's small face was a little red, and she was a little evasive towards the gaze cast by Jiang Fan. When Jiang Fan turned back to him, but then he sneaked a look at Jiang Fan. I wonder if my brother would like. When He Ling thought of this, Her small face became even redder, like a ripe red apple, looking very attractive. If you suddenly sneeze, that must be me thinking about you. If you're woken up in the middle of the night by your cell phone, that's because I care. Heeling's singing and dancing on stage was like a bomb dropped in the hearts of the audience. It was the first time they had seen that someone sang a love song so sweetly. It's also the first time I've seen someone singing a sweet song that is dancing while singing. Heeling's singing and dancing are both very sweet, and looking at each one alone makes you feel so sweet. But together, the two don't make for a sweet snooze fest. They just don't feel sweet enough to watch. This innovative combination of sweet songs and singing and dancing had the audience in stitches. Heeling's outfit even made a group of netizens call her a goddess. The crowd was excitedly waving their arms and swaying to the beat. At this time, the pop-ups on the internet were also like a blowout. I've got high blood sugar. Loves and loves. Who can stand up to this? Wife, you're the most beautiful. Get out of here. This is my wife. In your heart, am I the one? Love is when I'm always bothering you. Heeling's singing and dancing were like sugar-coated bombs that hit everyone above the heart, bringing the scene to a head. With a look from Heeling, the song came to the chorus stage. Heeling's dance moves increased in speed and amplitude as well. Ho, baby, love talk a little more. Look at me more if you want me to. Show a little more, so that I can actually see. A few simple choruses, paired with Heeling's dance moves, set the scene ablaze in an instant. The audience, and I don't know who stood up first, drew the crowd to follow suit. The entire crowd stood up in unison, swaying from side to side with their hands raised. Even the audience at the judges' table couldn't help but stand up. Look, the judges are standing up. It's so good. It's so good. For a moment, I didn't know whether to listen or read. Wife, I love you. If I had been there, I can't even imagine how much fun it would have been. Oh, bye, cut it out. Want to stay with you for more than one day. More, make me willing. Love you. Singing the last two words, Heeling raised her arms and posed a big heart to the audience. Love you, love you, love you. The crowd on stage, sweetened to their throats by Heeling's song, chanted love you in unison. The pop-ups at this point are also full of love you. Chapter 29. Jung Fan called an old pervert. Heeling looked at the frantic crowd on stage, smiled sweetly and prepared to exit. Unexpectedly, someone shouted encore from the stage. As if summoned by some kind of call, the crowd shouted encore in unison. This caused Heeling, who was ready to leave, to stop in her tracks. Tears welled up in her eyes and she forced herself to keep them from falling. Any singer wants their work to be enjoyed by more people. That sense of recognition is deeply felt by anyone, not just singers. When Heeling stopped, the audience shouted encore even louder than before. At that moment, the director's voice came from Heeling's headset, telling her to exit the stage immediately. Looking at the disappearing Heeling, the audience on stage suddenly shouted sadly for Heeling to come back. Luckily, the host stepped in just in time and stabilized the scene, which allowed the game to continue. Not surprisingly, Heeling advanced to the finals in first place. After watching Heeling's match, Wang Ruo looked at Jung Fan with some strange eyes. Even Sister Hong, who was on the side, looked at Jung Fan with a puzzled expression. Jung Fan was furious at the two men's look and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that? Say, how many girls have been wrecked?" Wang Ruo and Sister Hong asked in unison. I've talked to just one, or He Yao, and Heeling can testify to that. Heeling, who was on the side, hastily nodded her head in agreement. Brother Jung Fan has only talked about my sister since he was a child and has not been in contact with other girls. Then how could you write a song like that? Especially those dance moves of Heeling's. That was all taught by you. Well, can I just say, I dreamed it in my sleep? Ugh, old pervert. Wang Ruo and Sister Hong both cursed before getting up and leaving. Heeling, I'm here. Brother, you're such an old pervert. After saying that, Heeling also left. Looking at the three who left, Jung Fan softened his head, unable to figure out why. Is it hard to tell them that I'm traveling through? As the program aired, Heeling's Love You was a hit, and the heat was so terrifying that even Jung Fan was pushed down. The melody of the song is full of rich youthful flavor, which makes people seem to return to the carefree campus time, and evokes countless netizens' beautiful memories of their youthful years. At the same time, Heeling's dance complemented the song, with lovely and energetic movements, and the singing and dancing performance was so infectious that the audience was able to produce strong emotional resonance, recalling their own beautiful love. For a while, all the major platforms put Love You high on the top, and all kinds of parodies came out. Some careful netizens found that in the details of the songs played on the program, the lyricist and composer is actually Jung Fan. Countless netizens discussed it curiously. Is this really written by Jung Fan? It's outrageous. That's too big of a span, isn't it? From a sentimental love song style to a sweet and cute style? This is really hard to believe. Just as everyone was wondering, a .com king spoke up and said, instead of guessing here, Why don't we just ask Zhang Fan? A word to the wise. Crowds of netizens flocked under Zhang Fan and He Ling's necklaces, asking if the lyrics were written by Zhang Fan. As He Ling looked at the netizens' inquiries, her eyes rolled back in her head, a bad smile appeared on her face, and she instantly replied, the lyrics and tune were indeed made by Zhang Fan. Not only that, the dance was also choreographed by Zhang Fanyo. Looking at He Ling's reply, a group of netizens were suddenly petrified, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. They just wanted to make sure that the lyrics were not written by Zhang Fan, but they didn't realize that even the dance was choreographed by Zhang Fan. How can I describe this feeling? It's when you see a beautiful woman and you want to go up to her, but you don't realize that the other person's voice is more manly than yours. The fans of Zhang Fan did not know how to face Zhang Fan. They really couldn't figure out that such sweet lyrics and dance came from Zhang Fan's hand. Off the mark. Facing the fans' inquiries, Kong Fan also admitted it quite frankly. This completely killed the hearts of a bunch of fans who were hanging on for dear life. Just as Zhang Fan was happily interacting with his fans, Sister Hong called. 3 days ago, you ran a poll on the bib, and now the results are in. The type of song is a non-love song and the singing style must be in Cantonese. Zhang Fan, can you discuss this kind of thing with me in the future? This is obviously someone deliberately messing with you. Everyone knows that you compose love songs and have never sung Cantonese. I've read about you and you haven't even been exposed to Cantonese since you were a child. You say you're just starting out in your career now and you're going to fall on your face this time. Listening to Sister Hong's worries, Zhang Fan did not interrupt and quietly listened. Tell you what, you hurry up and send a scarf to apologize. I'll let the PR department take care of it. Next time don't do that. Hello? Zhang Fan, are you listening? It's okay, Sister Hong. If you don't know how to do it, just go and learn. There are still 4 days to go. Sister Hong was choked by Zhang Fan's sentence and coughed repeatedly. After a long moment's reprieve, she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, Zhang Fan, do you realize what you're saying? That Cantonese, is it something you can learn in a few days? Sister Hong, Anla, trust me, a song can still be practiced. Sister Hong sighed, but on second thought, Zhang Fan had brought so many surprises to everyone, so this time should be no different. Then work hard for a few days and contact me immediately if you need anything. Meng Mei sat in her chair, crossing her legs and looking at the voting results displayed on the screen. She couldn't help but smile. Zhang Fan, you're a nobody. Who are you to fight me? Write a couple of songs and float away and have a poll. Then I'll do what you want and wait to see you perform in the semifinals. Meng Mei took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Get the poll results out there and buy on the hot seat on every platform. I'm going to make Zhang Fan lose his reputation this time and crawl at my feet begging for me. Since you're willing to play, I'm going to add more fire to the fire. Surprise! Zhang Fan will sing a Cantonese song at the semifinals. Zhang Fan will sing Cantonese songs for the first time. Zhang Fan himself has answered in the affirmative that he will sing a Cantonese song in the semifinals. At the same time, Wang Ruan, He Ling and others saw the hot search and called Zhang Fan to inquire. After receiving Zhang Fan's affirmative answer, the crowd was however half-hearted. It's been a long time since a non-love song made it to the top of the charts in the Chinese music scene, let alone one sung in Cantonese. Although Zhang Fan had brought a lot of surprises to everyone before, the crowd still had a big question mark over the Cantonese song this time. Chapter 30, the semifinals begin. Zhang Fan stared at the hot searches on the screen. He knew in his heart that all of this must be done by Tian Entertainment. Since you guys want to see me make a fool of myself so badly, I'm going to punch you hard in the face. In the following days, Zhang Fan nestled in the recording studio every day, practicing the songs diligently. Just a few days after Zhang Fan practiced the song diligently, a song that had been a hit in North and South China was uploaded to the internet. Lin Yi and Suzaku changed the name of the group to Phoenix Group and at the same time released their first new song, The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind. When the song was first released, it was met with a mediocre response on the internet, with only thousands of plays. At this time, Lu Tsuanliang, who was surfing the internet with high intensity, discovered the song. Early on, after Zhang Fan's cyanide burst onto the scene, his own video of washing his hair upside down due to a pop-up mouth high surprisingly reached more than 500,000 likes. Lu Tsuanliang realized that as long as the video was related to Zhang Fan, the airplay would not be bad. So every day, he surfed the internet with high intensity, collecting information about Zhang Fan and then editing it into a video to post. After a period of time to raise the number, Lu Tsuanliang's account has also accumulated more than 600,000 fans. Lu Tsuanliang was able to discover The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind because Lin Yi brought the hashtag ZhangFan with him when he released it. With curiosity, Lu Tsuanliang clicked on the song. At first listen it just seems so corny, but the beat is so strong that you can't help but listen to it again. Listening to it a second time, I found the song to be a bit up-tempo. With my hands and feet unconsciously moving to the beat, Hearing it for the third time, Lu Tsuanlian was completely brainwashed, and his entire body jumped with it. By the time Lu Tsuanlian reacted, it had already been looped more than 10 times. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This song is toxic. It's so catchy to listen to. While the song is getting less airplay, cut it up and release it as a video, and you'll get a lot more fans. Listening to the most dazzling national wind, Lu Tsuanlian's entire body was particularly high, and he unconsciously sang along. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you in my heart. Stay. A video that normally takes an hour to edit was done in half an hour today. Zhang Fan's latest masterpiece. The rhythm is superb. Listen to it once and you'll be hooked. Hashtag Zhangfan. Hashtag Zhangfan's newest work. Hashtag Zhangfan's new song. Not long after Lu Tsuanlian's video was released, it exploded in popularity, and countless people were overwhelmed by the most dazzling national wind. Although the songs are a bit corny, the more you listen to them, the more you want to listen to them. After listening to this song, I felt so strong that I drove my oxen away and plowed 2 acres of land. It's so magical. I can't stop. This song is toxic. Only 0 and countless times. Is this also a song written by Zhang Fan? It's so awesome. Is Zhang Fan still a human being? Not only can he write love songs, but also sweet songs, and now he can even write high songs. Xiao Shui, who was playing with her cell phone at home, swiped Lu Tsuanlian's video and listened to it. Ash watched up to more than 800,000 likes. Just as Yuki was immersed in the rhythm of the song, Grandpa suddenly asked, "Oh granddaughter, what song are you listening to?" "I think it's called The Most Dazzling National Wind." "Good granddaughter, can you help Grandpa download it for my square dance at night?" Looking at her grandfather who had an expectant face, Yuki skillfully downloaded the song. Looking at her departing grandfather, Snow couldn't help but feel more emotion in her heart. Since Grandma died, Grandpa never went square dancing again. "I can't believe I wanted to go square dancing again after hearing this song today." As night fell, a square dance venue rang out with The Most Dazzling National Wind. The second night was a couple hundred venues. On the third night, a large portion of the square dance floors in China rang with this song. The melody of the song is catchy. The national pentatonic tuning is in line with the musical aesthetic habits of Chinese people. The drum beat is prominent. The contrast between strength and weakness is obvious. And the rhythm is strong, conveying a kind of positive power. Not only square dance, even the major music platforms, The Most Dazzling National Wind has rushed to the top 3. I don't really know music, and I'm still pentatonic, but this song makes me think, I'm good again. Guys, can you still read the lyrics out loud? I can't. I sing them out. Don't mention it. My mom and dad had a fight today. My dad wants to listen to Love You and my mom wants to listen to The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind, and neither one of them will let the other go. My god. My vendors start playing this song at 6 a.m. Lin Yi and Suzaku, who had been happy for the past 2 days, couldn't stop talking. The pair's fanbase has risen rapidly since the most dazzling of them all caught fire. Many media outlets have also come to the door in the hope of digging up hard news. When asked again if this fire is related to Zhang Fan, Lin Yi said frankly that the song is entirely composed by Zhang Fan, and it is all thanks to Zhang Fan that it can be hot. In an instant, Zhang Fan became the hottest singer in the Chinese music scene. Every song I've sung myself has been a hit, and the songs I've written for others have been just as hit. As the heat rose, more and more netizens were curious about Zhang Fan's performance in the semifinals. Meng Mei looked at the words of praise for Zhang Fan online and hated her teeth. The most discussed thing on the internet used to be her, Meng Mei, and these compliments used to be about herself. Damn Zhang Fan, you're still quite capable. I'll see how many more days you can bounce around. I can't wait for the semifinals tomorrow. Wang Ruo, He Ling, Sister Hong and Old Wan were all anxiously waiting outside the recording studio. What they were worried about was that Zhang Fan was too hot right now, and the wind would destroy the wood show in the forest. In case Zhang Fan sings poorly tomorrow, it will be troublesome. Those people from Tian Entertainment were staring at Zhang Fan and would definitely not let go of this opportunity. As long as there was a mistake in Zhang Fan's singing, they would dare to silence him forever. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, Zhang Fan came out, finally finished recording. I'm exhausted. After handing the song samples in his hand to Wang Ruo, Zhang Fan dragged his tired body back to rest. Watching Zhang Fan leave, the 4 men stared wide-eyed. Wang Ruo played a small sample of the song that Zhang Fan had left behind, and the moment Zhang Fan's voice came, the stone in the hearts of the 4 people finally fell to the ground. When did Zhang Fan know Cantonese? I haven't heard him speak it. He should have just practiced on purpose for the last few days. Oh my god, not only did he write lyrics in 4 days, he learned Cantonese. What a monster. Who says it isn't? It can't be compared. Turning to the next day, it was Zhang Fan's turn to take the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Fan. Today I bring you a Cantonese song, Sea and Sky. After saying that, countless pop-ups floated over. For real? Singing real Cantonese songs. It's still an original Cantonese song. Brother Fan is too good. Brother Fan is awesome. I'm a direct convert. Looking forward. Zhang Fan hasn't sung Cantonese songs before. Can he sing well in these few short days? Chapter 31. Don't know Cantonese songs? Open your mouth and kneel. As the accompaniment sounded, the lights on the stage gradually went out, leaving only a spotlight shining on Zhang Fan. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, floating far away with a cool heart, catching up in the wind and rain, not being able to tell what's going on in the fog, the sky and the sea. You and I can change. Who hasn't been changing? Zhang Fan's vocals are low and gentle, like an old friend telling you his story. That's good to hear. Zhang Fan can still hide it. Looks like it's stable this time. Worried for nothing. When Wang Ruo's few people heard Zhang Fan's song, they couldn't help but discuss it. Old Shui, who was on the judge's bench, also stared with wide eyes at this moment. He had brushed up on the hot search before coming here, and although he believed that Zhang Fan would definitely sing Cantonese songs, he hadn't expected to sing them so well. This guy is not letting anyone else live. Participated in the competition. Every time I sang the original song, and this time I also sang a Cantonese song. It's a real people pleaser. The pop-ups were flying at this point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For real. Gee, that's kinda nice. Coward. Does what he says he's going to do. Is a man. Too bad I missed this vote. I'll vote next time. It sounds so good. So good. So good. How many times have I faced cold stares and jeers? Never gave up on the ideals of my heart. A momentary lapse. A feeling of being lost. I don't realize that I've lost my heart. Who understands me? Hearing this, everyone felt that deep inside, that softest place was touched. They all had dreams at one time, young and foolish, shouting for freedom, only to be forced into the current of their times. Lay down your ideals for the sake of life. How many times have I been unable to sleep at night? How many times have I wet my pillow with tears? Until I heard this, the dream that was once in my heart was awakened once again. Zhang Fan's voice paused for a moment, adjusted his state, and gave his full attention to the song, belting out the chorus in the form of a shout. Forgive me if I've been unruly and free all my life. There will also be fear that one day I will fall. Turn your back on your ideals. Anyone can do it. Which would fear the day when only you share me? As soon as the chorus came out, it was as if something hit the netizens in their hearts, and goosebumps couldn't help but rise on their arms. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so good. I get goosebumps from hearing that. Kneel down. It's so beautiful. Old Shui held his head, his eyes looking straight at Zhang Fan. How the hell did this kid do that? Monster. What a monster. Meng Mei, who was watching the live broadcast at this time, her face became more and more ferocious. She wanted to see Zhang Fan make a fool of himself today, not to see him perform. Humph. Since this plan didn't work, let's move on to the next one. This bad breath had to be found a way to get out, and he would never stop until Zhang Fan was brought down. Zhang Fan adjusted the microphone, closed his eyes, and sang the chorus again. Forgive me if I've been unruly and free all my life. There will also be a fear that one day I will fall. Turn your back on your ideals. Anyone can do it. I'm not afraid of the day when it's just you and me. Still free to sing my song forever. Traveled thousands of miles. Zhang Fan's raspy voice carried determination, interpreting the emotions in the song to the fullest. Netizens looked at the lyrics that were paired on the screen and felt nothing but a feeling of fervor in their hearts. We are all dreamers and visionaries, loving freedom and following our dreams. On the road of pursuing dreams, even if you will fall, even if you will be injured, but all the ups and downs, only to stand up to the once hot and persistent. The lyrics poked at the deepest, firmest, and softest part of their hearts, and resonated strongly with everyone. When Zhang Fan sang the chorus for the third time, many of the netizens in front of the screen couldn't help but sing along. Even though their speeches were not standardized and their songs were out of tune, they were hot inside. When Zhang Fan finished singing and the accompaniment stopped, the crowd only felt that they couldn't get enough. A little sea to sky for you all. I hope you enjoy it. Zhang Fan's words woke up the host on the side. Okay, contestant Zhang Fan has finished singing, so please ask the three judges to give their evaluations and scores below. Lao Shui coughed twice, slowed down a bit, picked up the microphone and said, honestly, Zhang Fan, you've brought me too many surprises, and this one is even bigger. This is a masterpiece that touches the soul. Sings about holding fast to ideals and never giving up on your inner quest no matter what the world throws at you. This dedication to ideals and yearning for freedom deeply touches every dreamer who struggles on the path of life. I still give you 100 points. The two judges then did not say anything more and gave the same 100 points. The netizens have gotten used to seeing Zhang Fan get a perfect score again and are not surprised. If the judges don't give the song 100%, the judges are deaf. The following web scoring will begin, with a 1-minute time limit. Just as everyone was scoring Zhang Fan, A pop-up caught everyone's attention. I'm a cancer patient. I was already swinging for the fences and waiting to die. After listening to this song, I've regained my confidence. Jiang Fan, when I beat cancer, I'll definitely go to your concert. Seeing this pop up, everyone felt their noses turn sour. Brother, I'll wait for you to go to Jiang Fan's concert together. As promised, you can't not come when Jiang Fan has a concert. A small cancer cell. Don't be afraid. We can beat it. Everyone spoke up and comforted a stranger they had never met. The scoring is over and the final results will now be announced. The moderator's comment caused the crowd to take their hands off the keyboard and stare nervously at the screen. Contestant Jiang Fan. The judges scored 100 points. Web score of 99. 4. Composite score of 99. 7. Let's give our warmest applause and congratulate Jiang Fan for entering the finals. We're in the finals. Woohoo! Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are still people who don't give this song a perfect score? I doubt you have any feelings. I'm going to play this song to my students. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. To give them a pep talk. Hearing the host finish announcing the results, Healing danced with excitement. I see you weren't this happy when you made the finals of Happy Start yourself. I'm happy for brother Jiang Fan. Healing spat her tongue at Wang Ruo. Come on, let's go pick up the big star. Jiang Fan came to the dressing room, changed his clothes, packed his things and left. I came to the street, only to find that the sky was dark without realizing it. Jiang Fan walked down the street, looking at the laughing and joking pedestrians on the side of the road, and the tall buildings with lights in the distance. He felt a lot of emotions in his heart. In this towering skyscraper, there are countless dreams and aspirations. When the night comes and the lights of all the houses illuminate the night sky, every lit-up window is a dream. The footprints of those who walk in a hurry have stepped down the sorrows and sufferings of youth. And those busy figures have written down the most beautiful hymn of the years. We are all paying. No one resigned. No one to lose. The age of chaos. The age of natural selection. Who stops who will lose. So there's no reason to give up before you've tried. Hang in there a little longer. It's bound to work out. Chapter 32 The Power of Song. Although the semi-finals were over, Jiang Fan's performance of Sea and Sky occupied the top of the charts on various platforms. On a certain sound, the topic related to Sea and Sky directly occupied the top 10 of the hot list. Various second creation and cover videos are popping up. Some enthusiastic music bloggers, worried that netizens don't know Cantonese, thoughtfully posted the harmonic Chinese characters, but the blogger clearly underestimated the creative ability of the netizens. After the netizens to further improve, the picture style is gradually a little wrong. The opening is the empty ear storm, steel pots and pans, with tears in their eyes, screaming to fix the ladle pots. And when it comes to the chorus, it's even more outrageous. Grandpa only has chicken coops. I want a knife in my brother. Thunder in the sky. There are even some spoof bloggers who use a video of fixing a pot, typing in harmonic Chinese characters, and then using Haigua Tian Tian as a soundtrack to main a vivid image. In addition to these hilarious videos, there are a lot of cover videos and even DJ versions have been made. For a moment, all up and down a certain sound was filled with the shadow of the song. Among these associated videos, one blogger's video has quickly gone viral and has also attracted the attention of countless netizens. The video is of a man with cancer, filmed from the first point of view, talking about his journey through the years of fighting cancer. The man had just passed his prime but had been afflicted by the disease for 3 years, during which he had thought of giving up countless times. Seeing their own old and decrepit parents not only have to get up early in the morning and late at night to earn their own medical expenses, but also day and night in front of their own sick bed. Just a few days ago, his father was working as a small laborer at his place of employment when he was unfortunately smashed, but fortunately his body was not seriously injured. The man who saw this couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to end his life. The mother is also the first to discover the son's abnormalities, but also to guard the hospital bed do not dare to close their eyes. The man looked at his mother, who was asleep on the side of the bed due to overwork, and felt nothing but deep guilt. He got up gingerly and made his way to the rooftop, trying to jump off. Just as the man arrived on the rooftop, he realized that there was someone on the rooftop. The man was sitting on the balcony, and a live stream of The Voice of China was playing on his cell phone. It just so happens that at this time, Jiang Fan is singing Sea and Sky. Jiang Fan's song penetrated the night and despair and planted hope in the hearts of men. The man's inner gloom is lifted when he hears the words, "Still free to sing my song forever." He suddenly realized that in the past 3 years, his parents had long been full of white hair in their 50s for his own sake, but they had never given up on him. It would be selfish to jump like that. I'm still young. I still have a lot of time. It's just a small tumor. It's done. The man concludes by saying that in the next few days, he will keep a daily record of the days he spends fighting cancer, and that on the day he gets well, he will definitely go to Jiang Fan's concert. As the video exploded in popularity, more and more people left messages in the comment section. Buddy, when you get better, I'll treat you to some hoisin soup and we'll go to a concert together. We have to show it who's in charge of the body. Brother, you have to cheer up. Anything that can't beat you will make you stronger. I am the attending physician of Capital Cancer Hospital. Please send me the image of your condition privately, and if the situation is appropriate, you can be transferred to the hospital. Brother, I sent you a private message you did not return. You say where you are now. Old brother's a little bit of intention. Want to send you over. Looking at the message in the comments section, the man could no longer hold back his tears. There is true love on earth. The good news is that, after a lot of hard work on many fronts and by everyone, the man has been transferred to a hospital and the hospital waived most of his medical bills, and things are looking up. Similarly, a video of a senior student that caught fire. The video tells the story of a high school senior, who is confused every day due to the stress of studying, and has trouble eating and sleeping. After listening to Sea and Sky, it was as if he had been opened up, and he no longer suffered from any nonsense. He knows that his destiny is in his own hands, and he's going to fight to create his own world. More and more videos are catching fire, which include, but are not limited to, takeout boys, failed entrepreneurs, and working people away from home. With its warmth, Sea to Sky has warmed and inspired people of all walks of life and ages in this world. That's probably the power of songs, the ability to resonate with people, to be a spiritual anchor, to give people the strength to move up when they most want to give up. On Jihu, the number one hot question is, how do you rate the song Sea and Sky? The likes for this question have broken the Jihu's record of 400,000, coming in at 460,000. The responses below the question, again, set a new record, reaching a terrifying 30,000 plus. Someone replied, this is a very inspirational song that will surely become a milestone in Chinese songs. Zhang Fan's unique voice, as well as his skill in switching between true and false tones and emotional input, makes every lyric infectious. The song, with its rousing melody and more rhythmic feel, has a lot of flavor even when you listen to the backing track as pure music. Others replied, are we overestimating the song and giving praise beyond that? None of them paid any attention to him. People felt that it was a waste of effort to talk to him. On the Bib, the video of Sea and Sky reached more than 20 million plays, overpowering a number of songs and becoming the top of the new songs chart. Several official media accounts have liked and retweeted Sea to Sky, and that's what an heirloom classic song should be. Many famous actors, singers are also down to retweet. Old Shui is even more hardworking, 20 bibs a day, all helping to promote Zhang Fan. Old Shui really loves Zhang Fan, so talented. Unfortunately, the finals changed the mechanism, replacing the 3 judges with a 100-member jury, so Lao Shui couldn't hear Zhang Fan sing live. To say that the most happy at this time belongs to the director Lu of the program group of The Voice of Huaxia. As Zhang Fan's heat continued to climb, it also brought the show up, and the show's attention is currently at an all-time high. In previous years, the show's finale had an online following of roughly 20 million, while it's currently at 60 million. The heat is still on the rise, and it's promising to cross the 100 million mark. Looking at the jealous faces of his peers, director Lu was happy inside. I'm really glad that I helped Zhang Fan at that time, otherwise where would there be such a high level of heat now? And now that his own daughter is fully recovered and back in school, it's a double whammy, so to speak. Chapter 33, took a job. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan was woken up by Sister Hong's phone call, asking him to come to the company immediately, saying that there was something particularly urgent. Zhang Fan had never heard such an anxious tone from Sister Hong, and realizing that it must be a big deal, he quickly got up and rushed to the company. When he came to the conference room, there were only 2 people sitting inside, Wang Ruo and Sister Hong, both of them frowning tightly, looking at the pens in their hands in a daze. Seeing that Zhang Fan had arrived, Sister Hong greeted Zhang Fan and sat down, then said, the company received an official assignment this morning. They wanted to make a documentary to commemorate the mouthpiece period, but it lacked a soundtrack. They saw your performance of Sea to Sky and wanted you to write a song for the documentary. When Zhang Fan heard this, he thought that this is not a difficult thing. Why so sad? Face it, it's okay, it's just a song. They're asking for 5 days to finish the songs and for you to be in the documentary. Sister Hong looked at Zhang Fan and said word for word. Hearing Sister Hong's words, Zhang Fan's heart was also shocked. Why was it so urgent? 1 song plus recording, 5 days should be enough. But the problem was that 7 days later one had to participate in the finals of The Voice of China. It's hard to avoid some time conflicts. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to open his mouth, Wang Ruo grabbed the opportunity to say, Sister Hong, don't make things difficult for Zhang Fan. He still has to prepare for the finals. But, Wang Ruo waved his hand and his tone became very firm. It's okay, I'll communicate, and I'll take the blame for anything that happens. Hearing Wang Ruo's words, Sister Hong didn't argue anymore and looked at Zhang Fan with a tangled look in her eyes. I think it's in time. No problem. Trust me. Zhang Fan's sudden opening made Wang Ruo's heart warm. I didn't realize that this Zhang Fan kid was quite reliable. But we can't gamble with this brat's future this time. When he gets the title, there will be a wider sky in the future. Let me do it this time. After thinking about this, Wang Ruo's face turned cold and said in an undeniable tone, there's no need to discuss it. Just prepare for the finals. That's all. After saying that, Wang Ruo got up and prepared to leave. I can do it. If this matter was really nothing, you wouldn't have called me here today. And since you called me here, it means that this matter is troublesome. And even the consequences you can't bear. I've taken it to heart that you helped me before. This time, let me do it. Wang Ruo stopped in her tracks, tears already hanging on her cheeks. For so many years, she had presented herself as a strong woman. She didn't want others to see her softer side, but she also longed in her heart for someone to look out for her and cover for her. Wang Ruo didn't look back and quickly left, afraid that Zhang Fan would see her in tears. After Wang Ruo left, Zhang Fan asked Sister Hong about what happened. Turns out it was all a Sky Entertainment thing. Officially, the Sky Entertainment company that was approached at the beginning to work with them to create the background songs, something that several agencies were aware of. Sky Entertainment turned in more than a dozen versions in a row, all of which failed to pass, and the time was delayed again and again. For some reason, the officials broke off their cooperation with Sky Entertainment and came to work with Starfire instead, naming Zhang Fan as the main creator. According to Wang Ruo's inquiries, from the time when Zhang Fan participated in The Voice of China, the official found Sky Entertainment to cooperate. After a dozen or so versions were handed in at Sky Entertainment, the officials still weren't satisfied, but the time was almost up, and there was nothing to be done. So the cripples picked the generals inside. I don't know why, but after Zhang Fan's semi-final match, the official dropped Sky Entertainment and named Zhang Fan to come, which is said to be operated by Li Gang behind the scenes. To say that Li Gang didn't have bad intentions, ghosts wouldn't believe it, and had been holding a grudge against Starfire since the last time he was defeated. This time, it was clear that he was trying to embarrass Starfire. Wang Ruo and Zhang Fan. Either you Zhang Fan give up on the finals or you Starfire wait for the end. After hearing this, Zhang Fan was completely enraged. The last time you came to screw me, I hadn't counted on it, and you're trying to hurt me again. In that case, let me show you what I can do. You just want to see me get beat up? I'm telling you, I'm going to take the record, and I'm going to take the finals. Without delay, Zhang Fan asked Sister Hong to hurry up and dock with the officials and come up with a plan as soon as possible. Sister Hong also did not say anything and immediately asked the director to meet in the afternoon. Meeting up was somewhat unexpected for Zhang Fan. He had thought that the director must be a particularly literate person, or one who just seemed to have a lot of pizzazz. I didn't realize that it was a big, intellectual beauty, almost as old as Hong, around 30, with big waves and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. When the woman saw Zhang Fan, she looked him up and down with the same curiosity. When she received this documentary, the lady had recommended Zhang Fan to herself, and then chose Tian Entertainment for various reasons. After all, it was not something that she alone could make a decision on. Tian Entertainment's side was slow to deliver a satisfactory answer, and the woman was very anxious as she saw that it was about to reach the time she had agreed to with the lady. Just as the woman loses her temper at Li Gang then recommends Zhang Fan to the woman, saying that Zhang Fan will definitely be able to accomplish it. Hearing Zhang Fan's name, the woman also remembered that the lady had mentioned this person before. After opening the scarf and searching for it, she happened to see the top of the sea and sky. With curiosity, the woman clicked on the video. This hearing directly made the woman make up her mind that she wanted Zhang Fan to write the song for the promo, so she immediately turned to Starfire. Looking at Zhang Fan in front of her, the woman shook hands with him generously and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Zishuan. You can also call me Sister Xian. I know you're going to be in the finals of The Voice of China soon, but this promo of mine is also imminent. Risks and benefits go hand in hand, and as long as you can accomplish the songs you need for the promo, I'll promise you a bigger stage as well. The woman silently calculates in her mind. If Zhang Fan can reach his requirements in such a short time, then the National Day Night will definitely recommend him to go. Even the Spring Festival Gala is not impossible. Okay, Sister Xian, tell us the requirements. Looking at Zhang Fan agreeing so dryly, the woman unconsciously looked at Zhang Fan one more time. Here's the basic filmed promo you can watch first. Zhang Fan took the tablet and looked at the video carefully. This video focuses on the nation's fight against the epidemic during that special mask period. After watching the video, Zhang Fan rubbed his chin and thought. The woman saw Zhang Fan, who was in deep thought, and made a sound to disturb him, but just watched quietly. After a long time, Zhang Fan returned to his senses. Chapter 34, Zhang Fan blushes. Do you have any ideas? The woman asked with a raised eyebrow. The video follows a group of ordinary people, undaunted in the face of the epidemic, united to overcome it. Personally, I think the song has to be mediocre as well to be worthy of the video. The woman was instantly captivated by Zhang Fan's words, a perspective she had never thought of before. Oh, you go on. Zhang Fan took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued. Songs have to be ordinary. First of all, the lyrics have to be close to life. Art comes from life, and it has to reflect the things that people usually don't want to say and find pretentious. Secondly, the singer has to sing in such a way that the whole song is slow and not like pop music that is like telling a story and pontificating. Lastly, I felt that this song, which needs a male and female chorus, would be a bit monotonous if it was just me, and wouldn't fit perfectly into the video. After hearing Zhang Fan's thoughts, the woman felt that she had found the right person. Previously, Celestial Entertainment would only give her lyric scripts and completely disregard whether or not they could be incorporated into the video, instead forcing sensationalism and bringing the video down. Zhang Fan is completely different. He is starting from the video and using the song to fit the video, which is not abrupt and also sets the tone of the video. Well, you're very thoughtful. When can I have the first draft? Zhang Fan scratched his head and smiled bitterly. For the lyrics, I can get them to you today, and for the song samples, I'm afraid the earliest will be tomorrow morning. The woman listened incredulously, even suspecting she had heard wrong. What do you say? The lyrics will be available to me today? Yes. The woman took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Fan. Well then, I look forward to your good news tonight. Looking at the departing Zhang Fan, the woman couldn't help but feel emotion inside. She saw hope from Zhang Fan. It is the hope for the Chinese language to break out of Asia and go global. Instead of going home, Zhang Fan went to Old Wan's recording studio. For some reason, every time he came here, Zhang Fan would inexplicably feel at ease and his entire being would be comfortable. At 10:30 p.m., Zhang Fan finally finished the lyric sheet. This is the theme song of the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine in the Previous Life. The song As Long as It's Ordinary sung by Zhang Jie and Zhang Baikan. The written lyric sheet, packaged and sent together to Sister Hong, so that she could forward it to the director. Just as he walked out the door, Zhang Fan saw Wang Ruo, who was sitting on a chair and falling asleep. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan was about to cover Wang Ruo with a blanket when he didn't expect Wang Ruo to suddenly wake up. The two of them looked at each other, and Zhang Fan didn't know what to do. Standing frozen in place, Wang Ruo instantly understood when she saw the blanket in Zhang Fan's hand and got up to take the blanket in Zhang Fan's hand. He Ling is going to be in the finals soon, and has been practicing hard for the past few days on the song you wrote for her, so I'm the only one who came. I saw you were busy, thought I'd wait for you to finish and go to dinner together, but I didn't realize I'd fallen asleep. Let's go. Sister will take you to a big meal. The two men sat in the restaurant, slightly awkward. In the past, several people had come to eat together, but today there were only Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo. In order to break the deadlock, Zhang Fan told Wang Ruo about the song and invited Wang Ruo to come along tomorrow to record the song, and Wang Ruo agreed. Then silence fell around them. Zhang Fan didn't say anything and just kept on chucking the food. Just when the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme, Sister Hong called, saying that the director of that lyric score was very satisfied, did not make any requests, and passed it once. Hanging up the phone, Wang Ruo looked very excited. Wow. Zhang Fan, you're great. Wow. Tian Entertainment's side has been working on it for so long, but you passed it in one go. That's awesome. Hearing Wang Ruo's compliments, Zhang Fan's small face instantly turned a little red, and his head was buried even lower. Hastily, he said, "Spin is full. I want to go out." Seeing the fleeing Zhang Fan, Wang Ruo couldn't help but laugh out. It was quite cute. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan came to the recording studio early, and Wang Ruo had also arrived. As agreed with the director, the song samples were to be recorded today. Zhang Fan gave a copy of the lyric sheet to Wang Ruo and told him about the areas that needed attention. The two then went to the studio and started trying to sing. Under the guidance of Zhang Fan, after a morning of grinding, finally once again recorded into a small sample. After handing over the small sample to the director, Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo also finally took a break. Looking at Wang Ruo, who was close by and smelling the faint fragrance coming from her, Zhang Fan's heart was a little restless. Just as Zhang Fan was imagining things, Sister Hong's phone call pulled Zhang Fan back to reality. Sister Hong said that the director was very satisfied and praised that the song was just perfect and that it would work with the video to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Then it said that some footage of the two singing would be recorded and added to the documentary. While recording the scene, so many staff members often can't help but cry out halfway through the recording. Several times, the filming was seriously disrupted because too many people were crying and were forced to interrupt. Wang Ruo was watching and anxious. She knew that if it ended a minute earlier, Zhang Fan would be able to start preparing a minute earlier, but there was nothing she could do about it. Zhang Fan's song was just too tear-jerking, and she choked on it several times. Finally, with the joint efforts of all the members, all the shooting was finally completed on the 5th day. After the work was over, Jiang Fan said goodbye to everyone and fell into bed. He was too tired these days. The director took the edited promo and went back to Mrs. to review his orders. The lady looked at the tablet the woman handed over, not opening it to look at it first, and asked rhetorically, Zishuan, is the song looking for Jiang Fan? Only after receiving an affirmative response did the video click and play. Seeing this scene, the woman's heart secretly shocked. Looking at the performance of the lady, fortunately the last to find Jiang Fan, otherwise I am afraid that it will not be able to deliver. In just a few minutes of promo, the Mrs. cried a few times watching it, especially when the song sings, "There is no God's halo, hold the ordinary in your hands." The lady's heart was completely moved. That's a great line to write. When the epidemic hit, everyone was in a panic. At the call of the state and under its leadership, the nation began a long siege of the city. Whether it's the doctors, nurses and others on the front lines, or the people who stay at home and quietly quarantine, they're all just mortals. We don't have the aura and power of God, but we have accomplished one miracle after another with our power. Madam wiped her eyes and calmed her emotions. The promo was very well shot and the songs were great. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, so send it out tomorrow, and wish the whole country a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. The woman nodded, silently taking note. Woman, the National Day Party is being organized now. Do you see Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo? Well, they're both doing well, so you see to the arrangements. Chapter 35 Jiang Fan's fans break up. Zishuan followed Madam's wishes and sent the promo to the entire online platform on the following day's Dragon Boat Festival. Diva Wang Ruo joins hands with Jiang Fan to dedicate a song for the anti-epidemic propaganda film as a way to commemorate the most adorable people who once struggled on the front line, wishing everyone a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. The video was republished by the National Video Network and reposted by official accounts around the world. The major video sites, too, topped the video at the same time, giving it maximum exposure and traffic. Netizens took a look at the battle. Again, Wang Ruo and Jiang Fan sang, and the official himself came down, decisively clicked into the video and watched it. The country's strict choice. For sure, the netizens who clicked on the video were a bit regretful inside. Promotional video, not only video content tear-jerking, even the song that is more tear-jerking. Anyone who doesn't cry after reading this is going to wonder about your nationality. The netizens who read it are also unusually taciturn. They have reprinted it, with the text safe and non-toxic. After reading it, the stomach hurts from laughing. This led netizens who hadn't seen it to click on the video without a shred of defense when they saw the comments of their predecessors. The one who came in with his teeth bared to see the fun didn't expect to cry a river of snot and tears. When the victims are done crying, they just copy the other comments and repost them for publicity. In many aspects of the role of the promotional video in only half a day, the whole network broadcast volume has exceeded 100 million. Lao Shui slept until noon, and because it was the Dragon Boat Festival, it didn't bother him to sleep. Old Shui, who woke up from sleep, was not in a hurry to get up and opened his cell phone to brush up the short video. Soon, Old Shui was also attracted by the crowd's comments and clicked on the video with interest. When the music started, by the time Lao Shui felt something was wrong, it was too late. When he heard the first line of lyrics, Lao Shui was a bit surprised that Jiang Fan's voice was so mature and steady, and also revealed a bit of tenderness. Ginger Fan has such a wide range of tones and timbres. When Wang Ruo opened his mouth, Old Shui was once again shocked. If it was Jiang Fan's voice that was the black in the Taiji diagram, then Wang Ruo's voice was the white. The black and white blend, as if born as one, gives life to the song. By the time the video was finished, Lao Shui was already in tears, and Ben is an emotional person who can't watch this at all. Old Shui couldn't even wipe his tears, so he opened the comments section and posted his feelings. In this song, instead of the customary high notes, it's more like a God's perspective, telling the inner stories of ordinary people, recounting the thirst for life. The tune is bland, but it's that ordinariness that makes it so tiresome to listen to. Jiang Fan's voice is steady and mature, incarnating a narrator who has experienced the trials and tribulations of life and tells the stories of the little people. Wang Ruo's voice, on the other hand, is quiet and clear, and her chanting is delicate and gentle, like gurgling water flowing into the listener's heart. The two voices seem to be the twin children of destiny, interweaving the life dialogues of ordinary people through the flood of the times. Netizens who saw Lao Shui's song review also expressed their understanding of the song. Plum Lime, the song and the video are a match made in heaven. The diva sings so well. Pineapple and bun, as long as it's ordinary, is like a cup of warm, refreshing tea that awakens our desire for the true touch. Jiang Fan's voice is like a rough pottery vessel carrying the gravelly feeling of the years, while the voice of the diva is like a glaze reflecting the clarity of the soul, as if to tell us that within the everyday folds of every ordinary person lies the epic gene to change the world. Tiny Saint, We are all ordinary individuals who are helpless in the face of birth, old age, sickness and death. And although we do not have the aura of God, we hold the hope in our hands. Spring. Although we are ordinary, we should write our own stories and pour love into every ordinary thing. May the ordinary you create your own extraordinary. Jing. Recognize regret and heartbreak. Life is long and short. Without the glory of God, you and I are born ordinary. More and more ordinary people have left their own understanding of the ordinary. While everyone was crying their eyes out, a few uncharacteristic comments stood out. Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo's voices are perfect for each other. I'm a little kowtowed to their CP. Seeing such an anticlimactic statement also stirred up the gossip of netizens. I always think that Zhang Fan and He Ling would be perfect together. He Ling is so sweet. There's no reason why Zhang Fan wouldn't like it. Upstairs, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? He Ling can be considered Zhang Fan's sister-in-law. Ah, what's this about? I'll buy you a bottle of water. Big brother speaks slowly. According to reliable sources, Zhang Fan had talked to He Ling's sister. Both of them immediately talk about marriage. He Ling's sister is also poor, got cancer and died. Then, wouldn't Zhang Fan and He Ling be a better match? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid, you can't get enough of oil and salt. Brothers, let's do it this way. If you think Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo are a good match, deduct 1. If you think he's a good match, deduct 2. After the netizens' votes, Wang Ruo finally won by a narrow margin. Ah, I'll always support He Ling. Fake, fake, fake. There's something shady in the voting. I demand a revote. Okay, the crowd is discerning. You guys admit defeat. As the discussion progressed, the statements made by netizens became more and more outrageous, to the extent that they even developed into two camps. The side in favor of Zhang Fan and He Ling raised the flag of freedom and shouted about the freedom of love, stating that Zhang Fan and He Ling had known each other for a long time and had deep feelings for each other, and that they were the most suitable. The side that supports Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo cites the ability and works of the two, saying that the two talents are a strong combination, the groom and the girl. As long as the ordinary is the best proof, only the two join hands to revitalize the Chinese music scene, and strongly support Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo together. The number of supporters on both sides is about the same, and for a while it is impossible to distinguish between winners and losers. Both sides have simply created their own groups, claiming different identities, and are incompatible with each other as well. Mang Mei's fans, as soon as they saw that Zhang Fan's fans had actually split into two parts on their own, they couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside and immediately organized their families to start fighting back. Families, Zhang Fan's fans are quarreling today, divided into two parts. They don't talk to each other. Here's our chance for revenge. While he's sick, Meng Beauty's fans instantly struck out in two directions. A portion of them, quietly joining the fanbase supporting Zhang Fan and He Ling, were spouting bad things about Wang Ruo, trying to further divide Zhang Fan's fans. The other part of the group, which did the same, yelled at He Ling's bad behavior in the fanbase that supported Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo. Surprisingly to Mang Mei's fans, just when they thought their method worked, they were kicked out of the group chat by Zhang Fan's fans. You fake fans, we just had a disagreement over who Ginger Van was with, but we didn't hate each other. We will always support Zhang Fan and his choices. Chapter 36, Buying a Guitar. Zixuan looked at the promo's online buzz and felt that the time was almost ripe to pay a visit to someone. This person she was going to visit was the most famous director in China, Zhang Zhengmo. The movies he has directed have won numerous awards at home and abroad, and can be said to occupy half of the Chinese cinema. The opening ceremony of the Olympic Games hosted by China some years ago, as well as the country's important holiday parties, were also directed by him. Similarly, Zhang Zhengmo is also known in China for his harshness towards his actors, which can be said to be so strict that it is a matter of whether he walks with his left or right foot first. Although Zhang Zhengmo is harsh on actors, but can be his choice of actors, often get a good development, a variety of awards to get soft. But, right, Zhang Zhengmo is also very special in the way he chooses his actors. He doesn't look at the actor's looks or reputation. He has his own set of selection criteria. Thinking about this, Zixuan was a little worried about recommending Zhang Fan to Zhang Zhengmo. Arriving at Zhang Zhengmo's house, Zixuan rang the doorbell, and after a while, the door was opened. Oops, it's little Xian coming. Excuse me, I'm in the middle of writing a script and I'm just getting to the key plot points. Looking at the man in front of her with hair as messy as a chicken nest and wearing an undershirt and big pants, Zixuan was a little speechless. The more powerful people are in art, the more they are a little different from others. They never care about what others think, they just concentrate on their own work. Uncle Zhang, sorry to bother you. What a thing to say. Little Xian, come in and sit down. Little Xian, why did you think of coming to find me today, Zhang Zhengmo asked while pouring water for Zixuan. Uncle Zhang, I've recently shot a promotional video. Why don't you take a look at it for me and give me some guidance? Zishuan replied obediently. Xiao Xian made the promo. Then I have to take a good look at it. Zhang Zhengmo took the tablet handed over by Zishuan and looked at it carefully. After the promo was shown, Zhang Zhengmo frowned without saying a word, as if he had recalled something. Uncle Zhang, how's the promo I made? Geez, I'm running away from watching it. It's a great shot. It's great. It was only when he heard Zishuan's inquiry that Zhang Zhengmo snapped out of his memories. There aren't many things that can take him out of his mind. If this promo gets a 100, then the song part gets a 70. The lyrics are written with depth and the vocal parts unfold with no emotional outbursts. Just calmness. The song fits perfectly into the video, setting the mood without stealing the show, which is rare. Without the song, this promo wouldn't have even gotten into his eyes. The female part of the song is supposed to be Diva Wang Ruo. Who is the male part? And who wrote the song? Xiao Xian. This song inside the promo. Who wrote it? Hearing Zhang Zhengmo's words, Zishuan understood in her heart that this was an interest in Zhang Fan, and she was afraid that today's matter was a done deal. Uncle Zhang. It's written by Zhang Fan. I don't know if you've heard of him. Oh, the chap who sang Sea to Sky? Yes, Uncle Zhang. That's him. You've also heard of Sea and Sky. Well, I've heard that song. It's great, and the lad is very talented. Uncle Zhang, I want to discuss something with you. You don't have to say anything. I know. I'll contact him. It just so happens I'm missing a theme song for a movie, in a neighborhood in the capital. A girl was staring blankly out of the window, and by the looks of her, she must have been 7 years old, with a very haggard face. The wind blew through the window, stirring up the newspaper on the desk and the girl's memories. When the epidemic broke out, her mom, an infectious disease specialist, rushed to the front line without a second thought. When the epidemic was over, the only thing that came back was mom's urn. The girl was devastated. She couldn't take it. Later, many people came to the house for interviews, and mom's heroic deeds were shown on TV. One day, dad brought home a medal that was a reward for mom. The girl saw the medal and couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed over and slammed it down hard on the ground. She hated that the medal took her mom away. The girl knew in her heart that her mom was rushing to the front line for the sake of more people, and for herself. Mom saved a lot of lives. She's a hero, but the girl doesn't want a hero. She wants her mom. She wants her mom alive. The girl couldn't end her mom's death and locked herself in her room, where she stood at the window every day and looked down. When mom was around, she would wave at the girl in the window every time she left the house. This time the girl waited over a month and didn't wait for her mom to give her a wave. Ding! A message came in on her cell phone. It was her best friend, Crane. This is a hot video on the internet. Check it out. Video. MP4-inch. The girl tossed her cell phone aside and looked out the window again. I don't know how long it took, but the girl felt a little tired. She sat back down on her bed, turned on her phone, and watched the video her best friend had sent her. When the music played in the background, the girl felt just inexplicably hard. Indescribably hard. Hard from the heart. The girl didn't turn it off and continued to watch. She was numb. When Zhang Fan sang the line, "One day it might go away. Maybe we'll see each other again. In the crowd and in the sky. Let me see your face again." The video just happened to show the mom as she was resuscitating a patient. At this moment, the girl could no longer hold back, and the bean-sized teardrops kept flowing down. After seeing her mother's urn, the girl hadn't cried, thinking that no matter how loud she cried, her mother would never come back. From that day on, the girl thought she had forgotten to cry. As the girl cried, her heart suddenly felt relieved. Mom's gone, but she'll be watching over herself from heaven. She messaged her best friend to ask her who sang the background music in this video. It's Zhang Fan, who's been very hot lately. The girl searched for Zhang Fan on the internet, and dozens of messages popped up instantly. Looking at the number 1 song, Sea to Sky, the girl clicked play. In this way, the girl listened to all the songs sung by Zhang Fan, one by one. She was very curious as to what someone who could write so many straight from the soul songs was going through. As she delved deeper, the more the girl looked, the more surprised she became. Zhang Fan's experience made her heart ache, and Zhang Fan's deeds made her admire. The girl thought for a moment that her mom was a hero, and she was watching over her from heaven, so she couldn't disgrace her hero. When figured out, the demons that plagued the girl dissipated. She opened the door to her room, saw her dad mopping the floor, and threw her arms around him. Crane, Dad, can you buy me a guitar? I want to learn how to play the guitar. Okay, we'll get it tomorrow. Chapter 37 Participation in the Finals. Meng Mei was furious as she watched the promotional video that had exploded on the internet. He himself had given a few nights of his life in order to get Li Gang to take the background music for the promo and dump it on Zhang Fan, and his tongue was numb with fatigue. I thought I could drag Zhang Fan, so that he could not get both sides. I did not expect Mengmei's brain had a flash of light and she had an idea. Didn't Jiang Fan run a poll during the semifinals? I wonder if he can write a song in 2 days this time. I'm kind of looking forward to it. On the other side, Jiang Fan, after recording the promo, finally had time to prepare his song for the finals. Just as Jiang Fan was still struggling with which song to sing, Sister Hong called him. Jiang Fan, don't pay attention to those messages on the internet. Just focus on preparing for the finals. The company will help you with the rest. Hearing Sister Hong's words, Jiang Fan was also stunned and then asked in return, "What a message? I didn't even have time to read it." Sister Hong realized that Jiang Fan still didn't know what had happened online, so she tried to put it off. Nothing, just some bad-mouthing you. Don't worry about it, just focus on getting ready. When he heard Sister Hong's words, Jiang Fan became suspicious and opened his scarf to look at it. After looking at it for a few moments, Jiang Fan sort of understood why Sister Hong had called him. So many people online have asked if the song that Jiang Fan is going to sing in the finals can be voted on as well as the semi-finals to give them some participation. There are also many netizens who retort that the finals are coming up soon, and when the votes are cast, in such a short period of time, the gods can't write a song. This is not clearly a pitfall for Jiang Fan. Surely cannot be voted on again. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and said to Sister Hong, "I think it's better to vote. Don't let the fans get cold feet." After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Sister Hong was also in a hurry to dissuade him. There are only 2 days left before the finals, so I think it's best to forget about it. Those people online, the company can handle them. You don't have to worry. Hearing Sister Hong's worry, Jiang Fan smiled. He wanted to let the internet vote himself because he didn't know which song to sing. How about turning essays into propositions to narrow down the choices? Not to mention that there are still 2 days to go, which is perfectly timed. Sister Hong, it's okay, trust me. Hearing how insistent Jiang Fan was, Sister Hong couldn't say anything else and hung up after explaining a few sentences. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan was also the first to send a scarf. "Welcome, fans, to the finale with me. Please vote for your favorite song, type below. It's limited to 1 hour. With the release of Jiang Fan's scarf, it immediately caused a discussion all over the internet. My goodness, Jiang Fan is also too spoiled with fans. There are only 2 days left and he's asking fans to vote. Literally, I'm crying my eyes out. With such a short time left, can Jiang Fan write a divine song? If he misses out on the championship, he'll leave a mouthful for Blackie. Right, in case we lose the game, we'll be sprayed to death by the whole internet. Jiang Fan is afraid that this wave is a bit too big. We'll talk about the later. Come all the way here and vote first. Right. Let's vote first. Maybe Jiang Fan will surprise us again. After an hour's wait, the final votes are in. Maybe it's because it's the end of May and the graduation season is approaching, but this time we voted for Campus Love. Looking at the results of the poll, Jiang Fan was a little confused. There were also a lot of songs on this topic. After thinking about it, Jiang Fan finally chose Zhou Don's Sunny Day. The song, one of Zhou's masterpieces, caused a sensation when it was first released. At the same time, this song, in its previous life, carried the youthful memories of countless people, and was also a symbol of an era, representing the youthful era that was full of vigor and dreams. After finalizing the song for the competition, Jiang Fan rushed to the recording studio without stopping and started a new retreat. Time flies like a white horse, and before you know it, it's race day. Because of Jiang Fan's participation, the heat of this The Voice of China finals reached an unprecedented level, and countless netizens were looking forward to this day. For this reason, the program has upgraded the selection rules. There will be no judges for the finals, and instead of online scoring, it will be, instead, scored live by 100 audio critics. In the interest of fairness, the program has made the profiles of the 100 audio critics public. They come from all walks of life, from conservatory teachers, to corporate white-collar workers, to self-employed businessmen, to clear and stupid college students. Seeing the publicly available profiles of the 100 audio critics, fans couldn't help but be a little worried. Such a jury meant that not only did the lyrics have to be accessible and the tune simple and pure, but more importantly, the songs had to resonate with the crowd. Can the song created by Jiang Fan in just 2 days conquer the jury? Jiang Fan, who was staying backstage at this time, was drawing lots. I had a bit of bad luck today and drew last place, which was number 10. Looking at the results he drew, and thinking that it was still early, he found a corner and squinted for a while. When the other 9 players saw this, they all revealed a look of anger. This was completely not treating them as human beings. Before the match had even started, a large group of netizens were waiting in the live broadcast room, and the number of people online reached a terrifying 10 million. While waiting for the effort to start, netizens initiated pop-ups to blow off steam, which they used to pass the time. The 10 people in this finals are all very good. It's very interesting. I don't care about them. I'm only looking at Jiang Fan. Do you know where Jiang Fan is ranked? I want to see Jiang Fan. What's there to see in Jiang Fan? How good would a song written in 2 days be? My brother is going to win this finals. What kind of a thing is your brother? Worthy of Jiang Fan's shoes? Who the hell is Jiang Fan? He had to pretend to vote in the last 2 days. He's going to lose this time. Just as everyone was arguing, the match officially started. First, after a quick reading from the moderator about the Golden Father, the match was called. First on stage, a female contestant. She chose to sing Wang Ruo's hit song, Red Beans. The moment she opened her mouth, Jiang Fan sat up straight and listened carefully to this female contestant. After all, knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is 100 times better. The female contestant's basic skills were solid and she sang the whole song very smoothly without any mistakes, which can be considered as an open door. In Jiang Fan's opinion, in terms of technique, the female contestant didn't have any problems, but she was not as good as Wang Ruo in terms of the role of emotions, causing the song to lack a little something. The final jury also gave a high score of 92 points. The next few contestants were cover songs and were mediocre, not shining, and never scored more than the first contestant. Chapter 38, To Our Lost Youth. The crew was also chicken-hearted this time, not announcing the order in which the contestants would go on stage, hanging on to the crowd in the broadcast room, looking at the contestants who went on stage one after another and never saw Jiang Fan. The fans got a little anxious. It shouldn't be last place. Realize that the last player in a game doesn't tend to score very well. This is because the judges are a little aesthetically tired on the one hand, and physically and physiologically exhausted on the other. Upon seeing that the ninth contestant was still not Jiang Fan, the fans' hanging hearts completely died. At this time, the three people sitting in front of the screen, Wang Ruo, He Ling and Sister Hong, were also sweating. Although they had great faith in Jiang Fan's talent, the fact that they were pressed for time this time and drew last place still made them very worried. Next, please welcome the 10th contestant, Jiang Fan, to the stage. Seeing Jiang Fan take the stage, the fans who had been waiting for a long time instantly became excited. Jiang Fan, go for it. Go Jiang Fan. Come on, come on, come on. Jiang Fan came to the center of the stage, bowed and greeted the judges. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Fan. The song performed this time was Sunny Day. As Jiang Fan's words fell, the lights on the stage gradually dimmed and the background music started. First, a guitar chord came slowly, making everyone feel especially at ease and serene. The addition of the piano immediately afterward instantly brought everyone's thoughts back to that, the summer with TA. With the sound of the harmonica, Jiang Fan also started to sing. In this moment, the sound of the guitar, the piano, the harmonica, and Jiang Fan's singing voice blended together perfectly. The little yellow flower of stories, floating since the year I was born, childhood swing, it goes with the memory until now. For short lines of lyrics made the pop-ups explode. Wow, it's so good, isn't it? Ears getting pregnant Jiang Fan's play is still very stable. Re so si do si la, so la si la so. The netizens couldn't sit still any longer when they heard these two musical lines. Asterisk. First time I've seen someone singing sheet music. It's nice to sing the sheet music directly. How did Jiang Fan come up with this? What a genius. He even sang the sheet music and blended it into the song perfectly. It's awesome. Asterisk. I read so little back then that I only knew the phrase. I'll just say it. It's awesome. Wang Ruo, who was guarding the screen, was also stunned by Jiang Fan's phrase of music. After so many years of Wahoo, it's the first time I've seen someone singing directly from the sheet music. It really brings me surprises every time. Singing like that in the finals. This kid has some nerve. Interesting, admiring him more and more. He Ling and Sister Hong, who were on the side, also had their eyes wide open. Jiang Fan's wave of innovation had really stunned them. It turns out that sheet music can also be sung directly. Just as the crowd was still in shock, Jiang Fan's song continued, playing the intro, looking at the sky. I think of petals trying to fall. The day I skipped school for you. The day the flowers fall. The one in the classroom. Why can't I see? Disappearing rainy days. I want to get wet again so bad. I didn't realize I still had the courage I lost. I'd like to ask again. Will you wait or will you leave? After listening to the lyrics, images unconsciously appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sitting in the classroom on that high summer afternoon, there was a very large banyan tree outside with branches and leaves that had stretched to the classroom windowsill. As the midday sun filtered through the branches and leaves of the old banyan tree, a gentle breeze blew through the hair and the teenager's reveries. Thinking of the warmth of her lover's hand and the faint scent of her hair lingering on the tip of her nose, fueled by youthful hormones, she could no longer resist skipping class with her. At that time there were no miscellaneous thoughts, only pure love, and the courage to grow old together. You walk together in the rain and talk together about your plans and visions for the future. I think of her. Hey, me too. I can't even go back. I wonder how she is doing now. Is she happy? Is she happy? Is her husband good to her? Without giving the crowd time to be sad, Zhang Fan's voice continued to ring out and began the chorus phase. I try to hold your hand on a windy day, but on the contrary, it's raining, so big that I can't see you. How long will it be before I'm by your side? Wait until the day it clears up. Maybe I'll be better. Once upon a time, there was a man who loved you for a long time, but the wind is blowing the distance away. It's so hard to love one more day. But the end of the story. I think you said it anyway. Bye bye. After the chorus was sung, the netizens were caught up in memories for a long time without anyone posting a pop-up. As the camera swept over the jury, eagle-eyed netizens noticed that a few of the girls were red-eyed and a few tears slipped from the corners of their eyes. I thought it was supposed to be a sunny day, but it turned into a rainy day. I miss it so much. I wish I could go back and feel it again. Brothers all want to be open. Once had it on the line, do not care about a night and a day. What are you talking about? I don't understand. My wife is my first love, dog's head. You're MD. Are you physically okay? As the second chorus played, the crowd realized that youth is bound to have regrets, and it is with regret that we are able to feel the innocence and beauty when we remember. I try to hold your hand on a windy day, but on the contrary, it's raining, so big that I can't see you. How long will it be before I can be by your side? Wait till the day it clears up. Maybe I'd be better off. Once upon a time, there was a man who loved you for a long time, but on the contrary, it's raining, blowing the distance away. It's so hard to love one more day. But the end of the story. You seem to have said bye anyway. The music ends abruptly, as does our lost youth, and at some point our youth is over. The crowd didn't slow down for a long time after the song. No, I'm going to confess my love before graduation, and I'm going to use this song. I can't leave regrets in my youth. I have to fight. My ardent and nostalgic youth. Flowers bloom again. People are never young again. I would also like to say that my youth is not over, but my brother is all silent and tries to stand up. Here's how the jury scores it. Who will be the winner today? After the commercial, we reveal the answer. This program is presented by the renowned You Hook program. You're a bad influence. I won't buy it. I won't buy it. I'm pissed off. Ouch. It's so annoying. I'm so afraid that Zhang Fan won't get the title. Yeah. I'm worried, too. This program's a real hook. Wang Ruo stared at the advertisement on the screen, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. She clutched He Ling's hand. Her hand was sweaty. Chapter 39, Moment of Capture. The commercial break is over and the answer is now revealed. Please look at the big screen. The big screen at the site showed a line in big letters. Kong Fan? Points. What's the meaning of this? You want us to guess? The show is getting better and better, and it's really a seductive leprechaun. Naughty. I'm a little nervous. With everyone's anticipation, the numbers on the far right of the screen began to scroll up. It finally stopped at the number 0. Seeing the number 0, everyone got nervous inside. The number 0 at the end, it can't be 90 points, right? No way. No way. How do I feel about 90 points? If this is a 90, I'm taking a cab to the station right now. Wang Ruo looked at the numbers on the screen and became very nervous inside. His grip on He Ling's hand was unconsciously hard. He Ling was similarly tense, and she didn't even notice that her right hand was white from being clutched by Wang Ruo. After a short wait, the second digit began to roll up as well. Everyone's hearts were rolling along with the big screen. Eventually, the second number also stopped at 0. It's still 0? Is there no score? Is Zhang Fan in violation of the law? How come there are 2 zeros? Is the big screen broken? If this is a 0, I'll take a cab to the station right now. Brothers, we're saying, is there a possibility that it's 100 points? When Wang Ruo saw the 2 zeros on the big screen, he was also extremely puzzled. Will it be 100 points? It can't be 0 points. Without giving everyone much time to think, the numbers on the big screen rolled up again. Hey, why are you moving again? It's not like the program got it wrong and tried to re-rate it. I think it's 100%. Definitely 100%. If this wasn't a 100, I'd take a cab to the station right now. The numbers on the big screen slowed to a halt, and everyone's hearts were once again in suspense. The numbers slowed to a halt, going from 2 digits to 3 digits. 100 points. Congratulations to contestant Zhang Fan for his 100 points. 100%. 100 feints. 100 feints. Crooked? Master, you don't have to come. I'm not going to the TV station. Seeing the numbers on the screen, Wang Ruo's hanging heart finally dropped. From the semifinals until now, Zhang Fan hadn't rested a single day. If he couldn't get the title this time, Wang Ruo would never forgive himself inside. Luckily, the championship is secure. At this point the screen changes again. Triple X, 92 points. Triple X, 89 points. Jiang Fan, 100 points. I now announce that the winner of this year's The Voice of China is Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's name was also displayed on the big screen at the same time. We are champions. Yeah, we won the championship. Champion. The following is the winner of the championship. Jiang Fan, giving his acceptance speech. Everyone welcome. Jiang Fan took the microphone and took a deep breath. First of all I want to thank my boss, Wang Ruo Wang Diva, and my sister He Ling for all the help they have given me. And secondly, I want to thank all the employees of Starfire. Thank you. Finally, I want to thank one person in particular. Her name is He Yao. He Yao. I did it. Hearing Jiang Fan's acceptance speech, He Ling looked very happy. Sister, you should be happy to see it in heaven. A sadness flashed across Wang Ruo's face, which quickly disappeared. It turned out that what Jiang Fan had in his heart was his former girlfriend He Yao. Jiang Fan, is there room for me in your heart? Just after Jiang Fan was announced as the winner, Sister Hong's cell phone rang. It's a famous food processor and they want to ask Jiang Fan to endorse it. Just after hanging up, Sister Hong's cell phone rang again. This time it was a clothing factory that likewise wanted Jiang Fan's endorsement. Sister Hong is now two big heads in one. Phone call after phone call, all looking for Jiang Fan's endorsement. Did not win the championship. No one let Jiang Fan endorsement. This championship all called. Just as Sister Hong was dealing with the endorsement, Wang Ruo dragged He Ling to the TV station to pick up Jiang Fan. After picking up Jiang Fan, a few people went to the big stall that used to be there, and at the same time, they also called Lin Yi. The owner of the stall took a look at Jiang Fan and immediately came up to receive him warmly, and he let out a bold statement that all of Jiang Fan's spending tonight would be paid for by him. The owner went back to the bar and rushed to call the best videographer he could find. Whatever it took, but it had to be right away. With Jiang Fan now winning the title, he is arguably the hottest singer in China, bar none. If you take a few pictures of this and hang them in front of the store, how can the store's business be bad? What's wrong with a free bill? The boss can't wait for Jiang Fan and the others to come here to eat every day. Before long, everyone was there, except that Sister Hong kept returning messages. Everyone filled up their wine and celebrated Jiang Fan's win. In a short while, the photographer called by the boss arrived and took a few pictures of Jiang Fan and the boss together. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, everyone was a bit tipsy. Linny said with a drunken look on his face, "Drinking alone is a bit bland. Sing a song to cheer up." Everyone chimed in to agree. When the owner saw this scene, he also panicked and handed over his guitar and explained that the photographer must get a good shot. Getting their guitars, Linny and Susu started with a song called The Most Dazzling National Wind. When the guitars started, the crowd couldn't help but hum along. "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you in my heart. Stay." There was no stereo, but the sound of the bells was still very penetrating. The surrounding diners, attracted by Suzaku's song, turned back to look at the place. Everyone applauded enthusiastically after the song. Immediately after that, He Ling came in with a song called Love You. As the sweet song rang out, the surrounding diners were unable to resist gathering around. Everyone took out their cell phones, turned on their flashes, and swayed from side to side. "Oh, baby, say more love words. Love me just a little bit more. Think of me and look and act a little more, so that I can actually see." After He Ling finished, Wang Ruo took over the microphone and sang one of her signature songs, Red Bean. Sometimes, I will believe that there is an end to everything. We come together and we go away. Sometimes, nothing lasts forever. When Wang Ruo's voice rang out, everyone felt a sudden release in their hearts. Finally, at Jiang Fan's suggestion, everyone sang Sea and Sky. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, still free to sing my song forever. Walk 1,000 miles. Chapter 40, Mr. Ma's Request. While Jiang Fan was still immersed in the joy of winning the championship yesterday, Sister Hong came directly to his door and knocked on the door. Sister Hong couldn't help but say when she saw Jiang Fan's sleepy eyes, "Wow, why are you still sleeping? Didn't I tell you yesterday that I'm going to Tangji today, to shoot the promotional video for Counter-Strike?" Hearing Sister Hong's words, Jiang Fan instantly sobered up. "Right ho, yesterday promised Red Sister, how can I forget? Must blame yesterday's wind, which turned out to be 53 degrees and blew me drunk." Jiang Fan simply packed up and followed Sister Hong to Tangji Company. Just downstairs, there's someone waiting. Arriving at the parlor, Jiang Fan met Manhwa, the president of Tangji Corporation. Seeing Jiang Fan, Manhwa immediately got up and held Jiang Fan's hand. Young man, I especially liked all those songs you sang." Hearing Manhwa's compliment, Jiang Fan was a little embarrassed. "Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Ma." Little brother Jiang Fan, I have a personal request that I hope you can grant. Jiang Fan, who heard this, froze a little. What is this Manhwa's status? How come he begged me? Mr. Ma, you're too polite. As long as I can do it, feel free to mention it. Hearing Jiang Fan agree to do so, Manhwa pushed up his glasses and said with some embarrassment, I want to ask little brother Jiang Fan to write me a song. You don't have to worry about the price. Just name it. Sister Hong, who was standing at the side, had her eyes widened at this moment. Oh my god, Jiang Fan is really a money tree. He just came to Tangji and got a single. I knew that this Manhwa has always been generous. Jiang Fan wrote a song if he can make him satisfied. Afraid of 10 million to start with yo. According to the previous agreement, that would put me at $500,000 in the bank for this one alone. Thinking of this, Sister Hong prayed silently in her heart. Jiang Fan, quickly agree. You quickly agree. Jiang Fan agreed after a little thought. Mr. Ma, do you have any requests for this song? Just say yes. We'll talk about the specifics later. What about coming here today? Mainly to shoot the game promo first. Okay, Mr. Ma. After saying goodbye to Manhwa, Jiang Fan and Sister Hong were led by a special person to the shooting base. The few people who were setting up the scene saw Jiang Fan coming and immediately stopped what they were doing and swarmed next to him. Elder brother Jiang Fan, the song you sang, against all odds, was amazing. Based on your song alone, I think the game will definitely catch fire. Or explode. Elder brother Jiang Fan, you're my idol. Give me an autograph. After chatting with these of them for a while, Jiang Fan plunged into the shooting. When the familiar sound of the drum kit of Counter-Strike sounded, Jiang Fan seemed to be back. That time when he played the game all night long. Songs are like a storage unit, secretly depositing our memories so that when we hear the song at a later date, the stolen one will resurface again. With his memory and musical foundation, Jiang Fan quickly finished recording the promo. After a brief communication with Tangji, the time of the game's debut was determined and Jiang Fan was invited to attend on that day. On the way back, Jiang Fan suddenly realized that there was a lack of songs in this world and wondered how the movie industry was doing. If movies were like music, Kong Fan could consider going into movies. After all, the money earned from a movie can be much more than what he earns from writing songs. After Jiang Fan won the championship, Meng Mei was shaking with anger. But she didn't have time to pay attention to Jiang Fan now because she had to attend the graduation ceremony of the Capital Conservatory of Music. Meng Mei graduated from the Capital Conservatory of Music, and among the graduates, she is the one who is currently mixing the best. Every June, the school holds a graduation ceremony and also invites her to sing on behalf of the outstanding graduates. The Capital Conservatory of Music, online in the Magic City Conservatory of Music, is known as the cradle of Chinese musicians. Capital University's graduation ceremony is also very dignified. In the network has been high in the heat. It's even comparable to the song selection variety show. Therefore, Meng Mei every year especially cherish the opportunity to sing at the graduation ceremony, not only to show off in front of schoolmates, but also greatly increase their popularity. But is it still the same this year? Just as Jiang Fan was sitting in his car napping, there was an unfamiliar caller. After the other party identified himself, Jiang Fan's tone turned very respectful. Jiang Fan, He Ling and He Yao all three graduated from the Capital Conservatory of Music. It was none other than the Capital Conservatory of Music that called him. Jiang Fan and He Ling were invited to participate in this year's graduation ceremony and speak as outstanding graduates. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and asked, "Will Manami be attending?" After receiving an affirmative reply from the other party, Jiang Fan firmly said, "You should know that there is a grudge between me and Meng Mei. The graduation ceremony doesn't need to invite me again if Manami goes." After saying that, Jiang Fan hung up the phone. What the hell? This Meng Mei, bullying herself over and over again, asking me to perform on the same stage as her. Never. The teacher who was hung up on by Jiang Fan rushed to the principal to report. After hearing this, the principal pondered for a moment and then called a school board meeting. After a series of discussions and weighing the pros and cons by the school board members, they finally decided to invite Jiang Fan and He Ling and drop Meng Mei. For one thing, Jiang Fan's current popularity was beyond Meng Mei's reach. Secondly, as far as the will of the whole school is concerned, it is also inclined to invite Jiang Fan and He Ling. Meng Mei, who was picking out clothes, received a call from the Capital Conservatory of Music. The caller told her that she would no longer be invited to this year's graduation ceremony. Listening to the busy tone coming from her cell phone, Meng Mei completely froze, somewhat incredulous. How dare you not invite yourself? He was so good and had attended so many graduation ceremonies in a row. Why should he not be allowed to attend this year? Meng Mei thought for a second, as if Jiang Fan was also a graduate of the Capital Conservatory of Music. It's hard to believe that Jiang Fan was invited this year? That can't be right. According to the school's pissing contest, the more stars invited, the more popular the broadcast will be. Unable to think straight, Meng Mei dialed the phone back. After getting that it was Zhang Fan and asking the school to choose between him and Meng Mei, when the school chose Zhang Fan, Meng Mei completely hated Zhang Fan. Obviously both could have attended the graduation ceremony and had to straighten themselves out. After cursing Zhang Fan in her heart, Meng Mei decided to give Zhang Fan a little color this time. The Capital Conservatory of Music quickly replied to Zhang Fan. After discussion by the school board, it was unanimously decided to invite Mr. Zhang Fan to come to the graduation ceremony. Zhang Fan knew that the school side would definitely choose himself in the end. After all, he could only maximize his benefits by choosing himself. Chapter 41, The Bottom of the Sea was handed over to the state. Zhang Fan agreed without the slightest hesitation. In fact, Zhang Fan had long planned to apply to the school to attend the graduation ceremony. After all, it was his and He Yao's alma mater. Recording his and He Yao's 4 years, told He Ling the news and told her to get ready. After communicating with the school, He Ling and Zhang Fan each sang a song, with He Ling as the opener and Zhang Fan as the finale. Coming in last, not a moment later, the official bib of the Capital Music School posted a message. Zhang Fan will join hands with He Ling to participate in our school's graduation ceremony to send blessings to this year's graduates. And we won't see you there. Seeing the scarf, netizens have commented below. Wow, I'm so envious of the students of the Capital Conservatory of Music. Wow. Being able to listen to Zhang Fan sing live. Yeah. Is there any student from the Capital Conservatory of Music who can take me to the scene? I want to see sweetie godmother He Ling sing and dance. Regret graduating early, graduating a year later to catch up. Envying the younger siblings. Didn't the Capital Conservatory of Music always invite Meng Mei? How come it's Zhang Fan this year? There's no need to ask. It's definitely Meng Mei's dish and Zhang Fan's strength. Brother, you have a point. It's okay. The graduation ceremony at the Capital Conservatory of Music is broadcast live every year, and although you can't go to the scene, you can watch it on TV. I wonder which song Zhang Fan will sing. Is there a possibility that Zhang Fan will sing a new song at the graduation ceremony? If you sing a new song, then the students of the school aren't earning the opposite of wow. Zhang Fan had been soaking in the studio for several days in a row, recording songs like crazy. According to the agreement with Tang Ji, Zhang Fan needed these few days to finish professionally recording all the songs he had sung before. After all, there aren't many companies that are as hoity-toity as Tang Ji, so who would have a problem with money? Finally, Zhang Fan finished recording all the songs in time for the day before he attended the school's graduation ceremony. Zhang Fan and sister Hong, with the recorded songs, arrived at Tang Ji. Unexpectedly, the one who received them was Tang Ji's president, Zhang Hua. It could be seen that Tang Ji Company valued Zhang Fan. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Manhwa, Zhang Fan handed over the recorded song to the other party. By the way, he gave Manhwa the song that he promised to customize for him last time. Looking at the lyric sheet in his hand, Manhwa was shocked. When other people write a song, it takes months, and even if it's outside the box, it takes at least a couple weeks or more. Zhang Fan, this young man, even took 3 days to write a song for his own, not including recording the song in between. After carefully reading the lyric sheet in his hands, Manhwa was inwardly happy. He couldn't read the music, but he could read the lyrics. After going over the lyrics of the song, Manhwa admired Zhang Fan's talent. The lyrics of the song are written in a way that goes deep into his heart and expresses what he is thinking. Manhwa decided that this song would be sung at the company's party this year. Little brother Zhang Fan, what's the name of this song? Love Song of the Western Sea. Very nice name. I hope we have more cooperation in the future. Zhang Fan, who had returned home, immediately sent a scarf. Taking advantage of these few days, I've finished recording all the songs I've sung before, and they're all on Tingji Music, so feel free to try them out. Netizens who have been looking forward to this for a long time, immediately downloaded Tingji Music and started looping the songs they wanted to hear. Soon, the attentive netizens realized there was a song that none of them had heard before, and the song's lyrics were not written by Zhang Fan, but by a person named Tang Shanshan. Netizens' curiosity was piqued, speculating who this person named Tang Shanshan was who wrote lyrics that could be sung by Zhang Fan. It doesn't make sense to realize that Zhang Fan is a ruthless character who can write Sunny Day in 2 days. With puzzlement, Netflix clicked on Under the Sea. After one song, netizens were completely overwhelmed by the song. The lyrics are also written so straight to the soul, and Zhang Fan sings them exceptionally well. When the Sanskrit sounded, netizens felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Meanwhile, the addition of rap makes a big difference. This couldn't help but make netizens even more curious about Tang Shanshan's identity, and they left messages under Zhang Fan's scarf. Early on in the recording of the song, Zhang Fan had discussed with Tang Shanshan about the attribution of Under the Sea and the distribution of proceeds. In the beginning, Zhang Fan wanted to write the songwriter to Tang Shanshan, and 70% of the proceeds of the song to Tang Shanshan as well. I didn't expect Tang Shanshan to strongly reject it when she heard it. She credits the song's ability to be so successful to Jiang Fan's ability to not only make changes to the lyrics, but also innovate in the singing style. It can be said that Jiang Fan gave the song a second life. The two negotiated and eventually decided that the songwriter would be designated as Shannon Tang and that 3% of the proceeds from the song would go to Shannon Tang. Jiang Fan then replied to the netizens' inquiries on his scarf and told them about the process of Tang Shanshan's creation of the song. Netizens are also urged to treat depression correctly and seek medical attention when symptoms of depression occur. It is important to give enough understanding and support to the depressed people around you to help them return to normal life as soon as possible. Because of Jiang Fan's scarf, more and more people learned about depression and realized that depression is so terrible. It can destroy a person silently. When a person suffers from depression, people around them, even loved ones, instead of understanding, blame the depressed person. Depressed people who are not recognized for a long time will only get worse and worse, and in the end, suicidal thoughts will occur. Once the seabed was released, Jiang Fan was approached by the National Health Organization. They very much agree with Jiang Fan's interpretation of depression, and at the same time, they hope that the song Under the Sea will be designated as a promotional song for caring for people with depression. At the same time, they would like to meet Samantha Tong and would like to invite her to become an ambassador for caring for people with depression. Since the lyrics were copyrighted to Tang Shanshan, Jiang Fan told her about it. When Tang Shanshan heard this, she didn't hesitate for a second and immediately rushed over. Samantha Tong is the reason why she has suffered from depression herself, and she understands all too well how difficult it is to get cured of depression. She hopes to help as many people with depression as she can. Soon enough, things were finalized. Jiang Fan and Tang Shanshan gave up all the rights to Under the Sea and donated the song to the country for free. At the moment of signing the agreement, Jiang Fan suddenly felt that it was a very happy and proud thing to use his power to help more weak people. He hopes that in the future, he can use his insignificant power to help more people in need. Chapter 42, Jiang Fan is going to sing another new song. Manhwa sang West Sea Love Song in the office when he had nothing to do in the past few days, but he always felt that there was something wrong, so it seemed that he had to find time to ask Jiang Fan for advice. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Manhwa hurriedly put away the equipment used for singing. Mr. Ma, good news, great news. Looking at the subordinate with a full face, Manhwa has some questions in his mind. The subordinate is also a person who has seen a lot of things. What kind of good news can make him lose his temper so much? What's the good news? Take your time. Mr. Ma, our Tingji music software is now the #1 among music players, with over 100 million downloads. Hearing this, Manhwa's heart was also shocked. This Tingji music is one of the company's strategic deployment. The company did not have much hope for it. I didn't realize that in just a few days, it had rushed to the #1 spot in its category. For this achievement, Manhwa doesn't think that Tingji music software is doing a particularly good job of making users fall in love with it. The only possibility was that it had something to do with Jiang Fan. It's because of Jiang Fan, isn't it? Mr. Ma, you really anticipate things like a god. It's indeed because of Jiang Fan. When the head of the project was keenly aware of Jiang Fan's superiority, he bought the exclusive broadcasting rights of the song early. Well, that's a really good point to make, and whoever is in charge of the project needs to be rewarded. Also, how's the preparation for Counter-Strike going? When will it be able to go online? The game is about a week away, and the tech department is doing the final tuning. Well, all work harder. When the game is released, make sure to invite Jiang Fan over. In the future, if the company has a need in this area, despite looking for Jiang Fan to cooperate, the money is trivial. Watching his subordinates leave, Manhwa took out the equipment for singing again and continued practicing. Jiang Fan was currently traveling to the Capital Conservatory of Music with He Ling and Sister Hong. Tomorrow is the graduation party for the Capital Conservatory of Music, and there are a lot of details that need to be discussed. When he was almost at the school, Jiang Fan proposed to take a walk around the school. It had been a long time since he had been back, and He Ling raised her hands in agreement. The car was parked outside the school, and the three of them, Jiang Fan, walked towards the school on foot, and along the way, He Ling chattered, telling Sister Hong about the interesting things she had done in school earlier. Jiang Fan looked at all the familiar things around him, and the scenes that he had once been with He Yao surfaced scene by scene. Just as Jiang Fan was reminiscing, He Ling called out to the crowd, and it turned out that there was a long line ahead. A few people were instantly curious, so they headed towards the end of the line. When we got closer, we realized it was actually a pot helmet store. Wow, is this pot helmet so delicious? There are so many people lining up. Sister Hong looked at the long line and couldn't help but sigh. The taste of this pot helmet is not bad. Often come to buy it when I go to school, but it's not so crowded. He Ling similarly voiced her doubts. He Ling, do you remember? Before this store was a husband and wife. Now it's a husband and daughter. Jiang Fan stroked his chin and spoke the question in his mind. Seems like He Ling also reacted at this time. Jiang Fan tapped, standing in front of the shoulders of the classmate. The person had turned around to see who it was, but realized that it was actually Jiang Fan. Looking at the other man's wide eyes, Jiang Fan made a shoe gesture at him. The boy also reacted quickly and immediately covered his mouth to prevent himself from shouting. They all knew that Jiang Fan would come to the graduation ceremony tomorrow, but that was watching from afar, and now he was standing in front of them alive. Seeing that the boy had stabilized, Jiang Fan also asked his question. After that boy's narration, Jiang Fan and the others understood what happened. The lady who owns that pot helmet store, she's sick. It's a very serious cancer. In order to raise money for his wife's medical expenses, the man sells pot helmets every day during the day and goes to the hospital at night to stay with her in bed. One day the man fell asleep standing up while making a pot roast. The classmate who came to buy a pot helmet got suspicious. The woman hadn't been here for a long time, and the man was haggard in the meantime. The news of the woman's illness spread quickly through the school as her classmates were intent on prying. Most of the students in the school have eaten the pot helmets sold by this couple. His prices are cheap. The quantity is still delicious and the couple is very nice. The students who heard the news quickly raised a sum of money, and when they sent it to the man refused to take it. He said that his classmates were given money from their families for their living expenses, and he couldn't take it. When the students saw that the man was dead set on not paying, they spontaneously came to buy the man's pot helmet. Someone has done the math and the man can make $2 selling a pot helmet, and it takes 200,000 pot helmets to be able to sell enough to cover the medical bills. The man's daughter, who comes every day after school to help her dad sell pot helmets, tiny figures, busy in the store. The students lined up as a class to come and buy the pots and pans in order for the men to come up with the medical bills as soon as possible. After hearing the boy's words, Jiang Fan's few people fell into silence. Let's go into the school first. I have my own plan to help the man who sells pots and pans. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, the three of them stopped lingering and headed towards the school gate. After exchanging pleasantries with the person sent by the school to receive them, the three of them, Jiang Fan, also immediately went to the chief planner of the graduation ceremony. After detailed communication with the planner, He Ling sang Love You as the first program of the evening. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, waited until the end to go on stage and perform a new song. After finalizing the details, the three of them, Jiang Fan, went back to rest. The following afternoon, 2 hours before the start of the party, the auditorium of the Capital Conservatory of Music was already filled with students. I wonder what Jiang Fan and He Ling will sing at. A girl was exchanging words with her companion. My friend, who volunteers at graduation, told me he saw the program yesterday. When these words came out, the originally noisy surroundings instantly quieted down, and everyone was very curious, looking satisfied at everyone's performance. The girl's companion continued. He Ling was the first to go on stage and sang Love You. Hearing He Ling sing Love You, the male adults around her all smiled their anti-smiles. Where's Jiang Fan? Which song is he singing? The girl asked anxiously. As written in the program, Jiang Fan sang a new song called The Wind Rises. Wow, it's a new song, yeah. Happy. Jiang Fan is still a cow, coming to the graduation ceremony and singing new songs. When Meng Mei used to come here, she sang the same song for 3 years in a row, and my ears are getting calluses from hearing it. So looking forward to Jiang Fan's new song. I wonder what type of song it is. I think the probability is that it's a tear-jerking God song. Tonight is the graduation ceremony. Jiang Fan's new song must be related to graduation. Chapter 43 Graduation Party. In the backstage room, Jiang Fan and He Ling are styling when the vice principal arrives. This vice principal, Jiang Fan recognized, surnamed Yen. When he went to school, he was still just the dean of the art college. A few years have not seen has risen to the vice president. This Yen principal is still very talented. When he went to school, Jiang Fan listened to his several public lectures. Lectures are in-depth, analyze the problem, are spot on. As soon as Principal Yen came in, he apologized to Jiang Fan. Student Jiang Fan, I had other important matters yesterday and wasn't at school. I just couldn't spare the time. I'm really sorry that I let the other teachers at school pick you guys up yesterday, but I rushed right back after I finished working on my end. Please bear with me if there is any lack of hospitality, and when the party is over, I'll treat you to dinner. Hearing Principal Yan's words, Jiang Fan and He Ling hurriedly got up and stood up, greeting Principal Yan. Although he was slightly more famous now, Jiang Fan still knew the truth that once a teacher, always a father. Principal Yan, you are too kind. For you to come over and condescend to see us, He Ling and I are already very touched. He Ling nodded frantically in agreement from the sidelines. Principal Yan's face was also smiling when he heard Jiang Fan's words. This kid is good. He didn't start forgetting his roots just because he got famous. You guys get ready and we'll talk when the party's over. The graduation ceremony began promptly at 6 p.m. First, the principal of the school presented the diplomas to the graduates, and a group photo was taken. With the click of the camera, we all know in our hearts that college life is over. This was immediately followed by speeches from the honored graduates and a message from the president. The netizens who were waiting in front of the screen were a bit impatient to see He Ling and Zhang Fan. The graduation ceremony is so long. When will it end? Brothers, I just got here. Didn't miss it. Looking at these students, I can't help but think back to the person I once was. Don't be in a hurry. I'm a student at this school. It'll be over in 5 minutes at the most. Wow. Man, you said that 10 minutes ago. You're afraid you're not a school teacher. Unless you say Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people, you'll no longer be believed. So angry. I'm a freshman at this school, and we're not allowed to go to the auditorium, and we're not even allowed to go near the auditorium. It's really too much. What? Our students are also watching the live broadcast with us? Ha ha ha. It's much more balanced in my heart. At this time, sitting in the background of the principal Yen, see the popularity of the live broadcast has broken through 50 million, and still keep rising. The heart do not mention how happy. In previous years, the number of people at the graduation party has not broken the 100 million mark, and each time it has been crushed by the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Looking at the current situation, this year will definitely be able to stabilize the pressure on the Magic City Music Academy, and it was a wise move to bring Zhang Fan here this year. Zhang Fan, this piece of treasure, have to maintain a good relationship, and later on the school then have a large-scale activities called Zhang Fan. That popularity is not easy. The more visibility the school can get out there, the more students will apply and the more famous the school will become. Finally, the principal's speech was over. The following is our outstanding graduate, He Ling, presenting the song Love You. Ow, wifey wifey, goddess I love you. Seeing He Ling take the stage, the entire auditorium began to stir, and some male college students couldn't help but shout. He Ling's song Love You has captured the hearts of countless men. Of course, it's even more of a blast for male college students. He Ling, who was attending her first school graduation ceremony, looked a little nervous as she held the microphone tightly in both hands. Hello everyone, I'm He Ling. I'm very happy to meet you all today, and my heartfelt wishes to you all, a song Love You for you. As the words fell, the auditorium erupted in applause. As the music started, everyone stopped clapping and looked at He Ling on the stage. Listening to the familiar music, He Ling gradually found her way back to her senses and was no longer nervous. Wow, guys, my wife is so pretty. What are you talking about again? That's my wife. You guys stop arguing. Young not childish cannot properly watch my wife sing You're alright. He Ling threw an eyebrow at the camera when she sang the last two words love you. This is a great moment. This frown hits all men straight in the heart. Mom, I'm in love. Wife, I love you. Trojan horse, it's so lovey-dovey, so sweet, my heart is melting. When the camera swept over the school leaders in the front row, netizens were pleasantly surprised to find a row of male teachers with anti-smiles on their faces. Ha 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 ha. No man can resist the might of my sweetie godmother. I'm laughing. Teachers are just like us. My wife is a charmer. After Ho Ling finished, what followed was a program prepared by some students. Looking at the youthful and beautiful figures on the stage, netizens are also nostalgic for the youth they once had. I would like to invite Zhang Fan, the outstanding graduate of our school, to come up to the stage to deliver a speech. The originally quiet auditorium was abuzz. The students, who were previously sitting upright, stopped pretending at this point and applauded and screamed at the same time. Wow! Finally we've waited for Zhang Fan. Finally waiting for you. Luckily I didn't give up. Looking forward to what Zhang Fan will sing. Zhang Fan stood on the stage, looking at the countless eyes looking at him below. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. 5 years ago, he himself was one of them. Unimpressive and unremarkable in the slightest. In these few years, he had experienced some things and made a bit of a name for himself. And in general, he had not lived up to He Yao's expectations. Zhang Fan looked down at the stage, at the youthful and simple faces, and opened his mouth. I'm not much of a talker. Why don't I just sing? I'm better at singing. Ha 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 ha. Yes, definitely. Of course you can sing. That's great. The teachers, students and netizens present were all amused by Zhang Fan's words. I'm going to sing a new song today. A song for you. New song? A new song for graduation? Does our school deserve it? The students on the stage were surprised when they heard Zhang Fan's words. Even the students who knew about it at the beginning were shocked when they heard Zhang Fan say it himself. Zhang Fan's songs? It can be said that every song is a hit, but he chose to sing a new song at the graduation ceremony. It is too touching. Really, I'm crying my eyes out. Zhang Fan is too good to his alma mater to sing a new song. New song for graduation. I always feel like it's one of those positive energy-filled songs. *******. No, then I didn't wait so long for nothing? Slipping away, I'm covered in negative energy. I explode when I listen to positive songs. Chapter 44, one more song. The principal, who was keeping a constant eye on the pop-ups in the background, was shocked to see the comments from the netizens. After seeing that the number of people online not only did not decrease, but also increased, the principal breathed a sigh of relief. He was very much looking forward to this new song of Jung Fan's. The lyrics he had seen, the lyrics were like a picture scroll, and like an epic, condensing the youth and struggle stage. I just don't know what kind of melody Jung Fan will use to play this song out. Shouldn't be any worse than the other songs. With the graduates on stage looking on expectantly, the intro to the song played, light with a hint of sadness. Like a fresh breeze on the face, it brought endless freshness and relief. Jung Fan looked at the tender and youthful faces on the stage, and bits and pieces of his time with He Yao appeared before his eyes. Jung Fan slightly lowered his head, and there was tenderness in his ethereal voice. It's a walk in the park. Follow the trail of a teenager adrift. The moment before leaving the station, there was some hesitation. Compared to the previous songs, this one seems incredibly tender and intentional. A few simple lyrics paint a scene like everyone else. A white-clothed young man, who has been wandering around for many years, has traveled to many places, has seen many people, and has some vicissitudes on his face. The teenager took the train along the route he remembered and returned to the home he had been daydreaming about. After the train arrived, the teenager looked at the station but hesitated on his feet. Is it the strangeness of being away for so many years? Is it fear of not realizing your dreams? Are you afraid to see your parents' gray hair? Or are you afraid to see the person you once were? For some reason, it's suddenly a little sad. They are all graduates and will soon be entering the society as well, not knowing what they can make a name for themselves in the future. Thinking about this, everyone's emotions couldn't help but become a bit low. I can't help but laugh at this nearness. Remains inevitable, and the sky of Nagano, still so warm, the wind blows up the old days. As the song continued, the teenager was seen smiling to himself. He laughed at why he had become so hesitant. The teenager grabbed his luggage and walked quickly out of the station. The scenery that met his eyes was the same as before. The sunlight was lazily pouring over the teenager, making him feel the temperature of his hometown. A breeze blew across the teenager's cheeks, messing up the hair on his forehead and blowing away his sadness. The wind is picking up. Hometowns are selfless, fraternal and most unforgiving. It smiles and welcomes every traveler returning home, drives away the traveler's inner anxiety with warm sunshine, and blows away the traveler's fatigue with gentle breeze. But then again, it's the most relentless, as it smiles to welcome every returning wanderer. So it smiles to send off every enthusiastic teenager without a moment's hesitation. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world, a million things to linger over. Look at the sky as if it were in front of you, and I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again. The white-clothed boy sighed about the old days as he walked towards the front. When I first entered society, it was a newborn, being new to everything in the world and trying it all over again. Even if it's far away, I feel like I can do it, even if it means going to the frying pan or the fire. Now walk through this world. A million things to linger over, turning the years on their side. I was caught off guard by your smile. Now that he is no longer the same teenager he was at the beginning, he has experienced all the things in this world, even in a million ways. The wind blows them away. Time is like the tide. It brings everything in and takes everything out. But what time can't take away is your face, and what the wind can't blow away is your gentleness. I was overwhelmed by the size of the world, also indulges in its dreaming. No truth, no falsehood, no struggle. No fear of jokes. Once upon a time one thought that the world was at one's feet and that if one was willing to work hard, it would all pay off. It was only later that I slowly understood the rules of this world and felt my insignificance. Every morning you get up and want to the world over, and then you come back at night and get ed over by the world. What if it's true or not? How can I struggle? Let others laugh if they want to. I had turned my youth into her, and I've played summer with my fingertips. Let the heart do what it will, and let it do what it will. Walking against the light, in the wind and the rain. As the teenager walked, he thought back to the girl he had loved so much. Think of the girl's face. Think of that summer in full bloom. That's just it. Let's take everything as it comes. Losing in love. Growing in love. Jung Fan's song gave the students on stage an extra indefinable feeling inside. At some point, the atmosphere in the auditorium also became a bit depressing, and many young girls were sobbing in small voices. See you again. In the cool morning light. Smile sweetly. Just as everyone was still in the midst of, well, sadness. The teenager moved. When I looked back, I met the girl again. The girl was wearing his favorite white dress and smiled at the teenager from afar. The evening breeze is blowing the gray hairs at your temples, to heal the scars left by memories. Your eyes are a mixture of dark and light, and your smile is a smile. Time has passed, and the flamboyant young man of the day is now in his later years. the once loved one, who also had a full head of gray hair, leaned on his shoulder. The two looked at each other, her eyes still the same as when she first fell in love, healing all the scars of the teenager. I still marvel at the size of the world. I finally gave her back her youth, together with the summer that pops out of your fingertips. As the heart moves, so goes the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing? When they heard this, everyone felt something, like an explosion in their minds. A song for a lifetime. As Jung Fan's last sentence fell, the auditorium became silent, with a few sobs occasionally resounding. The song is called The Wind Rises, and I hope you all ride the wind for miles in the future. Go away for half a lifetime and come back as a teenager. The teachers and students who were immersed in emotions on the stage were brought back to reality by Jung Fan's blessing. Mr. Kong is great. Thank you, Mr. Kong Fan, for sending us the song. Thank you for your blessing, sir. The netizens who slowed down at this point also began to interact with the pop-ups. Asterisk 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 made me cry. Who was it that just said this song was gentle? I don't know why we got lost, but it was the wind. Looking back, the lightboat has already crossed 10,000 mountains. Looking forward, the long road is also splendid. I miss that summer so much. Just as Jung Fan was about to leave the stage, the students under the stage were a bit saddened. This was the closest they had gotten to Jung Fan. From some corner, one more song came out, and then the whole auditorium shouted one more song in unison. Netizens, seeing that the students were shouting, also launched a pop-up one more song in unison. Chapter 45. Didn't you say you don't know Cantonese? Jung Fan, who was about to exit the stage, stopped in his tracks after hearing the shouts of his classmates. Listening to his classmates chanting in unison, Jung Fan was also eager to sing another song, but he knew that the parties were all scheduled well in advance, and he was afraid that adding a song all of a sudden would cause a lot of trouble backstage. While Jung Fan was hesitating, the principal's voice came from his headset. Jung Fan, sing another song, the backstage is ready. Jung Fan, who had no more worries, also agreed immediately. Seeing Jung Fan, who turned back, the students all looked very excited and shouted even more vigorously. Given how enthusiastic the students were, I decided to sing another song. What would you like to hear? After Jung Fan asked, the entire auditorium came alive all of a sudden. There were shouts of sunny day, fade away, and sea to sky. For a while, the students couldn't agree on anything. Finally, at the suggestion of the principal, a student representative was randomly selected by Jung Fan, who decided what song to sing. The big screen on the stage began to display the headshots of all the students in turn. Waiting for Jung Fan to call a halt, the students on stage, looking at the photos scrolling on the screen, were very nervous. I used to go to class and pray that I wouldn't be drawn, but that's changed. The heart that wants to be pumped reaches its peak at this moment. Draw me, draw me, draw me, smoke me, smoke me. I'd trade my roommate being single for 10 years. I'm the most handsome one. As Jung Fan shouted stop, the photos stopped scrolling. Eventually, a girl's picture was displayed on the big screen. The girl who was drawn was obviously in some disbelief until she was asked by Jung Fan to believe that it wasn't a dream. Class, what song would you like to hear? The girl looked at Jung Fan with a sincere face, her eyes full of wisdom turning. Suddenly, an idea came to her. I'd like to hear you and Healing sing Sea and Sky together. Hearing the girl's words, Jung Fan froze. This college student's head is just so good that he took Healing with him. The classmates on the stage called out the bull after hearing the girl's answer. Now not only can we listen to Jung Fan sing, but we can also listen to Healing sing, so it's a double whammy. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also stunned by the girl's maneuver. Is this okay? Ha 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 ha, my sister is too smart, isn't she? Even though she doesn't look too smart. Why didn't I think of that? Delete it and let me do it. Wow, I get to watch Jung Fan and Healing sing together. It's worth it today. At this moment, the fans who knocked Jung Fan and Healing CP were overjoyed. That said, Jung Fan and Healing, so far, hadn't sung together. They really didn't think that they would be able to see Jung Fan and Healing singing on the same stage today. It was an unexpected pleasure. I'm looking forward to the two of them singing together. Jung Fan quickly reacted and laughed a little. Okay, meet you. A voice also came over the headset, backstage indicating that it was ready. Healing also came to the stage at this moment, only even more nervous than earlier. I don't know Cantonese. The CPs on stage were immediately anxious. Don't. It's a hard-won opportunity. Ho Ling, get a grip on yourself. Ho Ling, it's okay. Wife, go for it. Goddess, you're the best. Hearing the cheering of the students on stage, Healing suddenly turned red. It's okay, you can just use Mandarin. Looking at the comforting Jung Fan, Healing nodded firmly, as if she had made some sort of determination. The familiar accompaniment played and the auditorium fell silent. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, floating far away with a cool heart. Zhang Fan's song rang out, and the students on the stage turned on their cell phone flashes and acted as an ambient group. At this point, the crowd very much regretted not bringing glow sticks, catching up in the wind and rain, not being able to tell what's going on in the fog. The sky and the sea are wide open to you and me. Can change. Who isn't changing? The moment He Ling opened her mouth, Zhang Fan, who was standing at the side, was directly stunned in place. Ho Ling's Cantonese pronunciation is very standard. Listening to He Ling's singing voice, Zhang Fan was very puzzled inside. He had never seen He Ling speak Cantonese, nor had he seen her sing this song. How did she open her mouth so standard? The students under the stage were no better than Zhang Fan, the He Ling in their minds. That's the godfather of sweet songs. Singing and dancing is fine, and it's not unusual to not know a difficult song like Sea to Sky. How is it that all of a sudden you're singing to such a standard? Didn't you say you don't know Cantonese? This mouthful of standard Cantonese was even more standard than Zhang Fan, and most importantly, it was also sung so beautifully. If it's Zhang Fan's Sea and Sky is encouraging people not to give up, then He Ling's singing of Sea and Sky is a release. I really didn't expect this song to have a different feel when sung by He Ling. He Ling, this mouthful of standard Cantonese, to the netizens also cannot hold. What's this? What's this? Didn't you say you don't know Cantonese? Ha 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 ha. You guys look at Zhang Fan's face. He's stunned by He Ling too. I'm sure I haven't practiced secretly behind Zhang Fan's back. He Ling is so cute. She said she doesn't know Cantonese, but when she opens her mouth, it's so standard. I think it must be that He Ling likes Zhang Fan and secretly learned every one of Zhang Fan's songs for this very day. You don't say. You really don't say. Whoa whoa whoa. So touching. Please, the two of them must grow old together. Still free to sing my song forever. Traveled thousands of miles. As Zhang Fan and He Ling sang the lyrics together, the atmosphere in the auditorium was pushed to its peak. The principal, who was keeping an eye on the data in the background, shed tears of happiness at that moment. The live stream of the graduation ceremony surpassed a maximum of 100 million viewers, with up to 2 million people online at the same time. This figure far exceeded the graduation ceremonies of previous years, and also pressed the record of the Magic City Conservatory of Music last year. Ha ha ha, old Wong too. Let's see what you can fight me with this year. Last year, your popularity rose due to the singing of the diva Wang Ruo, but this year, it's not necessarily the case. Zhang Fan is the king of traffic now. Whoever gets Zhang Fan, gets the world. Oh, old Wong too, you are destined to be crushed by me this year. Ha ha ha. With the last notes of Sea to Sky falling, the graduation ceremony of the Capital Conservatory of Music came to an end. Ah, haven't heard that one yet. Zhang Fan and He Ling work well together. The two sing so perfectly. Don't go away. One more song. After the host announced the end, the auditorium once again resounded with Zhang Fan's The Wind Rises. As the people in the auditorium gradually dispersed, the words "The wind is blowing" filled the screen. Chapter 46, Becoming a Special Teacher. Magic City Music Academy. The principal, old Wong too, was staring at the computer screen with a sad face, and the ashtray on the table was stuffed with cigarette butts. This old thing, after being suppressed by me for so many years, the popularity of this year's graduation ceremony is surprisingly high. If I'm overwhelmed by this old thing, then I'll lose a lot of face. The thought of being crushed by the Capital Conservatory of Music was as hard on old Wang's head as eating a fly. He also understood in his heart that even if he invited Wang Ruo over this year, it would not help. The key reason lies in Zhang Fan. But Zhang Fan is a student at the Capital Conservatory of Music. What's the point of inviting him? Even if I invite him, he'll be laughed at by his peers. When he thought of the graduation party that was going to be held 2 days later, old Wang too was anxious and ruthless. The hair, which was already thinning, now had even fewer strands left. What can we do about this? If you don't invite Zhang Fan, you're bound to be pressed by the Capital Conservatory of Music. And if you invite Zhang Fan, you're going to win. Incredibly annoyed, the old Wang too accidentally flicked his cigarette ash onto a red-headed document on the side. Frightened, the old Wang too hurriedly picked up the document to check it, and after confirming that there was no damage, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Suddenly, the old king's head noticed the words on the red-headed document. The Ministry of Education strongly encourages major universities to hire off-campus talents from various industries to offer a variety of practical courses so that college students can learn real skills and greatly enhance their employability, so that they can be sent to the horse and then help a ride. Supporting a ride, an outside teacher? Ha 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 ha, what a sleepy head. Old Wang too immediately picked up his cell phone and called Wang Ruo. After the graduation ceremony, Zhang Fan returned home. I was going to ask He Ling when she learned the Cantonese song, but my heart kept pining for the man who sold pot helmets. Just as Zhang Fan was pondering how to help, Wang Ruo called and said that he had something urgent to find him. Once they met, Wang Ruo relayed old Wang too's meaning to Zhang Fan. The Magic City Conservatory is having a graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow. and they want to invite you to attend. Ha, I'm not one of their students. It's okay, you're not their student, but you can be their teacher. Wang Ruo threw a contract to Zhang Fan as he spoke. Zhang Fan received the contract with some doubt and opened his mouth wide in surprise after reading the contents of the contract. That's right, the Magic City Conservatory of Music hired you to be their external teacher and offered you a salary of $1 million a year. Mind you, that's a professorial salary, and I'm a little jealous of you. Of course, it's not just a job, it's an honor for you to teach at Mordor University every month. Zhang Fan looked at the contract in his hand and suddenly felt very heavy. He doesn't care about the $1 million a year. He's making more than that with this random song. He was nothing more than a traveler who had achieved his current accomplishments with the memories in his head. He didn't feel qualified to sign this contract. After hesitating, Zhang Fan handed the contract to Wang Ruo and recounted his concerns. Wang Ruo couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. Zhang Fan was really simple and cute. You're not told to go to class every month to teach those students theory. What they need is hands-on practice to translate theoretical knowledge into real-world experience. In terms of actual combat experience, who in all of China can compare to you? Zhang Fan listened and fell into deep thought. Indeed, having lived 2 lives, I have insight and experience in music creation and performing on stage that others do not. If you have the ability, you can even organize a campus version of The Voice, so that students learn to practice to learn, for the development of the Chinese music scene to do their part. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan took the contract and signed his name. You don't need to worry about the latter, just leave it to Sister Hong. Which song are you going to sing when you attend the graduation ceremony of the Magic City Music Academy the day after tomorrow? If you're not prepared, the company has prepared a few copies of the lyrics, which are definitely not as good as what you've written in terms of quality. But, before Wang Ru finished speaking, Zhang Fan took out a file bag and handed it to Wang Ru. There are 2 new songs in here, both quite suitable for the day after tomorrow. Take your pick. Wang Ruo looked at Zhang Fan in a daze, as if he was looking at a monster. Why is this guy like Doraemon? He can pull out lyrics anytime he wants. But once he thought that this was the lyrics Zhang Fan had given himself, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. You gave me all the lyrics. What are you singing? Ah, you don't have to mind me. I'm prepared there. Hearing this, Wang Ruo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Good lord, is this still human? After chatting about some details, Wang Ruo left. She needed to go back to practicing her song as soon as possible. Old Wang Tu looks at the scanned copy of the contract sent by Wang Ruo and tells him that Zhang Fan will come to the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow and that both she and Zhang Fan will perform new songs. When he saw the message from Wang Ruo, Old Wang Tu was so happy that he accidentally got the cigarette on his pants, which burned Old Wang Tu wailing. Joy to the world. Joy to the world. Gotta get the word out to the publicity room and send the bib now. Not only do you have to post bibs, but you have to buy hot searches and build up public opinion. Ha 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 ha. I wonder what that old thing, Old Ju 2, will be like when he sees the news. He must be furious and slapping the table. Just as everyone was getting ready for bed, a scarf rushed to the top of the hot seat. Explosion. Zhang Fan becomes a special external teacher of the Magic City Music Academy and participates in the graduation ceremony of the Magic City Music Academy, joining hands with the diva Wang Ruo to sing a new song. Old Ju 2 saw the scarf hot search and was so angry that he slapped the table. MD, this old king's head is really shameless. I thought that this year is finally better than the Magic City Music Academy, but it turns out that this old king, when it comes down to it, he's really doing everything he can to use such tactics in order to press one's head. How shameless. Angry, Old Ju 2 took out his cell phone and called Old Wang Tu. When the phone was connected, Old Wang Tu listened to the complaints on the other end of the line. Not only did he not get angry, but he laughed. Old Ju 2, Zhang Fan is now a teacher at our school. Is there a problem with him attending the graduation ceremony? How am I shameless? You. Old Ju 2 was dumbfounded by the dislike and his beard was shaking with anger. Netizens were also shocked at what the old king did and left comments. Wow, the Magic City Conservatory of Music is really absolute ah. In order to let Zhang Fan to participate in the graduation ceremony, directly to Zhang Fan collected. Though you are not a student of our school, you are a teacher of our school, snicker. Mordor Academy plays this trick really sick. I guess this year is again the popularity of the first music college. No matter what, I can listen to Zhang Fan sing again, or a new song. I don't know if it's one new song by Zhang Fan or one new song each by Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo, and I don't know if it's clear. Looking forward to the graduation party at the Magic City Conservatory the day after tomorrow. Chapter 47 Old Wang Tu's Mind. The day before the graduation ceremony of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Today the sun shines brightly, there are no clouds, and the breeze blows across the smiling faces of the graduates. In groups of 3 or 2, they were on campus documenting their last college campus days. A carefree face, oblivious to the cruelty of society later in life. Even if they knew what would happen, that's not what they have to think about at the moment. What they are looking forward to is the graduation party tomorrow. Through the scarf, they already knew that both Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo would come to the graduation ceremony. Kong Fan, yeah, that's the hottest singer at the moment and the idol of their music students. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to hear Zhang Fan when he came to the school to teach in the future. The graduation ceremony of the Capital Conservatory of Music. They all watched it through the live broadcast. Zhang Fan's new song, The Wind Rises, brought tears to their eyes as they listened to it. Especially at the end, when the whole auditorium chorused Sea and Sky. They got goosebumps listening to it. So excited to see what Zhang Fan will sing tomorrow. The students who liked Zhang Fan were so excited that they couldn't sleep at night. And I don't know which boy stood by the window and gave a voice. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world. As a result, the next dormitory immediately picked up on it. A million things to linger over. This voice went down and it was like opening Pandora's box. It was out of control. The entire men's dormitory building came to the windows and began to sing The Wind Rises. After the song, we all felt a bit underwhelmed. So someone started singing Sea to Sky. After one line was sung, I didn't realize that the girls' dormitory across the street picked up the next line. Instantly, the men's and women's dormitories began an organized chorus. The songs of young boys and girls cut through the night sky, and what they sang was not a song, it was their youth. A good person posted a video of the chorus online, and there was a small fire. Magic City Conservatory of Music students go collectively crazy late at night. Male and female dormitory duet Sea and Sky. Netizens saw the headline and clicked on it with a happy smile. Wow, the chorus is so good. I suggest uploading the full version. My goodness, most of the night for me to listen to the tears. All the lost youth go crazy, or you'll be old. Most of the students were awake at this time, interacting with their online friends. I'm so happy that I can hear Zhang Fan sing live tomorrow. I wonder if Zhang Fan will sing with Wang Ruo. I'm curious what Zhang Fan will sing tomorrow. The netizens were a little envious and jealous when they saw the group of graduates who would be able to listen to Zhang Fan sing live tomorrow. Classmate, look at my IP. Can you bring me in tomorrow? I won't let you do it for nothing. I'll get paid. I also want to hear Zhang Fan sing live. Is there any way to do that? Don't even think about it. Man, security's gonna be tight tomorrow. The counselor told us to bring our student IDs, like a concert security check. The other grades in our school can't even mix in. So don't even think about it. Tomorrow you guys should just watch the live stream honestly. We're going to bed. Seeing the students' replies, the crowd of netizens hated them, but there was nothing they could do. The following day at noon, Zhang Fan, Wang Ruo and Sister Hong finally arrived at the Magic City Airport. Although it was quite a long airplane ride, the Magic City Music Academy directly bought first class for them. It should be said not to say that old Wang Tu was really generous, not stingy at all. Just after leaving the airport, they saw old Wang Tu waiting for them with the teachers from the school. Picking up Zhang Fan and the others, the group went straight to the luxurious restaurant. Although eating people's mouths is soft, but it should be said not to say, the arrangement of the Magic City Conservatory of Music is really good, too much better than the stingy old Luo head. After dinner, the old Wang Tu will Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo will sing the song lyrics to take away a copy, said there is a big use. The time was fast approaching evening, and the students all wandered over to the auditorium neighborhood after dinner. There was even a line at the entrance due to the sheer number of people. We'll be able to see Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo soon. So excited. Think about it, round it up. It's equal to Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo coming to our school for a concert. Hey, you don't say. Students who went through security to enter the auditorium were each given a glow stick, and was told to only take it out when the party started and not to disrupt the party. Asterisk. Schools hand out glow sticks. Isn't this the concert? I love you, old Wang Tu. At this moment, old Wang Tu, who was giving instructions to the teachers backstage, kept sneezing. He asked Zhang Fan for the lyric sheet because he wanted the school's teachers to accompany him live, not just play it. Old Wang Tu, there is a recorded accompaniment you don't use. You have to toss our teacher. Hearing this, old Wang Tu mysteriously asked back, guess how many people will be watching today's broadcast? There should be more people than the Capital Conservatory. The male teacher who was asked was confused. What does that have to do with having us accompany you? Think about it. When the time comes for our teacher to accompany us, the whole internet is watching. Is this not showing the whole internet the level of our teacher? You're thinking that the Capital Conservatory of Music didn't even use a live accompaniment by a teacher. And we did. What will the netizens think then? Oh, I see. When the time comes, the netizens will specify that they praise our school for being bullish. That's right. Everyone practice hard and we'll take you all to a big dinner at the end of the party. Yeah, Half an hour from the start of the party, the old king's head was sitting in the background, looking at the popularity of the live broadcast, and the corners of his mouth were smiling. In previous years, the popularity at this time of the year was just under 10 million, but now it had surpassed 20 million. By the time Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo started singing, this figure would surely multiply a few times and would definitely surpass the Capital Conservatory of Music. At this moment, old Luo head was very remorseful, looking at the musical instruments placed next to the stage in the live broadcast room. Why didn't I think of that? Even if you don't let the teacher accompany you, you can let the graduates do it. The day before yesterday, the popularity of the live broadcast is so high, there must be a music company to see. In case there is a fancy, it is also considered to be a benefit for the students. I'm old, I can't keep up. Once 6 o'clock arrived, the graduation ceremony began. The students looked thoughtful as they were presented with their diplomas. Everyone was looking forward to Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo singing. Finally, after getting some of the necessary processes out of the way, the host said, "I would like to invite Wang Ruo, the outstanding graduate of our school, to the stage to deliver a speech." Wearing a high fashion gown, Wang Ruo walked to the center of the stage under the spotlight. "Wow, Sister Wang Ruo is so beautiful. Loved, it's so beautiful. It's like the girl of my dreams." Wang Ruo couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion as he looked at those warm and innocent eyes on the stage. "I have a new song for you today. The name of the song is Later." Chapter 48, The Diva Cries. Hearing Wang Ruo's words, the students on the stage took out their glow sticks, and the graduation ceremony turned into a concert in seconds. As soon as Wang Ruo's words fell, the piano sounded. The rhythm of the piano sound was soothing, each accent coinciding with the rhythm of the heart's beat. The crowd inexplicably felt an inexpressible sadness. "This piano sound is a little hard for me to hear. Very catchy, but a little sad." Before the crowd could adjust their emotions, Wang Ruo had already spoken. "Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared in the sea. Later, at last, in tears, I understand. Some people, once they're gone, they're gone." Wang Ruo's warm and slightly sad voice instantly substitutes the crowd into memories. My goodness, an open-ended knee. When the diva opened her mouth, I wanted to cry. "How are you doing? If I had known that was the last time we would see each other, I should have looked at you more." The students on stage, who were holding up glow sticks, stopped in mid-air. They really didn't expect that Wang Ruo's opening was a king bomb. "Gardenia, white petals, on my blue pleated skirt. When I was young, I always thought that love could be reckless, and I didn't realize it until I lost it later. There are some loves that lose out not to distance, not to time, but to ourselves. It's the one we miss at an age when we don't know how to love, the one who deserves it the most." Then I realized that it wasn't my flower. I was just way out of its bloom. The school uniform is the only couple's clothes she and I ever wore. The graduation photo is the only photo she and I ever took together. And then we, each of us, scattered to the ends of the earth and never crossed paths again. Once thought that if you try hard, you can go to the end with your favorite person. Only later did I realize that love is not a person's business, and there are some feelings that you can't go back to the past no matter how much you try to hold on to them. You'll never know that the random passerby you see on the road is the person others dream of meeting. Hey, why are you guys so emotional? Unlike me, I've talked about so many girlfriends that I don't know which one to recall. Backstage, the arena control, at some point, had turned the glow sticks blue. Looking over, the auditorium was filled with blue points of light, which became a sea of blue as the students swung. Without any sign, Wang Ruo's voice suddenly changed from a calm narration to a deep cry. "How do you remember me? With a smile or very silent? Over the years, is there anyone who can keep you from being lonely?" The sudden change in feelings caused some of the female students with low tear points to hold back small sobs. "And then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared into obscurity, and then finally realized in tears. Some people, once they're gone, they're gone." When the opening lyrics, sung again by Wang Ruo's emotion-filled voice, the crowd felt a pain in their hearts, as if something most important had been forgotten. People who once thought they would join hands for a lifetime really become each other's passers-by when they get separated at a certain intersection. Later, we all had our own lives and drifted apart in our own worlds. Those unspoken words and unfinished business have become eternal regrets in the heart with the passage of time. "How do you remember me? With a smile or very silent? Over the years, is there anyone who can keep you from being lonely? Don't cut. It hurts too much." The most painful regret is not that you never got it, but that it was so close to being eternal. The song is called Later and it's about the old days. The blue ocean in the auditorium was motionless, as if imprisoned in time. Many of the students covered their mouths and were whimpering. As the song progressed emotionally, Wang Ruo, who was singing on stage, suddenly choked up. Wang Ruo's face was covered with teardrops at some point. and she forced herself to keep from losing her temper. This sudden change startled everyone. The first ones to notice were the accompanying teachers. They were the closest, and when Wang Ruo stopped, they felt that something was wrong, because it was Wang Ruo who had his back to them. The accompanying teachers were momentarily confused and had to stop first. Watching the scene on the screen, the netizens were worried about Wang Ruo. ********. What happened to the diva? Yikes. Alright. Hey, they're all people of nature. I'm afraid they've thought of something. Don't say that the diva cried. I cried just now listening to it. I was watching the live stream with headphones on and crying, and my wife came over and slapped me and asked me if my mistress had died. I didn't say anything, handed her the headphones, and now, my wife and I are crying together. The students under the stage were also shocked. The auditorium was noisy. Sitting in the front row, a few students wanted to board the stage to go up and have a look. Old Wang too, who was hiding in the backstage looking at the data, listened to Wang Ruo singing and couldn't help but think of old memories, and was feeling emotional when he saw Wang Ruo crying. Without waiting for old Wang Tu to open his mouth to inquire, he saw Wang Ruo signaling everyone that he was fine. Wang Ruo slowed down a bit, wiped a tear from her eye, and signaled to the accompanying teachers to continue. And then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared into obscurity. And then, finally, in tears, I realized, some people, once they're gone, they're gone. Watching Wang Ruo on stage singing through tears, the students off stage were also deeply affected and began to hum along in a whisper. Emotions are contagious, and gradually everyone began to sing along in a whisper. Toward the end, the entire auditorium turned on the chorus, "Never Again." There was a boy who loved that girl. As the last line of the song ended, Wang Ruo bowed to each of the students and the accompanying teachers on the stage, and then stepped off the stage. Watching Wang Ruo step down, old Wang Tu snapped out of his memories. The chorus just now directly made him cry too. Wiping his tears, old Wang Tu suddenly saw the popularity value in the upper right corner, which had broken through the 100 million mark. This directly put the old king's head in shock. I should have known that, in previous years until the end of the year, to have this data. Ha 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 ha, just by his old Luo too. He deserves to fight with me. It's fun. Although Wang Ruo retired, the netizens did not stop talking about later. Later is not the end, but the prologue. Love is the moment, and growth is eternal. The true release is to allow yourself to live with the wound forever. We're not crying for our first love at 17, but for ourselves who were too afraid to quit our jobs at 27 and too afraid to get divorced at 37. This song is not making us nostalgic for the past, but teaching us, in the midst of our regrets, to grow the courage to face the future head-on. This is a memory that can be recalled, but it was already lost at the time. Chapter 49, Returning as a Young Man. Zhang Fan, who was practicing his song, heard a reminder from the field control that he would be on stage soon. Zhang Fan came backstage, looked around and didn't find Wang Ruo. His heart was a little strange. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to think about it in detail, the voice asking him to come on came from his headset. Please welcome our school's special teacher, Zhang Fan, to the stage to give our blessings to the graduates. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhang Fan is on, contributing teacher. Ha 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 ha. Although I've known about the Magic City Conservatory's tawdry maneuvers for a long time, I still want to laugh. Yeah. I don't know what song Zhang Fan will sing, just please don't knife. A later crying I haven't slowed down yet. I feel like Zhang Fan will sing the previous songs, right? He's written quite a few songs in the meantime. It seems like yes, all the songs he sings are original. Even the song the diva sang just now was written by Zhang Fan. The donkeys in the production team aren't this productive. Looking forward to the song Sunny Day. Seeing Zhang Fan take the stage, the students under the stage raised their glow sticks and shouted Zhang Fan's name. The backstage venue control was also very eagle-eyed to unify the glow stick color to red. Zhang Fan came to the center of the stage, first bowed to the accompanying teachers, looked at the expectant eyes of the students on the stage, picked up the microphone and said, "Today is your graduation ceremony, and after today, you will be entering society. I hope that you, born half a lifetime ago, will return still a teenager. A new song for you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another new song. It's horrible, isn't it? They write a new song in less than 3 days. Expecting." When the music started, Kong Fan started humming along. Hey, that's a nice hum. This song shouldn't sound like a knife. Good. Love it. After about 20 seconds of humming, Kong Fan stopped humming as a drum beat sounded. The addition of the drum kit made the rhythm so charged that many students couldn't help but start swaying. A different life. Make yourself happy. Give up the obsession. And the weather will be nice. Every time I walk by, it's all one harvest. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. As Zhang Fan's song rang out, everyone felt that the gloom in their hearts was swept away and their bodies couldn't help but move to the rhythm. Old Wang too, who was sitting in the background, couldn't help but follow the beat, shaking the regrets in his heart to the back of his mind. Looking at the rapidly rising popularity of the live broadcast, the old king's head shook even more vigorously. The Magic City Conservatory of Music is a sure winner this year, still a solid number 1, and the old Luo head is still a million years old. Ha ha ha, I can't help but shake my head to the song. Me too, it's so emotional, and I feel better all of a sudden. I just turned the sound up, and my dog is shaking his head along with me when he hears it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dog of yours is still a cool dog. Quickly, send the dog over. Don't delay the child's future. The main part of the song ended and Kong Fan started humming again. Woo oh oh, woo oh oh. Wow, these two hums are great. My ears are pregnant. Good to hear, good to hear. With one quick hit from the drum kit, the drums shift from light to heavy, and the rhythm is pulled full circle. The students on stage followed the rhythm and swung their arms. The red glow sticks like starbursts. Zhang Fan also ended his humming and started singing the chorus. I'm still the same teenager I used to be. Not a single thing has changed. Time is but a test. The faith planted in the heart has not diminished in the least. This teenager in front of me, the same face as before. No matter how many dangers lie ahead, I will not be deterred. Say never never give up. Like a fire. The chorus ended and Kong Fan immediately shifted to humming as the drums slowed down the tempo. It gives people a nice cushion for the emotions that erupt from the songs. Even eagles have fallen from the sky, but still beat their wings to the sky. As long as there is a dream in your heart, do not abandon the forward charge. We'll eventually catch the rainbow on top of the mountain. Even if the eagle falls, it's still a dive. It's a dive. Let bygones be bygones. Never mind that it was a joke or a lie. The path is beneath your feet, and it's not complicated. Just remember you're you. There is that group of teenagers who were once in their prime, pointing the finger. And then they pulled out all the stops in order to get in line with life, but forgot what they really wanted at one time. The passage of time, the relentlessness of the years, has forced the original arrogance to disappear due to cowardice, and has forced the edges of the past to be smoothed out due to incompetence. The teenager is the same teenager as before, but not the same teenager as before. It's time to make a change. I seem to have forgotten about that teenager. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like my old self? I'm still the same teenager I used to be. Not a single thing has changed. Time is but a test. The faith planted in the heart has not diminished in the least. As Zhang Fan's second chorus rang out, the netizens' emotions, which had just eased off, were once again triggered, even more violently than earlier. Once I was a young man in the prime of his life. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, followed by now. I complained about my bad luck at best and never doubted my talent. I'm sure I'll make a name for myself. Go for it. Even if I'm knocked down 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I'll still keep the faith of a teenager. When I return as king, I will still be a young man. You swore you'd work hard, but did you go after your dreams for them? Teenager, you have unlimited possibilities. Push yourself and become a better you. After a rap, Zhang Fan started the chorus for the third time, and the students on stage were encouraged to stand up. They were holding up red glow sticks like they were holding their dreams high. I'm still the same teenager Mia. I'm still the teenage Mia in front of me. The song ends with the drop of the last drum beat. Zhang Fan, however, sings the last 4 lines of a teenager's life. When I first entered the world, I was ambitious and fearless. When experiencing frustration, lie down and never give up. When you have achieved success, you must not forget your original intention. When you're dying, you look back on the past with righteousness. Why are we moved to tears by positive and beautiful things? That's the emotion we're having trouble venting. The dreams we're having trouble reaching. The beliefs we're having trouble holding on to. I know I'm not the same teenager I was a long time ago, but I still want to miss the teenager I was. May that freshly dressed young man have stars and the sea in his eyes, and prosperity in his heart. Chapter 50, Zhang Fan forced to work overtime. As the song ended, Zhang Fan asked the crowd, "Can you all guess what this song is called?" Junior. The students on stage chanted in unison. "You guys are great." "Oh, you guessed right. Unfortunately, there's no reward ha. Lastly, I wish you all the best of luck in your future. And come see me if you have any questions. Then let's say goodbye." After saying that, Zhang Fan turned around and retreated. Always positive, always tearful, always grandiose, always open. Hey, no chorus? Damn it, you made me cry and you want to leave? The netizens were not calm when they saw Zhang Fan leave. The graduation ceremony of the Capital Conservatory of Music. But the last but Zhang Fan and He Ling chorus of the sea and sky. How come you just backed out this time? The moderator's next closing statement completely killed the hearts of the netizens who were hanging in the air. This year's graduation ceremony of the Magic City Conservatory of Music has come to a successful conclusion. Please take your belongings with you. Don't crowd and leave the venue in an orderly manner. What's going on? It's gone. I'm waiting to see Jiang Fan and the diva sing together. No, I'm protesting, protesting, protest, protest. After the moderator finished, none of the students on the floor got up to leave. They also knew about the Capital Conservatory of Music the day before yesterday, but today Jiang Fan didn't sing with Wang Ruo, so of course they didn't want to. The students then chose very quietly to sit still, and the individual students who wanted to leave were pulled back by their peers. Seeing this scene, the host hurriedly told the principal about the situation. Fearing that something would go wrong, old Luo had heard the news is also numb. That is a few thousand young people really want to get out of something. He will be the principal to the end. You can't mess with it. This has to be done quickly. By the way, have the guides bring back the classes. The guides who received the order began to open their mouths to evacuate their classmates, but still none of them got up. The guides began to talk and reason with the students and did their job. But nay, with throats smoking from shouting, still none of them rose. This group of ancestors couldn't be beaten or scolded, and the guides were so exasperated that they simply didn't care. Originally, the netizens were not hopeful and were ready to exit the live broadcast, but they saw that the students were collectively unwilling to leave. Netizens saw the scene and felt they needed to do something about it too. While they swiped their pop-ups to put pressure on the school, the other side spread the word and attracted more people to come. The netizens spread the word, and the live broadcast instantly flooded with a large number of netizens. Old Wang too watched the number of people in the live broadcast room increase instead of decreasing, and the screen was full of pop-ups, all of which were asking Jiang Fan to do another song. And the guides have been calling themselves and saying they can't manage. Forced to do so, old Wang too had to contact Jiang Fan, wanting him to sing a song with Wang Ruo, who he had already contacted. And now it was up to Jiang Fan to see if he was willing. Jiang Fan also agreed in one breath after hearing the old king's request. It's not just one more song. The old king's head is paying himself $1 million a year. However, they had a hard time choosing a song. Wang Ruo had sung songs before that Jiang Fan hadn't practiced, and Wang Ruo hadn't practiced any of the songs that Jiang Fan had sung. How about another rendition of Sea to Sky? Old Wang too watched the two men fall into deep thought and spoke out to remind them. I don't know Cantonese. I can't sing. Wang Ruo replied very helplessly. Jiang Fan saw that he was about to reach an impasse, and suddenly had a bright idea and asked Wang Ruo, who was at the side, those two songs I gave you, have you practiced the other one besides later? Practiced, but does that song fit? It fits, it fits, it fits. Principal Wang, why don't you have the accompanying teachers removed and just give me a guitar? Old Wang too heard Jiang Fan's words and realized that Jiang Fan was going to sing a new song. The accompanying teachers won't be able to practice for a while, so let them withdraw. Seeing the accompanying teachers leave one after another, the netizens could not sit still. This school is also too unintelligent. Right, now the number of people online can be said to be unprecedented. The school should not take advantage of this opportunity. Hey, why did the accompanist leave? What's this principal thinking? He's not good at what he's given a chance to do. That's as far as this principal's vision goes. Maru Spice. It's a bit of a shame that I won't be able to hear Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo's chorus today. All dispersed. The accompanying teachers have been withdrawn. There was disappointment in the eyes of the students on stage. Even the accompanying teachers are gone, so it seems utterly hopeless. One last little wish before graduation won't come true. Some of the students are already up and ready to leave. Just then, Jiang Fan walked onto the stage holding a guitar, followed by Wang Ruo. The students, who were about to leave, stared in disbelief. After a brief silence, the auditorium erupted in violent applause. Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo were back again. Netizens were also excited to see this scene and swiped their pop-ups. Wow, it's back. I told you this school wouldn't be so ignorant. Hey, the accompaniment teachers are gone. Is it possible that they're going to sing? Jiang Fan is not carrying a guitar. Maybe it's a new song. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. Or a new song? This Jiang Fan is not an ordinary donkey. This is a nuclear-powered donkey. Damn it. So prolific. Writing songs faster than a sow giving birth. Fellow students, you are just too enthusiastic. Because of your enthusiasm, Principal Wang invited Wang Ruo and I back again. Then I'll pull out my crushing song today as well, and invite you all to enjoy it with me. Here's a new song called So Many People in This World featuring me and Diva together. Whoa whoa whoa. It's worth it. Another new song. It's really awesome. I'm looking forward to it. The students on stage couldn't help but shout once again when they heard it was a new song being sung, raising their glow sticks and waving them. The lights on the stage dimmed, leaving only two lights shining on Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo, who were standing at the ends of the stage. Jiang Fan strummed his guitar, ringing out a very simple melody without too many complex skills on display. Just a few notes create a quiet and warm atmosphere. In the distance, Wang Ruo closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. The spotlights on the stage that were shining on Kongfan went out, leaving only the spotlights shining on her. As soon as he opened his mouth, he pulled the crowd into the story with a slightly raspy but magnetic voice. There are so many people in this world. In the crowd, there's an open door. I've been in my misty eyes for a long time. The first time I saw you blue morning. In just a few short lines, the lyrics paint a picture of the vastness of the world, and the bustle of the crowd. Before the eyes of the crowd, I looked at the people coming and going, lost my way forward, and couldn't find joy in life. And early that morning, I reached you. You opened a door for me and guided my way forward. Since then my eyes are no longer confused and my life has a purpose. Chapter 51. Everyone has their own interpretation. When Wang Ruo finished singing, the lights above his head went out with him, and the lights above Jiang Fan's head also lit up in silence. There are so many people in this world. How lucky I am to have us. The morning and the evening of this long destiny often makes me look away. Wow, those are beautiful lyrics. It's so beautiful. Why do you feel a little bereft? Why do you feel so sad? It's warm. Ha! Why do I think this is written about youth? Stop it. Stop it. Concentrate on the song. The lights shifted again, and Wang Ruo's delicate and gentle voice sounded again. Gray leaves floating around the pond, watching airplanes blast off to faraway lands. The corridors of time, footsteps screaming. When the lights go on, there's no one left standing. Wow, it's really good. The mood is unbeatable. It sounds so sad. Engraved in the bones of the person. How can I forget it? I do think it fits very well with the graduation here. You think once bustling corridor, now the lights are on, but empty. Immediately afterward, the spotlights above Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo's heads turned on at the same time, and they sang the chorus together. The glow sticks in the hands of the students on the stage also turned orange, swaying like a bit of starlight. A few frames of the past flashed in the evening breeze, spinning in a circle. Is it gone? You've come out of the distant light, and you're all clear. There are so many people around, but the world is silent. Oh my god, I got goosebumps listening to this. The lyrics are amazing. This song is really beautiful. I'm going to use it on my wedding day. Brother, don't. It's a sad song. Listen to the lyrics carefully. It's not a buddy. You're just jealous that I'm seeing someone. And the lyrics are so beautiful that you're calling it sad. Hey, forget it. Actually, I still think that it's especially suitable for graduates. Just as the internet was discussing it, the song came to the second chorus. A few old faces float by in laughter. Stay in the field of dreams and never let go. Wake up in the warm light. There's so much to say. The world is full of people, but it's silent. At this point, netizens are still frantically discussing whether the song is sad or happy. Without waiting for them to discuss the results, the whole song ended in Wang Ruo's low voice. There is such a thing as a man in this world. Live in my soaring youth. A long kiss soaked in tears often makes me think. The stage lights were turned on in full, and Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo made a deep bow to the students on the stage to say goodbye. This time, there were no students shouting. Everyone had red eyes and watched the two leave the stage in peace, tears welling up in their eyes. Old Wang Tu looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room, and the number in the upper right corner made him secretly startled as well. This record, I'm afraid, is unprecedented. After tidying up his clothes, old Wang Tu came to the locker room and invited Jiang Fan and the three of them to a big meal. While Jiang Fan's few people were eating, the internet continued to discuss today's graduation ceremony non-stop. The main point of discussion centered on the song "So Many People in This World." Both later and teenager were appreciated by netizens and the comments section was full of praise. And when it came to "So Many People in This World," the internet was divided. Some netizens think it's a sad song in every way. Others think it's a super beautiful song that can be played at weddings. And some even think it's a song dedicated to graduates. The three parties argued online and started debating against each lyric, all coming up with their own evidence. According to the B group, it is clear from the lyrics of the song, "The morning and evening of this long destiny often make me look into the distance," that one of the parties has left the other party completely, and that the remaining party will often look into the distance and miss the other party for a long time in the future. The GE group, on the other hand, believes that the lyrics mean instead that two people live together and are especially in love with each other, and that they grow old together until one of them leaves first, and the other one is often out of his mind thinking about it. The graduation group, on the other hand, felt that it was depicting that after graduation, in the long years since then, whenever they looked back, they remembered the TA and so looked out into the distance. The three parties discussed every lyric of the main part of the song, but none of them convinced the other, and all of them thought of completely convincing each other in the chorus. The B group continues to shine, explaining in response to the chorus that, "The lyrics you come in the distant light all clear, besides so many people but the world is silent, and the lyrics of the main song in the previous description of my world is only you." The chorus, on the other hand, says that you came back with light, but you were surrounded by so many people, and I couldn't squeeze into your world anymore, and my world was silent from then on. The GE group, on the other hand, felt that it wasn't all that. The lyrics expressed that when you appeared in my world with all your light, no matter how many people you surrounded yourself with, all of them were overshadowed by your light and became your backdrop. The graduation team thinks the lyrics are describing how years after graduation and leaving campus, you finally achieve success, only to find that the white moonlight of the year has long disappeared into the world without trace. After debating the full lyrics, the three parties still haven't convinced each other. They finally came up with a solution, which was to go to the Western paradise and ask Buddha to come. The three parties, all of whom flooded under Jiang Fan's scarf, began to tell their reasons, asking Jiang Fan to speak about which one of them was right. Jiang Fan, who was eating, was reminded by Sister Hong to look at the scarf. When Jiang Fan opened his scarf, his entire body was stunned. What's the point of arguing about it? The song was the theme song for the movie I Want Us to Be Together in a Previous Life. But because the lyrics are very meaningful, netizens have interpreted them in various ways. Let's just say 100 readers have 100 Hamlets. Everyone who is currently in a different situation and in a different mood will interpret a song differently. Even the same person listening to the same song at different times will have different feelings. Jiang Fan quickly edited a scarf and sent it out. Songs are just amplifiers of emotion. And what you think is what your heart desires. So there's no need to make a distinction between you and me. When a group of netizens saw Jiang Fan's scarf, they were enlightened as if they had been opened up. They think songs are sad because they themselves hold a sad view of love or have just experienced a failed love affair. Those who think the song is beautiful because they are very contented and have a good life and are talking about marriage with their lovers. Of course they think the song must be played at the time of marriage. Finally, those who are graduating, and those who are about to graduate, they see youth, the ta that comes with a halo. Chapter 52, Father's Prose Poems. On the next day's bib, an article titled My Girlfriend of 10 Years With Me is Getting Married Tomorrow quickly caught fire. Based on personal experience, the author uses plain language to tell the story of a decade-long love affair with his girlfriend. It contains many details and emotional ups and downs of life, as the two talk about their dreams, go through hardships together, and were once so happy. Both overestimated the power of love, and later, under the influence of financial pressure and life's trivialities, the two ended up missing each other. This article has made the general public think that love is not simple and realize the impact of material things on love. It triggered a strong emotional resonance among netizens, who liked and retweeted it. At this time, a man looked at the article and was so moved by what it told that he had a vague idea in his mind to make a movie out of the story. Because the man in this article is a civil engineer, it is widely circulated by a large number of people who work in civil engineering. And so many people in this world is regarded as a hymn by civil engineers. Every civil engineer who hears this song wants to run away with a bucket right away. Later, an unwritten rule developed among major construction sites prohibiting the song from being played in public. Jiang Fan returned home. His heart has been hung up on the uncle selling baklava in front of the Capital Conservatory of Music. Originally, I wanted to write a song for the uncle to publicize it and see if any hospitals would be willing to help them. As a result, I was delayed for a few days by the old king's head, and I had to write the lyrics today. Soon, Jiang Fan was again worried about choosing a song. Write a song about suffering? But suffering is suffering and not worth singing about. Suddenly a notification popped up on his cell phone. Tomorrow is Father's Day. Remember to tell your dad how hard you worked. Looking at the text message, Jiang Fan froze. The word father seemed foreign. He had lost his father at a young age in his previous life, and had been orphaned when he crossed over here. It seems like a long time since I've called my father. Then write a song for your father. Early the next morning, when netizens woke up from their dreams, they were pleasantly surprised to find that Jiang Fan had double posted a new song. But this time it seems a little special. Ginger Fan posted a scarf, complete with a video and a link to a song. The bib reads, Today is Father's Day. This is a song for fathers. Don't forget to say Happy Father's Day to your dad, yo. The internet just realized that it's Father's Day. Casually gave Jiang Fan's new song a like. Is right, then clicked on the song. First like and then listen to the song is to Jiang Fan sang the song of respect. The intro of the song is very clean, with just the guitar, but it makes the internet feel a little sad. After a short intro, Jiang Fan's warm and clean vocals kicked in. The crops were not cut in 1984. My daughter lay in my arms and slept so sweetly. There's no time to go to the outdoor movie tonight. My wife reminded me to fix the pedals on my sewing machine. The short 4 lines of lyrics made netizens feel as if they were struck by lightning and frozen in place. It seemed to float before my eyes. A father putting his daughter to bed. The father fanned his daughter to keep away the mosquitoes while thinking about going to see an open-air movie in a neighboring village later. Instead, the wife said that the treadle on the sewing machine was broken and needed to be fixed in a hurry. My father knew that my mother subsidized the household by making clothes for other people, and that he himself had to work during the day. so the only way to fix it was to take advantage of the night. Tomorrow I'm going to the neighbor's house to borrow some more money. The baby cried all day for a cookie. The blue polyester cardigan top hurts to the heart. Crouched down on the edge of the pond and punched myself twice. Upon hearing this, the netizens have been unable to hold back their tears. My father was always omnipotent in his own eyes and never saw him complain. In the past, I only thought that my father was incapable and that was why the family was so poor. Only now do I realize that my father has long been doing everything he can for the sake of the whole family. You hate your father's mediocrity, but you don't realize he was once a teenager with a dream. Never knew how much this man, for the sake of his family, suffered and never showed it in front of his family. Thinking about the impression of that old man who was not talkative and a bit stubborn, it seemed as if he never wondered if his father was happy. These are words from my father's diary. These are the prose poems his youth left behind. Decades later I watched with tears streaming down my face, but my father is old as a shadow. As the chorus played, Jiang Fan's voice turned a little choked. Many netizens can no longer hold back bawling, and some netizens with a low tear point are also listening. It was as if his own father was so ordinary that not only could he not write, he could not even speak Mandarin. He can't keep a diary, and his book is a crooked record of dates and hours worked out. Instead, his palms were covered in calluses from age, and he himself is finally at an age where he can clink glasses with his father. But he's not living up to his father's expectations. A faint choking sound could be heard from Jiang Fan during the short interlude, which quickly resumed. The 1994 crop has long since been harvested. My old mother left this earth last year. My daughter ran onto campus with a ponytail, but she's been kind of lonely lately and she's lost a lot of weight. A father is not only our father, he is also a mother's son and a daughter-in-law's husband. We can't imagine how devastated our father must have been when his mother died. His mother is gone, and life is only a return. But he has to pretend to be strong because he is still a father and a husband. Think of a future where I'm a pile of old paper money. My daughter will be stunningly beautiful then. There's a man who loves her and wants to marry her and take her home. But I can't bear to look at her when I think of it. Every father loves his children dearly, he owes you nothing, and never thinks of you compensating him for anything. From the time you are in infancy, to the time you come of age and are married, he still hangs on to you. These are words from my father's diary. This is his life left behind. Prose poems left behind. Decades later I watched with tears streaming down my face, but my father is as old as an old newspaper. Old newspapers. The story up there is a lifetime. After listening to the song, netizens cried into tears. They have taken out their cell phones, called their fathers, and uttered the words that felt so pretentious. Daddy, I love you. And the father who got the call was flattered. He'll be happy for the better part of a month, if not longer, because of your comment. Chapter 53 Inclusion of juvenile in textbooks. With the explosion of the song Father's prose poem, more and more people are paying attention to the man who sells baklava. Countless netizens were so moved by the man's story that they came all the way to line up for the baklava. Some netizens donated money and goods to the man, but they were all politely declined by the man one by one. Some enthusiastic netizens photographed the man's collection code and posted it online, and people are transferring money to show their support. A few dollars less, hundreds or thousands more, all from the internet. As a result, the netizens pushed too hard and transferred too much money to the man in one day, causing the man's WeChat to be frozen. The man panicked inside when he saw that people kept transferring money to him, and after explaining to his classmates, he realized what was happening on the internet. The man was particularly and especially moved after learning that Jiang Fan had written a song especially for him. He really didn't expect such a big star to write a song just for himself. The man who never played a certain sound registered an account and recorded a video to express his gratitude to Jiang Fan. Some netizens who are far away from the man, because the man's collection code is frozen, feel that they cannot help much, after seeing the man signed up for Jitterbug, are the first time to follow the man. The king of ideas among the netizens has made a suggestion to help men start a live stream. After communicating with the students, the network unanimously decided to help the man open a live stream with the goods as a way to help the man make money quickly. The guys said they would do it and help the men get the live stream up and running that day. The live feed shows the men making pot helmets, while several large signs with 5 large letters hang on the walls of the store. Advertising space for rent. I don't know what ghost internet user came up with this idea. The students of the Capital Conservatory of Music came to the live broadcast room en masse, and old Luo had directly brushed 2 big rockets, bringing up the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. Jiang Fan, after hearing the Red Sister said that the man opened the live broadcast, is also the first time to come to the live broadcast room, and applied to give the man to connect the microphone. The scene sang a song. Soon, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose like a rocket, approaching the 100,000 mark. The major branded walls smelled it and they fought for advertising space. After a fierce battle, the 3 national brands finally won the game. The next day's ad space featured the names of 3 brands. At the same time, All the products of the three brands were snapped up by netizens, and it was too late to replenish the stock, so it can be said that they showed up for seconds. Other vendors were red-eyed and joined in the second day of the fight. I have to say that this ghost netizens approach is just great, using traffic to attract brands to brush their gifts, and brands are happy to increase their exposure, so it can be said that it is a win-win situation. The next day, the Huaxia Daily spent half of the article on the incident, the kind Capital Conservatory of Music students, and the lovely netizens, and of course, Zhang Fan's song. The Huaxia Scarf account forwarded Zhang Fan's scarf with the text, "This time, the students stand closely with the working class, and the intellectuals will always be the children of the working people." The country's praise quickly sent the Capital Conservatory of Music storming onto the hot seat, with netizens commenting that it was a school with a warm heart. Old Wang too was very upset when he watched the school's hot search, which was not easy to get on, was instantly snatched by the Capital Conservatory of Music. "Looks like it's time to make this work. Oh, some favors if you want. I've got a thick enough old face. It's all for the school." Zhang Fan, who was in the middle of recording a song, was interrupted by Sister Hong, who suddenly barged in. He had wanted to record all the songs he had sung recently while he had the time, and it was all for nothing. As Zhang Fan's fame grew, the royalties for the songs also rose. Tongji Company did not skimp on the price in order to obtain Zhang Fan's exclusive rights, doubling the price several times from the very beginning. Sister Hong was aware that she was recording a song, not to mention that she was earning money and she was getting a lot of commission. Surely she wouldn't have barged in so boldly. Something big must have happened. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to open his mouth, Sister Hong shouted excitedly with her cell phone, "You're on the hot seat." Zhang Fan froze. It's not just a hot search. He is the resident guest. It's only strange if he doesn't have himself on the hot search one day. There's nothing strange about that. Sister read. When Sister Hong saw Zhang Fan's expression, she knew that he didn't know how hot this hot search was. "Your song, Teenager, is in a music textbook. Right now the publicity people are talking to Wang Ruo about the copyright." Sister Hong excitedly said all the words in one breath, afraid that Zhang Fan would not understand. "Oh, I know." Sister Hong looked at Zhang Fan, who had a bland face, and thought that the other party hadn't heard clearly, so she said it again and increased her voice. "Your song, I say, was bought by the state." "Hey, no need to be so loud. I can hear you." "Ha, then how come you didn't react at all? And how am I supposed to react?" Sister Hong was rendered speechless by Zhang Fan and looked at him as if she was looking at an alien. Which singer is jumping up and down with excitement when he learns that his song has been acquired by the state? Not only does this mean that the country is recognizing your song, but it's also endorsing the singer, which every singer begs for. This guy was so good that he didn't react at all, as if he already knew. Sister Hong calmed down a bit and continued, "The diva wants you to come over for a moment. A comrade from the propaganda department wants to see you." When Zhang Fan heard Sister Hong's words, he immediately packed up his things and followed Sister Hong out. That's a comrade from the Ministry of Propaganda. It's still important to take it seriously. When Zhang Fan arrived, Wang Ruo was talking and laughing with the other party. Seeing Zhang Fan, the two men from the propaganda department immediately got up and shook Zhang Fan's hand. "I finally met a live person today. My dad, my mom, my daughter-in-law, and my daughter are all fans of yours. You're welcome." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Fan sat down to listen to their deliberations. After more than half an hour, both sides finally agreed. Just as the comrades from the propaganda department were about to leave, the man who had previously struck up a conversation with Zhang Fan took out his notebook and wanted to ask Zhang Fan to sign it. "I was just working, and now that I'm done, I'd like to get your autograph." "Whisper it, I'm a fan of yours too." "Yo." Zhang Fan was very moved by this and signed his big name with a wave of his hand. At this time, the old king's head, looking at the first of the hot search list, was secretly happy. Magic City Conservatory teacher Zhang Fan's work, Junior, has been officially included in the music textbook. It was only because old Wang Tu used his connections, begged many people, and vouched for his reputation that the review stage was quickly concluded. After seeing the Capital Conservatory of Music on the hot seat, the old king's head was in a hurry. He went straight to Zhang Fan's song on the textbook in order to recapture the hot search. "Ha ha ha, old Luo head, let's see what you can fight with me. Now the hot search is still our school." Chapter 54 Angry Meng Mei. After sending off the two comrades from the propaganda department, Wang Ruo was in a very good mood. What a wave of fame and fortune. The more Wang Ruo looked at Zhang Fan, the more he looked at him. He really didn't expect this kid to be so talented. Then with a big wave of her hand, she treated everyone to a big dinner for the evening. Several people at the table were laughing and discussing the events of the last few days. It's been a tough couple of days for everyone, but it's all turned out well. But that old robo head is really stingy. I really didn't expect that the two schools would fight over each other. But in the end, it was Zhang Fan who gained. He Ling watched everyone having a good time, but she didn't have the heart to make conversation and just buried her head in her food. When she saw Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo singing "So Many People in This World" on stage, her heart was aching. Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo really do look good together. Maybe he was wrong to begin with. Not to mention it was his sister's boyfriend. She was also very happy today after learning that Zhang Fan's song was included in the textbook. She had wanted to go to Zhang Fan at the first opportunity to report the good news, but on second thought, He Ling didn't go. Slowly, He Ling's heart changed. At this time, the one who was the most unhappy was, of course, Dream Beauty. She looked at the hot search on the scarf that was about Zhang Fan, and the resentment within her heart increased. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan, then all these honors would have been their own. The one who is sought after by netizens is himself. The one who is named and praised by the state is himself. And the one whose songs are included in the textbooks is also himself. With this graduation ceremony, he could definitely become the #1 person in the Chinese music scene. Blame it on Zhang Fan, damn it. He went to the school graduation ceremony himself and didn't let me go. Eat your own meat and don't even give yourself a mouthful of soup. Meng Mei, that is, the more she thinks the more angry. Must think of some way to straighten Zhang Fan. After thinking for a long time, Meng Mei could not think of a good way. Angry, she called Su Koan and vented her anger. In the end, Meng Mei decided to go to Sister Lu Ying and ask her to help her out. In the past, Sister Lu Ying was someone who could wrestle with the diva, but then she was set up by Wang Ruo and lost to her. Meng Mei has always been upset about this incident and fights for Sister Lu Ying. After making things clear with Lu Ying pondered for a moment before saying, "This Zhang Fan is really a bit difficult to deal with, and there's no way for us to get down on the professional side. He's another orphan. His parents are dead. He had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend died. Sister Lu Ying, what should I do then? I can't just stand by and watch Zhang Fan bully me like this." "Don't worry, I do have an idea, but it may not work." When Meng Mei heard this, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, she grabbed Lu Ying's hand and shook it back and forth. "Good sister, don't sell me short. Just tell me, although Zhang Fan is an orphan and has no parents, we can start with the parents." "Sister Lu Ying, I didn't understand too much. Find 2 people to impersonate his parents to gain everyone's sympathy, then use the opportunity to frame Zhang Fan. With this mess, Zhang Fan will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die." The two conspired for a long time more, thinking the plan through, the details in place. Watching Meng Mei leave with a smile on her face, the smile on Lu Ying's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a malicious face. When she was young, she was a redhead in front of Li Gang, and all the company's resources were invested in her. But the years were not kind to her, and soon she could not be in a position to keep Li Gang, and Li Gang found Meng Mei. Like herself back then, Meng Mei deservedly received all the company's resources, but the discrepancy between Lu Ying's treatment before and after is so great that she becomes a little deformed inside. She often wondered if Li Gang would favor herself if she drove Meng Mei away. I didn't expect Meng Mei to come to herself to get ideas for her. Ha ha ha, really. God opened his eyes. "Meng Mei, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Blame it on you being too young." Lu Ying looked at Meng Mei's distant back and thought viciously. Zhang Fan was in the live broadcast room of Tingji Company at this time, and today Tingji Company was preparing to officially release the game Counter-Strike. After Tingji's preliminary campaign, many netizens were very interested in this game endorsed by Zhang Fan. From Tingji's publicity, netizens learned that Zhang Fan had composed a song of the same name for this game. In the promo, there are a few clips of the song that sound rhythmically drawn out, which has piqued the curiosity of many netizens. After learning of the game's debut today, a group of netizens came to the live broadcast room early to wait. "Brothers, what time does it start? I think it's coming soon. I'm in a hurry. I'm very curious about the full song. Those lines in the promo are so awesome to listen to. Indeed, what a great rhythm. I don't know if it's a good game or not." "Goo, bro, don't you know the pissy nature of Tengas? All they do is plagiarize. Then there are all sorts of kryptonite props, and in the end, the game closes down." Older brother sums it up really well. "I can already see the game cooling off." Time passed and soon it was time to go live. First, the host introduced the game features, special gameplay and so on. The netizens didn't buy it. They came to hear Zhang Fan's new song. No, 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 no. Please fast forward to Zhang Fan's appearance. I'm getting the feeling that this game sounds like fun. Brother, you're really hungry, aren't you? Brother coward. Tengchi's game is fun for you. You're also awesome. In the midst of the netizens' discussion, the host also finished his introduction, and then the camera panned, and Zhang Fan appeared in the picture. At this time, Zhang Fan was sitting in front of the drum set. wearing a black trench coat and a pair of sunglasses. Wow, so handsome. Damn it, I can't believe he's pretending to be here. So close to being more handsome than me. As the music played in the background, Kong Fan looked at the camera and shouted, "Who wants to, with me, fight against the odds for love?" After shouting, Jung Fan followed up by playing the drums. When the stirring melody started, the strong rhythm made netizens involuntarily bob their heads along with it, launching pop-ups. "I do. I'm willing to. Fighting for love. Duck." On this windy battlefield, the Storm Boys are on the scene. In victory over the heavy roar of the flames, hustle the whole world. When Jung Fan opened his mouth and sang, the live broadcast screen also switched to the game screen of Jung Fan playing reverse battle. Netizens were also shocked when they saw the mecha in the picture. Exquisite modeling, high-definition graphics, interesting gameplay. Imagine that man does not want to drive a mech, killing all sides? With Jung Fan's high and infectious singing in his ears and the mecha warriors in front of him, the netizens' blood boiled at this moment. Chapter 55, Healing's Decision. Come on, fight against the war. Fight against the war. Aces be wild. To break into the universe and set the world to rights. Oh, the war against the war. The war against the wild. Ace wants to vent. Fighting is where our stubbornness begins. When Jung Fan sang the chorus, the high tune, everyone felt their hearts beating to the rhythm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The rhythm is so good. I want to learn the drum set. It's just awesome. My blood boiled as I listened and watched the bike run for 2 miles. I'm an elementary school student. I love it. No more talking. If you're a brother, come and fight. I want to manipulate my power, to make my voice heard. Watch this dragon battle in the wild. This battlefield of 1,000 hot-blooded warriors, flying all the way forward. Warriors in defense of the world. Fighting again. When the chorus part rang out once more, Jung Fan's penetrating voice gave a sense of courage and unstoppable power. Rushing, brothers, come. Telecom Zone 1. Explosion 1. Mecha confrontation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come I can't log in? There are too many people. I can't get in either. I have to wait in line for half an hour here. Manhwa listened to the report from the person in charge of Linlang Heaven, and his heart was happy. On the first day of the game's opening, the number of people online set a new record for the number of people online at the same time in China's online games. Various gaming platforms and bloggers have been updating their gameplay and tips for Counter-Strike, and it's been all the rage for a while. Almost 90% of the computer screens in the internet cafe were displaying Counter-Strike, and the details of the game were discussed under the student's breath. The super high heat has made other game makers envious and jealous, but there are a few smart bosses who see the star effect of Jung Fan, and this time the explosion of Counter-Strike is inseparable from Jung Fan's endorsement. They were all moving around and started contacting Jung Fan to get him to endorse their games. Sister Hong woke up in the morning and inexplicably sneezed a few times, always feeling like someone was scolding her. Just when Sister Hong was puzzled, suddenly a call came from her cell phone. Surprisingly, it was one of the giants of the gaming world, NetEase. They said they were willing to pay Tengji twice the price to have Jung Fan endorse their game. Sister Hong didn't immediately agree, always feeling that something was wrong. No sooner had NetEase's call hung up than other game makers called. Although Sister Hong didn't know why all these game manufacturers were contacting her, with her agent's intuition, Sister Hong felt that it was definitely not simple. After a little thought, Sister Hong gave a uniform answer to everyone that Jung Fan needed to rest for the time being and would not take any commercial orders for the time being. Finally, no one called. Sister Hong let out a long breath as she wondered why game makers were piling in on her today. It wasn't until she opened her scarf that she realized that the game Counter-Strike endorsed by Jung Fan was released today, and it was super hot. It was estimated that these people were thinking of looking for Jung Fan's endorsement because they saw that Counter-Strike was on fire. But Jung Fan is really an infinite money tree. Since being Jung Fan's agent, Sister Hong can say that she can earn money while lying down. Sister Hong was very glad that she had taken over Jung Fan's agent in the first place. Otherwise she would have gotten a red eye. Sister Hong was in a very good mood and came to the company humming a little song. Just after arriving at the office, someone ran to give Sister Hong the good news. It turned out to be the most dazzling ethnic wind with lyrics written by Jung Fan, which was designated as the designated song for square dance competitions by the Huaxia Sports Commission. Sister Hong skimmed her lips for a moment, having heard too much good news. This level of good news was immune to her. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Jung Fan for being too good. It didn't take long for another person to chime in. It was Jung Fan's Against All Odds that was designated by Huaxia as the special tune for the frame drum exam. In contrast, Sister Hong smiled contemptuously. This is all a sprinkle of water. Now give her that Jung Fan on the Spring Festival Gala. She will not be surprised. Throughout the day, Sister Hong was communicating with the companies that were looking for Jung Fan's endorsement. Every day, countless companies came to the door, wanting Jung Fan to endorse them. Sister Hong would pick from these companies every day. She was well aware of Jiang Fan's current influence. In case she received a brand that collapsed the house, Jiang Fan's reputation would be damaged along with it, which was something that Sister Hong was still very mindful of. When it was finally time to get off work, Sister Hong took out her cell phone and looked at it, only to realize that tonight was the finale of Happy Start. Sister Hong was still looking forward to Yiling's performance this time, but this little ninny has been in a bit of an off state lately, and I don't know what's wrong with her. Let's go and see this little girl, Red Sister thought while rushing to Yiling's house. When she arrived at the place where Yiling lived, Sister Hong was surprised to find that Wang Ruo and Jiang Fan were also there. It's too much for you two to come to Yiling's house to watch the game without calling me. Leaving me alone. Sister Hong, I was just about to call you. Brother Jiang Fan and Sister Wang Ruo are the ones I called out. Ha! Yiling ignored Sister Hong's surprise and turned to the kitchen to wash the fruits. What happened to Yiling? Sister Hong asked Yiling and Wang Ruo in a low voice. We just arrived too. We don't know anything. Jiang Fan spread out both his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. Just as Sister Hong was about to continue asking again, Yiling walked out with fruits. Sit down everyone. I called you all here today because I have a decision to tell you about. I'm getting ready to go into acting. When these words came out, the three people present all froze in their tracks. You are joking, right? That's a great joke. Don't ever make that kind of joke again. Sister Hong was the first to react and hurriedly asked. Sister Hong, I'm not joking. I made this decision after much thought. Yiling replied decisively. Jiang Fan was also stunned by Yiling's words. He had always treated Yiling as a family member and had prepared songs for her that he could never sing in this lifetime. Why did Yiling have to go into acting all of a sudden? What's more, it must be difficult for her, a singer, to cross over to acting. Jiang Fan really couldn't figure out why Yiling was doing this, but on second thought, maybe everyone has their own ideas. Since she chose to go down the path of acting, I'll support her. With a lot of classic movie and TV works from my past life in my head. What are you going to act in? A movie or a drama? Hearing Jiang Fan's inquiry, Yiling smiled. It's a movie called I Want Us to Be Together. The director said thanks to your song so many people in this world. He based the movie on an online story. I've already auditioned, and the director is very happy with it, and he's casting me as the female lead. Maybe in a couple of years, I'll get an Oscar. Jiang Fan looked at the excited Yiling and didn't have the heart to douse her enthusiasm. Well then, we're all waiting. Yiling, if you are wronged in any way over there, give us a word. You are welcome back anytime. Wang Ruo looked at Yiling and said seriously. Chapter 56, The First Love. Yiling couldn't hold back her tears as she listened to the trio's concern. No one has cared so much about themselves since their sister left. Since she was a little girl, Yiling has been very dependent on her sister, imitating her in everything, big and small, and she does everything right. And because of that, her sister's death had a big impact on her as well. In the years since her sister had left, she hadn't lived any better than Jiang Fan. Whenever Yiling couldn't help herself, she would go back to the orphanage and look at the familiar things in front of her, making her wrongly believe that her sister had been there all along. But looking at it, she suddenly cried, knowing that her sister would never come back. Whenever this happened, the dean would come to comfort her and enlighten her, helping Yiling to come out. When Yiling saw Jiang Fan again, she suddenly felt very close to him, like a family member. Later, Jiang Fan gradually gained fame and Yiling was very happy. Unconsciously, Yiling mistakes this affection for love. When she saw Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo singing on the same stage, she suddenly realized that her feelings for Jiang Fan were just affection. She also didn't want this kinship to be laced with anything else, so when the director approached her, she said yes in a heartbeat. Staying by Jiang Fan's side would only drag him down. The program is starting. Check out Yiling's winning moment. Hearing Sister Hong's words, several people watched the TV seriously. Yiling was wearing a high ponytail, a white dress and a pair of small white shoes. Wow, my wife is so beautiful today, so much like first love. If I could talk about such a person, I'd be willing to live in a mansion. Gray sky, your face, after I've loved, I've cried, I've laughed, I've hurt, and all that's left is goodbye. My face is wet with tears. It's amazing what it feels like to lose someone you loved for the first time. Yiling's gentle voice had a few sadness in it, instantly portraying in the crowd's mind a little girl who had fallen out of love and was crying very hard because of her first breakup. Wife, today's song is a little sad. Alas, how to think of the first love it, the breakup. She is also crying especially hard. I really do not know to cherish at all. Who isn't? Man, thinking about the old days makes you want to punch yourself twice. Wife, I, Zhang Wei, support you. Always thought love was all about the heartbeat. Losing love we shall. It's going to be a little bit of a slow death. Losing a love is always accompanied by a bout of inexplicable pain. Especially the first love. Especially the first love. Once that was the first time we felt the melody of love. Once that was the first time we gave our heart. Once that was our warmest moment. Once that was our shortest blossom. The second I lost you, my heart suddenly grew old. The day you went away. The noisy street didn't realize my tears were forgotten on the corner. The day you went away. The chorus plays and the crowd is instantly caught up in the scene of going from love to breakup with their first love. My first love, nah. The one who has seen my clumsiness, nah. I miss you. Why can't I get over you? When I'm mature enough to handle a lot of things on my own? But why do I still keep missing you so much? As if I'm still the same person who stood alone and was forced to say goodbye more than 10 years ago. Anyway, I miss you and am sorry. I watched you walk across the street, still wearing those sneakers I gave you last summer. The silver bracelet is still dazzling. Your world doesn't seem to have changed at all as a result. When the main song came on for the second time, it caused a lively discussion. I'm the one who broke up and is still wearing the shoes my ex bought. Brothers, me too. I think it's still wearable, so I don't want to throw it away. Ah, me too. I still have the bracelet she gave me to this day. It's such a poignant memory. Someday maybe I can cure myself. Once again, think about how you're supposed to laugh. The first time I loved someone, he was bad, he was good. But like a chest tattoo is a permanent mark. Follow my breathing until my heart stops beating. The person we love for the first time, no matter how it ends, he wants to be tattooed on our hearts and follow us for the rest of our lives. We all get stuck for life with things that are unavailable to us at a young age. I cried when I heard it. If you're not the sweetie pie, why are you hiding a knife? It's been hidden in my heart for so many years, but today I'm finally relieved. I can't help but think of my ex-girlfriends. When one, hui, ja ja, lon, 49 omitted. I miss you. How are you doing now? Urgent. This song is too much afterburner. I drove the car, cell phone hanging video, listening to this song, a foot throttle dry to the door of the ex-girlfriend. My daughter-in-law is still sitting in the passenger seat. What should I do? Online, etc. Unsurprisingly, Healing Song The First Time I Loved Someone conquered the judges and the audience and achieved the champion of this year's Happy Kickoff with a crushing score, just as Jung Fan and a few others were celebrating with Weiling. A director, who was not yet famous, released a scarf. Sweetheart Godmother, Healing, will play the female lead in the movie I Want Us to Be Together, so please stay tuned. The scarf was like a heavy bomb, sparking heated discussions across the internet. Really? Sweetie Teach is going to make a movie? You just won the championship and you're in such a hurry to cash in. Ha! It's a little hard to crash, and this is going to be in a movie? I think Healing is very talented in acting. Bull I love her songs so much, and she's acting to make money just when she's a little bit famous. I've read the original novel, and Healing is very much in line with the original, so I'm looking forward to it. Many netizens were not sure whether the scarf was real or fake, so they frantically left comments under Healing's scarf. Ask Healing if she's really going to act. After getting an affirmative answer from Healing, the netizens were not calm at all. Are you really going to make a movie? Are you still singing? Can Healing handle the #1 spot? Why don't you let me do it? He's off. He's just getting good at singing, and then he's off to acting. Newcomer director plus newcomer starring plus network adapted screenplay. Pouncing on the three elements said I, Zhang Wei, swear today that if Healing can act well, I'll eat 3 pounds of poop. Still rare. Ouch. Dude's got it all figured out. Straight up diluted. Not dry. Nice and throaty. Preachy. There are also many fans who are supportive. After all, they can challenge themselves. Jung Fan looked at the hot search on the scarf and not only made a mistake. In a previous life, there would have been a novel, then a movie, and finally a theme song. But now it's completely reversed. Moreover, this newcomer director, Jung Fan had never even heard of, so he couldn't help but be a little worried about Healing, fearing that she would be cheated. Looks like we'll have to pay more attention to Healing in the future. Chapter 57 Jung Fan's real parents? Since Healing chose to go to the theater, Jung Fan also happened to have nothing to do these days, and re-recorded all the songs he sang these days and posted them on his scarf. Watching the number of fans increase day by day, Jung Fan sent out a scarf. Over 10 million followers, there will be a surprise for everyone. Seeing the scarf that Jung Fan posted, a group of netizens were also very curious about what the surprise that Jung Fan was talking about was. Brother Jung Fan, what is the surprise? I'm in a hurry, I want to know. All of you guys have mobilized your friends and family and are paying attention. So far it's just short of $1 million or so. Punch. Everyone work hard and let Jung Fan dance for everyone tomorrow. Yeah. With everyone's efforts, the number of followers grew slowly towards 10 million. Lu Liang woke up from sleep this day and started surfing the internet to see how many likes there were on the video he posted yesterday. Ever since posting a video of himself getting high on his own mouth and washing his hair upside down because of Zhang Fan's audition match, Lu Liang has been like discovering a new continent. He used to be a photographer for a small newspaper and his day job was to steal photos of celebrities. Then one day, Lu Liang really can't stand it. Think this job and dog leg no difference. Resolutely proposed to leave. After leaving his job, Lu Liang has been staying at home. Want to try to do self-media, but there is no rise. That is, until he posted that video of him washing his hair upside down, which eventually reached over 800,000 likes. From that moment on, Lu Liang worked full-time as Zhang Fan's lapdog. Intense surfing on the internet every day to get first-hand news about Kong Fan. Even according to the internet, Lu Liang found the orphanage where Zhang Fan grew up. In order to get news about Zhang Fan, Lu Liang pretends to be a volunteer and helps out at the orphanage. After sticking around for almost a month, I finally got to know all the kids at the orphanage and became friends with the director. Relying on the dean's dictation, Lu Liang got a great deal of first-hand information about Zhang Fan. By editing these videos, he was getting hundreds of thousands of likes per video and making 5 figures per month. Lu Liang never forgets his roots, and every time the video makes a profit, he will buy some daily necessities for the orphanage. Every time the dean laughed and didn't let him buy anymore, Zhang Fan would regularly pay the orphanage. Lu Liang had also communicated with the dean, and he asked the dean why he didn't open the live broadcast, by virtue of the fact that this is the orphanage where Zhang Fan grew up, and there must be a lot of netizens brushing gifts. The dean smiles after hearing this and says that Zhang Fan is the idol of the other children in the orphanage and the one he raised, and he doesn't want to do anything to consume Zhang Fan. What's more, they didn't lack food or clothing, and Zhang Fan often called money back, so there was even less need for him to open a live broadcast. Lu Liang was very impressed with the director's approach, and because of this, he went to the orphanage to help out almost whenever he could. After looking at the data of the video, Lu Liang was satisfied and ready to exit a certain sound. Just as I was exiting, I saw a hot search. Zhang Fan's real parents have been found. Zhang Fan's real parents? The dean had told himself that Zhang Fan's parents had died long ago. Can it be that the ghosts of Zhang Fan's parents have returned? Lu Liang clicked on the hot search with a question. The video shows a pair of parents, aged about 50 or so, dressed very plainly and with very haggard faces. The speaker was the woman, who, holding a yellowed photograph, choked out, "Hello everyone, we are Zhang Fan's biological parents. 23 years ago, Zhang Fan would have just turned 3 years old, just a little bit taller than that, but skinny, running fast, I can't even catch up with it," the woman said as she gestured with her hands, a proud smile on her face. "Look, Zhang Fan looked like this when he was little. Isn't it cute?" The woman holds up the photo and shows it to the camera. The little boy in the photo, at a furious glance, really did look a little similar to Zhang Fan. This picture was taken in the grove behind the village, and this willow tree in the picture is still there, so thick. Speaking of this, the woman's face was filled with a look of sadness, and her tone was not as proud as before. Until one day at noon, I was cooking at home and didn't notice that Zhang Fan ran out, and when I was done, I realized that Zhang Fan was lost. I searched the village a few times. My throat was muffled from shouting, but I couldn't find Zhang Fan. I was so scared that my whole body just lost its strength and I sat down on the floor. The woman could no longer hold back her tears as she spoke. The man on the side picked up a tissue and wiped the woman's tears, comforting her. "It's all in the past, it's all in the past." The woman slowed down for a moment and continued her sermon. "It wasn't until Zhang Fan caught fire, the moment I saw him on TV, that I decided he was the child I lost. I'm sure as hell not going to misrecognize my kid, but Zhang Fan is so hot right now, I couldn't get in touch at all, so I had to post this video. I hope everyone likes and retweets this video more so that Zhang Fan can see it. Thank you all." After saying that, the couple in the video bowed deeply towards the camera. After Lu Liang watched it, he felt that the woman's acting skills were really bad, and the netizens could definitely see that the comments section was absolutely all about scolding them. When Lu Liang opened the video, he couldn't believe his tears. Not a single one in the comments section called the couple out. "Auntie and uncle, don't cry, it's too heartbreaking. Which child is not the heart of the parents? The meat in the palm of the hand? I can't imagine how my aunt and uncle survived all these years. It's so pathetic. I cried when I heard it. Let's all move our little hands and help the auntie. Yes, 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 yes." All forward it up so that Zhang Fan can see it and let him know that his parents are looking for him again. Looking at the comments section, Lu Liang felt that there was something evil, so he commented on one. "This couple is a fake. Don't believe it." The comment was deleted less than 3 seconds after it was sent. Lu Liang also reacted at this time. This is someone controlling the comments. It's over. This is coming for Jung Fan. What to do? What do we do? Suddenly Lu Tsuenliang thought of the orphanage and the dean, who could definitely contact Jung Fan. Lu Tsuenliang hurriedly rushed to the orphanage, told the dean about what happened online, and emphasized with the dean that the matter was particularly urgent. After hearing this, the dean also hurriedly contacted Jung Fan, and only after hearing Jung Fan say that there was no need for the dean to worry did the dean put his heart down. Lu Tsuenliang felt that he needed to do something. He could rely on Jung Fan to eat. After getting the dean's consent, Lu Tsuenliang took a picture of the death certificate of Jung Fan's parents and sent it to his jittery voice, with the caption, "Don't believe that pair of liars. Jung Fan's parents passed away a long time ago. Here's the death certificate." The video was sent out and quickly received tons of likes and views. Just when Lu Tsuenliang thought that this wave was stable, there was an accident. Chapter 58, the entire internet denounces Jung Fan. Lu Tsuenliang suddenly realized that his video had been reported to be taken down. Tried refreshing it and nothing changed. The reason for being reported turned out to be rumor mongering and a violation of community rules. Lu Tsuenliang brought up the review, but he knew in his heart that he was afraid that it would not succeed. The heart secretly prayed for Jung Fan to hurry up and not be used by others. Jung Fan knew about the pair of crooks before he got the call from the dean. The company's PR department monitored the video early on, and the heat grew at an incredible rate. The public relations department then reported to Wang Ruo, then began to try to use the matrix number to report. The previous tried and true method this time but hit a wall. The comments that were swiped were also quickly deleted, and no matter what method they used, the heat on that video still rocketed. Looks like the forces behind the other side or something. The impact of the video still continues to fester, with more and more uninformed netizens believing the words of the scammer. Most people online were in solidarity with the couple, calling on Jung Fan to recognize his family. Damn human traffickers. Auntie and uncle are so pathetic. Everyone rushed to forward it up and top the video so that the aunt and uncle can recognize Jung Fan. Jung Fan is too pitiful, isn't he? He was abducted by human traffickers at such a young age, but fortunately he was found by his mom and dad. If my children were sold by human traffickers, I'd have to kill them. I understand the feelings of the uncles and aunts too well. Jung Fan come and recognize his family. Wow. I'm crying from watching this. At this time, Wang Ruo, Sister Hong and Jung Fan were sitting in the conference room, and He Ling didn't come today because she went to audition for a movie. This time the other side is coming on strong, and the regular PR approach isn't working at all. Sister Hong said with a grave expression, "I'm afraid the only one who can have this kind of handiwork is Sky Entertainment." Hearing Sister Hong's words, Jung Fan's face instantly grimaced. This amusement is so shady. Although he was currently in the ascendancy, the strength of the other party was not to be underestimated at the moment, and he could not take any chances, or else he would easily lose all his efforts. Let's not panic. There's got to be a way. Calm down. Hearing Wang Ruo's words, Jung Fan also calmed down and thought about countermeasures. I think the key to unringing the bell and breaking it lies with that couple. Wang Ruo nodded and said, "You and I think together. That couple is the key." Sister Hong, you should let the PR department do a good job of explaining first. I'm afraid the results won't be too good. As for that couple, since they're not being reasonable, I know a little bit about fisticuffs too. Jung Fan, you help Sister Hong first. I'll go pick up someone. Starfire PR quickly issued an announcement. Recently, there are some videos on the internet, claiming to be the parents of our company. Jung Fan, hereby, our company solemnly declares that the above are all rumors. Please identify them carefully. After the announcement was made, some sensible netizens quickly liked and retweeted it. I told you so, that couple must be liars. And now Starfire has issued an announcement. Yes. I thought it was a scam as soon as I saw that video and wondered why so many people believed it. Phew, finally I can post a comment. Just now under that video, I got deleted in seconds for posting a comment. Wow, me too. I suspected for a moment that it was my home router that was broken. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Not a moment after the announcement, the pair of women immediately posted a video as well. The couple was still dressed as they were last time, only this time both had tears on their faces. Jung Fan, I know you're blaming mom and dad for not finding you and raising you all these years. You can blame it on mom and dad's lack of skill for making you suffer all these years. Your father and I don't want anything more than to meet you. The woman cried as she spoke, her tone full of guilt and remorse. After the woman finished speaking, she actually fainted on the man with two black eyes, and the video came to an abrupt end. The video just posted and quickly caught fire with Sky Entertainment running the show. With the exception of a very few of Jung Fan's true fans, the entire internet was enraged. The ones with quick tempers directly started cursing Jung Fan. Jung Fan, UTMD, you don't even want to recognize your own parents. Do you still count as a human being? I was really wrong in the past. I can't believe I was still fanning you. I don't want to. Do you have a conscience? Have you been eaten by dogs? Everyone is born from a mother's womb. Did you pop out of a rock? Is this the morality of entertainers? Shouldn't the state regulate it? Does this kind of scum deserve to be a star? The better-tempered ones began to persuade with emotion and reason. Zhang Fan aunts and uncles are also victims if you want to blame it on the abominable human trafficker. Please, just go and meet your aunt and uncle. Uncle and auntie are so pitiful, they have to be spared. Auntie just wants to see you. Go ahead. Everyone knows you have anger in your heart, but your aunt and uncle have already done this, so just put your head down and go. Some sensible netizens neither joined in the denunciation of Zhang Fan nor supported him, they just quietly watched what was happening online. In today's internet age, where things can be reversed at any time without a final cap, it's better to just eat your melon. Sister Hong looked at the comments on the internet and was so angry that she couldn't wait to give these people 2 slaps in the face and beat the water out of their brains. Zhang Fan then seemed particularly calm and even comforted Sister Hong in turn. In today's internet age, where everyone is confronted with countless pieces of information on a daily basis, too many people are too late to tell the difference. It's all just hearsay. Sometimes they only believe what they want to believe. Just as the two were discussing, Wang Ruo called. Good news. The couple has been caught. A professional con artist. The man behind it hasn't been accounted for yet. I've already negotiated with my uncle's side. They're releasing a statement at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to clear Zhang Fan's name. But uncle's side has a request for Zhang Fan to write a song for them. Zhang Fan agreed without hesitation after hearing this. There's really a song that's particularly appropriate for an uncle. Now that the person who started it has been caught, this time it's sort of settled. But even though it was resolved this time, who knows if someone else will make an issue of their parents in the future. Zhang Fan thought about it and decided that it was better to tell the whole network about his life, so that uninformed netizens would not be deceived again. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan posted a scarf. At 2 p.m. I'm going to turn on the live stream, and there are some things I'd like to talk to you about. When Meng Mei saw Zhang Fan's scarf, she couldn't help but laugh. Admitting defeat so quickly? I've only used a little bit of force, and you can't do it anymore? Ha ha ha, just fall under my skirt. Chapter 59. The angry netizens were immediately furious when they saw the scarf Zhang Fan posted. The whole network is appealing for you to go and recognize your relatives, even if you meet them. Aunts and uncles are crying into tears. Chat UMLGB, who chat with a guy like you who has no filial piety? That's your real parents. Is it hard to go and see them? What if Zhang Fan goes to meet his parents live in the afternoon? If he goes live to meet his parents, I'll eat live straight away. 2 pounds. It always feels like things aren't that simple. Amidst the tirades of the netizens, the time came to 1:50 p.m. Meng Mei looked at the internet as full of scolding Zhang Fan. The heart do not mention how happy. The joy in my heart was like a fountain, gurgling outward. Seeing that it was almost time, Meng Mei called the couple and asked them to post the third video that they had prepared in advance. Taking advantage of Zhang Fan and the others panicking, they beat the hell out of them. No one answered the phone after several consecutive calls, which made Meng Mei a little uneasy in her heart. Ding! The time came to 2 o'clock, and Zhang Fan opened the live broadcast on time. Let's see what Zhang Fan is selling. How do you have the nerve to go on the air? See if I'll scold you or not. The guy who has no human feelings at all. I'll see if you can say a flower or not. Just in case, Zhang Fan is live streaming the apology and recognition of his family. How come there's no news of Zhang Fan's real parents? It can't be that Zhang Fan is really recognizing his relatives live on air. While everyone was discussing, Zhang Fan spoke up. I'm glad you all came to see me live. Let's start with a video. What? If it's not a video of recognizing relatives, I'm going to start cursing. I hope you won't continue to consume the trust of your fans. I'd like to see what kind of video this is. As the video plays, the first thing that comes to mind is a police blotter. After receiving reports from the public, the Bureau immediately conducted a portrait comparison of the rumor-mongering parents, and found that this couple had been hit by the police several times for fraud. We then arrested the couple based on the positioning in the video, and are now going through the legal process, waiting for them to be severely punished by the law. It is addressed to the Sunshine branch of the Chinese capital. This was followed by a video of the couple's public apology with rose gold on their hands and vests. Seeing this, the netizens instantly exploded. Asterisk. Is this really true? Are we wrong about Zhang Fan? The bag is real. I just went to the Sunshine branch's official scarf to see it, and it's really real. My God, I helped a liar call out my idol. I'm so blind. These two crooks are too abominable. Thanks to Uncle Hat. Zhang Fan, I'm sorry. I apologize. Luckily, I have sense. I could see that the couple was not right, so I did not scold Zhang Fan. I'll be damned. You're the one who cursed the most just now. Photo. JPG. Hey, Can you still play? Don't hit people in the face. People don't need to have anything in their hearts. I have a reason for this. I've never told people about my life, and that gives scammers something to work with. That's why I decided to tell everyone about my life today, before the same thing happens again. I'm a little curious about Jung Fan's life. It seems like Jung Fan grew up in an orphanage again and should have lost his parents at a very young age. Jung Fan must have been especially sad at that time, right? If you tell it now, won't you tear open the scars knitted on the wound again? I was born into a wonderful family. My parents loved me and I had thought I would be happy forever. Until the day they left me, leaving me alone in the world. It was the weekend, and my mom and dad took me on a hike, and when we got to the bottom of the mountain, we started riding the cable car. The cable car usually only sits a few people. There is a limit to the number of people, but on that day there were especially many people, and the staff at the scenic spot urged everyone to squeeze in, and that they do it all the time without a hitch and are safe as hell. Mom and dad were then guided onto the overloaded gondola, which was supposed to take 8 people and was filled with more than 20 people. Unfortunately, something happened to the gondola that day. Just as the cable car was nearing the top of the mountain, there was a malfunction and the cable car fell uncontrollably towards the bottom at great speed. Mom was so shocked that she screamed, but when she saw me, she forced herself to hold back. She and her dad looked at each other and made a very great decision. They used their bodies as a cushion for me and I survived. Instead, they're forever resting at the foot of the mountain. Toward the end of his speech, Jung Fan's voice choked up, and a few tears slipped silently from the corners of his eyes. So Jung Fan is so pitiful. I cried when I heard it. It hurts so much. Hugs. It's okay. You've got us. We're all your family. I heard about that accident. Only a few people survived. The thought that I was scolding Jung Fan just now makes my heart ache. Jung Fan slowed down for a while and said, I wrote a song for my parents to thank them for choosing to give me the hope of life in the most critical of times. Songs written for parents must be very emotional. If I were Jung Fan, I wouldn't even be able to make it now. Jung Fan, you're really too good. Sing. I'm sure your aunt and uncle can hear you. The music played, the tune was light and faint, and dripping with intense sadness. Jung Fan recalled the way his parents had lifted him up high in the air, and his heart was filled with grief. 1,000 words couldn't express Jung Fan's sadness, so let's tell it in song. It was a fall day, and the wind was so lingering. Reminds me of them, those helpless eyes, right there where the beautiful scenery meets. I heard a loud bang that shook the valley. It was a very happy day. Jung Fan held his mom and dad's hands and bounced all the way to the scenic spot, and as soon as he thought that he would be able to climb to the top of the mountain later on and eat delicious snacks, Jung Fan kept urging his parents. And nowadays, how Jung Fan wished that it would have been better if he could have walked slower back then. Everything that followed happened so suddenly. It was that fall, never to see dad's face again. With his shoulders, he lifted me up to the beginning of my rebirth. Tears in the darkness, staining the eyes. Don't leave, don't hurt. Jung Fan still remembers the look in his mom's and dad's eyes after they looked at each other with such determination. It is the instinct of every animal to avoid harm, and cuteness can counteract instinct. When Jung Fan woke up again, he was already lying in the hospital, but he didn't have the slightest bit of fear, knowing that his parents were always by his side with him. Chapter 60, The Benefits of 10 Million Fans. The lyrics to this song are really well written. Why do I just want to cry when I listen to it? It's so hard. How hard it must have been for Jung Fan to write this song. I saw my mom and dad just walk away, leaving me behind in this strange world. I don't know what else is at stake in the future. Jung Fan grew up all different from the children in the orphanage. He was not inferior or sensitive. Mom and dad made that last move that healed Ginger Van for life. From time to time, Jung Fan would go to his parents' tombstones and tell them what had happened to him recently, telling them how much he missed them. I want to hold on to his hand. Mom told me there would be hope. Seeing the sun come out makes mommy smile. Dawn, just like in the lyrics. At the last moment, Jung Fan's mom was smiling to herself, as if she wanted to leave a lifetime of smiles for Jung Fan. Netflix couldn't hold it back any longer and choked up. After first hearing about Kong Fan's life, followed by the song, netizens simply couldn't carry the sadness. People really didn't expect the song to be so sad, and the sentences hit the heart so hard that they almost didn't slow down. This song is so good. I'm in tears. I've used a pack of paper to wipe my tears. I cried and went to my mom, who took me in her arms and asked me gently what was wrong. Just like when I was a little girl. Cherish the present. Don't wait to lose it. How hard it must have been for Jung Fan at that time. I can't imagine. Jung Fan at this time is also in the taut. Soybean tears cannot stop flowing. Sorry guys, I can't sing anymore. I kind of overestimated my form and thought I could do it. If you can't sing, don't sing. People won't blame you. Half of the song made me cry and pass out. Isn't it killing me to finish it? It's okay. We can't listen to it if we don't sing anymore. Netflix is incredibly understanding at this point. The song is called Dawn of the Day and I hope we all cherish the moment. After saying that, Jung Fan turned off the live broadcast. He needed to be alone for a while to slow down. After Jung Fan ended his live broadcast, 2 more hot searches quickly appeared on the scarf. 1. Hashtag a reversal in the case of Jung Fan's parents. Hashtag 2. Hashtag Jung Fan cried to millions of netizens in half a song. Hashtag. For the first hot search, the crowd of netizens, after learning what happened, scolded those 2 hateful liars. As for the second hot search, netizens who hadn't seen Jung Fan's live broadcast naturally didn't believe it. They really didn't believe there could be a song so awesome that they could cry at half the song. They blow off steam while despising the netizens who listen to them cry. It's the gods that come and cry to them in half a song. Maybe it's a case of not turning back until you hit the wall. When they watched the recorded video of Jung Fan's live broadcast, they also cried. Those who listened to the crying didn't lie to them. They really did listen to it halfway through the song with tears flowing all the way down their faces. I really don't know if people will top this song when the full version comes out. Countless netizens, after listening to this half song, shed tears and told their stories under Jung Fan's scarf. When I hear this song, I think of my father who sacrificed his life. I don't know if he's doing well in heaven now, but don't worry, I've put on a uniform this year, and I'll take good care of my mom. This song, oh no, it's half a song. I've listened to it countless times, and every time I listen to it, I get teary-eyed, and every note and every lyric deeply touches my heartstrings, and may there be no leaving in this world, no harm done. I cried until I fainted when I heard the song. You're all joking and I really don't have parents. Countless people left messages under Jung Fan's scarf, expecting him to come out with the full version of the song. Finally, with intense anticipation, the full version is finally 1,000 times better. 10 minutes after the song went live, it broke 100,000 hits. Fans have been waiting for the full version. The last half of the capital that was live is about to be dished out. Challenge to listen to the full version of Dawn of the Dead without crying. I've listened to the first half of the song countless times, and I'm sure I won't be crying after listening to the full version. I've been killing fish at the supermarket for 10 years. My heart is dead. I won't even blush when I hear it. Long-awaited fans were not the first to hit play. It's a shame that while listening to half of the song live, they were defenseless and cried out in public. They hide under the covers, in the toilet, or in the open field. After making sure no one is around, put on your headphones before daring to hit play. They know the power of this song. Just half of it is crying all over the internet, let alone the full version. It must be horrible as hell. It's as if it's an adult convention not to let others see your vulnerable side. It's a night. The sky is dotted with stars. I see in my dreams. My mom. One must learn to be strong in the world. Don't you leave. Don't hurt. This is the second main verse of the song, and it's also the lyrics that Jung Fan didn't finish singing last time. Although after hearing the first half of the song countless times, netizens still reddened when they heard it. I saw mom and dad just walk away, leaving me behind in this strange world. I would build him a beautiful garden. As soon as Jung Fan's song with a sobbing voice rang out, the audience was drowned out by the strong sense of disenchantment. I want to hold on to his hand. Mom told me there would be hope. Seeing the sun come out, they laughed and the day dawned. When he sang the last line, Jung Fan retracted his voice, changing his singing style from the emotional outburst just now. The voice became soft and gentle, like a mom talking. This last sentence was like a smothering blow, hitting the netizens hard in the heart. It hurt so much they couldn't help but cry out. Challenge failed. My eyes reddened as soon as Jung Fan opened his mouth. This song is so well written, it just makes me want to cry. I didn't realize that after 10 years of killing fish, I still couldn't resist that last sentence. Many netizens were deeply moved by Jung Fan's story after listening to the song, have been making donations to charities out of their own pockets and doing what they can. They hope that the orphans in the world, like Jung Fan, will have their own daybreak soon. As the song Daybreak continued to become a hit, Jung Fan's scarf followers soon reached 10 million. Netizens saw that the fans had passed 10 million and were leaving messages asking for the surprise that Jung Fan had promised them. Looking at the enthusiastic messages from the netizens, Jung Fan then asked, "What kind of surprise do you want?" The final opinion of the network was agreed upon after a long, heated and friendly discussion. That is, they want to see Jung Fan and Wang Ruo sing a love song, and it has to be the kind of sweet song that's so sweet it's snoozy. Chapter 61 Chorus of Little Love Songs. After a night of fermentation, the comment with the first number of likes under Jung Fan's scarf had already exceeded 100,000 likes. I want to hear Jung Fan and Wang Ruo sing a love song. Something sweet. Jung Fan was a bit confused after seeing the unanimous demands of the netizens. This voting result, how is it completely different from what one imagined? He assumed that the netizens would make him sing some type of original song. Unfortunately, only half a guess. After He Ling decided to act, most of those CP fans who used to kowtow to Jung Fan and He Ling felt that there was no hope for Jung Fan and He Ling. Except for a small portion of fans who still insisted on knocking Zhang Fan and Healing's CP. Most of the rest joined Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo's CP fans. When Zhang Fan makes the vote, CP fans are unanimous, wanting to see Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo sing a love song. Zhang Fan looked at the voting results and cried a little. He really didn't have a bitter heart-on sweet love songs. Zhang Fan had a lot of them in his head. The problem was how to convince Wang Ruo to sing with him, but the bull had already been blown out. So Zhang Fan could only rush the duck onto the shelf and go to Wang Ruo with a thick skin. Wang Ruo couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. This Zhang Fan guy was really good at finding things for himself. After blackmailing Zhang Fan for a large meal, Wang Ruo agreed readily. That afternoon Zhang Fan released a preview video with the message that the live broadcast would start at 8 p.m. sharp. The video shows him sitting with Wang Ruo, with Zhang Fan playing the guitar to a very light tune. You know, even if the rain turns the city upside down, I'll give you a hug. The two sing a chorus of lyrics and the video ends. It's only one line of lyrics, but it trolls the fans like a warbler. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so good. It's so good. Can't wait. I've listened to this one line on a loop for more than 10 times, and the first thing I feel is that time passes so slowly. In just one afternoon, Zhang Fan's scarf had risen by more than 1 million followers. Countless netizens waited online for Zhang Fan to open the live broadcast. 8 p.m. The live stream has officially begun. As soon as Zhang Fan opened the live broadcast, countless fans flooded in, and the number of people in the live broadcast quickly broke through 100,000 people. First, I'm number 1, okay? Chugging, chugging, chugging. I'm already recording. Zhang Fan adjusted the microphone and chose a suitable angle. Seeing that Zhang Fan was the only one inside the screen, the fans couldn't help but wonder why Wang Ruo hadn't come. Hey, why is Zhang Fan alone? Where's Wang Ruo? Why isn't the diva here? Wow, you can't be lying to us. Money back, dude, you're in the wrong place. This is a live broadcast, not a concert. As the fans were discussing, they suddenly saw Wang Ruo open the door and walk in. Wang Ruo was wearing a simple beige dress that outlined her delicate figure clearly. A head of long, black and silky hair was casually pulled back behind her head. A few strands of broken hair fell down next to her fair cheeks, and the necklace in her neck flashed as she breathed, making her fans' eyes go straight as they watched. Wang Ruo came to the live cell phone to see the comments of the netizens, and exuded an elegant and intellectual atmosphere between her hands and feet. Wife, the diva is so beautiful today. She's so pretty. I've never seen a diva dress like this before. She looks great. I'm so jealous of Zhang Fan. It's cheap for you. I can't even blink for fear of missing the beauty of the diva. Looking at the words of the fans praising her on the pop-up screen, the diva couldn't help but feel a little shy and her little face turned red. My wife is blushing. The diva smells so good today. I can't sleep today. It's so good. Suddenly an incongruous remark floated through the pop-up. That's it? It's not even half as good as my beautiful sister. When the fans saw this, they were instantly unhappy. They came to see Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo sing today. Where was it? Mang Mei's fans turned to interrupt. Can the ugly girls fans get lost? Don't think you're pretty just because your name is beautiful. Take a leak. Get out of here. You're not welcome here. No one's forcing you to come. Zhang Fan also didn't expect that there would be a fan of Mang Mei's to cause trouble, and immediately kicked the netizen out. Then he called Sister Red and asked her to act as a temporary house manager. Ha 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 ha. Sister Hung is so pathetic. Sister Hong, it's bad luck to be dragged to work overtime when you're already off duty. It's hard on Sister Hong. Some of the black fans are too angry. With everything ready, Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo made it to the front of the camera. Zhang Fan picked up the guitar and tried the feel of it and said, "It's a bit of a rush song, and the backing track isn't recorded, so you'll have to listen to it. The song is called Little Love Song and I hope you like it." Wang Ruo held the microphone and looked at Zhang Fan somewhat nervously. The lyrics of this song are so well written, and I wonder if Zhang Fan is writing about himself. Thinking of this, Wang Ruo looked at Zhang Fan with some anticipation. Zhang Fan happened to look up at Wang Ruo as well, and when their eyes met, Wang Ruo hurriedly looked away. Fans, who are always watching the two, saw the funny scene and began to tease. "Wow, you're right. What have I seen? Ha 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 ha. Feeding dog food before we even start singing. I'll start." Zhang Fan softly asked Wang Ruo, who let out a hum from her nose. Kang Fan strummed his guitar and his light-hearted voice reached the fans. The intro is lilting and as refreshing as a rainy day. Zhang Fan sang first, his voice clear and gentle. It's a simple little love song, singing the twists and turns of people's hearts. I think I'm happy. When there's warmth in you, the air around my feet turned. Zhang Fan finished singing and looked at Wang Ruo who was on the side. Under the light, Wang Ruo's bright and determined eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. Wang Ruo closed his eyes and counted the rhythm in his heart. It's a simple little love song, singing the dove of our hearts. I think I'd fit right in. to be a singer-songwriter. Youth floats in the wind. Wang Ruo's delicate and penetrating vocals make fans recall, to pieces, the happiness they felt when they were in love. Moving on to the chorus department, the two of them, Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo, worked very well together. You know, even if the rain turns the city upside down, I'll give you a hug. Can't stand to see your back coming. Write down my hard-earned divorce. The two intertwined their voices and brought the atmosphere to a climax. Fans were sweet mad. They had never heard such a sweet love song. So sweet. Love it. The diva sings love songs so beautifully. I'll sing it to my girlfriend tomorrow. Get out of here. Don't show me love. We're all noble singles. Get out of here. You deviant. Chapter 62, Composing Dimple on the Spot. Wang Ruo sang as her body leaned towards Zhang Fan. Even if the whole world is kidnapped by loneliness, I can't run either. There's no escaping the fact that in the end, everyone grows old. Write about the castles where my time and piano intersect. When they sang the last line, Zhang Fan and Wang Ruo once again looked at each other. This time Wang Ruo didn't hide. He looked at Zhang Fan's eyes like he was seeing the teenager's passionate heart. It's too sweet, isn't it? Sweetness is killing me. I'm getting diabetic again. Kong Fan put his guitar down and smiled at the camera. Are you guys still satisfied with the love song I sang with the diva? How come you're done singing? I haven't heard enough. No, 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 no. How can a song like this? Just as the fans were trolling, a line floated across the screen and it was the house manager speaking. One more song. Strong request for another song. Seeing Sister Hong open her mouth, the fans became even more excited. One more song. Hurry up and sing another song or we'll take it off. Don't make me get down on my knees and beg for another song. Let's play another song. I feel like I'm tingling. Looking at the fans' speeches on the pop-up screen, Wang Ruo had some expectations in his heart. Zhang Fan, look how enthusiastic the fans are. Why don't we sing another song? Zhang Fan thought about it and nodded. Fans, what other songs would you like to hear? Love song. You and Diva have another sweet love song. Yes, we only listen to love songs. We listen to other coughs. One more love song. I haven't heard enough. It's going to be so sweet, even sweeter than it was just now. Zhang Fan looked at the pop-up screen and said somewhat helplessly, none of my previous songs fit what you guys are looking for. We don't care. We're going to listen. Now. Just have to. Listen. Husband is the best. He's sure to satisfy us. Seeing the words of tigers and wolves on the pop-up screen, Zhang Fan's old face was also red. Fine. Fine. I'll write it on the spot then. Fans saw that calling their husbands worked and followed suit. Husband, go for it. Husband is the best man in the world. Hubby, you're so handsome. You're so manly. Zhang Fan looked at the pop-ups. There were a few obviously male numbers that followed and shouted their husbands, and his heart was a little uncomfortable. Looks like you guys are really hungry. Wang Ruo saw Zhang Fan blushing to the roots of his ears, so he spoke up to relieve Zhang Fan. You all called Zhang Fan your husband. What about me? Upon hearing Wang Ruo's statement, the fans also immediately flirted. Of course you're my wife. My wife is so beautiful. Give your wife a kiss and ignore Zhang Fan. Ha, something doesn't seem right. The diva's words seem to mean something else. Hey, it's still true. Is the diva jealous because she sees us calling Zhang Fan her husband? It's true. The diva is jealous. Wang Ruo looked at the pop-up screen gradually a little crooked, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Zhang Fan happened to come back with his book and pen at that moment. I'm going to write a song temporarily, so please be patient for a while. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really live writing Catch Zhang Fan writing a song live. Record this. This is a rare image of early man taming the lyrics of a song. While Kong Fan was concentrating on writing the song, the fans began to gossip curiously. Diva, when did you get together with Zhang Fan? Diva, when will you and Zhang Fan go public? Tell us when you get married. We're all family. The netizens are getting more and more outrageous and have asked if the child is going to be a boy or a girl. I think a man and a woman are best. Sister Red coldly posted a pop-up saying. The fans were happy too. I feel the same way. Sister Hung is the one with the experience. A man and a woman are best. Wang Ruo looked at the pop-up screen, red-faced and angry. Sister Hong, you lost your bonus this month. Ha 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 ha. Sister Hung is so poor, being dragged to work at night, saying one word, the bonus is still gone. I feel sorry for Sister Hong for a second. Don't deduct Sister Hung's bonus. Suddenly someone spoke up. Everyone look at Zhang Fan. The serious man is so handsome. Is that how all those previous songs were written? Watching Zhang Fan write a song is so relaxing. Zhang Fan's side face. Absolutely. Diva, can you read the lyrics? I'd like to see it, too. Curious. Wang Ruo removed the cell phone from the stand and carefully came behind Zhang Fan, moving so gently for fear of disturbing Zhang Fan. This is an interesting perspective, satisfying my voyeuristic desires. Ha ha ha. Wang Ruo stood solemnly behind Jiang Fan, not saying a word, not even daring to breathe. The fans looked at Wang Ruo's solemn appearance and became grave as well. The pop-ups that had been lively just a moment ago would be reduced to just a handful. Okay, I'm done writing. It was only when he heard Jiang Fan speak out that the live broadcast room came back to life. Warm reminder that it's okay to breathe when watching a live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you installing surveillance in my house? Laughing, I was holding my breath. I don't know if the lyrics written in such a short period of time sound good when sung. I just saw a couple of lyrics, and I think they're pretty good. It's such a short period of time, so don't be so demanding. Look at the lyrics while I find the tune. He gave the lyrics to Wang Ruo, picked up his guitar and started playing. Jiang Fan tried playing a few small sections to familiarize himself with the rhythm of the song. Wow, that's a nice sounding tune. It's true, I guess the song can't be that bad. I'm looking forward to it. After a while, Jiang Fan looked at Wang Ruo and asked, how do you raise it? Can you sing it? Well, it can sing. Wang Ruo looked at Jiang Fan and nodded heavily, stars flashing in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Fan. This song is too sweet, even sweeter than the little love song just now. I can't believe this is a song written by Jiang Fan in such a short period of time. Let's get started then. Jiang Fan adjusted his sitting position and plucked the strings of the zither with a very brisk rhythm. In just a few short notes, it's an eye-opener for fans. It was still Jiang Fan who sang first. I'm still looking for a lean and a hug. Who prays for me, troubles me, gets angry at me and makes a fuss over me. Jiang Fan looked at Wang Ruo with very gentle eyes. Wang Ruo would smile and then sing. Happiness begins to show signs. Fate has brought us close together. Then loneliness is swallowed up and boredom becomes conversation. There's been a change. Wang Ruo sang while her head leaned towards Jiang Fan's shoulder. Jiang Fan tilted his head to look at Wang Ruo, his long eyelashes flickering in the light. Chapter 63 Participation in King of Masked Singer. Jiang Fan looked at Wang Ruo with deep emotion and devoted himself to the lyrics. Dimples and long lashes are your best mark. I miss your smile every day when I can't sleep. You don't know how much you mean to me. With your life intact just right. Once again, the two voices intertwined together, bringing the sweetness of the song to a crescendo. The fans were so head over heels in sweetness that they couldn't wait for Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo to get married in situ. I'm like the dog in the rain. I'm the trash can next to you. I know you. It's too sweet. It's so sad. Obviously, I didn't eat dinner today, so how come I'm full? When are you getting married? We'll pay for it. Dimples and long eyelashes, charmingly incorrigible. I slowed down the pace, feeling like a drunk. Wang Ruo also looked up at Jiang Fan at this time, and the two of them looked at each other with a shy smile. Spinning around, he twisted his head away in panic again, not daring to look at the other man. At last, the beauty of a heart-to-heart, a lifetime of warmth and goodness. I'll always love you to old age. After the last lyrics were sung, fans were rambunctious and fed with dog food. Ooh, so sweet. I can't. I need to check my blood sugar. For a moment, I didn't know which song I was going to sing to my girlfriend. Children make the choices. You sing them all. Are you sure you wrote this song? It's too good to be true. Jiang Fan is awesome. Seeing the pop-ups, the netizens reacted to the fact that the song had just been written now. It was only half an hour from the start of the writing to the end of the song. If it wasn't for the hundreds of thousands of them watching live, they wouldn't have dared to believe that this song was written by Jiang Fan just now. The songs written now are of such high quality. Jiang Fan is really YYYDS. This is too strong. That's not necessarily true. What if it was written in advance and just mimeographed on the spot? It was soon questioned by some netizens. What are you doubting? Yesterday's vote for Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo to duet on a love song. Even if it's mimeographed, writing two songs in one day, can you do it? Even if it's written in advance, you write me two songs out in one day's time, and if you do I'll call you dad. You hackers, are you unable to find an angle to hack? You have to choose the right person even if you want to touch the porcelain. Do you know what the title of The Voice of China means? Baboon what? Go get one if you can. Don't argue with the hacks. It's a waste of time. User 532516 was kicked out of the room by the house manager. Seeing the scrolling alerts, fans praised Red for a job well done. Sister Hung is awesome. Sister Hung, you're so powerful. The live feed was once again filled with rapture. Jiang Fan and Wang Ruo chatted with the fans for a while and answered some of their questions. The time soon reached 9 o'clock, and Jiang Fan said goodbye to his fans in the live broadcast. It's time for today's broadcast. Diva and I are going to take a break. We'll talk later. No, wait a minute. Haven't heard enough yet. When's the next time? Yeah. When's the next one? Give us an exact date. We're not fooled. Jiang Fan looked at the pop-up screen and smiled. I'll still be on the air when I have 20 million followers. I'll never go back on my word. Okay. Okay, 20 million fans. I'm going home and signing up to follow you on my parents' cell phone. You can't go back on your word. You're a dog if you go back on your word. Zhang Fan greeted his fans and then closed the live broadcast. After finishing the live broadcast, Zhang Fan went straight to the restaurant with Wang Ruo. Neither of them had dinner for tonight's live broadcast. After the wine and food, the two decided to sneak around to cool off. Without realizing it, the two of them came to the riverside, where a cool breeze blew, making people feel very comfortable. The two walked around the river and talked about a lot of things. Funny things from their childhood, future plans. Without realizing it, it was the latter part of the night. After sending Wang Ruo home, Zhang Fan slept until after 10 o'clock when he was woken up by Sister Hong's call. Sister Hong told him that there was something to find him and asked him to come to the office in a hurry. Once they met, Sister Hong opened the door. The two songs you sang live yesterday are on the Hot 100 today. Zhang Fan hummed in disbelief. This kind of thing of being on a hot search was already a routine for him. A game company came to me again and wanted you to work on a theme song for one of their games. Which company? The Perfect Game. Hearing this name, Zhang Fan felt tense so affectionate. What game? I think it's called Tina 2. Give them say a week. Sister Hong quickly made a note in her notebook and then continued. And one last thing, there's a song variety show that wants to invite you to participate. Hearing Sister Hong's words, Zhang Fan became interested. What's the program? The King of Masked Singer. Lychee Channel's King of Masked Singer is also a very hot program in China. Not less popular than The Voice of China on Blueberry and Happy Start on Mango. Compared to the other two stations' programs, King of Masked Singer is not a talent show. It has unusual rules for the event, with all the singers on the show wearing masks and odd clothes that don't show their bodies. The original intention of the program was to allow viewers to vote only on the basis of the singer's strength when they could not see the contestant's face, so that there would be no bias in preferences. In terms of professionalism, this show outshines the other two stations. With your current hotness, it's a bit of a disadvantage for you to participate in King of Masked Singer now. Sister Hong saw that Zhang Fan didn't answer for a long time and spoke out to explain. But it would be more of a testament to your strength if you were to win this show. After the aura of champion faded, if Zhang Fan can still win the title, it would be very high. But you don't have to worry. The rules of this competition are the same as before. Only the champion will be revealed in honor. The eliminated contestants won't be revealed. So you can be assured that you won't be humiliated. Ha, I'm not reluctant. I was just thinking about what song to sing. Hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Sister Hong suddenly didn't know what to say. I'm sure I've been talking for so long for nothing. I think about it for him, but he is good. Not a little psychological burden. Really a waste of their own good intentions. Zhang Fan loved the King of Masked Singer format, where he could play under the cover of a mask. If you want to be unrecognizable to the audience, you definitely can't sing the songs you've sung before. One can only continue to be original. I'm up for this contest, so get back to the show. Zhang Fan was even looking forward to the match a bit. Chapter 64 Meng Mei is the guest of honor. After Zhang Fan agreed to participate in King of Masked Singer, Hong's sister's side also acted quickly. Within a few days he found Zhang Fan with a contract. The contract is yours to read and sign if there's nothing wrong with it. As a reminder, the program's confidentiality agreement is very strict, and a violation of the confidentiality agreement will result in astronomical compensation. So you can't tell anyone that you're on the program. Zhang Fan frowned when he heard this. What about the day after? It's not good to hide it from her. When Sister Hong heard this, she smiled mysteriously, looking like it was all under my control. Diva was invited by the country to participate in China's Strongest Voice. The slot is the same as yours. China's Strongest Voice is a competition organized by the Chinese government to dig out the best singers in China and revitalize the Chinese music scene. This tournament was just held this year and the attention hasn't been great. But Zhang Fan is clear about the gold content of this competition, which if you can get the title, can be equivalent to the Chinese recognize that you are the strongest singer. When the semifinals of King of Masked Singer are over, you'll have to make time to participate in China's Strongest Voice as well. Ha! Zhang Fan looked at Sister Hong with some questions. You don't have to participate in the previous competitions. As the hottest singer in China, you'll go straight to the finals. Just now, Zhang Fan was still wondering why he didn't receive an invitation to this competition, but he didn't expect to participate directly in the final. After signing the contract, Sister Hong put the documents away and before leaving, she gave Zhang Fan the contact information of the director of King of Masked Singer. Sister Hong originally thought that after she left, Zhang Fan would think hard about the song to sing for the competition. I didn't realize that Zhang Fan first added the director's VX first and asked about the costumes. Director, is there a Hyaki Sakura costume? Director? Although the program group would provide the contestants with costumes and props, Kong Fan, a big male, asked what Sakura's costumes were for. Is it hard to believe that Jiang Fan is going to wear it? Jiang Fan thought that the director didn't know about 100 Change Sakura, and immediately went on PXX and searched for a picture and sent it to the director. Director, do you have the costumes in the picture? I want to wear this costume and mask when I compete. The director's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. I didn't expect Jiang Fan to choose female clothing in order not to be recognized by the audience during the competition. It's really too dedicated, isn't it? Not waiting for the director to finish sighing, Jiang Fan's next message directly thundered the director to the outside. Director, I have one more request. Please make the microphone look like a wand. For the next week, Jiang Fan stayed in the recording room, practicing hard on the songs he was going to use for the next competition. The songs he wrote were so difficult that Jiang Fan had to be careful until they were impeccable. After a week of devilish training, Jiang Fan listened to his own voice inside the recording, and was a little less daring to believe that it was his own singing. During this time, Sister Hong often came to the recording studio to find Jiang Fan, telling him to pay attention to his health. His voice is singing dumb. Jiang Fan also said that this competition is very important to practice the songs well and take some time to rest in the following days. The time has finally come for the King of Masked Singer to begin taping. At this moment, in the waiting room of the Lychee Terrace, a staff member walked in with a huge package. Director, the customized costume you requested is ready. Can I ask one more thing? Which contestant asked for this? It's so cute. The director didn't hide the fact that all the crew signed a non-disclosure agreement, the violation of which was to face huge damages. It was Jiang Fan who requested it. Even the wand-shaped microphone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Fan is playing so big. What kind of song is he going to sing? A binary one? The director spread his hands and said he didn't know. The staff arrived at the gate with curiosity, ready to greet the singers and judges involved in today's recording. After Jiang Fan sent Wang Ruo to the Chinese national television station, he boarded the airplane by himself. Jiang Fan had just gotten off the plane when he was picked up by the Lychee Channel staff. The staff's expressions were exaggerated when they saw Jiang Fan come alone. The artists who used to participate in the program, with or without Jiang Fan's fire, were followed by a large group of assistants or something. The staff specially prepared 3 commercial vehicles for fear that they would not be able to fit. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan came alone with a mask on, not a bit of a star's frame, and chatted with himself especially happily. The staff's favorable impression of Jiang Fan huffed and puffed, and at the same time, they didn't dare to slack off. In the car, the staff took out a husky-looking mask and handed it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked at Era's slightly mocking eyes on the mask and felt a little puzzled. Didn't I ask for Sakura's costume? Mr. Jiang Fan, this mask is only temporary to prevent getting off from being seen by the members of the jury later. The costume you requested is too big to bring, so you can change it later when you get to the waiting room. The jury is a mechanism unique to King of Masked Singer, specializing in guessing the singer's identities while they are singing. There are 5 guests on the jury, each of whom has the right to vote. If the identity is guessed by all 5 guests at the same time, the singer can be forced to perform the reveal. The singers who are forced to reveal their faces are not only unable to get any more guest votes, but also unable to advance through the regular PKs. The jury is an idea unique to the Masked Singer, mainly to prevent certain singers from not switching their vocals and directing fans to vote. Hearing this, Jiang Fan thought that this measure was very good and creative, and without further hesitation, he put on the Era mask. You air. Hyatt, look at me. You air is so beautiful. Just as soon as he got off the bus, Jiang Fan saw a group of fans blocking the entrance to the radio station, holding a banner of Yang Yu's support in their hands. Yang Yu is a very famous actress in Huaxia, starring in several costume dramas, and has a very high popularity. But I don't think I've heard that Yang Wan can sing. Jiang Fan was a bit surprised and asked in a low voice. Yang Wan is also a debut singer? She's not a debutante, she's a guest judge. The staff sweated inwardly. If Yang Wan could come to participate in King of Masked Singer at this level, then there was no need to continue running this program. The guest judges are not always singers, but also actors, hosts. That's what the program did because they were thinking about fairness and equity. Inside the judging panel this time is Shui Zian, who you know, and was also a judge for your participation in The Voice of China. With regards to Shui Zian, Jiang Fan was naturally no stranger to him, and on the contrary was very grateful to Shui Zian. There's another female guest who might be a little with you. Jiang Fan stopped in his tracks and looked at the staff suspiciously. It's Meng Mei. When Jiang Fan heard this, a playful smile appeared on his face. This competition was a bit interesting. Chapter 65, Meng Mei's Little Heart. Jiang Fan listened and walked, and before he could go far, he saw a familiar figure. It's Shui Zian. Jiang Fan took advantage of the gap between old Shui and someone else to speak, and quickly passed in front of old Shui without slanting his eyes. Why do I get the feeling that the era that just passed by looks a little familiar? Old Shui looked at Zhang Fan's back suspiciously, always feeling that he had seen him somewhere. After a thrilling ride to the waiting room, I took my era mask off and was just about to take a drink of water when the staff came over holding a huge package. Teacher Zhang Fan, this is a customized stage costume as per your request. The staff watched Zhang Fan open the package with great interest, and his heart twitched a little. This Zhang Fan seems to be looking forward to it. After Zhang Fan unwrapped the package, he couldn't help but let out a gasp after seeing the clothes. Wow, it's so cute. The corner of the nearby staff's mouth twitched. He really couldn't understand Zhang Fan's aesthetics. Zhang Fan took the clothes out and happily changed into them, then picked up his wand and went to the mirror. It wasn't a normal casuate, but a Q version, similar to the kind of doll clothes worn by handing out flyers. The whole outfit is very loose, the head is a little big, and it looks very cute. When you put it on, you can't tell if it's a man or a woman inside. Zhang Fan looked at himself in the mirror and was very satisfied. It didn't take long for the draw to begin. Wearing Sakura's clothes, Zhang Fan was guided by the staff to another room. There were 2 men and 3 women sitting in the room, and this debut was a 6-songwriter set. Together with Zhang Fan it was 3 men and 3 women, but this was only known to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his wand at the 5 people in the room as a greeting. Although the show will be aired later in the show, the contestant's voice will be processed, but the reality does not have this feature. The moment you speak, you will reveal your identity. The 5 people in the room all looked at Zhang Fan with great curiosity. What kind of person was so thoughtful? The others had at most entire masks. At most they got hoods, and at the very least they could still tell if they were male or female. But the big-headed doll in front of her couldn't see anything, not even male or female. Okay guys, let's start with the draw. The director, who came in with the draw box, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the surprised expressions of the 5 people. When he first realized that Zhang Fan was going to wear this outfit, his expression was even more exaggerated than theirs. Which one of you will draw first? The 5 people in the room took a step back in unison, leaving only Zhang Fan standing in place. Zhang Fan cried and laughed a little as he reached for the first sign. Surprisingly, it's number 6. This hand of his own is also absolute. Sakura drew number 6. Upon hearing the director's announcement, the other 5 came forward and all drew lots. In this competition, the 6 singers were divided into 3 groups and faced off 2 by 2, with the player with the highest number of votes advancing. The 3 who have advanced will compete again, with the top vote getter having a glory reveal and going straight to the semifinals. In other words, a strong contestant can enter the semifinals with only 2 songs. No. 5. Who was engaged in a duel with Zhang Fan, wore a rabbit mask and was codenamed Moon Rabbit. At this point in the venue, all 800 spectators were in attendance and the 5 guest judges were in place. A video of the 6 contestants greeting each other was shown on the big screen while the contestants prepared. The host smiled and asked like everyone else, "Any contestants look familiar? Can you recognize who it is?" Can't recognize it. Totally unrecognizable just from the outside. Especially that Sakura. Yeah, I can't even recognize that big doll if it's a boy or a girl. That one in Sakura is absolutely hilarious. The contestants are so desperate this time. The host on the sidelines thought of all the sad things he'd encountered before he could prevent himself from laughing out loud. And now I declare that the king of masked singers has officially begun. The first one on stage was a man with an alpaca head. His codename is also simple and crude, just Alpaca. As the alpaca walked to center stage, the music started. Surprisingly, it's Zhang Fan Cyanide. I'm in a trance. I'm in a different world. I can't tell you how sorry I am, but I feel my heart shrinking. Hold tight to the lapis lazuli tokens. Keeping the promise. Zhang Fan, who was hiding inside Sakura, raised an eyebrow when he heard the alpaca sing. Surprisingly, he sang Cyanide with a different flavor, less sad and more honest. It's also comparable to Zhang Fan's original version, so it seems that Alpaca is also a very powerful singer. As the moderator announced the start of voting, the audience in attendance furiously pressed their voting machines. All 4 judges also pressed the vote button. Only Meng Mei did not vote. She won't vote for any song as long as it's by Zhang Fan. Old Shui looked at Meng Mei, who hadn't made a move, and smiled coldly. The hosts didn't engage in any suspense and announced the alpaca's score in a straightforward manner. 800 votes. There were 800 people in the audience, each with 1 vote, and 5 judges with 1 vote topping 5. Adding up to a total of only 825 votes. 800 votes is close to a full house, which shows how scary the alpaca is. Alpacas are so powerful. Anyone who dares to wear a mask like this has something. I feel like the king of the show should be this alpaca. It's so scary. It's a little early to tell. There are 5 more to go. The contestants in this installment seem to be strong. The quality is high. After the finale of The Voice of China, fans were so impressed by Zhang Fan's voice that they always felt something was missing when they watched other music programs. But this time, King of Masked Singer gave them a big surprise. The first alpaca on stage showed so much power. kind of looking forward to the performance of the later contestants. Dueling with the alpaca was a masked female wearing a long white dress and a crisp ponytail, codenamed Orange. Looking at the body alone, the audience had some difficulty recognizing it, except that it was very youthful. The intro plays and it's a familiar melody again. It's the song Sunny Day that Kong Fan won. The audience in attendance raised their glow sticks to express their excitement. How can you not get the audience excited when the first showdown and the opening of King of Masked Singer is all original songs by Jung Fan? Mang Mei listened to Harui's prelude and was instantly annoyed. How come it's another Jung Fan song? Although the Orange contestants sang a different kind of feeling, it was still a bit poor compared to Kong Fans. The audience was still a little confused during the voting session. After all, they are all Jung Fan songs, and there are some tangles in the palm of the hand. In the end, Orange's Sunny Day got 760 votes and unfortunately lost to Alpaca. Of course Mang Mei still didn't vote. Mang Mei, who failed to vote twice in a row, caught the attention of the other 4 guest judges. Facing the gazes cast by the other guests, Mang Mei straightened her chest without any concern. She had only one thought: as long as the song was written by Jung Fan, all of them would not get her vote. Chapter 66. Jung Fan is actually a loli. Congratulations to contestant number 1, Alpaca, for successfully advancing. The host was also quick to announce the results of the first round of matchups. The regular season continued with the second round of the tournament with both teams singing niche songs, but both singers were very good and played well. Mang Mei has graciously given tickets both times. In the end it was a female singer who won the contest, codenamed White Swan. The third round of matchups begins. The Moon Rabbit, who was up first, sang Love You. Mang Mei frowned as she finished listening to the song, the anger in her heart reaching an extreme point. How is it a song written by Jung Fan again? Is this still the King of Masked Singer? 5 people, 3 of them singing songs written by Jung Fan. And don't call it King of Masked Singer, just call it Jung Fan parody. Naturally, Mang Mei did not vote for Moon Rabbit. The director, who had been paying attention to the situation, naturally noticed Mang Mei's movements. Not only was he not angry, but he was somewhat looking forward to it. I wonder if Mang Mei will vote for Jung Fan when it's time for him to perform next. The Moon Bunny boasted 795 votes with her well-prepared attire and skillful dance moves. It's second among the 5 singers who have finished, just 5 votes behind Alpaca. My goodness, this can't be He Ling herself. It does seem like both the voice and the dance. It's too similar. This is not He Ling, who is significantly taller than this female singer. Indeed, it's not He Ling. I don't care about this and that. I'll just call my wife. I think my wife is going to win this round. I also think that 795 votes is very high, and it's hard to surpass that big doll behind me. Just when everyone thought that the winner of the third round of the duel had been decided, Kong Fan went up to the sky wearing Sakura's costume and holding a magic wand in his hand. Ha 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 ha, my most anticipated big doll is on stage. Although the big doll is bound to lose, this costume is really cute. I don't know what song I'm going to sing, but I'm looking forward to it. What if this big doll goes cold? I do think that if you dare to dress like this, you have 2 skills in high and low. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The magic wand he's holding turns out to be a microphone. 666 customized microphone. Kind of looking forward to it. The 5 guests of the jury, after seeing Jung Fan on the stage, were also energized and all sat up straight. This guy was dressed so tightly, he might as well have been someone everyone knew. Old Shui looked at Jung Fan on the stage with interest, as if he wanted to see through him. Yang Wan was also looking at the dolls on the stage with great interest. So cute. Must be a girl in there. Meng Mei looked at the doll on the stage and her heart thumped, covering up so tightly. This can't be Jung Fan, can it? Jung Fan had walked to the center of the stage by now and greeted everyone in a lowly voice. Hello everyone, I'm Sakura, and today I'm singing an original song called Darla Crash It. I hope you all enjoy it. The host, who was standing on the sidelines, was shocked to drop the microphone in his hand after hearing Jung Fan's voice. Luckily the mic was off or there would have been an accident. This heartwarming female voice, was it from Jung Fan? The host rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was seeing things. Standing on the stage was, obviously, the big doll that Jung Fan was wearing. But what about the sound? Can it be that there's a new person inside? Or is the director fooling him for the sake of the program's effect? The director, sitting backstage, was also stunned. He originally thought that Jung Fan was just wearing a big doll costume to keep others from guessing easily. I didn't realize that directly even the voices were changed. That's so programmatic. Wouldn't the ratings go through the roof if it came to the glory reveal? The audience, who were still in the dark at this point, thought that the big doll was hiding a double ponytailed loli inside. Wow, it's a loli. You have a nice voice, and you must be very pretty too. No, what song did the big doll say she sang? I think it's called Beat the Wabash. No, 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 no. It's called Dawa Bounces Away. Mangmei finally breathed a sigh of relief as she listened to Zhang Fan's lowly voice. Thankfully, it's not a Ginger Van song anymore. Upvote heard directly later. Whether she sings well or not. Shuezian stared at the doll on the stage a little lost. He had just been thinking that the big doll was Zhang Fan inside. I didn't realize that when I opened my mouth. It was a loli. Sakura on the stage raised her magic staff and came first with a seductive chant. Ho! Asterisk 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 this chant. It's so good. This little loli can even chant. Sounds good. 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 Hopes to beat the moon rabbit. Just as the audience was engrossed in the chant, a sudden clatter of horses' hooves was heard. The accompaniment suddenly became dynamic as well, and the lights on the stage flickered in time with the drums. Immediately after that, Zhang Fan's lowly voice kicked in. A long time ago, dragons appeared out of nowhere. Take away the disaster. Take away the princess. And disappear. Hearing this super invincibly cute lowly voice, old Shui almost didn't sit still. That Lolita sound is so much fun. However, among the well-known singers in the Chinese music industry, I have never seen anyone with a lowly voice. The other four guests also looked surprised. The audience went straight crazy. The voice is too Mrs. Cute. I wish I could take it home and kiss it. Wife. This is definitely a loli. I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like. Some of the men on stage already had demented smiles on their faces, fantasizing about a stunning loli hidden in a large doll. The kingdom is very dangerous. Who is the bravest in the world? A warrior arrived and shouted, I'll take my best sword and go over the highest mountain, break into the deepest forest to bring the princess back before you. The cute lowly voice suddenly turned into a teenage voice, and everyone listening to it froze. Isn't it a loli? How did you become a little boy? Without waiting for anyone to think about it, the lowly voice reappeared. The king was so pleased that he asked for his life. The young man thought about it, and he said, Your Majesty, my name is Darabun Barbander Badibdibirawan. The Lolita voice shifted again to a teenage voice. The audience listened in awe, full of questions. The 5 judging guests also looked incredulous. Lao Shui? The audience looked at the lyrics displayed on the big screen, and this was the moment they came to their senses. Not to mention, the show is pretty sweet. Knowing ahead of time that people couldn't hear the lyrics, they synchronized them out on the screen. But, even if you synchronize the lyrics with the screen, you can't read the lyrics. What the hell was that song? I'd like to ask you the same thing. What's behind the Dallas bar? Say it again. Sakura's voice changed once again, from the teenage voice of a moment ago, to the voice of a middle-aged man in a middle-aged voice. Chapter 67, Abstract Lyrics. Not waiting for the audience to let out a gasp of surprise, once again drawn in by the odd lyrics. Darabamba bamband bidibdo birawan. Isn't it? Darapun bar ben debdib debirawan. Yeah. Darabamba bamband bidibdo birawan. The silky smooth switching back and forth between the teenage voice and the middle-aged baritone had the audience in the room's brains burning and failing to remember what the warrior's name was. Seeing Sakura put her magic wand down, everyone assumed it was a song interlude and could run through what this warrior was called Darabumba for a while. However, Sakura on the stage jumped, in time with the rhythmic beat. Zhang Fan danced the butterfly step in a loose-fitting Sakura with a big headgear. It wasn't that Kong Fan didn't want to wear Hatsune. It was that this world didn't have a Hatsune Miku for the time being. Naturally, there are no Hatsune Miku avatars, and you can't buy related clothing online. The audience looked at Sakura on the stage and had the feeling that their eyes weren't enough. Obviously the big doll on the stage only has 2 feet, so why does it feel like it has many feet? Old Shui looked at the big doll on the stage and couldn't help but sway to the interlude. Mangmei on the side was mesmerized. If she herself were to dance this dance at the concert that will be held soon, the effect would not be an explosion. Yang Wan had a different idea. This big doll not only has a sweet voice, but also dances so beautifully, so when the program is over say whatever you want and pull it up to the variety show. No one can say no to a 2-ponytailed loli who can sing and dance. As the interlude ended, a young boy's voice rang out, Hero Darla crash it, and ride the fastest horse you can, from the castle with everyone's hopes. The voice that shifted again held everyone in the room in hard control. This is the 4th voice. Is this still human? The audience was dying to get up there and see how many people were hiding inside the big doll. Defeat the monster attack and get 12 gold coins. Countless scars have seen him slowly upgrade. No wonder they used Sakura's costume. It's like 100 different Sakuras. I wonder how many people are in the big doll. I can't remember the lyrics, but it's pretty good. The young male voice of the narrator at this time is very close to Zhang Fan's original voice, but this time no one cared. They were all caught up in the odd lyrics. Remote beautiful village. Open all the treasure chests. The young boys transformed once again into a cute Lolita voice. The audience was numb at this point. The hero drew his sword, and the dragon said. Upon reading the lyrics, the audience's instincts told them that Sakura's voice would change again. As luck would have it, the cute Lollapalooza voice turned into a tenor once again. The audience on stage was excited at this point. This is the 5th voice Sakura has sung. It's incredible. The audience went from being surprised at first, to being numb, to being excited at the end. They had been completely defeated by Sakura. I am Kantokyutaka Tekotsuwaisirasan. What? Good man. Daraban Bar hasn't memorized it yet. Why is this dragon's name so long? Asterisk. Doesn't his tongue tie? Old Shue's entire body was stunned, staring blankly at Sakura on the stage. The last time he was this shocked was when Zhang Fan was competing. This Sakura is definitely a powerhouse singer. Meng Mei was also greatly shocked. She knew every word of these lyrics. How come she didn't recognize them when they were linked together? The lyrics are hard to read, let alone sing. Yangwan stared at Xiao Sakura on the stage with stars in her eyes. As an actress, she didn't know the song very well, but she could hear that it was very difficult. But this Sakura was like playing with her voice, changing into 5 voices in just a few dozen seconds. Without giving anyone time to think, the voices of the teenager and the dragon took turns. One more time. Kantokyutaka Tekotsuwaisirasan. Isn't it? Quintessential fiddlesticks, baked tarts, soda, marathon. Nope, it's Kantokyutaka Tekotsuwaisirasan. Everyone present was stunned. Is this still human? Oh hoo ahahaha. Another very nice chant. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Old Shui, Meng Mei, and the alpacas in the background were all sweating from Zhang Fan's entire chant. This chant is a real fancy C6. This can be even more amazing than the earlier parts of the lyrics. Alpaca's face under the mask at this time was filled with gravity. I'm afraid it's hard to win him behind himself. After Sakura finished her chant, the accompaniment stopped, and the sound of the horse's hooves died down with it. There was a moment of silence in the arena. The audience was too nervous to let out a breath as they knew Sakura was about to zoom in. It's just the calm before the storm. When the music started up again and the teenage voice, youthful voice and tenor switched in turn, the audience in attendance hated why they only had 2 ears. It's hard to hear at all. And so, Darabamba Bamband Bidibdo Birawan. Cut to, Kantokyutaka Tekotsuwaisirasan. And then, Kantokyutaka Tekotsuwaisirasan. Bitten. Darabun Bar spotted Bidibda Birawan. What? It's so good. It feels like something's passing through my head. On stage, Sakura spoke from slow to fast until the audience's eyes couldn't keep up with their ears. Back, the city of Mundaruk Thiospurd Ubikibal. The king has heard. Darabamba Bamband Bidibdo Birawan. He beat. Kantokyutaka Tekotsuwaisirasan. Just take Princess Miyamura Suna Danny Shelley read. Married. Darapun Bar Bend Bidibda Birawan. The audience had completely given up on subtitles by this point and were fully engaged in the beat. Princess Mia of Darabumba. Happy as a fairy tale. They give birth to a child who also grows older every day, to avoid trouble later. The child is called Wang Haoran. His full name is very difficult to pronounce. You do the reading. By the end of the hearing, the audience only remembers that the warrior ends up marrying the princess and having a child named Wang Haoran. Can't remember anything else. Hey, why is it called Wang Haoran? Li Haoran, am not convinced. Is Lori tired of singing? I want to hug you. Sakura, you're so different. Although Kong Fan sang with as many as 5 voices, the audience wishfully thought that the big doll's original voice was a lowly voice. Hidden underneath the big dolls are definitely lolitas with light voices and soft bodies that are easy to push over. The audience indulged in their own fantasies and smiled dementedly as they punched Zhang Fan's ticket. The 5 judges also pressed their voting machines, and even Meng Mei was deeply impressed. After counting, Hyaki Sakura's final vote is, look at the big screen, chapter 68, almost in the ladies' room, 799 votes. The crowd got excited as they watched the score on the big screen. Yay! Sakura has advanced. I can continue to listen to Lori's voice again. I can't believe I missed the alpaca vote. My wife is in danger. Why did you only get 799 votes? That's a little low. So angry. Who the hell didn't vote? But the audience didn't care too much about the votes once they thought Sakura had advanced. When the director saw that Meng Mei had actually voted for Zhang Fan, he directly laughed at the pig squeal. The first 5 people, as long as they are related to Zhang Fan, this Meng Mei does not vote, but voted for Zhang Fan himself. I really wonder if Meng Mei will regret it when she sees that Sakura is Zhang Fan. The director couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Meng Mei's stunned expression. Sitting backstage, Lunar Rabbit loses after listening to Sakura's singing. She was now very curious as to who this Sakura was. Sakura, you have to win the championship. Congratulations to contestant number 1 Alpaca, singer number 4 White Swan, and singer number 600 Cherry for advancing to the second round. This is the end of this program. Hard work to everyone involved in the recording. We will see you next time. After the moderator announced the dispersal, the audience milled about, reluctant to get up. Why is it over? I haven't heard enough. Why can't we record the 2 sessions together? It's so annoying. I want to see the reveal. As long as Hyaki Sakura comes in first in the second round of the showdown, you'll be well on your way to revealing your face and solving the puzzle. After the show dispersed, Mangmei felt a bit anxious and planned to go to the backstage restroom first. As she came to the door of the restroom, she saw a big pink doll walk by. It's as if the big doll walked toward the men's room. Hey, sis, you're going the wrong way. That's the men's restroom. Zhang Fan's heart almost jumped into his throat when he heard Mangmei's voice behind him. Maru's spice. Manami treats him like a girl. Zhang Fan used his own original voice in the heat of the moment, scaring him into stopping immediately. If this allows Mangmei to recognize, I do not know what this woman will do behind the scenes. When Mangmei heard Zhang Fan's voice, she immediately looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. Is it hard to believe that there's a man inside this doll? Thank you, sister. I'm fine. I was just singing, and my form didn't slow down. Zhang Fan hurriedly switched to a lowly voice. Hearing Zhang Fan's answer, Mangmei did not become suspicious. After all, it's inevitable that a song with 5 voices will be a bit uncomfortable. Is my sister wearing these clothes so that she can't easily see her way around? Zhang Fan, who was in a state of helplessness, had no choice but to nod his head, watching the big doll's head bobbing up and down. Mangmei only felt very joyful, and in her heart, her favorability towards this lowly increased quite a bit. She just hated Zhang Fan. I'll hold you up then. Be careful. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to agree, Mangmei grabbed the doll and entered the women's restroom. What do I do? What do I do? Zhang Fan knew he was a boy, so he couldn't go to the women's restroom. His life is open and honest. This kind of dirty thing cannot do, or his reputation will be all over. Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Just as Zhang Fan was sweating with anxiety, the director saw the scene at the door of the restroom through the surveillance in the corridor. Scared, he rushed to the door of the restroom. Sakura, I suddenly have something urgent to find you, so come with me first. Zhang Fan heard the director's voice. It was heavenly. Instantly, he agreed in a lollipop voice. On his way out, he didn't forget to say thank you to Mangmei. Looking at the backs of the 2 men as they hurriedly left, Mangmei always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Kong Fan followed the director to the restroom and then asked the director, Director, what do you want to see me about? Hearing Zhang Fan's native voice, the director was a little confused. Which is nothing. It's helping you out. Or do you really want to be dragged into the women's restroom by Manami? Zhang Fan took the headgear off at this time. This headgear was really a bit heavy. The director looked at Zhang Fan's handsome face, and his entire body went into a bit of a trance. Did you really sing that song alone just now? Lori voice, yeah. Director. Teenage voice, it's really just me singing. Youthful voice, listen to the show I'm going to give you. Tenor, is that the sound? Middle-aged voice, now do you believe it? Looking at the Zhang Fan in front of him spitting out 5 voices, the director only felt his scalp go numb. Master Jiang, you should quickly put away your divine ability. The director edited the trailer for this episode of King of Masked Singer overnight and posted it online. This trailer has piqued the curiosity of netizens all over the internet, who are very curious about who the singers are in this competition. What excellent Cyanide by number 1 Alpaca, Sunny Day by number 2 Orange, and Love You by number 5 Moonrabbit. Especially no. 6 Hayakushu Sakura. As her name suggests, a person playing multiple roles, voice switching silky smooth, so that netizens are very curious about who is really under the big doll. After a few days of fermentation, King of Masked Singer went straight to the top of the hot search list, and there were countless discussions of all kinds. On Friday night, the much-anticipated King of Masked Singer finally kicked off. At Zhang Fan's home, Wang Ruo, He Ling, and Sister Hong gathered together in front of the television. Of the 4, Zhang Fan was the one who cared the least. Although Sister Hong knew that Zhang Fan had participated in the competition, she wasn't sure which one, and was a little worried that Zhang Fan had swammen around. The program began with Cyanide by Alpaca. This alpaca is very powerful. It doesn't feel much worse than brother, He Ling said in surprise. Wang Ruo also nodded. She always felt that the alpaca's voice was somewhat familiar, like an old friend. It's different from Zhang Fan's version, and it's also really great for the votes. Sister Hong didn't say anything. She was thinking, is this alpaca Zhang Fan? Upon closer inspection, it seemed that it wasn't, not as tall as Zhang Fan. Then came Orange number 2. What a shame about this female contestant. If she hadn't run into an alpaca, she would have advanced as well. Indeed, this Orange strength isn't bad. Hey, Why didn't this Meng Mei vote in both rounds? Need you ask? It must be because of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, who was sitting on the sidelines, scratched his head and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. It was followed by number 3 and number 4, which a few people didn't comment on much because the songs weren't well known. By the time she reached Moon Rabbit number 5, He Ling was instantly excited. This Moon Rabbit is seriously no worse than himself. Wow, this Moon Rabbit jumps so well. Sadly, eliminated by Hyaki Sakura, He Ling said with some regret. After all, this is the song that she won the championship. More or less a little bit hard to get even. When no 600 change Sakura opened her mouth, He Ling suddenly felt that the Moon Rabbit hadn't lost unfairly. This Sakura's strength was also too terrifying. Letting herself go was a sure loss. Chapter 69, The Mysterious Old Six. Wang Ruo frowned as he heard Sakura sing the narration. How does this voice sound so much like Zhang Fan? Wang Ruo quietly looked to the side at Zhang Fan, who was lying on the sofa in a kudzu position. I'll have to ask Sister Hong later where this guy has been the last few days. Sister Hong looked at Sakura in the screen with a grave expression. Was it hard to believe that it was Zhang Fan? Right now the most likely ones are number 1 Alpaca and number 6 Sakura. But number 1 doesn't quite have the same height. That answer cries out. Thinking about it, Sister Hong was astonished. This guy is really perverted. Putting aside the tongue-twisting lyrics for a moment, Split is really amazing. Knowing that Zhang Fan had only prepared a week in advance, I really didn't know what song you would sing in the next round. When she saw those pop-ups that said wife, Sister Hong inexplicably wanted to laugh. They're afraid, aren't they, that this so-called wife is going to pull out bigger than they are. Sister Hong had wanted to spit it out to Wang Ruo, but she held her tongue when the words reached her mouth. If I tell Wang Ruo, I will expose Zhang Fan. Wang Ruo looked at the lustful Sister Hong and felt as if she was hiding something from him. After hearing Sakura sing, He Ling couldn't hold back any longer. She didn't dare to utter a single breath just now for fear of missing the lyrics. This Sakura is so strong, so powerful. The Moon Rabbit didn't lose unfairly. Yes, this Sakura is too good. Red agreed. He Ling, do you think this Sakura is male or female? Hearing Wang Ruo suddenly ask himself, He Ling froze and thought for a moment. I think it's a female. I think, and the voices in the back are deliberate on his part. That's not necessarily true. I think it's a guy. After saying that, Wang Ruo intentionally glanced at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, who was listening to their conversation, was looked at by Wang Ruo. Could it be that the diva had guessed that Sakura was herself? I shouldn't. I'm so well disguised. Zhang Fan hastily changed the subject and asked Wang Ruo, how about that China's Strongest Voice you participated in? With the song you wrote for me? Naturally, there's no surprise that it's currently in first place in the winner's bracket. A few people chatted for a while longer, and seeing that the night was already late, they bid farewell and left. Just after going out, Wang Ruo asked to Sister Hong, what is Zhang Fan doing these days? Ha? Sister Hong didn't expect the Heavenly Empress to suddenly ask herself and didn't react for a moment. Zhang Fan, he recently took over a game's promotional song. He's been in the recording studio for the past few days. When Wang Ruo saw Sister Hong's behavior, the guesses in his heart had been confirmed to the 7th degree. Without asking anything more, Wang Ruo left. After King of Masked Singer aired, it sparked a heated discussion among netizens. One of the most popular questions is Sakura a man or a woman? Everyone had their own opinion, but the majority thought Sakura was female. When Sakura says hello, she sounds like a loli. I think it's a female singer. There have been singers who've done it before. If Sakura is a woman, there's no female singer in Watcha who can match her. What if Sakura is new? Impossible. How can King of Masked Singer let a newcomer be the debut singer? I do think Sakura is a guy, and odds are it's Zhang Fan. Stop it. How can it be Zhang Fan? While everyone was discussing whether Sakura was a man or a woman, one piece of news quickly rushed onto all the major platforms. The song variety show China's Strongest Voice, organized by Wasia himself, will be broadcast on Saturday, tonight, on Wasia's set of TV station evening primetime. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The official himself down a little look forward to it. I've heard that you have to have all original songs to participate in the program. It's very interesting. My friend, who is a staff member, said that the diva is also attending. What about Zhang Fan? No Zhang Fan in the first round. Seeing that the strongest voice in China didn't even have Zhang Fan, the fans wailed as they couldn't understand why Zhang Fan didn't participate. Now that's a chance for the little hacks to find a comeback. Ha 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 ha. Isn't Tian blowing Zhang Fan? The country can't even look at him. Where's Zhang Fan blow? Speak up. Answer me. Kung Fan fans, look in my eyes. Zhang Fan's fans silently watched Blackie's comments, and the raised keyboards were put down again. There's no way to refute the fact that the blacks are telling the truth. It's so damn hard for fans to hold their breath. The time soon came to 8 p.m. on Saturday night. The first installment of The Strongest Voice in China is on. There are 12 contestants in The Strongest Voice in China. All of them are well-known young singers in the Chinese music industry. The 12 players will be ranked according to their point totals after 3 regular rounds, and the 3 with the highest points will lock up a direct spot in the semi-finals. The remaining 9 players continue the regular season until 2 are again selected to advance to the semi-finals. And at the semi-finals, a mystery person will be invited to participate directly in the semi-finals. And of the 6 contestants, the one with the most votes will advance to the finals. The remaining 5 players will play again to compete for 2 to advance to the finals. Hearing the rules introduced by the opening host, what are the netizens curious about who this mysterious 6th person will be? Since the mysterious man is the 6th person, let's call him Old 6. Ha 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 ha, this Old 6 laughs me to death. Why do I feel that this mysterious person is Zhang Fan? Yo 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 yo, Kong Fan fans are getting high again. Do you think it's possible? It's a daydream. How could it be Zhang Fan? Please welcome the first contestant, Wang Ruo, to the stage. The host's words had just fallen, and Wang Ruo came to the stage wearing a cheongsam in a big way. I'm so beautiful. Tin Hao. Gee, that's a great body for a diva. I'm confused by these long legs. If I'm to be with the diva, I'll live in a villa. Ha, shame on you. Song information popped up on the screen at this point. Song title Rush Hour. Lyrics by Zhang Fan. Composed by Zhang Fan. Sung by Wang Ruo. Seeing the song information, Zhang Fan's fans couldn't sit still. I said, Zhang Fan, this kid, why did not participate in this program? Feelings are in the background to concentrate on creating for the diva. Instantly, the fans brainstormed a scene where Zhang Fan would willingly give up the competition in order to fulfill the diva and focus on writing a song for the diva. Zhang Fan is so nice. A good Chinese man. I'm so touched. Zhang Fan wrote the lyrics and composed the music, so it must be good. When the intro of the song played, the netizens suddenly felt a little cold. It's a nifty summer day. Why is it cool? This intro, it sounds so sad. Do you guys feel a little cold? Me too. I don't know what's wrong. When the prelude comes together, I feel the cold air coming. The sound of the piano paired with the guitars instantly put the audience in the mood. Chapter 70, the one who made Zhang Fan wary. How many times did we say goodbye in that year? Delayed afterward. It's a pity who hasn't been in love. Not an eloquent argument over 7 emotions. Wang Ruo's clear voice carried nobility and her temperament was all over the place. It also proved to the crowd once again that a diva is not just anyone's name. I don't blame the hickey for not building up yet. Embraced hibernation and never became immortal again. I don't blame it on this one. I don't have time to rehearse it over and over again. It's the grace of the years that gives time for repentance. Seems like I've missed a lot over the years. I don't even have a picture of her and me together. What memories can I take? Strong composure at farewells, sobbing late at night. If I can't see you again with red eyes, is it still red-faced? Like that year in a hurry. I carved it out to be together forever. That beautiful rumor. If the past is worth remembering, don't be too quick to put things right. Who'd want to be left with nothing to hold on to? Nothing to hold on to? We owe it to each other. Otherwise we'd have no reason to remember. The chorus came on and gave the netizens in front of the screen a whole emo straight away. Zhang Fan's lyrics still hit the heart like that. The most painful thing in the world is to meet the right person at the wrong time. If one day you like someone else, you must tell me. Don't worry, I won't pester you, but please do tell me. Netizens look at Wang Ruo on the stage, and their minds have long since flown to the past. So much so that I didn't even hear what was being sung on the main song the second time around. It was only when the chorus came on again, coming on with a stronger emotion than the first time, that the netizens gradually came back to their senses. If we can't see each other again with red eyes, can we see each other with red faces? Just like that year when we were in a hurry to carve out a beautiful rumor that we would be together forever. After the second chorus, the third chorus immediately follows. The already sad emotions of the netizens were once again pushed to new heights. When the line "if the past is worth remembering, don't be too quick to let it go" plays again, the netizens could no longer tense up, and the memories that had been hidden inside for a long time gradually came to the surface. How many times do you have to listen to Rush Hour to get back to Rush Hour? After graduation, will you still remember the person who once said we would be together forever? The heartthrob of youth. Maybe the person we will put in our heart for life. The song ends with the final line, "We owe each other. We're broken." As the first chorus ends with the line, "We owe it to each other." Or else what's the point of remembering? The coming of age in youth, as it turns out, is the coming of age. The memory of TA will stay with us for the rest of our lives until we die. I will wait for you at the end of time. It's not a joke. It's the most courageous and failed chapter of my youth. That year was too hasty to finish what was in my heart, and the story was less complete and didn't turn out the way we had hoped. After Wang Ruo finished singing, Many netizens were so long in the dark that they didn't know who was second on stage or what they sang. It wasn't until the third person took the stage that the internet gradually slowed down. Diva, the song hard control me for 5 whole minutes. Me too. What's the second one singing? I don't know. Silent condolences for the second. Next time don't line up after the diva on stage. While everyone was discussing the diva song, the third contestant had already picked up the microphone and was ready to start singing. Everyone, look at the third one. It's Hwayang. *******. Really, the overall winner of this year's singer. A very powerful singer. I'm looking forward to what Hwayang will sing. I look at my naive self, appearing in a story without me, waiting for my response. A reason why I'm here. The simple 4 lines of the song instantly grabbed the audience's ears. Hwayang's low voice, tinged with regret, murmured in his ear. Just as the audience was still marveling at Hwayang's voice, the short interlude ended. With a heavy drumbeat, Hwayang changed his earlier murmur and his voice became furious. He understands. I can't afford it. And turned toward the mountains. He understands. I can't afford it. And turned toward the sea. ********. Bull. This sudden twist. It's too good to be true. Loves and loves. After the chorus ended, the interlude became quiet, giving the audience time to digest the shock of what had just happened. I heard the teenager's voice. In the past where there is a future. Longing for a happy ending. But failed to be himself. Hwayang's voice rises when he sings, but I can't be myself for the second time. Just then, the accompaniment came to a screeching halt, and Hwayang began to sing cleanly. He understands. I can't afford it. Instead of letting the emotions suddenly erupt, as they did in the first chorus, Hwayang stacks them up, and turned toward the mountains. He understands. I can't afford it, and turned toward the sea. In the next moment, the accompanying music sounded, and Hwayang's voice soared again, and the accumulated emotions were completely released at this moment. ******** ignites. Good to hear. Hwayang is still powerful. Strong sun overhead. Is it a reward or a slap? Destroyed in the heart of the fire. From ashes pluck and thrive. He fought to tear off his disguise. Turn around and look at the past. Saying a strange word about the impermanence of life. Hwayang's speed of speech gradually accelerated from slow, pushing the atmosphere of the whole song up. He understands, and headed for the mountains. Hwayang's voice suddenly slowed down again, and the audience's mood stumbled. He understands, I can't afford it, and turned toward the sea. He understands. The sound, which had slowed down, was once again cranked up to the highest point of the entire song. It also gave the audience a solid dose of high notes. The whole song reaches its peak at this point. Even the tallest peaks have to be descended after the summit. Hwayang's voice gradually slowed down, and the sound of the drum kit fell silent. A murmur is in the beginning. Being in the mountains and the sea, looking at the dream in his pocket, looking at the boundless future, emphasizing over and over again that he understands. Listening to the low and high octaves brings the mood together and can't help but make the eyes of those with dreams wet. There was a voice that came through mountains and seas. I have returned as a young man. ********. Hwayang is absolute. It's too much. Hwayang's performance is fantastic too. Feeling that no one is a match for Hwayang except for the diva. Don't forget about that old 6. A dangerous feeling rose in Jung Fan's heart after watching Hwayang singing, thinking that he would run into Hwayang in the semifinals. Jung Fan actually had some expectations. Chapter 71, Sakura's hanging in the balance in the second round. The players after Hwayang were not worth Jung Fan's attention. Unsurprisingly, Manhwa received the highest number of votes, with Hwayang coming in second. When he thought of Hwayang's casual tenor, Jung Fan felt a sense of crisis in his heart, wrote songs for Manhwa for the next round of the regular season overnight, and then fell into a funk. What song will you be singing in the second installment of King of Masked Singer tomorrow? The following afternoon, there were many more people outside the Lyceum Terrace. They carried satchels and their eyes surveyed everyone in front of them. When approaching them, a scene dialogue is triggered. Bro, want a ticket? Packed in. During the first installment, many people who drew qualifications were reluctant to come. The crew used some of their money power for the show's effect and hired some college students to be groupies. After the first installment blew up, many people rushed to Sakura. This allows scalpers to see the opportunity to speculate and make a small profit while they can. Can I wrap it in? There's 2 of us, me and my girlfriend. The package is in. Don't worry. How much does that one cost? $200 a head. When they heard the price was right, the man scanned and paid and waited for the man to take them in. I didn't expect the scalper's next maneuver to stun the 2. The scalper collected the money and gave a look to his accomplice. Then the 2 men stood at the ticket gate and started asking if they could sell him a ticket. The attitude was extremely sincere. the tone extremely polite, and the low voice begged for grandpa and grandma. After begging for a dozen or so, a guy asked for a price, $100 apiece. For sale? The boy's clear eyes glazed over when he heard the price. He just casually clicked on an online sign-up and didn't expect to be drawn. Upon hearing again that the ticket in his hand, which was not real, was worth $100, the boy agreed at once. The show can wait to be watched on TV, but $100 to miss it is gone. Soon, the scalper got a second ticket. The two people who had just bought the tickets watched the scalper's maneuver and didn't know what to say. With mixed feelings inside, he took the ticket. Family, I've already arrived at the ticket gate. I might be able to see Sakura unveiled today. Wait for my good news. At the ticket gate, many were sharing the news with friends and family, and some of the brightest minds turned on live streaming. Then past the ticket gate, everyone's cell phones were taken away. The program is not allowed to bring in electronics for the sake of confidentiality, and they are stored in designated lockers. After depositing the items, all were again asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. As with the first installment, no leaks of the show are allowed until the show airs. Looking at the high compensation on the non-disclosure agreement, those who were planning to be ready to post online to suck up as soon as they went out, instantly wimped out. But it might be worth it to see my wife in real life today. I can't help but heave a giggle at the thought of Sakura's incredibly cute lowly voice. As it gradually approached the time to start recording, the crowd was all in, and the anticipation was immense. Jiang Fan still came by himself. Sister Hong had planned to come with Jiang Fan, but she couldn't help but stop when she thought that she might expose Jiang Fan. The recording of this episode was simple. Alpaca, White Swan and Jiang Fan, a three-way PK. The first place finisher will advance directly to the semi-finals, while the remaining two will compete in the regular season tournament, which took place over 2 days. For the next regular season, the program will invite a newcomer to round out the 6, so on and so forth. 8 players are selected for the semifinals. The 6 participants in the regular season will be eliminated outright if they fail to win the first round in 3 consecutive installments. Overall, the quality of the Masked Singers show is still very resilient, which is why the show is so hot. Before the taping began, the director interviewed all 3 and asked them if they were confident of a glorious reveal. Both the alpaca and the white swan followed the process of expressing their determination. When she reached Kong Fan, Sakura asked rhetorically, "Do you think I can?" This can put the director asked. He is clear about the identity of the other 2 people. How strong? If he answered yes or no rashly, then basically the outcome was set. Not to mention that what Jiang Fan provided was another new song with lyrics related to Peking opera, which left the director with no idea in his mind. No one had ever combined theater and song before, and it was unknown how well it would work. Ahem, you can if you feel like it. The director played a sloppy game, then took the draw box and asked Jiang Fan to draw. Let's draw first. It's about to start. Alpaca was ranked first in the last round and drew first. That's the thing about King of Masked Singer. Even if you're number 1 in the last round, you're not necessarily the first one on stage in the next round. It's a well-known fact that the first singer on stage is the most advantaged, and the further back you go, the more disadvantaged you are. It's this randomness that makes it full of endless possibilities and a great challenge for the contestants. Alpaca, as if he were the reincarnation of the emperor, once again drew number 1. Welcome, everyone, to the taping of the second round of the regular season of King of Masked Singer. Who will be the glory reveal today? Is everyone looking forward to it? The host asked loudly to the audience to get the scene moving. Looking forward, the audience erupted with unbridled enthusiasm. They were practically bursting with anticipation, all wanting to catch a glimpse of Sakura's true form. The second round of the regular season of King of Masked Singer officially begins. Here's contestant number 1, Alpaca, giving us Sea to Sky. Another song by Jiang Fan. This song not only means a lot to Jiang Fan, but it's also hot online. The audience was also excited about Alpaca, wondering if they would be able to sing in a new way. Tonight I, on a cold night, watched the snow drift by, floating far away with a cool heart's nest. Alpaca's solid vocals and standard Cantonese did not disappoint the audience. Like Cyanide, the song is in a league of its own. At the end of the song, the audience was satisfied with the alpaca's status and pressed the voting machines furiously. Alpacas are so steady. This style, I think I know who it is. I guessed that too. Is it really him? I can't believe it. After listening to the song, the guests exchanged pleasantries and whispered discussions. One male guest did not participate in the discussion, as if he already knew the identity of the alpaca. After a short wait, the big screen lit up with numbers. 820. All 5 lights were up in the guest gallery. There were 5 spectators who did not give tickets. Even so, it's a horrible score, basically close to a full house. Unless Sakura can get a higher vote count, or a full vote, I'm afraid the reveal won't happen today. The audience was sweating inside, all worried for Sakura. Can Sakura really beat an alpaca? Chapter 72, surprisingly, one vote lower than an alpaca. Next, we have contestant number 200 Cherry, with the song Singing Faces. Upon hearing the title of the song, the audience was once again in a daze. Listening to the title of the song, it should be related to Peking opera, so it's hard to believe that Sakura is planning to sing opera? That's not right. This is King of Masked Singer, not Pearly Gates. The backing track played as the audience was dumbfounded. The unique instrumental sounds of Peking opera, paired with pop music, were surprisingly not at all jarring. Sound even a little joyful? A playful voice rang out as Zhang Fan raised his wand. Foreigners call that Peking opera, Beijing opera. Never seen that multicolored oil, painted on your face. It's a good one. What kind of singing style is this? I've never heard it before. Opera can still be incorporated into a song. Wife's a genius. My wife can sing anything. Compared to the audience's brainless boasts, old Shui in the guest seat was wide-eyed. He never thought of someone who could incorporate elements of theater in a song. This was unthinkable before. This Hyaki Sakura has brought a lot of shock to herself. The interlude of the song is an arrow solo paired with drums. The rapid beating of the drums weakens the loudness of the sound and sets off the arrow's voice perfectly, and it goes so well together. Absolutely. Old Shue's eyes, which had just retracted, widened again. This arrow is so beautiful. Yes, I've never heard the arrow sound so good before. No wonder grandparents like to listen to arrow. As the sound of the arrow waned, Zhang Fan spoke again. The playful voice disappeared and was replaced by an authentic Peking opera theater accent. The blue-faced doldrums stole the imperial horse. The red-faced Guangdong, Battle of Changsha. Yellow-faced Dian Wei, white-faced Chow Chow. The black-faced Zhang Fei is called Chatterbox. The theater accent instantly grabbed everyone in the room by the ears. Meng Mei had an incredulous look on her face. She had studied Peking opera for a while, so she naturally understood the gold content of these few lines of Sakura's opera cadence. What shocked her most was that the rhythm of the opera blended perfectly with the rhythm of the song. After Sakura sang it out, those originally boring and unintelligible Peking opera were so interesting. Yang Wan on the side was also dumbfounded, and these few lines of theater made her shiver. As a popular actress, she knows more or less about Peking opera. Sakura, these lines of the opera cavity reels Oma. She was now deeply bowled over by Sakura. The first clear indication of how good a professional singer could be. Hopefully this time Sakura will be revealed and then she can be invited to the next installment of the variety show. Such a multi-talented Lori is definitely especially popular. Old Shui was completely in shock at this point, and countless inspirations erupted in his mind. Oh my gosh, was that a theater accent just now? It's the first time I've ever felt that an opera is good too. Why do I think it sounds good? Is it old enough already? My wife is so versatile. She can even sing opera. How did you write this song? It's brilliant. After a short cadence, Sakura spoke again, still in a playful voice. 4 strikes and a debut. Whoa yeah, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, it's okay. Listening to the sound of the arrow, the audience looked at Sakura on the stage and always felt a bit out of place. It felt so much better when you put your eyes closed. Purple Tenno Tabota, Green Devil fighting Nightcrawler, Golden Monkey King Silver Demon. The Grey Elf laughs at. Everyone in the room couldn't help but close their eyes when the opera cadence rang out. For the first time, they knew that there was so much to be said about the color of the faces. Images of the opera I once saw came to mind, and all I used to think was that it was all those actors all painted with big flowery faces. It's surprisingly new now that I recall it in detail. It is still worthwhile to savor what has been handed down from our old ancestors. As they listened, the audience couldn't help but hum along. A stark tile of mandarin ducks, a group of lively living bodhisattvas, a stroke of a pen, a little exaggeration, one face Mijiagia. It was as if the audience had seen the opera before its opening. When the opera singers looked into the mirror and carefully drew their faces with one stroke of the brush, with each stroke, the character gradually becomes three-dimensional. The different colors and patterns of the faces symbolize the character's personality, qualities, status, etc. The strong visual impact of the faces allows the audience to get a first glimpse and judgment of the characters. The actors express infinite temporal and spatial changes within a limited stage space and time. Backstage, Alpaca's hands were sweating at this point, and as a veteran of the music scene, he was greatly shocked by Sakura's innovation. While he sang Kong Fan songs in both of his own matches, Sakura had 2 stylized originals. Looks like it's time to move on to preparing for the next round of the regular season. The White Swan, aside, was no better than the Alpaca. She knew for sure she had no hope of winning today. Both Alpaca and Sakura were too perfect. She just hoped she wouldn't lose too badly later. Luckily he was wearing a mask or he would have been embarrassed. At that thought, the White Swan tightened her mask again, making sure there was no chance of it falling off. The moderator, who had returned to his senses, spoke hastily. The voting for contestant number 2 Sakura will now begin. Upon hearing the host's words, the audience began to vote. one vote for you, one vote for me, and Sakura will debut tonight. The guests also tapped the voting buttons on the table, except for one male guest who didn't move. He was a male actor, and he recognized his old friend's voice when he heard the alpaca sing earlier. The old friend hadn't been on a variety show in years, and he didn't want his old friend to lose out to Sakura. Lao Shui looked at the actor coldly, contemplating whether or not to press it for him. The program set up the jury to prevent the singers' identities from being revealed and the competition from becoming unfair. But Sakura's operatic song is a breath of fresh air and can be considered a great innovation. This guy must have known it too, but I can't believe he didn't give Sakura a ticket. Just as Lao Shui was about to reach out, a hand slapped hard on the male guest's voting machine. It's Yang Wan. Elder brother Xie got so caught up in listening that he forgot to vote. I'll help you. She smiled and looked at the male guest. The male guest had a dark face and looked at Yang Wan, but he didn't dare to attack. In the circle of actors, his curiosity is far less than Yang Wan's, so he can only endure this. After glaring at Yang Wan for a few moments, he let it go. After hearing this, Lao Shui secretly gave Yang Wan a thumbs up. Meng Mei, who was on the side, surprisingly also gave Yang Wan a thumbs up. Voting is closed. Everyone, please look at the big screen. The audience couldn't believe it as they watched the numbers displayed on the screen. 819. Surprisingly, it was only one vote lower than Alpaca. Chapter 73, Alpaca Glory Revealed. Looking at the numbers on the screen, the room erupted. How come there are only 819 votes? It's not scientific. I can't see my wife's face anymore. Who didn't vote? No taste at all. Just one vote short. Whoever didn't vote, I'm going to strangle him. Is it possible that a guest didn't vote? Hearing this, the audience looked towards the guest area. The audience was confused after seeing the 5 lights lit up in the guest section. The guests voted? Surprisingly, some people think Sakura's singing faces is inferior to Haikyuu, but the thought that Sea and Sky was a song written by Jiang Fan, and besides, the alpaca sang solidly and sang in his own style, and Sakura's song, Singing Faces, is an insult to Beijing opera for some of the old codgers. The anger of the audience subsided quite a bit at the thought. It's just that I can't see Sakura unveiled today, so I feel more or less comfortable. If I'd known, I wouldn't have voted for Sea to Sky. It's a shame we missed it by one vote. The alpaca also froze for a while after seeing Sakura's score. He didn't think he was a better singer than Sakura. Just because Sakura was able to combine the Peking opera and the song perfectly, he couldn't do it. Sometimes luck is a strength. If he hadn't drawn first place himself, then I'm afraid it would have been Sakura who would have been revealed today. Like the White Swan, who debuted next. The audience's threshold became high after hearing him and Sakura sing. Unless White Swan can come up with songs that will wow everyone, she's going to do poorly. As Alpaca predicted, the audience was very stingy when it came to scoring the White Swan. It ended up with only 710 votes, worse than her last PK round. The Alpaca side, it was all about luck winning today. I'm going to reveal myself today, and I'm not sure I'll be so lucky in the semifinals. I'm going to have to go all out and practice hard for the rest of this time, and I'll fight Sakura again in the semifinals. After hearing the voice of the field control in his headset, Alpaca took a deep breath and returned to the stage. Prepare for the glory reveal. The alpaca, standing on the stage, was very torn up inside and his face was a little hot. He felt that he didn't deserve the word honor, and that his win was all due to luck. Has anyone guessed his identity yet? The host tries to liven up the scene, knowing that everyone is looking forward to Sakura's reveal. That includes himself. No. After seeing the cooperation of the audience on stage, fortunately, there was no cold, and the host let go of his hanging heart. Did any of the 5 guests guess it? Guess not. The actor who didn't want to vote earlier answered very loudly. He also didn't forget to look at Yang Wan twice, as if he was provoking. See, even if you voted for Sakura, you still lost. Yang Wan gave him a blank look and ignored him. He didn't want to talk to the cutie. Talking. If the actor hadn't just voted for Sakura, she was quite sure the audience could have cursed him to death. Not only is he himself cursed, but even the alpaca is implicated. And he's smug about it. The host was also speechless to the core. Having watched the scene that happened during the voting just now, how could anyone be so shameless? The host turned his gaze back to the alpaca and smiled. Everyone can't guess who you are, so let's have a glory reveal. The alpaca didn't hesitate and briskly removed the hood, revealing a face that was very familiar to everyone. Zhang Chenghua. This is the Zhang Tianwang who became famous before Wang Ruo and is affectionately called Hua by his fans. Afterwards, due to some things, he quietly retired from the music industry, not expecting to appear on the stage of King of Masked Singer today. Wow, 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 it's Hua. My goodness, I can't believe I'm seeing Hua. How come Hua is still so young after all these years? I really didn't expect it to be Hua. It's so worth it to come today. No wonder he sings so well. He's the king of heaven. The audience was thrilled from the bottom of their hearts to see Hua. Old Shui and the other 4 guests, all gave Hua a friendly greeting. The actor, however, showed a very surprised expression of disbelief. Yang Wan rolled her eyes on the side. Just this acting skill. No wonder it doesn't work. Zhang Fan, who stayed in the lounge, wasn't particularly surprised when he looked at Hua's handsome face on the big screen. He guessed as the alpaca sang Sea to Sky. No matter how much the alpaca was disguising his voice and face, Hua's distinctive singing voice was not something anyone could learn. Hua sang both songs with his own style and character. Not worse than Zhang Fan's original song, so there's no shame in losing to Hua. After getting off the airplane, Zhang Fan called Sister Hong. I didn't advance. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Sister Hong, who was lying down in a kazoo position, sat up with a jolt. She really didn't expect Zhang Fan to lose. Could it be that Zhang Fan had exhausted his talent? Hey, forget it, losing the game would have been sad, so console him. Zhang Fan, I'll give you ha. It's okay to lose the game. I lost to Hua. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Sister Hong swallowed the words of comfort that were on her lips. Can losing to Hua be considered a loss? I think when Hua was on fire, Zhang Fan was still in elementary school. Sister Hong asked about the votes received and was also surprised when she learned that there was a 1-vote difference. The difference of 1 vote is not that you're not as strong as Hua. Rather it's that the audience likes you so much that they're afraid they won't see you in the next installment and purposely don't vote for you. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth twitched as he listened, almost breaking his foot. I'm afraid this isn't a black fan, or one of those super unbeatable black fans. Returning home, Zhang Fan, without a moment's rest, went into the recording studio to close the door. Previously promised to Perfect Game Company Inc. to compose the theme song for their game Tian Long Body 2. I've been so busy with The Masked Singer the last few days that I forgot about it. It was still Sister Hong who reminded him of this when he was on the phone with her just now. Zhang Fan is now incredibly depressed. Why did he promise to write it within a week? Today was the last day of the engagement, and the song had to be written no matter what. After Zhang Fan's efforts, he eventually drove the song out, and he was not a man of his word. Sister Hong, who had gotten a small sample of the song, calmly sent it to Perfect Game, not the least bit surprised by Zhang Fan's speed. Even if Zhang Fan wrote a new song in 10 minutes, she was used to it. In her eyes, Zhang Fan was not a human being at all. He was a monster. At this moment, Ruler Yu, the chairman of Perfect Game Company, clicked on the song samples. When Zhang Fan's voice came over the stereo, Ruler Yu couldn't help but cry with joy. This is exactly the effect he was struggling for. The song doesn't mention any description of the game, but the whole song depicts the game. Chapter 74, The Actor Who Had It Coming. Ruler Yu put a lot of heart and soul into the making of Skydragon 2, and he believes that the game is sure to be a hit. But I never found a suitable theme song. Either the songs were too commercial or the lyrics were too cheesy. The game's public beta has been delayed again and again because it has not been able to find a suitable theme song. It wasn't until the other day that he noticed Tingchi's new game, Counter-Strike. Ruler Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Fan sing the song of the same name, against all odds again. For this reason, he told the company to hire Zhang Fan at all costs. After the tireless efforts of the public relations department and the offensive of money, Zhang Fan was finally invited. The moment he heard the song again, Ruler Wu felt it was all worth it. Half a city of smoke and sand, with soldiers at the edge. Who will we fight for? How many gray hairs are given away to black hairs? Half a city of smoke and sand with the wind. There's still a lot on the line. I just want to go back to the field and get rid of my armor, and bring back your tea. After listening to the demo several times over, Ruler Yu then couldn't be bothered to turn it off. Couldn't help but marvel at what a wizard Zhang Fan was. The lyrics were so beautifully written. In just a few lines, the lyrics depict the intense and brutal scenes on the battlefield. More than anything else, it speaks to the scene that every male has looked forward to. A lifetime of conquering just to return to the home he longed for and take a sip of the tea she made. During this time, viewers were quite happy to have a show to watch every week. It was like New Year's Eve fun. The King of Masked Singer is highly anticipated by many netizens because of Sakura's activation. The closer we get to airtime, the more heated the discussion becomes, all wondering if Sakura has revealed her face yet. My friend was there and he said the unmasking was alpaca. Your friend is talking nonsense. My friend said that Sakura is the one who revealed the face, and she's a two-tailed loli with a great body. Really? I'm looking forward to it. I can't help it. I want to watch The King of Masked Singer Part 2 right now. All scatter, they're all fakes. I'm the one who actually went in to see it. And let me tell you, Sakura isn't a loli at all. She's a pugilist. No way. How can my wife be a man? You're a liar too. With much anticipation, the second installment of King of Masked Singer aired on time. Woohoo! The first. I want to see my wife. Is Sakura revealing her face this issue? Don't look forward to it. Sakura's a guy. I told you. Jesus couldn't come. I don't believe it. If it's not a man, You call me father. If it's a man, you're my son. The match hadn't even started yet, and the pop-ups were already flying, with many netizens arguing. It wasn't until the host said the game was starting that everyone gradually quieted down. When the alpaca finished singing, the internet started a cloud of comments. The alpaca sings beautifully. Besides Jung Fan, the alpaca sings the best. Indeed, some places even surpassed Jung Fan. After seeing the alpaca's score on the screen, there was a gasp from the internet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 820 votes. 5 points shy of a full vote. Alpaca sings very well, and this score is appropriate. Alpaca deserves this score. This score is so high. Sakura is a bit dangerous. My wife is great. I guess it's a full house. Feeling a little hungover. Immediately after that, Sakura, who netizens have been waiting for, took the stage. My wife is still so cute. Wife, go for it. The screen was instantly filled with go, all cheering for Sakura. When the backing track came on, the audience was a little confused. Isn't it singing? How come there's still the sound of opera? The audience was even more confused when they heard the title track again. What's this song? The accompaniment is laced with opera, but it's pop vocals. What kind of singing style is this? I've never heard of it. It's my first time. 2. It's really good. +1. Uncertainty. Listen again. After the main song, the netizens couldn't help but close their eyes when the arrow sounded. Closing your eyes and lying down to listen to the arrow is the greatest respect for the arrow. The moment the chorus kicked in, netizens got goosebumps and their closed eyes widened round. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surprisingly, it's a theater accent. That's awesome. Sakura can even sing opera. Don't you guys think it sounds good? My grandfather was dozing off when he heard the chorus, sat up violently and asked me what the program was. My mother praised me for my taste. The song was sung and the netizens were talking about the song. This style of singing was the first time they had all heard it. It was so new. When the host said to start voting, the screen quickly swept across the audience area and the netizens tensed up. At the countdown of tens of seconds, the screen suddenly shifted to the guest section. One male guest didn't move a muscle and had no intention of voting. Watching the jumping numbers, the netizens got anxious. What the hell are you pretending for? Why don't you hurry up and vote? Hurry up and throw. Have you broken your hand? Alpaca already has 820 votes, and if this male guest doesn't vote, there's no way Sakura can overtake Alpaca. The netizens were so anxious that they typed frantically, and they all ended up as asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang! Just a second before the polls closed, Yangwon tapped the male guest's voting machine. The netizens who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief and gave Yangwon crazy kudos in their hearts. The netizens stopped their keyboards in unison and stared intently at the screen. 819. After seeing the numbers on the screen again, the netizens were immediately nonplussed. The keyboard was transformed into a gun, the mouse was loaded, and the output was non-stop. What are you pretending to do? You're the only one who knows how to act, aren't you? Remember to bring your cochlear implant next time you're a guest of honor. Everyone else voted, but not you. Who do you think you are? Don't yell at him. He broke his arm. It's pathetic. Looking at the harmonized pop-ups, the netizens felt like they had punched cotton. That's when a pop-up floated by, waking up the crowd. Go to the necklace and scold him. Netizens have shifted their positions to the bottom of the actor's bib, venting their inner rage. The actor, who was at the hotel, received a call from his agent. Tion, your scarf blew up. Check it out. The actor, who was charging at the moment, was a bit confused when he received the call and hurriedly opened his cell phone to check. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These people are sick. Didn't Yangwon vote for me? What's the use of scolding me? The actor was shaking with anger as he looked at the unsavory private messages. He swore that he would never vote for Sakura again in the later matches. Ding, ding, ding. The agent opened the phone again. Brother Tion, the King of Masked Singer program team just called, saying that you've brought them bad influence, and that you'll be replaced in the next installment. Looking at the fast-flowing followers on his bib, the actor never dreamed of it. Just because I didn't vote, I triggered such serious consequences. At the same time, the King of Masked Singer program released the bib. The next installment of the show will change the guest judges and the actor will be replaced with the movie King. Dong. Chapter 75. The theme song of Farewell My Concubine is up next. After seeing Sakura lose to the alpaca, the netizens were not very excited. But after seeing that the alpaca was actually Heavenly King Zhang Chunghua, all the depression from earlier was gone. It makes sense that Sakura would lose to the diva Wa. 2. After watching the reveal, netizens naturally saw on the hotspot the scarf that the show just posted. After seeing the guest of honor of the judges, even changed to the movie King Dong, have come to Wang Dong's scarf under the message. Wow, movie star. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next issue. The movie star has such a good sense of aesthetics. He'll surely vote fairly. Shocked, Didn't you focus on acting and not participate in variety shows? Movie star? Is there a possibility that the movie star was also charmed by Sakura? Yes, 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 it must be Sakura's obsession. Wang Dong looked at the enthusiastic messages from the netizens and faintly replied with It's not so much that he's obsessed with Sakura, but he recently took on a movie that was missing a theme song. The script of this movie, Wang Dong liked it very much, and the movie itself is full of big names. From the writers to the directors to the actors, everyone adhered to one idea. That is, it's not the devil's work. The name of the movie is Farewell My Concubine, a movie destined to remain famous on Chinese film and television. The movie's theme song was never finalized because of the crowd's leanings. It wasn't until Wang Dong saw Xiao Sakura singing faces that he brightened up. This was exactly the kind of feeling he was looking for. Immediately, the video of Sakura's singing was forwarded to director Zhang Zhongmo. Director Zhang Zhongmo also found it very suitable to sing the theme song after listening to Sakura's singing, but he always had a candidate in mind, and that was Zhang Fan. He was too busy to take time out during this period of time and hadn't contacted Zhang Fan. Sakura's singing amazes him, but wants Zhang Fan to try. Just as Zhang Zhongmo was torn, Wang Dong received an invitation to King of Masked Singer. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Zhongmo decided to start on both sides at the same time, taking advantage of Wang Dong's appearance on King of Masked Singer to further examine Sakura. Instead, he contacted Zhang Fan to compose the theme song, and then we'll see whose work is better and use it. The netizens were instantly thrilled to see the movie star's reply. My wife is awesome. 666. Even the movie star is obsessed with it. I'm very curious about who Sakura really is. Even the movie star is here. The next day, Diva received a call from Sister Zixuan, asking Zhang Fan to write a theme song for a movie. Wang Ruo didn't dare to slack off and quickly called Zhang Fan to the company and gave him the synopsis of the movie. Ask him to write a theme song based on the movie synopsis. Sister Zixuan specially called to say that the director of the movie is Zhang Zhongmo, and there are all kinds of big names. Zhang Fan received the information, and when he saw the large movie title again, he was shocked inwardly. This Farewell My Concubine can be said to be the pinnacle of Chinese movies in the previous generation, and no work has been able to surpass it so far. One of the lead actors in it got in too deep into the drama and got deeply involved in public opinion to make it work. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to participate in the production of the theme song of this movie. Looking at the frothing Zhang Fan, Wang Ruo thought that Zhang Fan felt pressured and comforted him. You don't have to stress. Just write slowly. Even if you can't write it, it's fine. I'll communicate on Sister Zixuan's side. Zhang Fan slowed down and said in a firm tone, leave this song to me. For an entire day, Zhang Fan stayed in the middle of the recording studio, recording the song over and over again. The slightest dissatisfaction is pushed back. The time quickly came to 8 p.m. And the strongest voice in China was on. The last installment of Wang Ruo and Hua Yang's singing is still fresh in the viewers' minds. I was also in front of the TV early today, waiting for the show to start. The four of them, Zhang Fan, Wang Ruo, He Ling and Sister Hong, had once again gathered together, as if they had agreed to do so long ago. Now a few people are busy with their own things every day and only have time to get together on weekend nights. Wang Ruo wasn't very lucky in this tournament and drew number 10, while Hua Yang drew number 1. Wei Yang's song today is Children. He speaks in soft, delicate songs, of a child's loneliness. Back yet? Back tired. How was the ride? Wah is great. Wah, always support you. Wah's songs are still so straight to the soul. Netizens see their former selves, that little self. In this song by Hua Yang, the quiet blue-black night sky blended with the road, and the child kept walking and walking and walking, lifting up his small chest, not showing a trace of panic on his stubborn face. He walked down that road alone, into the dust scattered by smoke and fire. The audience at the scene was deeply impressed and did not spare the votes in their hands, frantically voting for Hua Yang. It's a deep song, obviously sad, but with an upward force. He Ling slowed down from her shock and opened her mouth. Indeed, Hua Yang is very powerful and deserves to be the ace of Sky Entertainment. Wang Ruo was at the scene. The shock is not comparable to watching TV. A few people watched and chatted, and the time passed quickly. Zhang Fan watched quietly without speaking, the theme song of Farewell My Concubine still on his mind. Seeing that Zhang Fan seemed to have something on his mind, Wang Ruo's few people didn't disturb him. Finally, it was Wang Ruo's turn to make an appearance. It drew gasps from the internet as soon as it came out. The diva is so beautiful. Love you. Name of the song, Legend. Sung by Wang Ruo. Lyrics by Zhang Fan. Composed by Zhang Fan. The accompaniment played, making the crowd feel inexplicably at ease and calmed. The netizens also stopped posting pop-ups and closed their eyes to immerse themselves in the music. Just for looking at you in the crowd. I never forgot your face. Dreaming of the chance to meet again someday. I've been alone with my thoughts ever since. It's composed by Zhang Fan again. Jiang Fan's productions must be of high quality. First praise before reading. The diva's voice is so beautiful. This song sounds so cozy. It tells the story. Every beginning is the result of a second glance. When I think of you, you're in the sky. When I think of you, you're in front of me. You're in my head when I think of you. When I think of you, you're in my heart. When the chorus plays, Wang Ruo's voice seems to have a magic power to wash the soul. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but close their eyes as the distractions in their minds were washed away. The figure that he had once longed for gradually appeared in his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise at the thought of that figure. I'd rather believe we had an appointment in a past life. The love story of this life won't change again. I'd rather spend my life waiting for you to find out. I've always been there for you, never far away. Oh, my God, that's so beautiful. I'll use this song to confess my love tomorrow. What is a legend? Love itself is a legend. No matter how the flowers bloom and fade, you are the scenery of my life, and encountering you is the legend of my life. Perhaps, once upon a time is eternity. Chapter 76, The Worried Director by. As the chorus plays again, the larks in front of the screen open up their singing voices. When I think of you, you're in the sky. When I think of you, you're in front of me. You're in my head when I think of you. When I think of you, you're in my heart. Listening to it, some netizens started spoofing it. Just because I took one more look at you in the cafeteria. I never forgot your face and dreamed of meeting you in the cafeteria one day, so I went to the cafeteria every day to eat. Seeing this pop up, the water that He Ling had just drank burst out in laughter. This class of netizens is so talented, isn't it? Sister Hong and Wang Ruo looked at He Ling in disgust, but when they read the pop-up screen, they also smile like cuties. Alike, Wang Ruo also couldn't imagine that the song could be changed in such a way. Simply, I'd rather believe we had an appointment in a past life. The love story of this life will never be the same. I'd rather spend my life waiting for you to find out. I've always been there for you and I've never gone far, just for being in the crowd. One more look at you. The whole song was sung, and the netizens also liked the collection of pop-up messages. I stopped to look at the distant side. You in the evening moonlight, sweet smile. Time flies, the years flow, turn around and deep into the heart of you, gradually become the center of memory. Accompanied by people but ultimately know you. I can't get out of the mountain. Take a Gerbera with you. I can't get out of HN. Take a bowl of hot soup with you. I don't know which talented netizen came up with the whole spoof, prompting other netizens to follow suit. I can't get out of GD. Take a cockroach and go. I can't get out of SC. Take a larkspur and go. I can't get out of TJ. Take a set of pancakes with you. Things gradually got out of hand and the netizens were still creating until the end of the game. For Wang Ruo's singing, the crowd felt it was perfect and impeccable. After the game, a few people still made some small talk. That alpaca from King of Masked Singer is actually the Heavenly King, Zheng Changhua. Because of Sakura and alpaca, King of Masked Singer is currently hotter than China's strongest voice. Yeah, was hoping to see Sakura reveal herself. You guys, who is Sakura? I never guessed. He Ling asked everyone with an expectant face. We don't know. With 100 different voices and fat costumes, it's impossible to guess. Sister Hong spread her hands with a helpless face. He Ling wanted to continue asking, but was interrupted by Wang Ruo. It's getting late. Let's go. Right, Jiang Fan? You don't need to rush that song. You've got a lot going on lately too. After saying that, Wang Ru gave Jiang Fan a meaningful look and left. Did you know Sakura was me? It's unlikely. I'm so tightly hidden. Jiang Fan doubted himself by the way Wang Ruo looked at him. Wasia TV building. A man sighed uncontrollably as he watched the online discussion. He was none other than Bai Fuji, the director of The Strongest Voice in China. Looking at the amazing heat of King of Masked Singer, Bai Dao couldn't help but shake his head. China's Strongest Voice was organized by the state itself, but now it has been completely crushed by Lychee Channel in terms of data. That's going to make him worry, and he's under a lot of pressure after 2 consecutive issues that were not as hot as they could have been. After studying it carefully, Bai director realizes that Sakura is the biggest variable. On his side, he has a diva and a bunch of famous singers, and in terms of fan base, it's not inferior to King of Masked Singer at all. That Hyaki Sakura is just horrible and so much of a show. The song Dala Avalanche It, sung by 5 voices, is a straight-up bull. The song Singing Faces is a refreshing combination of opera and pop music. I don't know who this Sakura really is, and the Lychee Channel side is particularly tight-lipped. Director Bai is now a bit regretful. He shouldn't have been too big for his britches in the first place. He should have let Jiang Fan participate from the beginning, then wait until Sakura is revealed and then invite Sakura to the semifinals. This must have been very hot on your own side, but it was too late to say anything now, and Jiang Fan couldn't be put on the field for a while. Let's wait a little longer, just a few more installments and we'll be able to invite Jiang Fan on stage, and the heat will definitely backfire on King of Masked Singer by then. Time quickly came to the day of the program taping. Zhang Fan still came to the Lyceum Terrace alone. In the waiting room, he saw a new face, presumably a newcomer hired by the program. I think it's a female singer by the looks of her body. The code name is Gumball. At this point in the recording, the live audience had all entered. Sakura wasn't revealed in the last installment, leaving a lot of anticipation in everyone's mind. It's a pity that Sakura can't be revealed in this issue either. It's okay. We can listen to 2 more episodes. What surprise will my wife bring today? Just as everyone was discussing it, the big screen began to show the players drawing their lots. The first time, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Backstage, Sukiakari and the gang have the good sense to let Sakura draw first. Zhang Fan wasn't polite and reached out to touch a random one. 6. Hiss, is my wife so unlucky? My wife is so unlucky. I don't think we need to worry about Sakura. Number 5 is the unluckiest one. The crowd was visibly relieved after seeing Sakura draw number 6 again. While one of them will be unlucky enough to draw number 5, it certainly won't be themselves. Gumball, as a newcomer, draws second. Put. Gumball looked at the small ball in his hand and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She who had laughed most happily a moment ago could not laugh at this moment. You're a newbie yourself and you're about to face the big boss? That's a tough inning. The audience watched as Gumball's series of expressions changed and enjoyed themselves. Didn't you just have a good laugh? Don't call me Gumball, call me no hip hip hip. Ha 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 ha. Happiness doesn't disappear. It just shifts. Gumball was sitting depressed in her chair at the moment, thinking about how she could lose less badly later. After the draw was made, the game officially began. Zhang Fan sat in the lounge and watched the match. Moon Rabbit, with whom he piked, drew number 1 and played well, taking 794 votes. No. 2 was a male contestant who had PK'd with White Swan and sang the same niche song, getting just over 690 votes and not advancing. Singer number 3 was the White Swan. This time she changed her song style and played extremely well, getting 788 votes to advance. When it was Gumball's turn to go on stage, she sang Red Beans and played it poorly due to the pressure and being very nervous. She also had the lowest number of votes in the race at 626. What's this? A war-ravaged version of Red Beans? Don't say that. Who wouldn't be nervous compared to Sakura? 2. You just came and drew Sakura. Can you not be nervous? After receiving the voice of the field control, Zhang Fan took his magic wand and stepped onto the stage with a 6-fold stride.